You are obviously the military god of war, but now you have become the director of an abandoned immortal cultivation academy. Even your childhood sweetheart and fiancé has started avoiding you, just because you crossed over to become a quasi-marquis of the Great Way. In 3 years, you have performed countless chivalrous deeds and gained the love of the people, but you were injured in a battle to save the people, making it difficult for you to cultivate. So the emperor directly decreed to demote you to the director of the Fengtian Academy, and Princess Yunlu also sent a letter saying she wanted to call off the engagement. However, just when everyone was waiting to see how you would fall from grace, the entry plundering system suddenly awakened. As long as you subdue your subordinates, have blood connections, or kill others, you can plunder their entries. Moreover, the system gave you a critical strike gift package right from the start, allowing your cultivation to reach the level of a martial saint. As a result, you lost control for a moment, and your aura suddenly surged out, almost tearing off Jiang Xiaoxi's clothes. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, grabbing the sleeve and staring at you in shock. Have you broken through? Second stage of nascent divinity? You glanced at her and said nothing. Even if you explained that you had become a martial saint, she wouldn't believe it, because saints are almost extinct in this world. Seeing that you didn't speak, Jiang Xiaoxi's eyes turned and she picked up the letter on the table to read. Then, her face suddenly flushed with anger. This Yunlu is shameless. When we were young and had any spiritual pills or fruits, you couldn't bear to eat them yourself, but you gave them to her first. Now that you see your future is bleak, you act like this. Your face changed slightly after listening. Don't mention the things from childhood again. Humph. I won't let her off, Jiang Xiaoxi said, gritting her teeth as she hurried towards Changle Palace. The maidservant in front of the palace wanted to stop her, but was silenced by Jiang Xiaoxi's gun at her throat. Too scared to speak. The next moment, countless petals suddenly floated in the air, and within those petals, a shadow of a gun pierced through, aiming straight for Yunlu's forehead. Yunlu saw the situation, pointed his toe, and kicked the gun 7 inches down. Jiang Xiaoxi, what do you want to do? Why do you want a divorce from Mugu? Don't you know this will hurt him a lot? Sad? Yunlu sneered at the words. I didn't announce it in public. I've already given him face. Jiang Xiaoxi was immediately furious. You only think about yourself. If you see that his foundation is not good, then don't want him. How can you be so bad? Yunlu was a little annoyed. His foundation is bad, and it's not my fault. I have my own thoughts. If you want to marry me, you should marry someone of the same generation who is stronger than me. Have you forgotten the friendship of your youth? You used to envy even me. Jiang Xiaoxi suddenly softened her voice. I beg you, please don't call off the engagement, okay? However, Yunlu remained indifferent. We need to be realistic about the situation. We can't go back to the past. So please go ahead. Jiang Xiaoxi was furious, turned around and left, muttering through gritted teeth. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Let's wait and see. At this moment, a faint voice came from the ring on her finger. Xiaoxi, what Yunlu said is not wrong. People have to rely on themselves. If it weren't for taking care of Muge, your cultivation should be much higher now. Master, when I was young and injured, Muge took care of me all the time. During those years when I lost my spiritual energy, you know how good Muge was to me. I will never abandon him. The fool, sighed Shin Hun, then lost his voice. The next day, you sat in a carriage, leaving the capital city under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, heading towards Qingzhou. Many people had tears in their eyes, reluctant to see you leave. Even the Forbidden City emitted dragon energy to escort you out of the capital. Several princes were furious at the sight. This is outrageous. An outsider like him being escorted by dragon energy. If this child doesn't die, I won't be at ease. That night, you rested at an inn. Suddenly, the window burst open with a bang, and a large halberd came towards you. Jiang Xiaoxi revealed a long spear in her hand and immediately blocked the halberd. Upon engaging, she realized that the opponent was actually a strong expert in the celestial realm, while she was only in the late stage of the divine transformation realm. Not to mention the masked assassins holding long knives behind. Seeing the long knife slashing towards you, Master, save me, Jiang Xiaoxi immediately shouted. Shin Hun felt helpless. Her spiritual power was always used to save you, but she couldn't just ignore Jiang Xiaoxi, otherwise Jiang Xiaoxi would make a fuss. At the moment when she was about to take over Jiang Xiaoxi's body, there was a bang 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 sound, and 4 knife-wielding assassins instantly smashed through the wall and flew 100 meters away, with a blood hole on their foreheads. Who made the move? Jiang Xiaoxi and Shin Hun were both stunned. In that instant, the powerful expert in the heavenly human realm seized the opportunity and swung a halberd towards Jiang Xiaoxi's head. However, at the critical moment, a finger force broke through the air, hitting the halberd halfway. causing it to shatter into pieces after a slight tremor. The expert in the heavenly human realm was also sent flying 100 meters by this finger force, falling in the forest and losing his life breath. Jiang Xiaoxi widened her eyes, just about to say something, when the floor beneath her suddenly broke open. Two masked dead men at the heavenly realm level emerged from underground, wielding an axe and a sword, and immediately lunged at you. However, you just moved lightly and avoided a strike aimed at your left shoulder, then slapped the swordsman with a palm. The swordsman's body directly turned into a blood mist, leaving only a head flying out. The sword-wielding swordsman was shocked to see this scene, took a deep breath, and turned around to run away. But he had made a move, so how could Su Zhi let him slip out from under his eyes? Su Zhi took a step and pinched the general's neck, but he didn't want to exert too much force and directly snapped the dead soldier's neck. The dead man's head and body go their separate ways. A few steps later, it fell to the ground with a thud. The entire room was silent. Even Su Zhi himself was confused. Celestials are so weak? No, it's the power of the martial saint that's too strong. Against these people, I should use 1/10,000th of my power, he muttered. The eyes of the dead soldiers hiding in the distance bulged as they watched, their bodies involuntarily shaking. They had seen Su Zhi's portrait, but they didn't dare to recognize it at this moment. A palm and a pinch to exterminate two long-experienced celestial generals. What kind of training is this? Half-step 10,000 laws realm, or 10,000 laws realm? The emperor's son-in-law is only 20 years old. How could he have this level of cultivation? Retreat first. The man at the head of the group roared in a low voice. The crowd made an orderly retreat, but they hadn't gone 10 meters yet. A teapot suddenly flew out of the inn. The lid of the teapot opened and the tea spilled all over the sky, as if it was infused with aura, turning water into arrows and coming straight at the crowd. More than 10 masked dead soldiers, as if 10,000 arrows pierced through their hearts, lay down in the forest, leaving only the man at the head of the group, legs trembling, unable to speak. Su Zhi's mellow voice came from the inn, exploding next to the man's ears. Who sent you? The dead soldier only felt swept away by that abyssal divine soul, and with no more secrets to speak of in his heart, he muttered, "It is the sixth prince." When he finished, his head lolled and he planted himself on the ground. In the room, Su Zhi picked up the teacup and took the last sip of tea, saying, "Clean the room and compensate the store for the damage." Here, the voices of the generals answering rang out, "And please serve me another pot of tea." "Good, leave it to me. I'll do it." Before the general could answer, Jiang Xiaoxi ran out, took a large pot of tea, and sat in front of Su Zhi staring at Su Zhi's eyes without stopping. Celestial realm? Su Ru shook his head. 10,000 laws realm? Su Ru still shook his head. Dharma phase? How is that possible? Jiang Xiaoxi had just uttered Dharma phase when she denied herself. If Su Zhi was going to be so strong, it was impossible for Yun Lu to withdraw from his marriage. The divine soul's somewhat hesitant voice rang out. It's a rune, or a Dao spell. Could it be a forbidden art? She still knew Su Zhi's strength quite well. After all, she had also accompanied him for so many years. Thinking about it, she thought that was the only explanation that would make sense. Jiang Xiaoxi nodded slightly, also recognizing this statement from her master. These are ultimately external objects, and must not be relied upon too much. Cultivators, they must be strong themselves in order to survive for 1,000 years and get through each and every difficulty. The divine spirit again commanded. No! Jiang Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. She felt the need to improve her strength. Every time, he couldn't protect Su Zhi and made him use such a precious treasure. Capotul. Several imperial princes are bouncing off the walls. The sixth prince had just drank 2 jugs of wine and was in the midst of his excitement when a black-clothed dead soldier appeared beside him and whispered a few times. "Pa!" The wine jug shattered to the ground. "Are you saying that it was my brother-in-law who struck last night, killing several celestial cultivators, as well as dozens of transformation god death dealers?" The crown prince sniffed, his face deepening at the side. "Is there a mistake? Never fake half a word." The black-clad dead man fell to his knees. The third prince seemed to have thought of something and said in a trembling voice, "Originally, I thought that he just had an expert beside him, but I didn't realize that he had hidden his cultivation himself. Think about it, gentlemen, a horse harnessed by the side of a prince, with such a city, what is he doing it for?" When the princes heard this, their faces were all unsightly, especially the crown prince, as if he was about to lower his water. "I thought our good times were coming, but I didn't realize the struggle was just beginning. This Su Zhi is at least a cultivator at the high celestial level, but he falsely claimed to have fallen ill. His intentions must be very great. It's time to report this to father, and we must watch his every move as well. Also, this is something we must cover up." Don't let the seventh sister know about it, or else if we let this Su resign back to the capital again, we'll never have any peace. The crowd nodded, not having the pleasure of drinking. If Su Ru had cultivation, I'm afraid the crown prince's seat in the Eastern Palace wouldn't be secure, let alone them. Chapter 4, Riding North Alone. Chopping the Sixth Prince. Capital Dragon's Breath? On the following day, Su Zhi left the caravan on an excuse and rode north quietly on his own. Jiang, Xiaoxi and the others didn't suspect anything and continued to lead the caravan towards Qingzhou. After all, Su resigned to lead the Great Way for many years, and there are many old troops in the army. It is normal to pass through a state or county and visit friends and relatives. Abandoning his horse and running through the mountains and forests, Su Zhi soon arrived at the outskirts of Kyoto, where the sixth Prince Zhao Yan's Yunin mountain residence was located. This old sixth was not born to the empress and consort, but to a palace maid, who did not even have a residence in the capital, and was driven out of the suburbs of the city. Therefore, his conflict with Su Zhi was also great. If he didn't have Su Zhi around, he would be a second-class prince, and with Su Ru, he became third class. That is to say, it's not in the cards. Almost no one in the capital city officials took him seriously, not to mention taking the throne. Returning from the Eastern Palace, Zhao Yan sat in the middle of the Great Hall, his face filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Damn Su Zhi, this can't even get you killed. You wait. Men, bring me up 5 of the girls plundered from Kyushu yesterday. I'm going to have a good diarrhea today. The steward below him said with some hesitation. Your Highness, it is still noon. So much nonsense. If I tell you to bring it, bring it. The sixth prince shouted angrily. Yes. Butler bowed. Just out of the hall door, suddenly heard bang came. The 6 emperors fixed eyes to see, but the butler flew backward and back. Blood sprayed wildly in the mouth. Eyes will not live. Who? The sixth prince's eyes widened. There was someone else in this world who dared to kill their way up to his mountain villa? Is that too much for you? And in the next instant, after seeing the man in the white robe slowly step into the hall, his body suddenly went limp on top of the big chair. Su Ru? His eyes were wide and round as if he had seen a ghost. Su Ru moved a chair and sat in front of him. Zhao Yan, surprised to see me? Which can brother-in-law, aren't you rushing to that Qingzhou? Missed a few of my royal brothers and came back to visit. Su Ru smiled slightly. Then I'll call a few imperial brothers. Let's get together. Zhao Yan forced a smile and said that he was about to get up, but he was hit by a finger from Su Ru, and his right leg was nailed directly to the seat. Ah! Zhao Yan cried a ghostly cry that pierced the sky. Help! Help! Someone is assassinating Lone. Someone come. Bang! 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 A dozen or so of the great inner guards in yellow robes leaped in. Although the sixth prince is not favored, but he has not yet been crowned king of the land and is still under the shelter of the Forbidden City. The cultivation level of the Denai's close guard at the head had reached the 10,000 laws realm, and his face changed greatly when he saw Su Zhi. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, let go of the sixth prince. We can still put in a good word in front of his majesty. Don't make a mistake. Self-mistake? Su Zhi shook his head and lost his smile, flexing his fingers and pointing. With a loud boom, the finger energy hit like a dragon pillar, and the great hall door exploded, even spreading hundreds of meters, and the whole mountain villa kept exploding with flames. Those 10 or so Denai's close guards were smashed into bloody foam by this finger, and their breath was nowhere to be found. Ha! The sixth prince was startled, looking at Su Zhi as if he was looking at that yellow spring soul-hooking envoy. He now understood that Su Zhi was not here to ask for a statement. Su Zhi was here for real. This was to take his life. Brother-in-law. Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Brother Su. I'm wrong. Give me a chance. In the future I'll listen to you completely. You let me go east, I dare not go west. This is not my decision alone. Ah, the crown prince, the third imperial brother. They, too, gave their opinions. Ah. Zhao Yan instantly fell to his knees, his right leg unable to prostrate due to the severity of his injuries, looking extremely comical. There was no sadness or joy in Su Ru's eyes. This was the underlying logic of this world. As long as you are strong, even a prince can only kneel before you in repentance. Without further ado, a finger pierced through Zhao Yan's head. After looting a purple word, Su resigned out of the cloud-hidden mountain residence. Without a second glance back at the flaming mountain villa behind him, he set his sights on the capital. Originally, he had wanted to make a trip to the capital to warn certain people, but at the moment from the outside remote view, the capital city dragon gas rolling, the invisible gas of the 9 states surging, the country is prosperous, like a huge dragon prostrate on the ground. Su Ru waited. At this moment, he was at the beginning of the void-breaking realm, and without saint laws or saint artifacts, if he wanted to be a one-man enemy, even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be able to retreat in one piece. Possessing the military god's word, he made an instant decision to turn around and head south. This trip is to refine his strength and develop his power to weaken Wei's national fortune. The next day, he arrived at Qingzhou Fengtian Academy. The caravan had obviously arrived before him, and right now at the entrance of the academy, a wonderful woman was waiting quietly. She was Su Zhi's intelligence officer, Zhao Luer. Intelligence came first in the middle of a battlefield, so Zhao Luer Su Zhi had always brought it with her. Seeing Su Zhi walking head-on, Zhao Luer was delighted and greeted her. Su Zhi looked at her panel. Chloe. Realm, the realm of the transfigured god. Loyalty, 95. Golden words, 8-sided. Born to gossip. Interested in any information. Perception increased threefold. Purple word, intelligence. 1 in a million smart. 1. 5 times the speed of cultivation. Blue word, huge breasts. Usually wrapped in a corset. Once released, they are huge. Black words, the daughter of the king of Runan. Due to the emperor cut the clan, the king of Runan was killed by the whole family, now reduced to the loss of the family dog. Perceived that Zhao Luer's loyalty is greater than 80. Words can be looted. Is it looted? Plunder. Su Ru nodded his head. Ding. 8 faces has been looted. Triggering the word blitz and increasing perception by 5 times. Golden word collection, 1/5. Your Excellency. Zhao Luer owed her body. Well, are all the people here? Where are they? In the square. Today happens to be a week since the new students were admitted to the academy. Sermon day. By the preaching elders, they preach and tree the prestige. But this kind of thing, in the past, it was the dean who did it. Is the gentleman going over there? Sermon tree way? Su Zhi thought about it. It wasn't good for him to not see anyone just after he arrived at the academy. Go over and take a look. Yes. According to Zhao Luer's intelligence, there was no head and deputy dean in the academy. The ones who were in charge today were several elders of transmission, with Elder Chan at the head of the group. When they arrived at Fengtian Square, there was a row of people sitting on the red high platform. All of them were the deacons and elders of the academy. A dean's seat in the center was empty and looked tangential. However, the freshmen below seemed to know what the dean of the academy was about. For that empty seat, not many people raised objections and just stood in place, listening to Elder Chan's sermon. At this point, I don't know who shouted, "Dean's here." The entire crowd was in an uproar. Looking towards the entrance of the square, there walked slowly a sword-browed, starry-eyed, handsome white-clothed youth. The youth's face had just faded into boyishness, and he was obviously not very old. Whoa! Look at me! Look at me! Jiang Xiaoxi was bouncing in the first row, and she enrolled as a freshman when she had the intention of practicing. That's the Great Wei military god. He doesn't look as big as me. Gosh, our dean is so handsome. If only I could be his teacher and teach me ventriloquism day and night. What are you thinking? Our dean can only be at the transformation spirit realm. It's more or less the same for you to teach him. I'll teach. That's fine, lol. The scene was in a terrible mess, and Elder Chin coughed a few times in a low voice with some pressure before calming the scene. Dean. Elder Chin bowed. Aha. Su Zhi walked to his seat and looked down towards the bottom. The face changed. What a blur of colorless words. What kind of stinky fish are they? Is this all the Bongjin CO1 Academy is recruiting? Feeling that Su Zhi's face did not look too good, Elder Chen awkwardly said, "It's true that the Academy's reputation has been bad in recent years, with such things as the Subterranean Dragon Tournament and the clan competition, all of which were at the bottom of the list. Still, there are a couple of good prospects this year, perhaps welcoming the Dean." Oh, Su Ru followed his line of sight. Chapter 5, The Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Golden Light. In Su Zhi's line of sight, there was a man with a fierce aura standing right in front of him. The man was holding a long sword and his eyes were closed. No one in the vicinity could get within 3 feet. Above his head, there were also golden words. Su Yu. Realm, Celestial Realm. Golden word, Blade Demon. Doubles the power of the blade, but loses his mind in battle. Black words, Born a Demon. Self-centered. All about me. Black word, Epilepsy. Seeing blood. Even parents can be killed. Demon cultivators? Su Ru frowned. He had fought against demons for many years, and he was most displeased with the demon sect. The youth is called Su Yu, ranked as one of the 3 lists of the Great Wei, 37th on the Subterranean Dragon list, a rare genius of the younger generation. Elder Chen didn't see the displeasure on Su Zhi's face and pointed his backhand at another person. That one is Li Shen. During the outer gate test, he was just a little bit worse than Su Yu's score. Never had any fame before. He's a dark horse. Li Shen? Su Zhi was slightly shocked when she saw his panel. Li Xian. Realm, the realm of all laws. Special word, ghost scheming. The spirit is powerful and anticipates things. This is unique. Golden words, stoicism. Cultivation is completely hidden. and only reveals a little strength when things go wrong. The black word, ambition. Climbing one peak, thinking of the next, ever insatiable. Special words. Wanfa realm. Li Xian. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Su Ru's mouth. This person he knew, and was also his little friend from the capital circle. He left the capital at the age of 15 and didn't know where he was going, but he didn't expect that he had already mixed into the 10,000 laws realm. Such a strong person, hiding his strength to come to his Fengtian Academy. What do you want? It can't be that you're trying to count on me, right? Su Ru's smile widened. Feeling Su Zhi's smile, Li Xian also looked up and smiled faintly towards him. It was as if it was a kind greeting between old friends. Elder Chen didn't notice that much and turned to whisper to Su Zhi. Dean, it's sermon day. Do you need an old man to take over? Several elders also turned their heads to look at them. They clearly know that this prince consort has injured his foundation. How can he be able to cultivate? No need. I'll do it. Su Ru shook his head and looked around the room. Although he was not very old, he had been a marshal for a few years, and the number of demons that had died in his hands was countless, so his eyes had their own sharpness. Just a faint sweep made many disciples' backs go slightly cold, and they lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. Today, let's talk about how to enter the Celestials. Su Zhi sat down on his knees, and the entire room directly exploded. They thought Su Zhi was going to give them a lecture on official authority and erect rules. I didn't realize it was really about cultivation. Ha! Even many elders were greatly surprised. A transfiguration realm speaks of how to enter the Celestials? Isn't that a mistake? Elder Chen sweated, but still drank in a deep voice. Silence. Jiang Xiaoxi glanced at Su Zhi and couldn't help but sweat for him. A voice came from the divine soul. Su Zhi preached, so don't pay too much attention to it. Just listen to me. There is no one in this world who understands the Tao better than I do. Wow. Jiang Xiaoxi spat out her tongue, feeling unable to retort. A 20-year-old youth preaching a sermon is rare in the history of the Great Way. It was some of the Dharma realms that were in the clouds about how to enter the Celestials. How could the realm of the transfigured god say that? Didn't care too much about the words of the crowd. Suli looked at the crowded group of students, some sighs in his eyes. If he hadn't awakened the system, he would still be at the transformation god realm now. Not much different from them, I guess. Sighing softly in his heart, Su Zhi opened his mouth, his voice exploding through the supreme spirit element in the square. If a cultivator wishes to enter the realm of celestial beings, he must first act with clarity of the way, know its origin, and remove the complexity and simplify it. The heart is like a mirror, and it looks at the sky and the earth. Let go of your obsessions so that you can know yourself, inside and out, breath through and through, heavenly and spiritual. A phrase that went straight to the essence of cultivation struck, like the gentle lapping of the waves, one wave higher than the other. Endless. Boom. The earth surging golden lotus, golden light, Ruichi thousand spray purple mist. The whole square fell into wonderland. It's as if that avenue was mapped out. So it is. With a sharp roar, a scholar who had been stuck at the peak of the transformation god for several years suddenly had his golden locks opened and floated up in place, entering the Celestials. All the elders on the stage were incredulous. Every sentence, every paragraph of Su Ru's explanation threw away the shell and pointed directly to the essence, allowing them to listen to it and benefit from it, and their roots became stronger. Some of the usual bottlenecks had actually opened up, and it was only a matter of time before they broke through. In the old days, there were lectures by saints that filled the halls with splendor. Today there is a lecture by Su rhetoric on breaking in place. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi? The divine soul revealed itself and glanced at the dull-eyed Jiang Xiaoxi. What's wrong with you? With a boom, Jiang Xiaoxi suddenly leapt up and sat cross-legged in the air. That celestial bottleneck that had not made an inch of progress in the several days of divine soul pointing was actually directly opened by Su Zhi's sermon. Ha! The divine soul turned his head violently and looked at Su Zhi, his eyes filled with incredulity. Then you can teach yourself? Are you also a rebirth of a great power? Noticing the return of the scholar, there are a total of blue words x50 and purple words x30. Is it looted? The system's voice rang beside Su Zhi's ears. Plunder. Ding. The blue and purple words have exceeded the carrying limit, and are now all converted to cultivation experience, equal to about 3 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the second level of the void-breaking realm. With the moment Su Zhi made a breakthrough, the heavenly flowers are falling and thunder is moving in the 9 heavens. Countless laws of the great Tao erupted in the field. More and more disciples looked at Su Zhi as if they were looking at the truth. Bang, bang, bang. There were more and more boundary-breaking disciples, and the gazes of all the scholars looking at Su Zhi grew hotter and hotter. Many disciples who had already broken through their bottlenecks fell to their knees and called out to the junior martial saint. Jiang Xiaoxi snapped back from her breakthrough and looked at the divine soul at her side. The body is graceful, like a peach is plump. Curves delicate, skin is smooth and delicate as gelatin. It's even better than her. This was the first time Jiang Xiaoxi had seen what a divine soul looked like. Only, at this moment, the divine soul's gaze was a bit dull, looking at Su Zhi in a confused manner. Master? Master? What are you looking at? Chapter 6, Mighty Stone Tablet. Sword Demon Frenzy. I am fine. The divine soul came back to his senses, somewhat incredulous. His understanding of celestials is surprisingly deep. If he hadn't injured his foundation back then, his future achievements would be hard to imagine. Too bad. Too bad. Jiang Xiaoxi gave Su Zhi a glance full of admiration. Since I've entered the celestial realm, I'll be able to protect Su Zhi in the future. It feels like he teaches better than the master does. The divine soul blankly glanced at Jiang Xiaoxi and went straight back to the ring. Lazy chat. Jiang Xiaoxi is just that her realm is still low and she can't see how powerful she is as a teacher. How could she lose to Su Zhi? Nonsense. I don't know how long it took, but only when the visions in the field ended did Su Zhi open his eyes and look into the field. At this point, at least half of the people kneeling, devoutly said, "Many thanks for the grace of Dean's sermon. Remember it forever." Su Zhi glanced at Li Xian and Su Yu. These two men, one who had broken through to the 10,000 laws and the other who practiced magic, could not listen to their own sermon, yet they pretended to be respectful and shouted their thanks along with the others. Kind of. Su let out a faint smile and directly stepped into the air. That stance. That back. Jiang Xiaoxi's eyes went straight. That's not right. A transformation spirit realm. Can you step on the void as if you were walking on the ground? In the ring, the surprised voice of the divine soul sounded once again. Right-o. Stepping on the void with your feet. Isn't that something that can only be done at the celestial realm? Jiang Xiaoxi also came back to her senses, her mind a little bewildered. After Su Ru preached, there was a bright light in the hearts of many elders. Some radicals even felt that under the leadership of Su Ru, Fengtian Academy could open up a second spring. A few days later, Su Zhi was practicing martial arts in the backyard of the dean's residence. It had to be said that this previous dean was worthy of being a Dharma phase realm master, making the mansion cover an extremely wide area, peaceful and elegant, with an excellent aura. It took up at least 1/10 of the area of the academy, and was even more imposing than his marshal's mansion in the capital. Su Zhi pointed a finger and a tiger whistle sounded. An invisible white tiger appeared in the air like a divine beast descending, directly blowing up a mountain. This was his previous Xian rank battle technique, Battle Tiger 3 Blades. After Su Zhi achieved Martial Saint, he had a high level, and all kinds of martial arts were blended together, and the original blade technique was slightly improved by him, and it became a finger technique, and it was more powerful. It's as if originally he was an elementary school student looking at the OU, in the clouds, and now, as if he were a scientist looking at elementary school problems, he had it all figured out in a cursory glance. The difference isn't usually big. 4 feet below the heavenly rank. I'll be able to mass produce them after spending a few days of work. Su Ru looked at his palm. But I'm at the void-breaking realm now, and I need at least sacred Dharma to be able to match the spirit element. But the holy law, I've never seen it before. I don't know where to dissect it. Where is the holy law? Su Zhi was still in the middle of murmuring when Zhao Luer walked in carrying several bamboo slips, her face somewhat unhappy. What's wrong? Luor? Su Zhi glanced at her curiously. This personal little secretary was usually smiling and seldom had a hard look on her face. Zhao Luer walked up to Su Zhi and flattened her mouth. A letter came from the State Duke's office, saying that Qingzhou has not been peaceful for a while, and that some of the demon races seem to have some hints of unrest. So let's be careful, especially our Fengtian Academy, which was previously a human-demon battlefield, has a passageway underneath that connects to the demon race. Madam is afraid that we are in danger and secretly sent some dragon riders over to protect our safety. Su Ru lost his smile. Human-demon battlefield? Speaking of which, today seems to be the day for the freshmen of the academy to practice, and Xiaoxi and the others seem to have entered this demon cave today? How was the situation? They're on the outermost periphery, a bunch of transformation spirit and celestial realm. What can they do? Zhao Luer smiled warmly, and at that moment, a spirit pigeon suddenly flew outside the window, with a transmitting note clamped under its feet. Ha! Zhao Luer's face changed drastically when she picked it up and listened to it. It's not good, my lord. Something's wrong. Don't panic. What is it? Su Zhi asked. Miss Xiaoxi, Su Yu, Li Xian and the others crushed the alarm talisman in the demon cave, and now Elder Chen and the others are all rushing towards the demon cave. What? Su Zhi stood up and pulled Zhao Luer's hand. Go! Go! Zhao Luer was confused. Just the two of us? 2 transformation realms, one of which has bad roots and one of which only likes to probe for information. Where to? Demon cave. A huge blood-stained cavern. A group of people were facing a stone statue to sense the battle techniques in it. A great chance. This is a heavenly ranked blade technique. A stone sculpture that can only be left behind by a great power in the cave realm at the very least. The heavenly ranked blade technique is not easy to learn, but as long as I perceive one point of it, I will be able to easily crush my peers. This examination is really worth coming to. The human demon battlefield really does have good things. The crowd was excited about enlightenment. Even Jiang, Xiaoxi and Li Xian were no exception. Even if one could not realize the sun moon blade technique, learning some battle intent would be excellent for oneself. Su Yu sat in the first row. He already had a knife demon word, and was nearly obsessed with knives. At this moment, sensing the sun and moon blade technique, it was like a long drought, sinking in at once. Cool, cool. In the space of the stone sculpture, Su Yu slashed the shadow of the great power in front of him, spinning into a bit of a trance. Strange, why is there no blood? Where's the blood? How can there be no blood in a murder? Awa? Su Yu was a bit manic, and the fallen leaf space shattered in pieces. He cloaked his head and raised his knife to the bystander. Put! It split in two and blood splattered all over him. Cool. Ha ha, it's blood. Su Yu stood bathed in blood, his ferociousness completely aroused, his demonic aura rising to the sky. Everyone was startled by him and retreated from the stone sculpture space, looking at Su Yu in horror. Although they were both at celestial cultivation level, Su Yu had the golden word blade demon and had slightly realized the sun and moon blade technique. At the moment, chopping up cultivators of the same realm was like chopping up melons and cutting vegetables, with several slashes at once. We can't let him get away with this. Jiang Xiaoxi's brows furrowed as she allowed Su Yu to swing his sword indiscriminately. That entire grotto would soon be devoid of living people. What's wrong? Su Zhi didn't know when, but had already led Zhao Luer to the scene. Zhao Luer was dizzy, as if she had been on an express train for 3 hours, and with her cultivation at the realm of the transfigured god, there was still acid in her abdomen that wanted to surge upwards. What just went through? It's too fast. Ha, why are you here? Jiang Xiaoxi froze, then anxiously said, look over there. Su Yu is possessed, killing everyone in sight. Seeing Jiang Xiaoxi's gaze looking towards him, Su Yu made a U-turn, abandoning the prey in front of him and turning his head towards Su Zhi and the others. Ah! Zhao Luer shrieked. I'll stop him. Jiang Xiaoxi clenched her teeth and rushed up with an arrow step. The lance in her hand crossed the air and struck Su Yu's shoulder with a blow of the lance drawing a full moon. Chapter 7 Blitz Effective. Saint Grade Blade Technique. Die. Su Yu was in his face with a slash. Black gas surrounding the blade. But it was his specialty. The soul devouring 3 blades. Clang. As the swords and spears clashed, Jiang Xiaoxi, after all, had just been promoted to celestial, and was not strong enough to be staggered. Swish. The long knife arrived again, and Jiang Xiaoxi scrambled back, raising his spear across his chest. Knock. With a crunching sound, the greatsword slashed down, and Jiang Xiaoxi spewed out a mouthful of blood, flying back with a speed twice as fast as when he had gone, his lance directly being beaten until it shattered. If it wasn't for Su Zhi's support, I'm afraid that my consciousness would have been disoriented. Her eyes were all angry, but she had lost the battle. Is it okay? Su Zhi was startled. Before Jiang Xiaoxi confidently rushed up, he thought there was an argument? I didn't expect 2 cuts. Su Ru, go quickly and retreat farther. He's at the peak of celestial. Touching means death. Rubbing means injury. Blood spilled from the corner of Jiang Xiaoxi's mouth as she pulled on Su Zhi's sleeve. I'll stall him. That's right. There's no need to worry about firewood when you've left a green mountain. It's better for the emperor's son-in-law to leave first. I'll cover you. At that moment, Li Xian ran over from the side and faced Su Yu directly. Don't hurt my Dean. Bang, bang, pop. Unsurprisingly, 3 slashes. Straight back. No more. No less. Just one more cut than Jiang Xiaoxi. Ah, I hate. Li Xian hugged his head and cried with tears in his voice. Su Ru. Pompous. Too pompous. Li Xian's hand at gaining trust made Su Zhi's head spin as he watched. This kid's intentions are extremely impure. Okay, stop acting and click. Su Ru tapped him and, tell me, why did this Su Yu suddenly go crazy? Li Xian was confused. How did Su Zhi know he was acting? But to do the whole play, he had no reason to stop halfway through and still cry and wail like crazy. Hate. Regret. Su Ru. Su Ru turned his head and patted Jiang Xiaoxi. Tell me what the situation is? He sensed the stone carving and suddenly went crazy. No one knows. Well, Su Zhi. I'm so weak. Jiang Xiaoxi obediently lay down in Su Zhi's arms. Divine soul. She could feel Jiang Xiaoxi's condition. It was just a little skin wound. It's so unreserved. A stone sculpture? Su Zhi turned his head and looked at the stone sculpture. A glance sank in. Returning to his senses again, the divine soul had already arrived in a dense forest filled with fallen leaves. This is Someone's dojo? Su Zhi stroked his chin. Buzz, an illusory figure appeared in the distance. The silhouette threw a bamboo knife to Su Zhi. Behind the silhouette, there was also a stone monument. The monolith resembles a knife. The monument is covered with writing. Junior. Feel good about it. The Sun Moon Blade technique is my life's work. If you can perceive a thing or two, it will be a treasure for your entire life. The figure laughed out loud. Sun and Moon Blade technique? Su Zhi roughly swept the stone tablet. Ding! The martial sage words are in effect. The Sun and Moon Blade technique has been greatly accomplished. Ding! Triggering the word blitz. The heavenly battle technique Sun and Moon Blade technique has been blitzed to the holy level. 2 strings of beeps. Su Zhi froze. This martial arts saint word is too fierce with the storming word. Hanging open caught him off guard. You know, he hadn't even finished reading the words on the stone tablet yet. Come on. Su Zhi got up and looked at the figure, his true essence running through his limbs. You learned your lesson? The figure's face sank. Su Zhi swept a glance and said he was ready. Which was not nonsense. Junior, are you looking down on my Sun Moon Blade technique? Su Zhi froze. I mean, I've already learned. Nonsense. The silhouette burst into a rage. If his Sun and Moon Blade technique is that good, what else do you call the heavenly rank blade technique? The junior in front of me is really rude. With a single step, the silhouette was like a thunderbolt, scurrying at extreme speed. I'll show you what it means to have a heavenly ranked blade technique and what it means to honor your teacher. The silhouette slashed out with a knife. The knife was exquisite and incomparable, like the wind sweeping away the leaves, and like the thunder chopping through, clean and sharp, and came straight for Su Zhi's chest. One cut, and it's going to open up. Although it only had the might of the celestial realm, it definitely had no problem crushing the same realm. Even Su Yu of the Golden Word was afraid that it would be difficult for him to survive under this blade. But then he bumped into Su Zhi. Su Zhi didn't even look at it, and rolled out a knife with his backhand as if he was a butcher slaughtering a pig. His gesture was casual but very precise. The same Sun Moon Blade technique. The same celestial realm battle power. Boom! When the 2 knives clashed, the silhouette was directly cleaved from his forehead by Su Zhi's knife, and the 2 halves of his flesh were twisted by the knife intent and turned into minced meat. It's like evaporation. Seconds. Su Zhi looked at the long knife in his hand inside. He had only used a third of the strength of the celestial realm. The Sun and Moon Blade technique of the Saint Stage Grand Completion had far exceeded the battle power of an ordinary celestial realm, leaving the person in front of him without the slightest ability to fight. Buzz. The fallen leaves converged and a rough man appeared, looking not much different from the old farmer who killed the cow, and was looking at Su Zhi with a shocked face. Is it the Sun and Moon Blade technique? Why is it able to cut through me with a single slash? You're not in the celestial realm? Bone age is only 20. Good boy. What a wizard. Advancing to the 5th realm so young and becoming a higher person of the 10,000 laws. The long sword in the figure's hand reappeared. Let me meet you with the strength of the 10,000 laws realm. Saying that, he slashed. Still windswept. The earth cracked and forests planted. Good. Su Zhi nodded and raised some strength as well. Bang! A knife chopped through. And this time, the silhouette didn't even leave behind any blood foam, and was directly chopped into dust with a knife. Gah! The silhouette was completely dumbfounded when it reappeared. I don't believe it. You're a teenager. Did you enter the Dharma phase? The power of the phantasm. Bang! The 2 knives touched each other. The result was unsurprising, leaving a 100 feet long knife mark in place, and there was no one else in front of Su Zhi's eyes. You're in the Saint realm? When he reappeared, the figure was completely enlightened. His scalp was numb, and he was shivering a little as he spoke. God ing 20 years old. God ing examined the disciples. This was a saint playing with himself. He went straight down on one knee. Human bladesmen. Meet the Holy Father. Before Su Zhi could say anything, the blade monument in the distance suddenly began to vibrate, fading away the stone on its body. A long knife with a hilt carved with the sun and moon, powerful and extraordinary, suddenly appeared in front of Su Zhi. What the hell? Blade Runner was startled. This sword was his faith, and his sun and moon blade technique was not self-created, but was realized from the sword. He had guarded it for many years, and the long sword had been silent, never making a sound. How could it shed its shell and light up its true form today? Emperor Heaven is above. I have found the true Blade Saint. The will came from the blade. You can go to reincarnation. As the words fell, the large sword buzzed and flew directly into Su Zhi's hands. Blade Saint, take me. Endless battle intent came from the blade. How is it possible? Aren't you not serving the Sun Moon Blade Master? The Blade Master was shocked. What the Blade Saint used was the Sun and Moon Blade technique. The Blade Spirit said one last thing, and then simply fell silent. What the Saint Exalted One is using is also the Sun and Moon Blade? Really realized it in a second? The swordsman took 3 steps backward. completely figured it out. And his eyes suddenly turned complicated. Since this is the case, and my obsession is gone, please, Holy Father, pass on the Sun Moon Blade, and cut down the demons for the human race. After saying that, the swordsman disappeared into the forest. Space began to collapse in pieces. Su resigned to return to the outside world. There was an extra long knife in his hand. Looked at the system. Sun and Moon, sacred artifact. Indestructible. Increase power by 50% using Sun and Moonblade technique. Only suitable for using Sun and Moonblade technique. This sword is a bit specialized. Su Ru was dismayed. But before he could think deeply, Su Yu in the distance was already running towards here. Chapter 8, A Sword to the Demon. The Silence of the Ring. Su Yu's face was filled with black air currents that were terrifying. He lost his mind and chopped out his blade. The overflowing blade chi struck the stone wall, chopping the stone ships and sending them flying. And the entire demon cave roared. Seeing this, countless students were scared out of their wits and scurried about in an unorganized manner. Miserable howls rose and fell, and all of them cried out for help. Help! Murder! Mother! Mother! These disciples are mostly civilians from Wei. Where have they seen such a brutal battle? They were afraid that if they were not good, they would be hit by Su Yu's knife. Oh my god! How did the stone monument collapse? Su Yu has gone completely insane. Jiang Xiaoxi swallowed a mouthful of blood violently. As if returning to her senses, she rolled over on her back and grabbed Su Zhi's sleeve to escape. He's too strong after he became a demon. The ordinary celestial realm is no match for him. Run! Zhao Luer's face turned white with fear and she stood behind Su Zhi, not daring to move. Li Xian, who was on the side, also stopped crying and howled, and got up and said with a straight face, Dean, go first. The disciples will just recruit again after they die. You mustn't die here. Hearing the disciples finish dying, Jiang Xiaoxi's eyes trembled, somewhat unable to bear it, but she also knew that leaving now was the best option. There's no harm in it. A little devil is just a little devil. He can't turn over any waves. Su Ru laughed and shook his head. Little devil? Jiang Xiaoxi and Zhao Luo were both confused by what they heard. Su Yu was close to the 10,000 Laws realm's battle power. How come it was a bit unpleasant coming out of Su Ru's mouth? The divine soul in the ring snorted coldly. Quickly let Su Zhi go, lest I have to expend too much of my divine soul to preserve you again later. What a sin! Running into you people. Master, has troubled you. Jiang Xiaoxi felt a little guilty. I told you to cultivate properly, but you have to follow Su Yu around every day. If you cultivate into the 10,000 Laws realm, why are you afraid of this Su Yu? The divine spirit earnestly taught, to strike the iron, you still need to be hard. Su Zhi's talent is not good, but you're very good. When you go back, immediately go out with me to practice. Do you hear me? Ming understands. Jiang Xiaoxi clenched her teeth and promised her master. In the next moment, the sound of wind was heard sharply, but it was that Su Yu approaching at great speed. The entire crowd was afraid of him, except for the four Su Zhi, who were chatting here and there, treating him as if he was nothing. It made him angrier and angrier. Die! Su Yu slashed his sword, and space seemed to distort as black clouds rolled in, revealing a hint of essence. There was actually a hint of the Sun Moon Blade technique. Su Ru, back off! Jiang Xiaoxi was valiant, holding a gun in her right hand and pushing Su Ru in her left. Well, no push. You go. Jiang Xiaoxi was in a hurry. I have a backhand. You know, don't get caught in the wave here. Su Zhi smiled and didn't say anything, only turning his right palm into a sword and lightly swinging it. Swish dash. A 10-foot blade chi, blooming with the light of the blazing sun, swung towards Su Yu. Boom! With one slash, that rolling black gas was directly purified, and Su Yu, his eyes round with rage, was directly split from his right shoulder by a slash, his blood spilling into the air. Boom! There was another loud bang, the aftermath of the long blade chopped on the mountain wall, directly leaving a 10 feet huge scar. The power of half yin and half yang rages in it, slowly spreading out. Countless people were petrified, staring blankly at Su Zhi. The field fell into extreme silence. Ding! Loot the blade demon phrase. The power of the blade is doubled, but you will lose consciousness when fighting. The blitz phrase takes effect, and the side effects of the knife demon disappear. Su Ru was delighted. Every time he stormed the word, he surprised himself. What the system gives is fine. Just kill it? Zhao Luer was the first to react and looked at Su Zhi dumbfounded. Su Yu, the 37th in the Subterranean dragon ranking, was decapitated in a single slash after becoming a demon? Su Zhi gave her a look. The potential dragon list, which Su Zhi is naturally aware of, is a list that includes outstanding talents under the age of 35 in the Great Way. For this Su Yu to be ranked 37, he was considered a top genius. Of course, there's no playing with Su Young. He's open. Jiang Xiaoxi was as if she had been cast under a stasis spell, frozen in place as she looked at Su Zhi. Several questions ran back and forth in his mind. What exactly is Su Ru's cultivation level? A sword that cuts through Suyu. A word that enlightens the celestials. This must not be half a step into the 10,000 laws realm? Or rather, it's directly the 10,000 laws realm? Is there a 10,000 Dharma realm for the first in the subterranean dragon ranking? There should be. What about the promised root failure of being driven out of the capital and being withdrawn from marriage by the princess? Master, I'm not blind, am I? Jiang Xiaoxi screamed in her mind. The ring was outright silent. God's soul was embarrassed beyond belief. This slash from Su Zhi could be said to have directly chopped up all of her previous words, but she had been watching Su Zhi for years. How could she suddenly look away? Could that blade be a holy weapon? The divine soul suddenly remembered Su Zhi's sun and moon long blade, and there was some clarity in his heart. Yes, it must be the knife. It wasn't Su Zhi's own strength. She must not be mistaken. Li Xin's body went limp and he was directly dumbfounded in place. The elegance of this blade was no problem to ask for the top 10 of the subterranean dragon ranking. His eyes were full of complexity, and for the first time he felt that he had made a wrong decision in coming to Fengtian Academy. Su Ru casually put away his long sword and looked at Zhang Xiaoxi. Who crushed the alarm charm? Ginger Creek said crisply. It was Li Xian who brought it up. He said that the demon cave was in turmoil and that he also sensed dragon energy. And it's like we walked into a maze and couldn't find our way. And it was only after we were lost that we came to the stone monument. Wait, in many ways, we just pinched the alarm charm. And luckily you came. Dragon Chi? An exquisite light flashed in Su Zhi's eyes. All follow me. Yes. A group of people followed Su Zhi and evacuated outward, as if they had found their backbone and did not move an inch. For the aftershock of it all. What demon cave chance? What big brother's inheritance? None of them were more important than one's own life. It's a real fear. Without taking 2 steps, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the front. Aura boiling. Battle technique essence overflowing. Obviously extremely strong in battle. It's Elder Chen and the others. What's that mountain? Elder Chen and the others are fighting a mountain? Zhao Luo exclaimed in shock, and in their line of sight, Elder Chen's trio tumbled non-stop around a dark mountain peak, and not even a single stone chip fell from that battle technique essence light as it struck the mountain peak. Not a mountain. Su Zhi said indifferently. That's a scaly snake. Snake? The crowd's faces changed in shock. Chapter 9, Jiang Xiaoxi, why is Master dumb? A snake demon that coiled up its body and was taller than a mountain stood in the way of the path that was necessary to go out and fought a fierce battle with the 3 Elder Chen. Su Zhi looked at the python's panel. Earth Spirit Augur. Realm, the realm of all laws. Purple word, swallow, capable of swallowing huge objects 10 times larger than his own size. Blue words, hard, 30% harder than the flesh of an unusual spirit python. Note, from the Yinglong clan of the demon realm, adults can both transform into Yinglongs. Soaring through the 9 heavens. Extremely difficult to deal with. There are no golden words. Su Zhi took one look and had little interest. Elder Chen obviously also noticed Su Zhi and his group, and seeing that there were still nearly 70% of the scholars, his heart sighed with relief, and he transmitted his voice and shouted, Dean, don't come over. This spirit Zhao has the momentum of transforming into a dragon. It's extremely difficult to deal with. After a few of us take it down, then we'll return to the academy with Dean. Good. A quick battle. Su Zhi nodded his head. A 10,000 laws realm. He didn't even have the interest to make a move. Yes. Elder Chen lightly drank and continued to tangle with the spirit Zhao. The 3 of them, with 1 sword, 1 spear and 1 stick, actually practiced a combined formation. The 3 of them shared true essence, and their battle power was more than twice as strong as that of a single person. But in a flash, the 3 had combined their efforts and surrounded the spirit python. Elder Chen pointed out a gun with the sound of wind and thunder. As fast as thunder. Straight at the spirit python 7 inches. Very experienced in combat. Amazing. It's the dragon locking formation. An earth rank formation. Jiang Xiaoxi's eyes showed excitement. Her heart yearning for it. Su Ru nodded slightly. Elder Chen's trio had indeed been in the battlefield for a long time, and were very experienced in facing the enemy on the field. But soon, everyone's faces changed, only to see that the spirit python did not care about Elder Chen's gun momentum. Yao made a flip, and with its mouth open, it contained towards Elder Chen's head. Want to exchange lives? Elder Chen was enraged, but thinking of Su Zhi watching behind him, he froze and didn't retreat for half a second. Clang! A spear stabbed into the snake's scales and opened up the skin, but it was stuck in the muscle and couldn't move an inch. 7 inches, after all, is not its weakness. The spirit python's eyes appeared teasing, and with a spit of the snake's letter, Elder Chen's body instantly disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. What? The other two transmission elders were shocked and directly retreated 100 meters violently, retreating in front of Su Zhi, their faces grave to the extreme. Losing so fast? Su Zhi had just wanted to find a rock to sit down and watch the battle and casually eat some snacks, but he didn't realize that the victory and defeat had already been decided. Dean, it's not looking good. A transmission elder on the left, named Elder Pang, had a forehead full of sweat and was speaking with a slight tremor. The strength of the spirit Zhao greatly exceeded their expectations. This is really tricky. Li Xian frowned. The strength of this Zhao snake was, again, much higher than Su Yu. He felt that right now, on the field, he was the only one who could take down Spirit Zhao. Jiang Xiaoxi took a step forward. Every time there was a moment of crisis, she always subconsciously stood in front of Su Zhi. After Su quit, this time I'll come. Well, can I? Ring. Su Zhi didn't say anything, just silently drew his long sword. This action caused the eyes of the crowd to light up, and an endless sense of security rose in their hearts. Could it be that? Elder Pang froze. Dean, don't be impulsive. While the Spirit Zhao is digesting Elder Chen, we should flee first. Another female elder also advised. We must not attract the gaze of the incoming Spirit Zhao, or else we will surely draw fire and lose our entire army. But before she finished her words, only to hear a buzz sound, the long knife spit 3 zhang long aura. The hilt of the sun and the moon all lit up. An inexplicable mysterious meaning spread through the blade. Then, in the unbelievable gazes of the two elders, a sword was swung out. That blade, with a blade of 100 feet, cut through the sky, like a blazing sun falling. The void trembled, like a knife cutting butter, slicing straight through the spirit python's body. Swish dash, the spirit python's body was easily sliced open, revealing Elder Chen, who was covered in mucus in it. I am not dead? Did Dean save me? He split the spirit python and hasn't hurt me yet? This mastery of the blade's aura is simply unimaginable. Elder Chen was shocked. However, a beam of light sprinkled in the distance, and a young girl with a silver horn on her head and a slim figure, holding a long spear, appeared in front of the snake demon. Her figure was illusory and somewhat hazy. It was actually a strange skill, the great Dao projection. The dragon lady's willow eyebrows went up and she droned. Bold human, why did you invade my demon race and harm my battle pet? Su Ru frowned. You let your war pet kill my academy students and block my way, but you also want to hit me backwards first? So what? This is my demon clan's territory. If you come to my demon clan, you have to be prepared to be food. The woman looked at Su Zhi. Brain abnormal? Su Zhi coldly shouted. His fingertips spewed out a 7-foot-long on, instantly slicing through the woman's neck. The woman's neck was thrown flying, and her beautiful eyes were full of surprise instead of anger. Good strong. You remember. My name is Aoin. We have to meet again. Snort. Su Zhi snorted, walking towards the ground with his hands on his back. Zhao Luo followed and whispered. Strange. In the past years, there were never any accidents in the demon cave. How come there is so much turmoil this time? Su Zhi glanced at her. Some underwater cockroaches do some shady things, and there will always be a time when they bring about their own demise. Aha! Zhao Luo nodded slightly, her heart paying much attention to the internal situation of the academy. On the way back, Jiang Xiaoxi's eyes kept staring at Su Zhi's back. Master, didn't you say Su Ru couldn't do it? Ring, I told you. Su Zhi must be better than Shuzuan. I've decided to ignore you for 3 days, so I'll let you go to jail. I've decided to ignore you for 3 days and put you in jail too. Ring. If Jiang Xiaoxi could see her master's form in the ring, she would know how furious this mysterious powerhouse was. She was actually a person who was not willing to be lonely. It was already annoying to only be able to talk to Jiang Xiaoxi. If Jiang Xiaoxi even ignored her, then she would be worse than being in jail. If I had known, I wouldn't have judged Su Zhi. I really lifted a stone and smashed my own foot. Li Xian walked at the end of the group, his brows furrowed more dangerously than the mountains. Things were going much further than he had expected. How could the capital city push this kind of teenage powerhouse outward? It seems that this time, the royal family is really going to have a headache. Your Holiness is confused. Chapter 10, The Emperor's Fear. How did Old Six die? Capital, East Palace. Several of the princes were seated at the end of the table, their faces full of sadness and fear. Who do you think did the cloud-hidden mountain residence thing? The crown prince murmured. The people were speechless, drinking to themselves, and after a long time, the third prince leisurely said, could it be Su Ruler? Su Yung? In fact, everyone had the answer in their hearts. Lao Lu sent someone to kill Su Zhi, and the next morning the entire mountain village was gone. No matter what, Su Zhi's suspicion was the greatest. But how is that possible? The Yunin mountain residence is guarded by the 10,000 Laws realm. What kind of power does Su Ru have that can overthrow Yunin in an instant without alerting the capital? A royal prince spoke up and asked. If it's not Su Zhi, then who could it be? The third prince's brows were deeply furrowed. Old Sixth is not of high birth, and he is coy with everyone he touches. Who would have a grudge against Old Sixth? Does father know about this? The prince whispered. It's already known. But they don't know that Old Sixth sent someone to kill Su Zhi, so they haven't suspected Su Zhi yet. The third prince said, do you guys think Su Su himself has the strength to overthrow Yunin mountain residents? After all, he has not been in the capital for 3 years, and we don't really know much about him. So what is this talk of his foundation being damaged? Isn't it all thrown out by him? It makes sense. The crown prince's eyes lit up. This trick of being false and hiding behind the scenes is something Su Zhi likes to play. Why don't we get someone to try him again? Good. Then try again. If he really killed Old Six, things will look good. I agree. For the next few days, the entire way was in a state of darkness. This day, Su Ru was raising flowers and teasing birds in the dean's mansion, making a pot of tea, the entire way to say the most free. When counting him alone, Zhao Luer walked in with a bamboo slip and owed Su Zhi a bow. Laurel, what brings you to me this morning? Su Ru laughed and gave her a look. Your Excellency, this is the Subterranean dragon list. Take a look at it first. Zhao Luer handed the bamboo slip to Su Zhi. As soon as Su Zhi flipped it over, he was surprised to see his own name on the first place. Oh, I become number 1 on the Subterranean dragon ranking? Su Zhi laughed. Someone is testing me. Well, not only that, today many first-class forces in Qingzhou teamed up and arrived, saying that the capital city has organized the Subterranean Dragon Tournament in advance to determine the ownership of this year's Spirit Stone resources. Zhao Luer nodded. And our academy has been at the bottom of the list for 2 years in a row, and in 1 more year, the academy will be cut off by the capital and no longer given spirit stones. The Subterranean Dragon Tournament? Su Zhi's eyes flashed with killing intent and laughed. Check it out. Fengtian Square. Early in the morning, flying boats and spirit birds came and went in the sky, bustling with activity. Countless handsome men and women come and go. Almost all the forces in Qingzhou had arrived. The young generation of the State Shepherd's Palace. The first-class forces Long Yuan Sword Sect, Bai Lu Sect, Woji Sect, and Star Ancient Sect were even present in full force. Swish, a mirror shone down in the air. That's the royal family's holy weapon. The heaven-reflecting mirror broadcast the battle here, for the Forbidden City to watch. Looking at that mirror, countless Junjie's gazes were scorching hot. If he was seen by the royal family, his future could soar in the future. Air. Su Zhi stepped into the sky and sat alone in a high chair, his brows lowered. The deputy state pastor rose and saluted. I have met Su Extra Horse harnessed by the emperor's side. I have met the emperor's son-in-law. Regardless of the forces, they were all respectful on the surface at the moment. After all, Su Zhi's official position is very great. In terms of status, it can be compared to the prince. Even the state pastor is half a head shorter than Su Zhi, not to mention them. Be excused. Su Ru waved his hand. There's no need to say anything extra, since it's been a tradition in Qingzhou for many years. Let's get started. Yes. The deputy state pastor bowed, and gave a long voice. Begin. As soon as the words fell, a man with a short body and a long sword jumped onto the square martial arts platform that was 100 feet long and wide. Looking around, it's the 78th on the Subterranean Dragon ranking, Duan Ken. He's the Wuji Sect's senior brother, right? He's coming to play the first prize this year? Is he this strong when he comes up? In previous years, this kind of strong person could have taken a top 10 ranking. The crowd gasped in shock, and some of the local forces of Qingzhou turned pale. The intensity of the rivalry this year is much stronger than in previous years. Duan Ken scanned the entire room and shouted, "Who dares to fight me?" The whole room was silent. In the middle of the day, no one even uttered a word, nor did anyone go up to the stage. Everyone's faces turned strange. This year's subterranean war seems unusual. Duan Ken smiled grimly, his eyes looking provocatively in the direction of Fengtian Academy. I've heard that there are many powerful people in Fengtian Academy this year. I wonder if I can ask for a few moves. Feeling Duan Ken's provocative gaze, one person came out of the bookstore. His name was Chen Yu, the first grandson of Elder Chen, and he was previously the number 1 strongest of the younger generation of Fengtian Academy. With his cultivation coming to the celestial higher gravity, Duan Ken, with me around, it's your turn to bark? Unconscionable. You think you can stop me this year? The two were old rivals for many years, and they instantly clashed together, with blade light and sword light raging in the field. After exchanging the remaining 50 rounds, Duan Ken suddenly sabered away the 8 wastes. His aura boiled over, and he made a heavenly rank saber technique, slapping at Shan Yu's body. Put! Blood spilled in the air. Chen Yu's ribs were broken and he was carried off the ring. What? Many Fengtian Academy scholars were shocked. They had seen this Xuan in the past, but they never expected him to be so powerful this year. Fengtian Academy. The strength still isn't there. Duan Ken towed the line, patting the back of his sword and pacing back and forth in the center of the field. I'll do it. Jiang Xiaoxi gave a cold stare. The academy was now Su Zhi's power. How could she allow others to trample on it? The long spear shook and faced Duan Ken directly. Here comes a beauty? Duan Ken's eyes lit up and he laughed. Beauty. This sword of mine is not long-eyed, but I am long-eyed. And if I hurt you later, I will be merciful. Jiang Xiaoxi's face sank as she lightly rebuked. Kill. The words fell. Her footsteps lightly lifted. A light rebuke. The gun shadow roaming the sky. Colorful. Straight to Duan Ken and go. And Duan Ken was able to get on the Subterranean dragon list. So naturally he wasn't an oil lamp. The large sword in his hand. Fighting in a wide open manner. Even space was slightly distorted when he slashed out. Straight to the peak of Celestial's battle power. Jiang Xiaoxi's spear technique was strong. Far above Duan Ken. But it lost in a handful of realms in power. For every slash Duan Ken made, Jiang Xiaoxi had to use 3 shots to unload. The rate of power loss was much faster than Duan Ken. Humph. Jiang Xiaoxi couldn't attack for a long time. Knowing that he couldn't delay for too long, he tapped his toes 3 times, and his spear rotated in the air, directly pointing towards Duan Ken's chest. This shot, the dragon and tiger, the speed violently increased 3 times faster, but it was Jiang Xiaoxi's killer weapon, the swift shadow lightning. With a clang, Duan Ken was unable to dodge, and the lance directly pierced through his right shoulder, taking him flying backwards through the air and spilling blood. Jiang Xiaoxi gained momentum, 1 step forward and drew his lance, stabbing at Duan Ken's limbs again. The lance shadows were continuous. All of a sudden it was terrifying. The crowd was shocked, not expecting the little-known Jiang Xiaoxi to have such strength that she was able to suppress Duan Ken, who was 78th on the Subterranean Dragon ranking. Chapter 11, Blink of an Eye. Great achievement. Su Zhi transmits the power. This little girl with the surname Jiang, who was only 20 years old, was able to battle Duan Ken to this point. Several Qingzhou powerheads frowned slightly. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that Jiang Xiaoxi wasn't very old and didn't have a high cultivation level, yet she was bucking the trend and pressing Duan Ken to violently beat him. This strength was horrifying. Not right. The deputy state pastor hesitated slightly and shocked. Look, this section of Ken is not right. Something wrong? The crowd froze and looked toward the stage. Sure enough, he saw Duan Ken's body explode with white light. A tiger-headed silhouette emerged behind him, constantly roaring up to the sky. Its might was amazing to the extreme. Duan Ken benefited from this power and his flesh became indestructible. Jiang Xiaoxi's lance stabbed, but it didn't even pierce through his epidermis, as if it was stabbed in diamond, only bursting out a trace of white marks. What is that? Elder Chen was appalled. In the middle of the field, Duan Ken suddenly went berserk, giving up all his defenses and chasing after Jiang Xiaoxi in a frantic dance of knives, hitting him so hard that Jiang Xiaoxi could only retreat step by step. The crowd was stunned, and Su Zhi glanced at that Duan Ken's panel. Duan Ken. Purple words, internal combustion. Effect, overdrawing potential to explode strength, tripling strength in a short period of time. So it's an overdraft potential. Su Ru nodded. No wonder Jiang Xiaoxi was undefeated. Xiaoxi, come here for a moment. Su Zhi beckoned towards Jiang Xiaoxi. Jiang Xiaoxi lightly bit her silver teeth and leapt to Su Zhi's side, her eyes a little red. Su Ru, I can't beat him. No harm done. Su Zhi smiled faintly, then condensed his soul to make a bundle and poured a section of the gun style into Jiang Xiaoxi's divine soul. Boom! Jiang Xiaoxi only felt that she was under the starry sky, and in front of her was Su Zhi evolving her falling spear technique move by move. 10 strokes, 100 strokes, 1,000 strokes, with a clanging sound, as if a zither string had snapped, or as if a bottleneck had shattered. Jiang Xiaoxi's falling gun technique instantly came to a great completion. Inside the ring, the divine soul that hadn't spoken for a long time suddenly emitted a horrified voice. Practicing marksmanship is hard work. Winter training 3 nines, summer training 3 volts, back and forth for several years. Not a day of rest, not just talk. This was evident from the fact that Jiang Xiaoxi had not yet practiced the falling gun technique to great success after so many years under the teachings of the divine soul. But now, Su Ru just came over to pass on a merit and it's over. Ring moment of skepticism. Wow! Jiang Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She had been right in choosing to listen to Su Zhi rather than her master. Su Zhi is too good. With a single movement of her figure, Jiang Xiaoxi once again returned to the field, her confidence skyrocketing. The entire crowd froze. They thought that Su Zhi had called Jiang Xiaoxi back because he wanted to admit defeat and get someone else. I didn't realize it was just a few secret words. Is that necessary? Beauty. Or are you fighting me? Duan Ken revealed a sardonic smile as he decided not to hold back any longer. Begging for a fight. Jiang Xiaoxi's footsteps indulged. This time, petals floated down all over the field, which were blindfolds made from the aura of heaven and earth, with the effect of interfering with the divine soul and vision. Ha! Duan Ken crossed his sword, and this time, he felt ghostly shadows all around him, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Phew! A long spear came pointing, and Duan Ken immediately returned to defense, scared out of his wits. Shoo! Another lance stabbed at him, and Duan Ken retreated a few steps back, his heart somewhat shocked. Jiang Xiaoxi's gun was completely different, becoming fast and tricky to defend. And just as he froze, suddenly all the petals around him transformed into spear tips and stabbed towards him. This can't be? Duan Ken yelled. How is this impossible? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoxi sprang out from the shadows of thousands of spears, stabbing Duan Ken's throat with a single shot that penetrated through his spine. The gun is not stained with half-blood. Duan Ken's eyes were rounded, but even his soul was crushed by a shot, and he fell to the ground with a loud bang, unable to die anymore. The room was silent. His eyes were on the youth on the high platform who was calmly drinking tea. Jiang Xiaoxi is a little cutie when she's turned around after being whispered in Su Ru's ear for a few moments. They all know where the root cause lies. This Dean Su, who was relegated from the capital, is too unusual. Anyone else want to battle? Jiang Xiaoxi was a little excited on the stage. Yes. Boom. The crowd only saw a pylon pop up onto the square platform. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was a burly man over 2 meters tall, carrying a large axe, standing in the middle of the martial arts stage, looking down on Jiang Xiaoxi. He is 15th on the Subterranean Dragon ranking, Luo Fu. He's known as the Axe King of the younger generation, and he's even arrived in Qingzhou. As soon as Lok Fu stepped onto the stage, the shocked voices of countless people rang out at the same time. Su Zhi looked at Lok Pei's panel. Lok Pei's realm, half a step in the 10,000 laws. Golden phrase, invite immortal, avatar. Randomly invites an immortal phantasm, capable of exploding with astounding battle power. Purple word, reckless. Incredible strength. 50% increase in strength with heavy weapons. Black words, straightforward. Straightforward. Easily taken advantage of. Amazing battle power. Half a step of the 10,000 laws. Su Ru frowned. This Jiang Xiaoxi cannot be beaten. Xiaoxi, come back. Su Zhi called out to Jiang Xiaoxi. Oh, Jiang Xiaoxi now had 100% trust in Su Zhi. Su Zhi told her to go east. She would never go west, and ran back at once. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, is anyone fighting? Luo Fu didn't care about Jiang Xiaoxi. He just glanced at the high platform, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Chapter 12, do you really think I have no one in Confronting Academy? Su Zhi didn't reply and just took a sip of tea to himself. Luo Fu was not annoyed, and when he looked around, all the people were looking at him with horrified gazes, but none of them dared to come forward to fight against each other. Lok paid with a smile. How come no one in the whole of Qingzhou dares to fight? All cowards? Ha 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 ha. He sighed as he shook his head and commanded the square platform. Although he didn't name Confronting Academy, that gaze was always looking at Confronting Academy and the others, the students of Confronting Academy. On the other hand, all lowered their heads like ostriches, not daring to respond for fear of being named by Luo Fu to come forward to fight against each other. Although they had benefited greatly from Su Zhi's sermon, their roots, family background, talent, and so on, were ultimately not something that could be caught up with in a short period of time. Seeing this, the younger generation, the many forces, and not a single person spoke up to stop him. They were holding a teasing look, ready to watch the show. The Wuji sect patriarch revealed a quick smile. Elder Chen was grimacing, and the deputy state shepherd's eyes were mesmerized and wandering, not knowing what he was thinking. Immediately afterward, a gaze fell on the high chair. Su Zhi held the teacup in his hand, his heart like a clear mirror. It was an attempt to fall on his face. As the dean of the academy and the first in the Subterranean Dragon ranking, if he was angered by a cultivator outside the 15th place in the Subterranean Dragon ranking to go down, doesn't that mean there's no one in the academy? Su Ru's gaze was ancient. Lok paid. Do you really think I have no one in Confronting Academy? Prince son-in-law. Luo Fu arched his hand. Luo Fu did not intend to do so. He just wanted to challenge the Qingzhou Jie, to sharpen himself in life and death, and to go one step further with a 100-foot pole. Su Ru laughed. Oh, good thing too. Then I will show you the depths of my Confronting Academy. Li Xian. Step forward. Li Xian? Who is Li Xian? How far down the list of potential dragons is it? The whole room froze and mingled. There doesn't seem to be anyone named Li Xian on the Subterranean Dragon list. Li Xian originally clasped his hands on his elbows and watched the show from the crowd. For some reason, seeing Su Zhi being disgraced excited him more than whoring 10 famous prostitutes. But at this moment, when he heard Su Zhi's chorus, his face instantly fell. Li Xian, didn't you hear what this dean said? Su Zhi gave another chorus. Step out of the line. This is a military order. Military orders. In Wei, those who violate military orders are beheaded. Even a royal son or grandson can be beheaded. Li Xian had no choice but to step out and clasp his hands, saying, Li Xian is in. Su Ru nodded with satisfaction. Order you to defeat this Lok Pei. There shall be no mistakes. Li Xian was speechless. He only came to Fengtian Academy to see how miserable his former love rival was after being relegated out of the capital. How could he possibly help Su Zhi out? Just as he was about to excuse himself, he heard Lok Pei cursing directly. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, you're just talking about this loser? Not more than 5 feet tall. Yellow face. Skinny. The whole sissy. Fighting against me. Might as well send it to me to warm my bed. Ha 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 dash. Shut up. Li Xian's face changed. What a lofty man he was, comparing himself to a contemporary wise man, strategizing behind the scenes and deciding on matters of the world. How can you let a stinky fish and shrimp insult you to your face? At this moment, he suddenly had some regrets, regretting that he resides behind the scenes and erases all of his identity. Otherwise, with his identity, his status would not be too much weaker than Su Zhi. How could this Luofu dare to insult himself with such a straight ball? Do you realize that you are seeking death? Li Xian's face was gloomy to the extreme. Come on, pussy, watch out, I'll you in the ass. Luofu flashed a rogue smile, and Li Xian burst into a rage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The reader was forced to swear. Li Xian took one step and his person had already reached the top of the square platform. How dare you? Luofu contempt to the extreme. He has long since done the investigation. Fengtian Academy within the ability to fight. Only Su Zhi a person just. Li Xian? It's just a nobody. Clang. Li Xian drew his longsword and danced a swordflower in the air, suddenly stepping on Xian Yi's feet. He instantly got close to Luofu's body and chopped at Luofu's right shoulder with his sword. Good coming. Luofu was not surprised but delighted. Li Xian chopped with little force, just as he used his force to break the force. With a leap of faith, Luofu directly utilized the immortal invocation avatar. His body soared 3 feet, and a tiger's head was hidden. In the next second, he rushed up to the sky and chopped down from the air with an axe. Chopping the sword with an axe, the blade was already at an advantage, combined with Luofu's skyrocketing physical body. Unless Li Xian was at the 10,000 laws realm, this axe would be enough to split Li Xian in half. Poof! Li Xian's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. His long sword went out of his hand. His feet slipped and touched Luofu's axe handle, and he was about to leap out of the square platform in the process. He's going to back off. Luofu and the others, who were here for Su Ru, were just what he wanted. There was no reason for him to be the one to stand out and weather the storm for Su Zhi. Even if you are humiliated, so what? For people like him, they can survive with their tails broken, and being scolded twice for being angry is just for show. As for Luofu, he was already a dead man in his eyes, and he had 10,000 ways to get him killed when he got out of the ring, along with his sect. Get him killed. Ah, can't beat it. Li Xian shrieked in shock. Trying to escape? Su Zhi saw through Li Xian's strategy and flexed his fingers. Go back you. The laws of heaven and earth coalesced and formed a wall of air behind Li Xian. Li Xian's figure had just retreated to the edge of the ring when he encountered a huge force that bounced him back, and was slapped to the ground by Luofu, falling on his face. How is that possible? Li Xian froze. Is this your best move? Luofu didn't know that Su Zhi was laying down a black hand, and thought it was some kind of Li Xian's charging technique. Waste. With one foot, Luofu directly stepped on Li Xian's head and stomped him into the ground, grinning towards Su Zhi. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, this dog doesn't seem to be enough to fight. After saying that, he even turned his right foot and stomped Li Xian's head down a few centimeters. Su Ru smiled and took a sip of tea. By this point, he was admiring Li Xian. That's a real turtle. Getting hit like that and not fighting back. This kind of person, who is well versed in the art of lying in wait, as long as he doesn't fall. I'm afraid that his future achievements will be far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Senior brother Li Xian. Li Xian. Master Li Xian is defeated. The world is watching. Li Xian is being trampled underfoot like a dog. This is a big disgrace. Sighs from the crowd of the Thousand Armies Academy resounded from the stage. Even Li Xian's heart throbbed a little. A nameless fire plummeted from his belly. His identity is amazing. His origin is mysterious. Even in Kyoto not many people dare to despise him. Why should he be stepped on? They're right. This is under the mirror of heaven. I guess a lot of people in that circle of his childhood friends, the highest in Kyoto, were looking at him funny. Even Princess Cloud Deer was watching. What teenager isn't hot-blooded? What the hell am I hiding? The Taoist heart is hiding the collapse. At this moment, Li Xian's body was filled with hot blood. Boundless power erupted from his body. Chapter 13, the people are gathering and plundering the word. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the air and thunder erupted on the square platform, splitting down a 3 feet thick arc of electricity. It went straight for Luo Fu's body. The power of heaven and earth. Luo Fu's face changed as he stomped on the ground and retreated straight away. But as fast as he wasn't as fast as an arc of electricity. Not as fast as thunder. An electric fall. The square stage was directly bombarded with a huge pit 5 feet square. Luo Fu's entire person was electrified and vaporized in place. Smoke and dust rose up to the sky. What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. After the smoke and dust cleared, Li Xian hung high in the sky, surrounded by lightning and emitting the pressure of the 10,000 Laws realm, shocking the entire arena. Soul Master. This is a Soul Master of the 10,000 Laws realm? Confrontation Academy actually really has such depth. A Soul Master of the 10,000 Laws realm is at least in the top 10 of the Subterranean Dragon ranking, and I heard that this Li Xian is very young, only in his early 20s. In time, it's inevitable that he won't be a rising star. Li Xian is strong like this. How powerful will the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team that came out of nowhere and asked for the first place in the Subterranean Dragon ranking be? This Confrontation Academy. I want to be admitted. Everyone was shocked by Li Xian's thunderous heavenly descent. No one dared to underestimate Confrontation Academy anymore. He was even more curious about Su Zhi, who had been sitting in a high chair with a breezy expression. Su Zhi smiled blandly. You have underestimated Confrontation Academy. In fact, Confrontation Academy, don't compete and are independent of the world. And there are many hidden warriors. This Li Xian is one of them. Once, he was just a farmer with his face to the ground. But after entering the academy, they were trained by us to become supreme masters. Wow. The whole room was in an uproar. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, what are the conditions for joining Confrontation Academy to receive your personal cultivation? Someone asked in a loud voice. He looked to the students of Confrontation Academy. After Su Ru passed on the power, they really aren't as bad as they are rumored to be. It seems that this prince consort, on the cultivation path, does have unique insights. Su Zhi narrowed his eyes and nodded. If there are any who trust Mr. Su, they can all come and vote. There are many resources within the academy. And the insights of the several elders of transmission on cultivation are extremely extraordinary. It won't let you all down. Although the academy was poor right now, with Su Ru's ability, it was not difficult to casually find a few cavernous masters to preach. In this way, the students of the academy evolved in batches, and his cultivation level would also rise due to the increase in words. At that time, it would not be impossible to impact the illusory realm of immortality. Boom! The whole room roared. Countless people had sizzling faces. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, what do you think of my natural talent? At this time, a woman came out of the crowd with a delicate face, looking very innocent. It's County Lord Tan Tai, ranked 8th on the Subterranean Dragon ranking. She's joining the Confrontation Academy? She's a big way celebrity. Even she can't help it? It seems that Mr. Emperor's son-in-law is truly as extraordinary in strength as it is written on the Subterranean Dragon list. There were whispers. Elder Chen was on the high stage, and when he saw Tan Tai, his eyes glowed red as if he were a wild beast. This kind of diamond in the rough is something he couldn't even dream of. Dean, be sure to accept this girl. Old Chen will teach her with care, and within 2 years, she will become the pillar of my academy. Elder Chen transmitted his voice and roared lowly. Looking like that, if he could get Tan Tai to enroll in school, he would have no complaints even if he was allowed to commit suicide on the spot. Su Ru was speechless, feeling that Elder Chen was making a bit of a fuss, and read Tan Tai's panel in passing. Tan Tai. Purple golden word, trickery. Cultivate the art of trickery to increase your speed by 10 times. Blue word, good looks. Black words, cunning. Unfaithful. Purple and gold words, but not keeping promises? Su Zhi sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he did not move and smiled. The girl has excellent qualifications. If she wants to come to my Confrontation Academy, I will do my best to cultivate her. Good. Tan Tai smiled sweetly and 3 days later, Tan Tai can join Confrontation Academy. That is, I wonder if Mr. Emperor's side harnessed by the side of a team can give a heavenly ranked blade as a token? The whole room was in an uproar. Was there really someone who joined Confrontation Academy on the spot? Or was it a heavenly pride in the top 10 of the Subterranean Dragon ranking? This can't be the trust Su Zhi found, can it? Only Su Ru sneered. If Tan Tai was submissive, then he should be able to loot the words. But at the moment, the system is not moving. Combined with the black word cunning, Su Ru presumed that Tantai had only come to cheat him out of his heaven-ranked blades, but he didn't care. He wouldn't give up on the purple and gold words. If you want to lie to him, you have to be able to live with the consequences. What blades do you want? Su Zhi's face did not see any abnormality as he smiled and said, Xiaoxi needs a soft sword. 1,000 spirit stones. Tantai blinked. For the students of Fengtian Academy, a month's worth of cultivation resources was almost 5 spirit stones. The moment Tantai opened her mouth, it was 1,000 spirit stones. Breath is up in the air. Elder Chen was startled and sat down somewhat sardonically. The academy could barely secure even the basic cultivation resources. Where would it get the soft swords and spirit stones? Who had thought that Su Zhi directly waved his hand? A storage ring with a long sword flew over. The name of the sword, Phoenix Ming, is suitable for MS. Tantai. Su Ru smiled warmly but I have to remind you that the resources of Fengtian Academy are not that easy to get. Miss Tantai must keep her word. If you tease Mr. Su, the consequences will be hard to bear. Xiaoxi understands. Tantai smiled as she took the soft sword in the storage ring and retreated to the side. Su Ru nodded his head. Those who want to join my Fengtian Academy, feel free to come. I, Su Ru, am most definitely not lacking in resources. The crowd's hearts were stirred and their eyes burned. Su Zhi's offer was just too generous. Many times better than the power they themselves were in. In an instant, Su Zhi saw the words on many of the heavenly pride turn from dark to light, allowing him to plunder 3 purple words and 5 blue words. There were even 1 or 2 golden word carriers with words that flickered on and off. A smirk appeared at the corner of Su Zhi's mouth. As long as he put on some more fierce material, they would throw themselves under his command. Several big powers had ugly faces. The deputy state pastor was even in a bad mood. The capital side meant to suppress Su Zhi. Now not only is he not suppressed, he's made a spectacle of himself. How does that make it? With a glance of his eyes, the deputy state pastor looked toward a one-eyed youth on the stage. The latter nodded and turned into a wisp of light smoke, arriving on the square platform. Looking at Li Xian, whose body was covered in thunder, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes as he clasped his hands and said, Double Blade Xang Shu, please enlighten me. Chapter 14, Strolling Down. Su Ru struck. Double Dagger Xang Shu. Upon hearing this name, countless Qingzhou cultivators showed scorn and looked at the man holding the dual swords with fearful gazes. Xang Shu, the adopted son of the governor of Qingzhou, the 5th-ranked heavenly pride on the potential dragon ranking, the leader of the last Qingzhou Subterranean Dragon Tournament. Outside the tournament, the odds of Xang Shu winning first place in the Subterranean Dragon Tournament were dozens of times higher than the others. He represented the highest faith in the younger generation of Qingzhou. Can't beat it. Li Xian simply withdrew the thunder from his body and looked towards the high chair. Dean, I'm at the Soul Master realm of 10,000 laws in the physical body realm of Celestials, and I've just gone all out and am now exhausted, so I'm by no means a match for Xang Shu. It's not that I'm being presumptuous. Xang Shu was ranked 5th in the Subterranean Dragon ranking. In the whole of Qingzhou, no young man can say that they can win against him steadily. Su Ru nodded slightly. Soul Masters, a great late-stage profession, were only powerful after the cave realm at least. At a young age, they are often weaker than martial artists of the same realm. Facing Xang Shu, it was normal for him to be unable to fight. Besides, his role was only to help Fengtian Academy earn a face. Now that it had been accomplished, Su Zhi would not be harsh on him anymore. Then you come down, Su Ru faintly said. Yes. Li Xian's face was expressionless, unable to tell what he was thinking as he leapt straight down from the square platform. Xang Shu closed his sword and stood. He was not surprised by this result. If Li Xian doesn't go down, he'll just make one more cut. At this moment, his eyes burned as he looked at Su Zhi. Young martial saint, I've heard a lot about you. Xang Shu invites Mr. Emperor's son-in-law to a battle. The whole room was shocked. Spinning around, his face was excited to the core. Is this the start of the peak subterranean war? Su Ru looked at him. Xang Shu, golden color words, martial arts obsession. A mind for martial arts. Wanting to fight with powerful opponents when they come across them, and getting stronger and stronger the more they fight. With the battle techniques boosted by 70% of their power. Golden words, the heart of a naked man. Not half interested in women. Running the masculine method, boosting the power by 70%. Black word, foolish loyalty. Even if his master asks him to kill his family, he won't hesitate. Double golden words, worthy of the 5th place in the subterranean list. Su Ru nodded slightly and stood up from the giant chair. The man in front of him, I'm afraid no one can stop it except him. As Su Zhi moved, the entire room boiled over. Subterranean Dragon Ranking 1, Emperor's Son-in-Law, Junior Martial Sage, whichever title it is, It shines brightly and coalesces around one person who has long since pulled out all the stops in terms of anticipation. Now that the main event was on, the crowd's eyes were full of heat. Kyoto, Eastern Palace, the prince's residence. The young man in the python robe looked at the mirror in front of him with interest. Su-ru, my good brother-in-law, let my brother see how much strength you have hidden. Could it be that you can't win against this Xang Shu? The prince's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he looked at the high platform without looking away, as if he wanted to see through Su Zhi's thoughts. And besides him, several other emperors, too, were staring at Su Zhi to strike. Ancient battlefield. Yun deer rarely cultivated today, but instead ate spirit fruits, crossed her long legs with a surprisingly long amplitude, and squinted her beautiful eyes at the topography spell formation. The aura is a bit different. Yun Lu watched with cold eyes. She had also recently received some information about Su Zhi hiding his strength. Seeing Su Zhi again, she was finally sure that Su Zhi really had strength, and was by no means that harmonization spirit realm first level wastrel. But he is so cultivated. Why hide his strength to humiliate me? Is it hard to believe that there's a new love out there? Even the strongest women would brainstorm. Even the first princess Yun Lu was no exception. Although she didn't care about Su Zhi, it didn't express that she could tolerate Su Zhi deceiving her. After all, Su Zhi and her are also considered childhood friends. The few maids around them didn't even dare to breathe a single breath as they listened to Yun Lu's words. It is fortunate that they can hear the family affairs of the dynasty. Naturally, I don't dare to come up with random ideas. Under the gazes of countless people, Su Zhi stood up from the giant chair, stepped on the invisible ladder, and strolled down from the air. Xang Shu froze, and then his face turned slightly white, as if he was facing a big enemy, and a bean-sized grain of sweat slipped down from his temples. Can't see through it. Completely impenetrable. Only when he truly faced Su Zhi did he realize that this rich and beautifully named emperor's son-in-law was like a flooded mountain. The feeling he was given was not like a young generation, but rather like a martial arts titan, a cultivation saint, with a full and suffocating pressure. There is no falsehood in the reputation. It is indeed the junior martial saint of the Subterranean dragon ranking 1. Zhang Shu licked his lips. The stronger Su Su was, the more excited he was. Rarely, to be able to meet someone among his peers who brought him pressure. Zhang Shu. Su Shu landed on the square platform, standing with his hands in the air. You're strong, but against me, there's no chance of victory. I'll give you a chance. If you value your life, you can leave now. Zhang Shu's battle intent in his eyes did not diminish. Zhang Shu's dream is to cross a high mountain. Today, either the emperor's son-in-law dies or I, Zhang Shu, die. Oh, you dare to kill me? Su Zhi looked at him with a smirk. Swords without shadow. Zhang Shu lightly drank. It was the former crown prince who was killed in battle in the Jingwu discourse. Cultivators, rigid and fierce, never leave their hands unattended. There is no one who cannot die. I hope the emperor's son-in-law understands. Alright, make your move. Su-ru nodded slightly. Catch the sword. Zhang Shu's words sank in, and his entire body leapt high into the air. The twin swords intertwined in front of them. A dragon was chopped out from the left and a phoenix was chopped out from the right. And between the dragon and the phoenix, a massive force erupted from above the square platform. It's the famous battle technique of State Minister Jiang, the dragon and phoenix combination. Li Xian's eyes were glued to the stage. With just this blade, he would be chopped into 4 pieces in one slash if he were to be on the stage. Too strong. This is still the younger generation? Jiang Xiaoxi's lips turned white. Compared to Zhang Shu, her strength was like a toddler juggling. Out of order. The ring sensed Jiang Xiaoxi's horror and knew deep down that his chance had come, and spoke out decisively. Xiaoxi, the path of the Tao is a long one. This Zhang Shu is also far from reaching the apex of the 10,000 laws realm. But it is attainable. Give up clinging to men and chase new mountains. She was impassioned, and Jiang Xiaoxi clenched her fists. Su Zhi won't lose to him. The ring laughed coldly. Even if you don't lose, the win won't be easy. You have to trust in my master's vision. This Zhang Shu is not comparable to that earth spirit Zhao. Wait and see. Jiang Xiaoxi didn't even want to pay attention to the divine soul. Just secretly clenched her fists. Go Su-ru. The bigwigs of the forces on the high platform also looked shocked. Within a few years, Zhang Shu will be able to battle us all. We're really wasting our time, living a few more decades for nothing. I see that this Zhang Shu should have the battle power of the top 3 of the Subterranean dragon ranking. A few people were talking about it, and the deputy state pastor's face was glowing. Elder Chen, on the other hand, had a shameful face, because Zhang Shu's slash had far exceeded the battle power he could handle. It was even much more powerful than the blade that Su Zhi had cut out in the demon cave that day. Can he catch it? Chapter 15, A Sword Beats Zhang Shu. Su Zhi's terror. Under the square stage, there were those who were worried, those who were horrified. and those who were gloating. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, with this blade, no one in the younger generation of Qingzhou can take it. Take your head and sacrifice it to my sword intent. Oh yeah? Su Zhi's face was bland, and he didn't make any movements. It was only when that dragon and phoenix blade on approached a meter in front of him that he slightly raised his hand. His right hand grabbed into the air as if he were grabbing a heavenly soldier. Then he swung his sword down, and the air steeply parted into a wave of air that was about 3 feet wide. This knife, when it cuts through the yin and yang, space violently exploded. Invisible and unseen airwaves, like a tsunami beat, bang sound, hit the square platform. Boom! Stone fragments flew up, and the square platform that was built with sturdy ores as well as metaphysical formations that were sufficient to resist the full force of a peak 10,000 laws realm strike, cracked directly from it. An abyss that spread from Su Zhi's feet to Xang Shu's feet. That dragon and phoenix blade aura had long since been decimated and lost. Jiang Shu was dumbfounded. Only he knew exactly how powerful his slash was. Ordinary 10,000 laws realm. I'm afraid I can't even dodge it. So how could it be possible to chop it up head-on with a single blade? Above the high platform, the eyes of the several people of the deputy state shepherd bulged out, as if they were being strangled by the neck, and the venue fell to a pin drop. Almost everyone stared at the abyss in disbelief. Is this the battle power that the 10,000 laws realm should have? Jiang Xiaoxi was startled, and was stunned by Su Zhi's slash. Master? Master? The ring went straight into slumber. Out of service. The smack in the face came so fast that she was really caught off guard. She felt that next time, when it came to Su's speech, it was imperative that she read it before speaking. Li Xian's expression was blank as he looked at the abyss and fell into deep thought. His body blossomed with thunder, and his dragon and phoenix chorus with Xang Shu, which was fought by battle techniques, was still within the crowd's understanding. However, the destructive power caused by this lettered slash of Su Zhi's hand was much stronger than their full strength. It was directly beyond their knowledge. Could it be that he is more than the 10,000 laws realm? Li Xian's heart trembled as he looked toward Su Zhi's back, his eyes filled with panic. 20 years old above the 10,000 laws. How many people in the younger generation can touch it? How is it possible? Inside the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince jumped straight up, looking incredulously at the mirror in front of him. He actually does have this kind of strength. In the ancient battlefield, Yunlu's mouth didn't close for half a second, and the whole person seemed to be petrified, foolishly looking at Su Zhi. How can he be so strong? A few maids were silenced, not daring to speak. A roar resounded from the square stage of the academy. You cheated! The crowd was stunned, but they heard Xang Shu's stern voice. How can you be so strong when you're so much younger than me? What secret technique did you use? What forbidden technique did you use? You must have taken some kind of potion. Su Ru shook his head. The martial idiot had his Tao broken, and he didn't expect to be even worse than a normal person. Whoosh! With one step, Su Zhi's figure was like a ghost, directly approaching Xang Shu. I recognize. Xang Shu was shocked and felt a threat to his life, but before he could even finish admitting defeat, he was slapped on the head by Su Zhi. Bang! A crunch. Xang Shu's head directly exploded. Blood soared out of his headless body like a spring, resembling a bloody rain in the air, showering the square platform. Ding! Looting martial idiot words. The Stormbringer phrase is in effect, and the increase in battle power has been raised to 1.5 times. Ding! Loot the red heart phrase. Storming words take effect, and the battle power is increased to 1.5 times. The square platform was in a mess, and the people present had not yet recovered from Su Zhi's shocking slash. Su Zhi crossed his arms and said indifferently, Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Mr. Su? The room was silent. The fifth of the submerged dragons was killed directly by a knife and a palm. Even the cultivators who had more confidence in themselves would not dare to say that they could securely defeat Xang Shu. To go up there is to seek death. For a long time, no one spoke. Slap. Jiang Xiaoxi led the applause, looking at Su Zhi with tenderness in her gaze. Infected by her, the room applauded, one after another. They said that they wanted to join the academy and put themselves under Su Zhi's command. It also gives feats and battle power, and it's still the power of the emperor's son-in-law. If you join the academy, what's the point of thinking about your future? Flying high, on the high platform, Elder Chen almost choked with excitement. He didn't expect Su Zhi's battle power to be as strong as this, and hurriedly urged the vice state minister, State Shepherd, the first place in the Subterranean Dragon Tournament should be finalized, right? The deputy state pastor's face was ugly. Obviously, Su Ru's slashing Xang Shu was inconsistent with the original purpose of his visit. He's here to comply with the court and suppress Fengtian Academy. How can you set Su Zhi as the no one in Qingzhou? But now, there was no way. Even Xang Shu was defeated so easily. The whole of Qingzhou. No, in the entire Great Way. Which other young generation's heavenly pride could touch base with Su Zhi? Unless it's Princess Yunlu herself that makes it possible, right? Wait. At that moment, a voice came from his side. The crowd looked and realized that it was the patriarch of the Long Yuan sword sect, Li Zhan. Patriarch Li, what do you have to say? Elder Chen said in dissatisfaction. The Long Yuan sword sect had always been at odds with their Feng Tian Academy. Claims don't count. But my Long Yuan sword sect does have a top celestial pride that wants to fight with the prince son-in-law. Li Zhan smiled faintly. And with a finger of his right hand, he pointed towards the field. Elder Chen followed his finger and saw a one-armed youth dressed in black walk up to the ring. Disabled? Elder Chen shook his head and lost his smile. Your Long Yuan sword sect won't stop until it reaches the Yellow River. Ha! Li Zhan smiled mysteriously. Just watch. Seeing that Li Zhan had such confidence, the deputy state councillor's heart moved and he resumed his seat. In the middle of the field, Su Zhi was also sizing up the man in front of him. The fact that there was still someone who dared to go on stage after he had made that astonishing slash showed that the visitor's confidence was not small. Looked at the panel above his head. Su Ru was slightly shocked. Chapter 16, do you think you're the only one with a Dharma phase? Sun Han Sing. Purple and gold words, old monsters taking over. Having been taken over by a cave heaven realm old monster, cultivating to the cave heaven realm without any bottlenecks and progressing rapidly, being able to utilize the cave heaven realm battle arcana in advance. Black word, disability. One arm, battle strength reduced by 30%. Black words, contradiction. God's soul and flesh do not fit together. Mobilization of spirit energy has sluggishness. Battle power reduced by 30%. It's actually an old monster taking over the body? No wonder after seeing that slash of mine, he still dared to go up to the stage to provoke me. Su Ru frowned slightly, and the thought had just flashed through his mind when he heard Sun Hanxing say in a loud voice. Sun Hanxing of the Long Yuan sword sect, meet the emperor's son-in-law. Buzz. A short knife appeared in his hand, looking like a kitchen knife, but bubbling with a faint black aura that was regal. He's Sun Hanxing? When did he join the Long Yuan sword sect? Sun Hanxing, did I hear correctly? Sun Hanxing, who has been the first in the potential dragon ranking for 2 consecutive terms and is now the second in the potential dragon ranking? This is a supreme genius. It seems like he came prepared and wants to reclaim his honor. Anyone who has been robbed of the Subterranean dragon ranking 1 would be upset. Countless people were talking, and Su Zhi smiled. It seems prestigious. Sun Hanxing nodded. Hanxing has not come here simply to have a showdown, but to ask for one person from the emperor's son-in-law. Want someone? Su Zhi froze. Who? My senior brother. Su Yu. Sun Hanxing's eyes narrowed and, my senior brother traveled to Feng Tian Academy, ready to serve the way, but he lost contact for several days. There are rumors that he was decapitated by the sidekick. True or false? Indeed. Su Ru looked at Sun Hanxing playfully. Su Yu has become a demon and wants to behead all of my academy students. Is it wrong for me to kill him? Sun Hanxing choked. The more casual Su Zhi was, the angrier he became. Because, Su Yu was not only his senior brother, but also the new cauldron that he had cultivated and was preparing to take over. It was only to run to Feng Tian Academy to seize a chance in practice. Dangerous for such a small task. It was then decapitated by Su Zhi. How could he bear this? Sun Hanxing looked up to the sky and laughed. There's nothing wrong with that. The underdog takes it, and the winner takes it. Then it shouldn't be a problem for me to behead the emperor's son-in-law in the ring today. As the words fell, the demonic aura on his body swung violently. Boundless black mist bloomed out. For a moment, the power was overwhelming. Behind him, a 10-foot-tall troll appeared vaguely, drawing on the power of the heavens and earth and feeding back into Sun Hanxing's body. Dharma realm? Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. No, it's a bit illusory. This isn't the phantom he cultivated. It's a pseudo-phantom. Some knowledgeable elders immediately spoke out. Even if it's a pseudo-dharma phase, it's still much stronger than the 10,000 dharma realm. This Sun Hanxing, worthy of being the original subterranean dragon ranking 1A, in terms of cultivation alone, he has already pressed the younger generation to raise their heads. Back off. The battle of the dharma realm is earth-shattering, lest it spills over to the innocent. Many elders of the forces shouted loudly, and a 100-foot circle was cleared by the square platform. Jiang Xiaoxi looked at Su Zhi with worried eyes. A hint of appreciation passed through Li Xian's eyes. Slow down. Right at this moment, on top of the high platform, the deputy state pastor directly leaped down, blocking between Su Zhi and Sun Hanxing. Such a thick demonic aura. Are you from the devil's sect? A bunch of street rats. How dare you come out into the sunlight to bask? Do you really think that my way laws are just for show? The deputy state pastor sternly rebuked. Although he wanted to suppress Feng Tian Academy, the devil's sect, moreover, could not be tolerated in his eyes. Who says that if I use demonic chi I'm from the demon sect? Does the Great Way Law have this provision? Sun Hanqing smiled and glanced at the deputy state minister, throwing out a token. At the same time, multiple breaths rose up from the crowd, forcing their way towards the lieutenant governor. This is a prince token? The vice governor almost shivered and knelt on the ground when he saw the token in front of him. In the next second, he instantly changed his face, nodded and returned the token to Sun Hanqing, and returned to the high platform. But he didn't even dare to sit down, just half bent over, looking like a tail-wagging pug. Aha! Sun Hanqing was very satisfied. Su Zhi saw it for what it was and smiled. Looks like the capital doesn't want to give me a way out. Ha! Sun Hanqing gave him a salty look. The reasons for coming to Fengtian Academy. Su Yu was 1, the crown prince was 2, and the fact that he was going to take over Su Ru was the 3rd. It's also the most important part. The first of the Subterranean dragon rankings had always been his, and he absolutely would not allow anyone else to get their hands on it. Whoever stains it, he will take it away. His right foot violently collapsed into the ground, leaving a huge crater in its place, and Sun Hanqing came straight at Su Zhi, lifting his sword and chopping. The phantom behind him was also roaring, and his huge body merged into the long blade, making the blade alone 10 feet long, like a long dragon, sweeping towards Su Zhi's neck. Up comes the full force of the fatal blow. This is the stance that Sun Hanqing relied on to become famous. The heavenly rank battle technique, the 100 Zhang demon blade. Li Xian's eyes narrowed at the stage. I didn't expect him to have practiced to 10 Zhang of fire, worthy of being the king of the younger generation that is pushed across the way. What shows in the forest wind will destroy it. This Su rhetoric. Some strength but do not know to keep a low profile. In the end is to cause great trouble. Jiang Xiaoxi was shocked. Pseudo-Dharma phase. Heavenly rank battle technique. Is this still the younger generation? Su Zhi was also slightly surprised and smiled. With a physical body that doesn't fit and no words to increase battle power, chopping out a blade is actually this powerful. I suppose your predecessor, too, should have been a supreme genius? How do you know that my predecessor? Sun Hanqing's pupils shrunk, and before his words were finished, he saw Su Zhi casually take out a gorgeous long knife. The blade was inlaid with the sun and moon, and the perfect blade had an amazing arc, with a hint of sternness coming through the body. Su Zhi shook his long sword. You think you're the only one with a phantasm? Boom! The long sword trembled 3 times. The temperature in the air climbed steeply, and a huge round of blazing sun rose from the abyss of Fengtai, like a golden crow descending. Immediately, the great sun drew on boundless spiritual energy and transformed into a 100 feet long sword. The body of the blade was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it, and the rolling flames gulped out from the blade, burning the space with some buzzing and trembling. Su Zhi stood behind the long sword, his expression indifferent, his hair burning fiery flames, handsome and extraordinary, like a young god who controls the earth, to purge all demons and monsters. At the same time, behind him, a phantom with a similar appearance to Su Zhi, about 100 feet in size, slowly emerged in the crowd's fearful gazes. The Dharma phase's right hand reached forward and held the long blade that was condensed from the great sun in his palm. You think you're the only one with a phallic appearance? Su Zhi grinned. Sun Hanqing's magic knife chopped on the long knife, as if it were an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to move the slightest bit, and instantly dissipated in the eyes of the crowd. Dharma phase? The emperor's son-in-law is also in the Dharma realm? Countless people were dumbfounded, and even Elder Chen, Jiang Xiaoxi, and other people who were very close to Su Ru were also frozen on the spot at this moment, bewildered. Chapter 17, Sword Chopping 4 Dharma Phases. Yun Lu was a bit wimpy. Su was actually in the Dharma realm? Throughout the history of the Great Way up and down 10,000 years, can be in 20 years of age to reach the realm of the Dharma phase. None of them are able to make a name for themselves in history. What kind of demon is this? Impossible. How could you reach this height? Sun Hanqing's gaze was filled with incredulity. Could it be that you are also an old monster who has taken over the body? A frog in the bottom of a well. Su Ru sneered. He had the help of the system, so why would he need this kind of underhanded takeover? Humph. No matter what, this flesh of yours should be excellent. Sun Hanqing fumed. Let me use it for you. Come on, man. He let out a cry of alarm, and 3 pillars of black light suddenly rose from the crowd. Immediately afterward, the 3 pillars of light transformed into 3 Dharma phases. They are the Devil Scorpion, the Devil Snake, and the Devil Ant. The 4 of them stood in 4 corners, surrounding Su Zhi in the center, breaking his back. 3 Dharma realms, plus 1 pseudo-Dharma realm. It's enough to suppress the average power. You dare to interfere with the Subterranean Dragon Tournament? Elder Chen shouted angrily. Long Yuan Sword Faction. Who gave you the guts? Vice State Minister. You're still not going to make a move? He was furious to the point of insanity. If he wasn't only at the 10,000 laws realm, he would have gone up to fight for his life in the first place. The vice-governor's face was expressionless. I have no right to interfere in the royal family's infighting. No right to interfere. The Subterranean Dragon Tournament, in the end, was nothing more than a competition organized by the imperial family to select talents. In the opinion of the deputy state chancellor, Sun Hanqing held the prince's token, so he represented the prince. A prince consort and a crown prince. What's his class to talk on such an occasion? You, humph. Elder Chan was furious in his heart, but he was too small to say much else. In the middle of the field, Su Zhi looked at the four people in the surroundings and smiled faintly. Do you think a crowd will help? Sun Hanqing laughed coldly. He's not afraid of the wind chewing his tongue. Su Zhi shook his head slightly, and with the point of his foot, the person disappeared from his original position. As he appeared, he had already arrived in front of the demonic serpent on the left and raised his sword. The Dharma phase behind him also swung his sword. Ow dash! With a dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, the longsword transformed into a 10-foot-long dragon that gulped fiery flames and took a bite out of the demon ant. At the same time, Su Zhi's long blade chopped at the demon ant's main body. What? That fast? The devil ant's pupils shrunk slightly as he raised the curved sword in his hand, mobilizing his entire body's demonic energy to strike at the long blade. Dang! A muffled sound, like a muffled drum on the heart. The crowd was shocked to discover that the not-so-uncommon scimitar in the demon ant's hand had been split in half by Su Zhi's blade. As for the devil ant himself, a red line appeared on his forehead, spreading down his chest and into his lower body. Bang! The flesh was torn apart along the red line, and the demonic ants were chopped into two. Even the divine soul was cut in two. With one slash, the Dharma realm fell. Everyone's gazes were filled with fear as they looked toward the long blade in Su Zhi's hand. How is it that the Dharma realm was also seconded? You guys look! What the prince consort is holding in his hand. Is that a holy weapon? Sacred weapon? Enough to suppress the chi of a clan. More able to pass on for 100 generations. The prince consort has a handle in his hand. This is a great chance. Countless greedy, jealous, and envious eyes fell on Su Zhi. Su Zhi loomed large, not even a bloodstain on his long blade, strolling through the air towards Sun Hanqing. Not good. Sun Hanqing was horrified. Su Zhi holding a saint weapon was greatly out of his expectation, not to mention that his physical body was still unable to exert 10% of its force. Retreat first. With a gulp, he turned his head and ran. The other two Dharma phases were also terrified beyond words and fled in the other two directions. Isn't it too late to escape? Su Zhi shook his head slightly, and flung the long sword in his hand out of thin air. 100 feet of blade ons covered half of the sky dome horizontally, filling the pupils of everyone's eyes and chopping through Sun Hanqing's escape path. No! I'm from the bloodstained demon cult. I'm from the crown prince. You can't kill me. Bang! The light of the knife didn't pass. The second in the list of potential dragons, Sun Hanqing, died. Ding! The purple golden phrase old monster takes over has been plundered, triggering the word strike. It can take over anyone. No side effects. Two more. Su Ru turned his head. Wow! Wow! Two knives chopped out. Blade gas brilliant, filling the clouds. The two people in the air rolling around, but cannot avoid that seemingly spiritual blade awnings. Like fireworks, they were all chopped up in the air. The room was silent. 4 knives, surrounded by 4 Dharma phase realms. Su Zhi only made 4 slashes, decapitating all 4 of them as if they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Anyone could see that Su Zhi still had some strength left. No one dared to imagine what his full power strike was really like. Jiang Xiaoxi's mouth hadn't stopped opening since just now. Su Ru refreshed her imagination again and again. In her mind, from a righteous brother, he evolved into an idol, and finally a heavenly god, becoming more and more unattainable. And the more she looked at him, the more she was ashamed of herself. That already handsome appearance was now like the most gorgeous treasure in the world, attracting her attention. Li Xian jerked back 2 steps, his eyes filled with absurdity. In this moment, he realized he seemed a bit of a clown. Where did Su Zhi need to hide his head like him? 20 years old Dharma phase realm. I am afraid that the current saint will be afraid of incomparable. And it is possible to become a saint in the future. Tani stayed in the crowd, her heart beating several times faster than usual. The maid was beside her, trembling. Miss, you've taken the Fengtian Academy's heaven-ranked blades. Why don't you return them? Return? How do I return it? Tani bit her lower lip and, to return it would be to go back on his word. And he is the prince of the side of the emperor's team, so he can forgive me lightly? What then? The maid was anxious and, are we really going to join the Fengtian Academy? But haven't you already joined the Fountain of Youth, one of the 4 great sacred mountains? Duck! Tan Taiyi's eyes showed determination. The way is so vast and populated like a sea. Even a saint can't carpet search? Let alone how can he, a Dharma phase realm, go up to the holy mountain to look for someone? Oh, the maid froze and said no more, but there was still some fear in her heart. In the East Palace, the crown prince frowned like a river, and several imperial princes were shocked to gather in the East Palace. The stronger Su Zhi was, the more uneasy they became. Bloodstained demon cult. What a bunch of losers. A young man can't even manage. In the ancient battlefield, Yundir was holding a spirit fruit in her right hand. Her eyes were dull, and a trace of pulp was overflowing from the corner of her mouth. But she didn't even realize it. One slash to cut through 4 Dharma phases? Is that possible? Wait, he's in the Dharma phase realm and I'm also in the Dharma phase realm. If we really fight, the winner is still unknown. I broke his heart with that marriage pact, and he's not going to come after me now that he's sharp as a tack, is he? Yunlu's heart that was so proud of the world suddenly trembled a little. In the same realm, she did not feel that she could win Su Ru. Why don't I apologize to him for the delay anyway? It's not like I'm repenting. No way. What kind of position am I in? If I want to apologize, he should be the one to do it. What's more, in this world, there are quite a few young people who are more powerful than him, such as the holy sons of those great holy lands, who won't lose to him. Chapter 18 Liquidation. Beheading the head of power. In the field, Su Zhi slowly landed on the ground and stood at the edge of the square platform with 1,000 holes, his gaze cast to the high platform, and he faintly said, Long Yuan Sword Sect, accepting people from the Devil Sect and not giving this abbot an explanation? On the stage, Li Zhan was shocked and turned pale. Su Yang is going to start liquidating. It has nothing to do with me. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law. When Sun Hanqing originally said that he was a casual cultivator and was coming to join my Long Yuan Sword Sect, I was ecstatic. Li Zhan stepped forward. As the patriarch of a first-class power, he was now kneeling at Su Zhi's feet, his voice in tears. I can't just push a subterranean dragon ranking leader outward. Those Dharma realm demons are all from your Long Yuan Sword Sect, and now you're saying you don't know? Su Zhi sneered coldly and raised the long sword in his hand. With a swish sound, Li Zhan's head flew up, rolled several dozen times on the platform, and landed at the feet of the vice state minister. The Dharma phase realm's Li Zhan, the head of a clan, couldn't even catch a blade from Su Zhi. The teeth of many heads of power fought, and they were almost about to kneel down for Su Zhi. The first to bear the brunt was the deputy state pastor, his body shaking. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, I'm an imperial official, and I've even been to the state duke's mansion to send gifts, and before that, I acted on the orders of the capital, and I had nothing to do with it. Su Ru sneered and waved his hand in faith. Vice state's right hand is thrown up. Caveat once, if your state shepherd's residence is obstinate and unclear, next time, I won't blame Mr. Su for being unforgiving. Yes. Thank you extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Thank you extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The deputy state shepherd endured the pain and knelt down, complimenting non-stop. Seeing him like this, the other heads of forces also knelt down, pleading for Su Zhi's forgiveness. Wrongdoer or not, ask for forgiveness before you say anything. These ones who could mix to the head of a sect, regardless of their cultivation, at least in terms of their eyesight, they were still very keen. The Qingzhou cultivators under the high stage were shocked beyond belief when they saw the many heads kneeling down to worship Su Zhi. I had thought I was just watching a young man's fight. One did not expect that Su Zhi had even shocked these great heads of power. They were all clear that in the future, in this Qingzhou, I'm afraid that Fengtian Academy would once again ascend to the heavenly throne. With this in mind, more and more cultivators were willing to join the banner of Fengtian Academy. Su Shi crossed his arms and put away the sun and moon long sword, a cold smile appearing in his eyes. The capital side sent the demon sect to kill him. This is not over. At this moment, Zhao Luer flew in from the side with a slightly anxious expression on her face. My lord, the seal of the human-demon battlefield has loosened, and there are dragons launching an attack over there, asking you to hand over the lives of their dragon sons. Su Zhi turned around. Is it that dragon lady Ao Yin's revenge? Not sure. They haven't crossed the border yet. Her words had just fallen. There was a sudden explosion in Fengtian Square. Endless demonic chi swept out from it. Demonic aura? Demon cave invasion? Something's wrong. The crowd was shocked. They all retreated several feet violently, looking horrifiedly at the green sky in the distant sky. Ow dash! A demonic dragon, flinging its long tail, hovered in the air, its laughter spreading throughout Fengtian Academy. Behind it, several great demons of the Dharma phase, as high as mountains, were suspended in the air, roaring even to the heavens to strengthen the demonic dragon. The crowd was alarmed. The demon dragon broke the contract and came out of the demon cave? Li Xian smiled slightly in the crowd. Su Zhi had offended that Ao Yin, and it was only natural that the dragon tribe would strike back. Jiang Xiaoxi glared at him. Laugh? You're still laughing? The demon race has invaded our academy. Knowing that he had lost his temper, Li Xian hastily collected his smile and turned it into a sorrowful state. I recognize this demonic dragon. It's the young patriarch of the Yinglong clan. Rumor has it that once it overthrew the Xianyo clan with one dragon and swallowed 3 of their Dharma phase realm patriarchs alive. It's terrifying. What? So powerful? Jiang Xiaoxi froze and glanced fearfully at the demonic dragon that traversed heaven and earth. The 2 eyes of the demonic dragon were as huge as the sun, hanging in the dome of the sky, overlooking the earth with a mighty pressure. The dragon race may not enter the human race. This is a 1,000-year agreement. Do you want to exterminate your race by violating the agreement like this? One wave had yet to subside and another wave had risen. But Su Zhi's complexion did not see any ripples as he slowly walked from the square platform towards the sky dome. Looked at the demon dragon's panel by the way. All Yang. Purple golden words, Holy Dragon Bloodline. Flesh increased 3 times. Soul increased 3 times. Sensitivity increased 3 times. Cultivation speed increased 3 times. Purple golden word, Dragon Soul Sacred Body. Born with 2 souls. Immortal. Reborn with a drop of blood. Will be reborn indefinitely unless both souls are obliterated at the same time. Purple and gold color words, Space Shuttle. A natural aptitude. Able to fold 3-dimensional space into 2 dimensions. Shuttling back and forth at a surprisingly fast speed. Black words, inflated. Thinks he's the only one in the world who's the best. So strong? Su Zhi was slightly surprised. 3 purple gold words and a spatial aptitude. This is even placed in the dragon tribe. It is also a 10-year. No, 10,000 year hard to come out of the wonders right. You can tell with a single glance that my father is strong? Ao Jing looked at Su Zhi with satisfaction and, you're not bad. You're very observant. You're the ultimate human. When I beat you later, I won't kill you and take you back to the Dragon Clan as a personal favorite. A touch of coldness flowed from the corner of Su Zhi's mouth as he faintly said, born with 2 souls is not good to kill. Maybe I'll take a trip to the Demon Cave Dragon Clan for you. For me? Ao Jing was surprised, then creeped out. How did you know that I was born with 2 souls? The long sun and moon sword emerged in Su Zhi's hand and laughed. My ability is not something you can imagine? Big talk. Ao Jing was furious. After years of roaming the dragon race, he had never touched such an arrogant opponent. His tail fluttered wildly in the air, and nostrils spewed out of his 2 nostrils, like the sound of a siren loud and clear. I'll tear you up first. It roared up to the sky, and the dragon's roar was so loud and clear that the entire Fengtian Academy was plunged into trembling, and the countless forces that had come to participate scrambled and retreated violently. Contact the Duke of State. Quickly. Jiang Xiaoxi was really scared this time. With 4 Dharma phantoms and an overwhelming demonic dragon, her master was afraid that he could no longer hold back these demon clans, and she could only call for help from the capital. With a bang, a token appeared in her hand, and she crushed it with all her might, transmitting what had happened here in its original form. Ao dash in the air. A dragon roared. Ao Jing circled twice, his gaze aimed straight at Su Zhi. Su Zhi's stance was corrected, but he heard an angry cry in the air. Unbridled. Ao Jing, stop it. Chapter 19, Fist shatters the void. Turbulence subdues the demon dragon. Stop. Hearing this voice, Ao Jinglong's body trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his large eyes. Only a crack in the air ripped open and a silver light shot in. The absolutely beautiful dragon lady appeared in the middle of Su Zhi and Ao Jing. It was clearly Ao Yin, who had a meeting with Su Zhi in the dragon cave. Sis, why are you here? Ao Jing's eyes were stunned. It was its own decision to come and slaughter the human race. How did Oyin know? Ao Yin ignored Ao Jing and instead looked at Su Zhi. Mr. Su, goodbye last time. Su Ru was a bit surprised. Are we familiar? Ao Yin took a deep breath. Your Excellency. At the young age of 20 years old, knifed through 4 devils, a rarity in the history books, and even more so with his unpredictable commanding talents. My dragon clan doesn't want to be the enemy of your excellency. Su Ru smiled faintly. I didn't see it. You're still a dragon who knows what's right. Ao Jing growled from behind. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Back then, that Duke of Wei, Su Jingtian, founded the dragon cavalry and robbed how many white dragons? You and I have risen to restore the dragon race and take revenge on the human race. This kid is Su Jingtian's son. You let me contain him in one bite. Su Zhu's eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like you know everything. Today's attack is running towards my life, right? I'm the young patriarch of the dragon clan. You're Su Jingtian's son. And you're even the Great Way's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team of harnessed by the side of a team. And both are so outstanding that sooner or later, there'll be a battle. Ao Jing growled. If I don't kill you, my Yinglong clan, too, will never have peace. Sooner or later, I will be reduced to a sitting duck. Shut up, Ao Yin shouted in a deep voice. turned his head to Ao Jing, and softly said, Ao Jing, don't be so reckless, I'm saving your life. You can't afford to offend a teenage sage. I can't afford to offend him? Ao Jing gas red warm, originally covered in white, at this moment turned into a red dragon, non-stop in the air frenzy. Sister, get out of the way. I'll let you know what it means to be a dragon race genius that comes out once in 10,000 years. Ao Yan's face stiffened, seeing her brother transform into a red dragon. She knew that there was no more persuading him. Turning his head towards Su Zhi, he gave a slight salute. Sir Su, my Yinglong clan is willing to cooperate with Fengtian Academy, but I ask that my brother be spared. My dragons can't live without it. Su Ru thought about it and laughed. That's fine. As long as Ao Jing submits to my Fengtian Academy and becomes a member of the Dragon Cavalry, I can forgive your dragon race's offense. Become a dragon rider army? Ao Jing was enraged. This is really going to be a ride. Num. You take a life. With a flash of transparent light on his body, his entire body disappeared into space. In a flash, the wind and waves over Fengtian Academy were calm, as if nothing had happened. Su Zhi's eyes narrowed slightly. Spatial aptitude. Falling into deep space. Undetectable to the naked eye. But who is he? Void-breaking realm martial saint. All the laws of heaven and earth were as clear as chains shaking in his eyes. Over here. Su Zhi looked 100 meters to the east. His left hand condensed his fist, and his fist collapsed like a cannon. Boom! With one punch, space violently exploded. Ao Jing was behind him, his face full of panic. You know space too? He was horrified. Having walked in the demon realm for many years, no one could break through his spatial aptitude except for the Holy Dragon. Never in a million years did he expect to be defeated here in Su Zhi. And hide? Su Zhi leaped into the void turbulence and threw another punch. Boom! Even the laws hit and crumbled. Ao Jing's eyes were wide with anger and he fought to resist, but he found that Su Zhi was like an ancient giant. His body skyrocketed 10,000 times, and he directly grabbed him by the neck. Ao Jing was so frightened at the moment that he lost his voice. What kind of power is this? The law of heaven and earth? Or was it the realm of the saints who could change their forms at will? No, it couldn't be. How could Su Zhi, a mere 20-year-old, be a saint? Small. Su Zhi drank softly. Maintaining a large body size was also a great burden on him. Make you smaller. Su Zhi punched Ao Jing's dragon head, crumbling one of his dragon horns. Ao Jing rioted like a loach, but he was unable to break away from Su Zhi's control. Bang! 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 Su Zhi's fists rained down, one punch faster than the other, one punch heavier than the other. When he hit the 78th punch, Ao Jing's entire head exploded, and his dragon's blood waved in the spatial turbulence. If you don't surrender, draw off the dragon's tendons and throw them into the alchemy furnace to be refined day and night. Su Zhi grabbed the headless dragon body and made a gesture to break Ao Jing's body. Dawn. Ao Jing's weak divine soul transmitted, and the dragon body trembled and shrunk to the size of 3 Jiang. Su Zhi followed and shrunk, riding on its back, and snapped. Ao Jing, are you convinced? Ao Jing was silent. Phew. Su Zhi merged his fingers like knives and chopped away the dragon's tail. Convinced? Boom. A sword cut through the dragon's body. I haven't spoken yet. Swish. The dragon's feet chopped away in full. Stop. Serve. Served. All served. Suzaku glanced at the panel. The words don't move at all. They don't get brighter at all. It seems that your heart is not sincere. Su Zhi sneered, and with a probe of his hand, he pulled out Ao Jing's dragon tendon. One will flip the flower rope. One will jump the rope. One will dance as a whip and have fun. Ao Jing, what kind of devil is this? I've convinced. What more do you want from me? Ao Jing's divine soul transmission even carried some crying, almost collapsing. The panel's purple gold words were slowly brightening. What I want is complete submission. Su Zhi lightly drank, and with a snap, he exerted too much force, and the dragon tendon was ripped off in response. Mistake. Su Zhi smiled sarcastically, but with his face like nothing, he broke open Ao Jing's dragon body again, ready to find some other organs to play with. Ao Jing shuddered. Su Zhi was only 20 years old and was already so powerful and mysterious. In the future, who can say what heights he will climb to? Maybe the development won't be bad if you vote for him yourself. At this moment, Ao Jing was frantically brainwashing himself. Finally, the panel faded in and out, blooming with bright awnings. Su Ru's eyes lit up. Looting. Chapter 20, Red Words. Immortality. Ding. The purple gold phrase Holy Dragon Bloodline has been plundered, triggering the Blitz phrase, increasing the physical body by 5 times, the divine soul by 5 times, the sensitivity by 5 times, and the cultivation speed by 5 times. Ding. The purple gold phrase Dragon Soul Sacred Body has been plundered, triggering the storm phrase, promoted to the red phrase Immortality. Any cell left in the body can be revived. Ding! The purple gold phrase space shuttle has been looted, triggering the storm phrase, moving 3 times faster in deep space. It's all blitzed. Su Zhi shockingly glanced at the panel. The Dragon Soul sacred body also blitzed into the red word. Immortality. Host, Suka. Age, 20. Cultivation, Void-Breaking Realm. Second stage, Sacred Realm. Battle technique, Sun and Moon Blade technique, Sacred rank. Great success. Battle Tiger 3 blades, Xian rank, great success. Heart technique, Su style heart technique, Earth stage, great success. Blade, Sun and Moon, Holy Grade, Long Blade. Red words, Bludgeoning. Immortality. Purple and gold words, Martial Saint. Holy Dragon Bloodline. Space travel. Takeover. Military God. Golden words, Eight-Faced. Moon Servant. Prodigy. Sword Demon. Note, each color phrase can only be loaded with a maximum of 5. And the conflict phrase Martial Arts Nerd has been placed in the phrase storehouse for you. With a glance of his eyes, Su Zhi also found a quest completion prompt. The task of looting 5 golden words has been completed. Is the reward settled? Settlement. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Mission accomplished. Rewarded with the Emperor-level battle technique for Season's Heavenly Blade. Rewarded with the Emperor-level body refining technique Hunyuan body refining technique. Ding! The Martial Saint words are in effect. The 4 Seasons Heavenly Blade and the Mixed Elements body refining technique have both reached great success. 2 perverted. A wave of savage power poured into Su Zhi's body. Clenching his fist, Su Zhi wasn't even sure how much power he actually had until he went all out. 1 slash at full strength can cut down half of Fengtian Academy? Estimates are about right. Ding! Issuing a new quest to loot a red word. The red word? Su Ru thought about it. Immortality belonged to the purple and gold words that came from the storm, not the native red words. According to the system's urbane nature, this red word, it had to be the original red word. I just don't know who is the red word for this Wei territory. When I get out, I'm going to have Zhao Luer give me a mad poke. Su Ru made up her mind. Ow dash. On the side, Ao Jing saw that Su Zhi had withdrawn his power, and hurriedly condensed his demonic energy on the dragon body, and the dragon head slowly grew out, white and tender, without the might of the beginning, and full of grief. Get out! Su Zhi returned to his senses and patted Ao Jing's back like a dog. Ao Jing's heart grew more and more bitter. It is the Dragon Prince or once in 10,000 years to see the absolute genius, usually conceded to the extreme, but at this moment was Su resigned as a horse ride. How much pain in the heart? It's hard to tell. Next to the square platform, countless people were dumbfounded as they looked at the huge space-shattering hole in the air. Su Zhi smashed through the void with his fist and crashed into the spatial turbulence, so fast that many people didn't see what was happening. The sidekick got caught behind the space? It's over. Being caught up in that demonic dragon's home turf. How can it be any better? I'm only afraid I'll be eaten up. Even the extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side and the others dared to kill them. So can we still have a chance to live? For a while, the sounds of grief spread like an infectious disease, and everyone's face was ashen. Behind Aoin, the 4 demons were smiling. Fighting in space turbulence? Even the cave heaven realm was no match for Ao Jing. They had complete confidence in Ao Jing. Even Aoin was surprised. She didn't expect that Su Zhi would take the initiative to run into the spatial turbulence to fight Ao Jing one-on-one. In that place, Ao Jing was innately invincible even if he couldn't win. Jiang Xiaoxi's eyes were filled with fear. Because her master has restored contact. Be ready to fight at any time to save Su Ru's life. She believed in her master. Preparing for battle was not a mouth high. It was a matter of consuming the power of the divine soul. Su Zhi was really in extreme danger. This is tragic. Li Xian stifled his laughter. And in the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed while crying. You laugh? Jiang Xiaoxi glared angrily. Oh, I was crying. Ha ha. Li Xian hurriedly turned his head. Bang! Just then, space shattered like a mirror once again. A demonic dragon leaped out, about 3 feet in size, and on its back, it rode a human with a long sword. It was clearly Ao Jing and Su Zhi. Look at this. Ao Jing was defeated by Su Ru and was also used as a mount? The crowd was petrified, their brains in stasis. The 4 demons were horrified, and the closest golden-winged rock let out a chirping cry, spreading its wings and flying towards Su Zhi. Let go of young Master Ao. The golden-winged rock was extremely fast, and was like lightning in the air. In the blink of an eye, he reached a few feet in front of Su Zhi, and his wings were like the sharpest long knives in the world, and he scratched towards Su Zhi's neck with one wing. No! Ao Jing's eyes widened, but before it could stop it, Su Zhi's hand blade had already chopped out. Click 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 dash. This blade, which cut out 100 feet of long-ons, directly cut through space and blasted on top of the golden-winged rock's fleshy body at a speed that was almost instantaneous. Bang! The golden-winged rock was instantly chopped into pieces by a knife, with minced meat, feathers, and blood mist flying in the air, but the huge fleshy body was no longer visible. One cut. Seconds, the vice state minister's body trembled. He couldn't believe his eyes. This slash by the side of the emperor's son-in-law is near the peak of the Dharma realm. It's unbelievable. Is the crown prince going to fight this kind of person? Can Princess Yunlu defeat him? Rumor has it that the royal family is still going to repudiate the marriage, so it should be a rumor. I hope Wei won't start another storm before it's too late. Li Xian's expression changed suddenly, frozen on the spot, and the jade pendant in his hand snapped and fell to the ground, because he saw that Su Zhi was riding Ao Jing and talking to Ao Yin in a pompous manner, and Ao Yin bowed with a humble face, a look of being taken in. Even the remaining 3 great demons collected their divine abilities and turned petite, rotating and prancing around Su Zhi. His reckoning is all over. Su Ru reached an agreement with the dragon race. This is to raise the dragon cavalry again. The royal side will never allow this to happen. I have to slip away. Or else if I stay like this, I don't know how many more troubles I'll be asked to do. Li Xian was terrified in his heart. He always felt that Su Zhi was targeting him a bit. Maybe he had already set his sights on him. This emperor's son-in-law is simply shrewd. Is the royal family's move to suppress the marshal's house right or wrong? He couldn't see it, and secretly did a fortune-telling. And the trigrams were also very confusing. The hearts of several first-class powerheads were also filled with shock at this moment. They didn't see how Su Zhi ravaged Ao Jing, but they had seen it for real when Su Zhi chopped up the golden-winged rock with a single slash. It was important to know that the golden-winged rock was a Fey species, an adult was the Dharma realm, and it was difficult to find beings in the same realm that could contend with them. However, it still couldn't walk away from Su Zhi's handblade, especially Su Ru's couldn't care less. Glib look. Clearly there is still room for more. A few people did not dare to think about it. They only felt that the brilliant pressure was unmeasurable, and they only wanted to defect to Fengtian Academy. And just as they were about to run forward and pledge their allegiance, a shocking sound resounded through the Thousand Armies Academy. The holy decree has arrived. Boom! In an instant, holy might swept through the academy. Countless people fell to their knees, and a rainbow sky bridge came from the distant sky. Servants in yellow lab coats stood on either side of the footbridge with swords. A white-faced, beardless middle-aged man was dressed in an exquisite court costume, holding a roll of golden imperial edicts embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns and edged with gold filigree. His voice was loud and clear, every word resounding, echoing in every corner of the academy. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Fengtian Academy, from now on, sealed doors and closed doors, in order to wrest the spirit of war, and to raise the wind of literary rule. The imperial order extra horse harnessed by the side of a team Su resigned, immediately left the academy, to go to Beijing for further study. Extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's son-in-law. Su resigned. It is appropriate to quickly depart. Do not delay the trip, to show respect for my order. Chin, Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, accept the decree. Su Zhi sniffed and his expression slowly turned cold. He had already killed the 6th prince. There would have been no turning back, and if he took the decree to return to the capital, he would certainly be passive and incomparable. Chapter 21, I am a martial saint. When I am free of heaven and earth, why should I be afraid of the royal family? The room was as silent as death. The emperor himself decreed that the Fengtian Academy should be shut down. It was clear that he wanted to suppress Su Ru. It's almost irreversible. Everything today is a farce. Jiang Xiaoxi sat down on her butt and sighed softly. Li Xian's eyes were shining brightly, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This world is ultimately owned by the Son of Heaven and the Crown Prince. The capital side was even more aggressive than he had imagined, and directly issued a decree to cut off Su Ru's path. Tan Taiyi's eyes blossomed. I didn't expect the reversal to come so quickly. She had just been struggling with how to break away from Fengtian Academy. As soon as I turn my head, the bookstore is closing. Happiness comes so suddenly. A few heads of first-class forces sharply braked and fell back 100 meters. Fear of getting involved with Su Zhi. According to the usual practice, once the emperor started to suppress, then no matter who and how powerful they were, they would fall apart in a very short period of time. Even the royal relatives are no exception. Getting involved with Su Zhi now would be a death sentence. Su Ru rode on Ao Jing, his face indifferent as he looked at the eunuch who announced the decree. The eunuch, Su Ru recognized. Eunuch Huang, the emperor's sidekick. Although his cultivation was not high, traveling represented the emperor, and no one dared to disrespect him. It was Ao Yin and a few other demon clansmen who also lowered their heads slightly. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, do you want to disobey the decree? Eunuch Huang huffed when he saw that Su Zhi did not move for a long time. You're still riding a dragon. Don't blame the old slave for not reminding you that His Majesty is quite wary of the dragon riders. One of his bottom lines. Your ho-hum, demonic chi ravaging the academy. Are you trying to reopen the dragon cavalry? Su Zhi smiled slightly. Eunuch Huang. Even if I shut down Fengtian Academy and go to the capital, I will be able to sit on this emperor's son-in-law seat? Besides, being a prince consort is not my goal in life. According to Su Zhi's understanding, to be a horse harnessed by the side of a team, one has to serve tea and water to the princess daily, and salute 4 times a day, which is humble. Backwards, even in the royal family, there is no dignity. So what if Yunlu is beautiful and talented? Now, he is a martial saint. When he is at large in heaven and earth, why kneel to royalty? Be careful with your words. Eunuch Huang's face changed dramatically when he heard that. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, don't say such words of yours a second time, or you will offend the holy face and descend into great wrath. The 8 feudal lords and 5 great generals, beheaded and sentenced. The old slave does not want the state duke's office to go down this path as well. It's better to keep a low profile as an official under His Majesty's rule. Eunuch Huang's words are implying that Su Zhi will not only be killed, he will also involve his 9 clans. Su Zhi of course understood. His eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Eunuch Huang with a smile. What if I don't take this decree and have to continue to develop the Fengtian Academy? Bold. Then you are plotting a rebellion. Eunuch Huang shouted angrily, and no one can disobey the emperor's order in the whole world. If you were not an imperial relative, just the words you just said would be enough to execute your 9 clans. Execute my 9 clans? Are you threatening me? Su Zhi coldly eyed, a wave of anger rising upwards. Since last year, the royal family has been suppressing itself non-stop, judging from the signs that the capital kept sending people to kill him during this time. If he hadn't awakened the system, having 10 lives wouldn't be enough to die. The royal family, bullying people too much. You're the one who's going further and further down the path of death. So who's to blame? Eunuch Huang was also furious. A shake of the holy decree, as if carrying the might of the heavens, struck at Su Zhi. Resisting the decree is already a stream of treason. The old slave will press you into the palace. Su Zhi suddenly shouted violently. It's death to rebel, and it's death not to rebel, so it's as you wish. Rebel. After saying that, he clamped his legs around the dragon's belly. Ao Jing froze, followed by excitement in the dragon's eyes, and directly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, Su Zhi was holding a long sword, within Eunuch Huang's incredible pupils, at the prince's dumbfounded expression, in the jaw-dropping look of Princess Cloud Deer, in the gazes of countless people who were horrified. A knife cut off Eunuch Huang's head. That holy decree was thrown straight up into the sky and fell to the ground like a scrap of paper. Swish! The scene turned chaotic all of a sudden. Crazy, crazy. The deputy state pastor was so scared that his was about to collapse out together, and he kept rolling backward on the ground. Back to the state shepherd's mansion. The emperor's son-in-law has gone mad. The remaining few heads of power couldn't even care about breathing, and turned their heads and flew away. Escape! The emperor's son-in-law has become possessed. Even Eunuch Huang has cut him down. Escape! The emperor's son-in-law fell into the demon race and has been taken over by them. Shocking change. Shocking change. The Lord of Wei has turned against us. The military god has turned against us. In an instant, the vast crowd, like facing a meteorite descending into the world or seeing a tornado attacking the city, fled without a single person left. Even the original students of Fengtian Academy had fled, most of them. Awesome. Too awesome. Ao Jing staggered. I'm really convinced this time. Brother Su, I'm following you. It's too exciting. Without saying a word, Su Zhi made a decision that was too earth-shattering. This situation was no less than him directly declaring war with the Dragon Lord in the Dragon Clan. It's the scene from its dream. Ginger Creek flew in from the sidelines, trembling and crying, and, Su Zhi, you escape. Quickly escape. Escape from the Great Wei's territory. I'll contact my parents and escape together. Escape from what? Su Zhi flipped his long sword and got off Ao Jing, eyeing the direction of the capital. If there's anything, Su Zhi, will answer for it. It's time to let everyone know that I, Su Zhi, can't be humiliated. Ao Yin, as well as several great demons, looked at Su Zhi as if they were looking at a heavenly god. If Su Zhi had subdued Ao Jing, he was only convincing people with his strength. But now, his boldness also frightened the crowd. Su rhetoric, not to be dishonored. The words were deeply engraved in their hearts. It was a night of great anger in the capital. Millions of troops converged north of Qingzhou, and the great general Tianwei headed straight from the capital to Qingzhou to raze Fengtian Academy to the ground. At the same time, south of Qingzhou, tens of thousands of white dragons roared across the river. The leader, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in green, holding a long spear, rolled over thousands of miles of land in an hour, uprooting a force called the Bloodstained Demon Cult. Countless casual cultivators and people looked at the dragon rider that crossed heaven and earth, their jaws dropping. It was clear in their minds that it was the Great Wei's first army, the rumored revoked dragon cavalry, the state duke's mansion. Su Jingtian stared blankly at Wu Bing in front of him. The two men were none other than Su Ru's parents, the Duke and Duchess of Wei. How come there are still tens of thousands of dragon riders? How could I not know? Su Jingtian was horrified. Humph. You just take care of the political affairs. Uniting the dragon riders has always been something I do. Wu Bing snorted. This bloodstained demon cult. Even several Dharma phase realm bully my son. If I don't hammer them to death, I don't even deserve to be a mother. Su Jingtian slapped the table. Do you know that this is a charge of disobeying the holy order? A charge of beheading? You disappoint me so much. What's wrong with disobeying a holy order? Wu Bing hammered the table board with more vigor, directly cracking the table. Su Jingtian, I'm telling you, I have long wanted to get to the army. Why should I let the royal family unload the donkey? It's because of your persistent forbearance and loyalty to the king. Now that Dog Emperor won't even marry a daughter to our old Su family. Your son has a lot more balls than you. In the afternoon, the Dog Emperor is going to shut down our old Su family's Fengtian Academy. He directly cut down that eunuch surnamed Huang. So what if he claimed to have rebelled? This is my Wu Bing's son. Su Jingtian froze and looked at Wu Bing. Resignation. He said he wants to rebel? I didn't realize the whole repentance thing hurt him that much. Wu Bing snorted coldly. Su Jingtian, if you really want to go to war, if you want your son or the emperor, you figure it out yourself. After saying that, she went straight out of the room and closed it heavily with a bang, leaving Su Jingtian alone to stare blankly at the shattered table in front of him, sat withered for a long time, and went into the palace to face the saint to go. Chapter 22, The Emperor's Preference, after all, is not Zhao. The morning court on the following day came a little earlier than usual. The field had long been filled with civil and military ministers. Some of the royals, including the crown prince, were waiting in the field. His Holiness meets with the Duke of State. It's been half an hour. Why hasn't he come out yet? I think the Duke of State will lose his official position. His good son beheaded eunuch Huang. This is a disobedient offense. No dynasty can give a chance, and even raise the 9 clans. Deliberate. When His Holiness ascended the throne, the Duke of State made a great effort. It can be said that without the Duke of State there would be no present-day His Holiness. They were still sworn brothers when they were young. I think it's mostly better to pacify them. Possibly, the saint is treating Su extra horse harnessed by the side of a team as half a son. What's more, the Duke of the country is still pinching tens of thousands of dragon cavalry in his hands. I reckon that this matter, a small punishment and a big admonition, and it's over. As the crowd murmured, the voice of the eunuch in charge came. His Majesty has arrived. Everyone instantly stood up straight, not daring to say half a word again. Zhao Wuji slowly walked up to the dragon throne, looked around the group of ministers, suddenly snapped and knocked over the folders, said angrily, "Who falsely transmitted my imperial decree? Your Majesty, calm down. The ministers are kneeling, including several princes are also silent. Prince, you say?" The crown prince trembled. The son does not know. The son and Su resignation personal relationship has always been good, and will not indiscriminately pass the decree, destroy his foundation. Zhao Wuji's brows were lowered, and the third prince kneeling at the crown prince's side seemed to have no intention of saying, "Father, Su Ru has this kind of strength. I think there may be something strange about sixth brother's death." Zhao Wuji's eyes opened slightly as he looked at the third prince. "Do you have proof?" "Zhao Hong, you've always been at odds with Su Ru. This fake imperial decree, it couldn't have been passed on by you, could it?" "I," said Zhao Hong, the third prince, kneeling down and trembling. "Although my son has no evidence. Su beheaded eunuch Huang. This is defying imperial power. Whether it's true or not, he didn't put our imperial city in his eyes. This is bullying. My son thinks that the matter of false transmission of imperial decree can be investigated slowly, and when the truth comes out, then he can be punished for a serious crime. And the most urgent thing is to solve the war in Qingzhou, and to solve the matter of Su resignation. If this matter is not settled, how can the world look at my capital? How can they look at father?" The hearts of many ministers were moved, listening to the meaning of the third prince. He really did not fake pass on the imperial decree, but at this moment, he advanced to execute Su Ru, also put his inclination on the surface. What will His Majesty decide? Asshole! Out of the crowd's expectation, Zhao Wuji directly stepped down from the dragon chair and kicked Zhao Hong. Su Ru is also a prospective emperor's son-in-law anyhow, counting as half a royal person. Are you trying to cause civil unrest in my great way? Strategizing but not scheming. The pattern is very small. You are punished with a January confinement. Reflect on it. Yes, Yes. Zhao Hong rolled on the ground, not daring to say more than half a word. Zhao Wuji once again sat in the dragon chair and spoke in a deep voice. This battle cannot be fought. Tens of thousands of dragon riders are mine. And it cannot be fought. Yan Li, I am here. A middle-aged man with an 8-character beard stepped out. You write a handwritten letter for me and tell Su Zhi to return to the capital, saying that I miss him. If he doesn't return. Isn't there an event in Qingzhou recently? I've heard that Lord Lingyun of the Qingfeng Daoist Temple is about to depart for Qingzhou. You pass on my order and tell him to bring the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team back to the capital. Yes. After Yan Li answered, his person had already turned into a wisp of light smoke and disappeared into the great hall. The crowd's expressions varied. A hint of pleasure flashed in the eyes of several imperial princes. The emperor made 2 preparations, especially this Lingyun Shangren, cultivated in the cave heaven realm. The cave sky in the body is 100 miles. Hidden seasons emerge. Known as the Lingyun half-saint, the reputation resounded through the Great Way. If he was allowed to step in and take Su Zhi, he could not be stopped by even 1,000 armies. The prince couldn't even hide a smile at the corners of his mouth. Although Zhao Wuji said that he loved Su Zhi on the surface, he actually favored several of their crown princes. Without delving into the matter of the fake imperial decree not to mention, he also let the half-sage go and bring Su Zhi back to the capital. One can tell at a glance which is the lesser of the two. Chapter 23, The Royal Family Begs for Peace? Bull *********. I want 10,000 horses to tread on the capital. Fengtian Co1. Zhao Luer palmed tea for Su Zhi and handed over a letter in passing. It was expedited through the rune array. Your Excellency. A letter came from the capital. They seem to want to seek peace. And the emperor said he missed you and asked you to return to the capital. Su Zhi took the epistle, didn't even look at it, just gently tore it and threw it into the fireplace. Snickering. Missed me? Bull *********. My last name isn't Zhou. It is impossible for me to return to the capital and be left to the mercy of others. When I ascend to the capital again, it will surely be 10,000 horses trampling on the capital, climbing high on the walls, and changing the dynasty. Aha! Zhao Luer nodded her head. Her entire family had been beheaded. Naturally she didn't have much goodwill towards the capital. Only at the moment she was slightly worried and said, Your Excellency, since you beheaded eunuch Huang, we are now isolated by the entire Qingzhou. And even the academy students don't seem to be too brave to come to school. According to the intelligence, it was the Rue Wang house that gave the order to sever our ties with the entire Qingzhou, labeling us as rebels. Rue Wangfu? Is this to show loyalty to the capital? Su Ru smiled. On this piece of land in Qingzhou, the earthly emperor was not the state shepherd's mansion or the major immortal cultivation forces, but the Prince Rue's mansion, which had close ties with the capital. If you want to build up your strength and make military efforts, you will definitely not be able to bypass this big family that controls the Qingzhou army. Right. Speaking of this King Rue, what about Tantai Irun? Su Ru suddenly thought of that woman with the word cunning. She went back to Prince Rue's mansion, and she's very tired of us, as she's always clearing her name with Fengtian Academy. This paper Rue Wangban, there must be her shadow behind it. Oh, then take a trip to Qin City and ask for an explanation. Su Ru revealed a hint of a smile. Qin City, a city in the center of Qingzhou. Not far from Fengtian Academy. Even if one rushes leisurely, it is only half a day's journey. Su Zhi got up, walked to the windowsill, and looked out the window at the morning bell. Have someone locate the Tantai family's position, and remember that a soldier is a soldier. Yes. Zhao Luer flipped through the bamboo slips and quickly said, recently there was an event in Qingzhou, one of the 4 wonders of the Wei dynasty, which is the legendary once in 1,000 years holy turtle turning over the river, imparting Taoism, which can help people enhance their cultivation. The Tantai family, they should all be there. Sacred turtle turning the river? Enhancement of cultivation? Once in 1,000 years? Su Zhi was a bit surprised. This is a novelty. I have never seen a sacred beast, or, at the same time, go to ask for a statement, and at the same time, see the wonders. On the following day, Su Zhi brought Zhao Luer and Ao Jing and traveled to Qin City in a heavenly boat. He originally wanted to bring Jiang Xiaoxi with him, but this niece probably felt that a few years of laziness was a bit unable to keep up with Su Ru's pace, and suddenly announced that she had closed down for cultivation. Su Ru guessed that it might be the meaning of the divine soul in her ring, so he couldn't be bothered with her. Traveling is still to take this kind of flying magic weapon, eat, drink and have fun not to mention, but also see the scenery. Zhao Luer elegantly stretched and peeled a spirit fruit for Su Zhi. Su Zhi ate the spirit fruit and looked at the bamboo slip in his hand, slightly understanding the division of forces in Qingzhou. In addition to the first-rate forces such as the Dragon Abyss Sword Sect, the Bijou Sect, the Wuji Sect, and the Star Ancient Sect, there were 2 other giants in Qingzhou, the Xian Tian sect and the Chao family that had amassed half of the state. The Xian Tian sect had been rebelling in the civil world for many years, and this time, it even shouted out the slogan of rebellion right after Su Ru. This sect is not bad to the people, doing mostly robbing the rich to help the poor and killing soldiers for the people, somewhat to Su Ru's liking. As for the Chao family, not much was introduced on the information, only that it was a 100-year-old giant with a huge family fortune. After finishing a plate of spirit fruits, Su Zhi happened to finish reading the bamboo slip and turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window. Suddenly his expression moved. What is it, my lord? Zhao Luer's cultivation wasn't great, but when it came to observing the words and guessing Su Zhi's mind, it could be said that she was purely skilled, and when Su Zhi's eyebrows moved, she knew that something was going on. Where is this place? Su Ru looked out the window with interest. Half Mountain Ridge, there is a giant axe clan living here. Rumor has it that there is a saint's existence in their ancestry, but it has never been confirmed. Zhao Luer replied, well, with all the killing, it seems that the capital doesn't want to seek peace. Su Zhi smiled, but before he finished his words, someone suddenly shouted loudly, look out! Between the mountain ranges, a large axe was still chopping towards the skyboat. Boom! A person suddenly appeared in front of the skyboat and hard received the big axe strike. That second master Kong Sheng of the Xian Tian sect? He's even on the same boat as us? Now we're saved. Why are the giant axe clan suddenly attacking passers-by? Skyboat, drive faster. Don't die here. Passengers panicked. Outside the skyboat, Kong Sheng touched his boiling chest, his eyes boiling with battle intent. The giant axe clan of the Dharma realm. So strong. Swish. Beside him is now a woman. Good looks, eyes full of harsh, but the Xian Tian church third leader. The third leader held a soft sword, and behind her, a strange flower phallus blossomed with infinite aura overflowing, setting her off as sacrosanct and inviolable. Two Dharma phantoms? That giant axe clan member let out an unpleasant laugh. Too many people bullying too few? You're the one who blocked our way. Kong Sheng droned. The giant axe clan member did not reply, but only swung his large axe. Instantly, 5 giant axe clansmen who were also holding large axes appeared in the surrounding area, grinning as they looked at the two Kong Shengs. What do you want? The third leader droned. To have your phantom as a Dan. The giant axe clan member laughed and slammed another axe. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. The snow avalanched and the mountains cracked. The power of this axe was enough to split a mountain peak into flying dust. Kong Sheng's hand shook, and a halberd appeared, steeply becoming about 10 feet in size. And behind it, a bull god appeared, and fought hard against the giant axe clan. Boom! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Kong Sheng, and his entire body flew backwards, crashing through several mountain peaks. Under the avalanche, not even his body could be seen. So strong? The third leader was horrified. She wasn't as strong as Kong Sheng, which meant that she couldn't even catch a single axe. The giant axe clan grinned and took a slight step forward, lifting his axe to slash again. This axe was 100 feet long, and if it were to really split solidly, not only her, but even the sky boat behind her would shatter. Can't involve innocent people. The third lord subconsciously began to burn the phantasm, preparing to protect the heavenly boat out of the mid-mountain range. You guys go first. The third leader's previously soft voice changed to a tearing one, resounding halfway across the mountain range. Go, 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 go faster. This giant axe clan has gone mad. All mad. Inside the skyboat, many cultivators had long been scared silly and kept urging. And just at this critical moment, there was suddenly an additional juvenile figure standing with his arms crossed in front of the third patriarch. The young man with red lips and white teeth, dressed in brocade garments, floated in the air. The mountain wind blew, and his robes hunted. Facing this prime axe, the teenager merely extended his right hand and gently pointed out a finger. Chapter 24 Yuan Yang 7 Killing Arrows. Who masters assassination? The index finger that was negligible compared to the great axe. Once the point is made, it becomes bigger against the wind. Instantly, like a sea pin topping the sky, a finger directly pierced through the great axe, pointing at the forehead of the giant axe clan. Gah! The giant axe clan member's eyes instantly turned into cockeyes, revealing intelligence. Suddenly, its entire head exploded, its blood exploding up into the sky for 100 miles, and its headless body fell to its knees as if it was repenting towards the heavenly vessel. What? The clan chief has been killed in seconds. Run away! A few of the giant axe clansmen were enraged and scattered. You? The third leader covered his mouth and turned his head, shocked as he looked at Su Zhi's young face. The breath of life couldn't be faked, and no matter how you looked at it, Su Zhi was only 20 years old. A 20-year-old boy who killed the giant axe clan chief with a single finger? You're the extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side. Su Ru? The third leader suddenly snapped out of it. In Qingzhou, it seems that the only one who can do this is that Qianlong one, the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Su Ru. Kongsheng parted the snowy mountains and flew dully in front of Su Zhi with his heavily injured body, and violently knelt down. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law saved his life. Kongsheng will never forget it. The third leader followed suit and knelt. I have already broken with the royal family, and this saying of being a horse harnessed by the side of a team has become history. Su Ru glanced at the two men and laughed. Get up. Yes. The two were excited to the core. And just as the two got up, the dome of the sky in the distant sky suddenly broke open, and an arrow burning with Yuan Yang raced in at a speed that exceeded the sound by several times. At this speed, the divine souls of Kongsheng and the third leader were unable to capture it, and the arrow had already appeared 7 meters in front of Su Zhi's eyes. What? The two were horrified. They didn't see the arrow. They only saw the airflow scurrying past their eyes. Clang! Su Zhi's left hand was behind his back, and with a grip of his right hand, he instantly grabbed the arrow. The massive impact didn't seem to affect him half as much. Where is the real assassination hidden? Su Zhi's eyes narrowed slightly. This arrow definitely had the strength of the cave heaven realm, and the visitor had already climbed to the top of the secular martial path, one step short of crossing into the saint realm. Who would send such a person to assassinate himself? Shu, Shu, Shu. As soon as Su Zhi's thoughts fell, the sky dome in the distance then exploded, and 7 heavenly arrows rained down as if they were raining down, aiming straight for Su Zhi's head. Yuan Yang 7 slaying arrows. Sacred laws, this is the great master's means. Kongsheng was shocked. Yuan Yang 7 killing arrows. Is the Wei dynasty's extremely famous mastery? Although the person in front of me is not practiced enough, but the might is already extremely terrifying. Poof. Su Zhi let out a cold snort, and his body directly disappeared in place. Space shuttle. Those 7 arrows froze in the air for a moment, then flew back towards their original path. 100 miles away, on a mountain, space shattered like a mirror, and Su Zhi's figure leapt out, smashing the limbs of the black-clothed man in front of him with a slap. How can it be? The black-clothed man's pupils clenched and his entire body went numb. 100 miles away, borrowing spatial means and appearing here in less than a moment? The person in front of you is in the Dharma realm? A 20-year-old? What kind of being was he assassinating? Who sent you? Su Ru coldly spoke. The Wei rebels are all to be killed. It is I who came of my own accord. Ha ha ha. The man in black looked up to the sky and laughed. And then, his divine soul collapsed on itself and died. Those 7 Yuan Yang arrows went and returned, and were waved by Su Zhi's faithful hand, like 7 incense sticks, and inserted on top of the black-clothed man's head. Dead soldier? Su Ru frowned slightly. On the black-clothed man, there was nothing. This person was an extremely professional dead soldier. Kongsheng and the third leader flew in and looked at Su Zhi in surprise. They didn't even see how Su Zhi disappeared just now. You guys just said Yuan Yang 7 killing arrows. What's the origin? Su Zhi looked at the two. The Yuan Yang 7 slaying arrows is our great Wei imperial master's mastery. Kongsheng's heart trembled. Taisher, but our Wei's legendary Saint he has been the teacher of the crown prince for 3 dynasties, and his disciples are all over the world. Taisher? Su Ru froze. The ones who were in conflict with him were only the few imperial princes in the capital. How is it possible to transfer a saint? Don't let me catch who's behind this. Su Ru sneered. The 3 of them returned to the skyboat and continued to fly towards Qin City. The gazes of Kongsheng and the third lord looking at Su Zhi were as if they were looking at a heavenly god. This giant axe clan attacks passers-by every time? Su Ru asked the key question. The black-robed man in the back was here for him, but the few giant axe clansmen in the front clearly weren't. He had cleaned up Ao Jing in Fengtian Academy, and Ao Jing was extremely strong in the Dharma realm. It was impossible for the opposite side to send a few Dharma realm snipers to kill themselves. No. Zhao Luer shook her head and, not only do the giant axe clan not attack passers-by, they are also very kind to the human race, or else the skyboat's path would not have passed through here. Then why? Su Zhi looked at Kongsheng. Kongsheng looked at the third leader, clenched his teeth, and told Su Zhi the whole story. It turned out that Kongsheng and the others had intercepted a furnace of magic pills from Tantai Qing, the son of King Rui. On this trip, the formula for an unusual elixir is to use herbs as a guide. This magic potion, on the other hand, is led by a human head. According to Kongsheng, at least 10,000 people were sacrificed to this Dan, including old people, women and children, and young children. The scene was extremely bloody and tragic. Kongsheng judged that Tantai Qing had already become a demon. He had originally gathered all the evidence and was prepared to make it public, letting the world know that the Lord of the Green State was nothing more than a devil. When he was on his way back, he was informed by Tantai Qing and sniped at this half-mountain ridge. If it wasn't for Su Ru, All the people in this day boat would have been turned into corpses and buried in the mountains. This King Rue again? Su Zhi coldly laughed. No wonder when he beheaded the demons before, the demons could not be killed, so the rot came from within. If the heavens will not stop you for your many deeds, then I will stop you on behalf of the heavens. Chapter 25, Rowing a River into a Land. Legend of the Sage. Soon, it arrived at the city of Qin. Instead of being cold, this place has a bit of a late summer flavor. Su Zhi parted with Kong Shang and the others and came to Yu River where the event was held, rented a boat and swam towards the center of the lake. This place has beautiful scenery, with weeping willows along the shore, glistening water, rippling blue waves, swaying boat shadows, weaving tourists, and a patchwork of pavilions and pavilions. It made Su Zhi's mood all the better for no reason, only feeling that the exhaustion of the past few days had been swept away. What a beautiful lake! Zhao Luo gave a heartfelt sigh of relief, and then said in anticipation, "It'll be another scene tomorrow when we turn up the Yu River." Tomorrow? Su Zhi hadn't been to Yujiang before and was surprised. Then what are we going to see at the center of the lake today? The center of the lake in Yujiang. That's a big tourist attraction. Zhao Luo covered her mouth. She had obviously done her homework ahead of time. There's a man-made island in the center of the lake. Man-made islands? Su Ru was startled. He had seen artificial islands in his previous life, but those were all technology. In this world, this was really the first time he had heard of such a term as man-made islands. Man-made island? It's that Chui Xin island? Ao Jing glanced at Su Zhi and interjected. I know this island. I heard that it was a monk from the Fountain of Youth who sat in the center of the lake 1,000 years ago and worshipped the sacred turtle as his predecessor. He wanted to realize the way with the sacred turtle, and the sacred turtle readily agreed and taught him assiduously, and as a result, on the day of his realization, the monk became a saint in situ, and rode the river into a land, shocking the world. Su Zhi froze, paddling Jiang Chonglu? This is supposed to be the avatar. It was impossible for an ordinary cultivator, even a saint, to create land with spirit energy. If you have the chance, you can meet this saint, Su Ru muttered to himself. Soon, the group neared Suishin Island. The island was small and bare, with only a little vegetation, and it really didn't look like a land naturally nurtured by heaven and earth. Perhaps it was close to the peak of the day. The island was bustling with people, flying around, and there were extremely many cultivators. There was also a large inn in the center there, with many high platforms and chairs placed in front of it. Zhao Luo excitedly pulled Su Zhi's hand up to the island. As soon as I got to the island, I bumped into a familiar face, only to see Kong Shang and the third leader, who had separated earlier, walking in style behind a middle-aged man who looked like a Confucian scholar. That's sect master Yang Anjuan of Xiantian, Zhao Luo exclaimed in a low voice. This Xiantian sect master, who was richly renowned even in Wei, there was no imagined evil and arrogance. Instead, it looked like a Confucian scholar who was teaching and looked very kind. Yang Anjuan of the Xiantian sect. Meet the emperor's son-in-law. Yang Anjuan slightly arched his hand. It's true that heroes come out of youths, at the age of 20. The prince consort is on the threshold of the Dharma realm, which is truly admirable to us. Su Ru waved his hand slightly. The word emperor's son-in-law is already history. Call me Su Ru or Dean Su. Yang Anjuan laughed. Dean Su. I also want to thank you for saving my righteous brother and sister. I owe you a big favor. In the future, if you have any use for me, please open your mouth. Su Ru sniffed and glanced at him at the panel. Yang and Kuan. Realm, cave realm. Purple and gold-colored words, imperious wind. Born with an affinity for the wind, able to hide in it. Invisible and colorless. Purple golden phrase, Sumeru meditation. When in seclusion, the speed of cultivation is increased by 8 times. Double purple and gold words. Su Ru's eyes twinkled. This Yang Anjuan was indeed a genius. His talent was second only to Ao Jing's 3 purple gold words, and he was the second most talented character Su Ru had ever seen. Unfortunately, he wasn't a red word possessor or a special word possessor, and the attraction wasn't particularly great for the current Su Ru. Be sure to ask for something. Su Ru smiled and led Ao Jing and Zhao Luo to brush past and walk towards the restaurant. Big brother, are we really not going to cooperate with Dean Su? I think he has the possibility of becoming a saint. Kong Shang looked at Su Zhi's back with some regret. Yes, big brother. The third leader, Ning Frost, also spoke out, her beautiful eyes blinking non-stop. Aren't we just one saint realm short of an army after so many years of holding back and not rising up? I think Su Ru will do. I see his demeanor in charge of the army for many years, and he also puts the peace of the world's people as his first priority, which is in line with our goal. Him, becoming a saint? Yang Anjuan first frowned slightly, then smiled. Let me be straight with you. In the past, you couldn't become a saint because heaven and earth were in order, and there were places for saints. and it took the death of an old saint to bring forth a new one. Therefore, countless people can only be trapped in the half-saints, not allowed to advance an inch. No matter how talented you are, you still have to wait for the old saints to fall before you have a chance to snatch that saintly position. But a few days ago, I vaguely sensed a change in heaven and earth, as if a mysterious force had suddenly intervened and opened the shackles of the saint position. I have a premonition that in the near future, the holy realm is not unattainable. At that time, I will have my own power to subdue the royal power and overthrow this arbitrary and despotic royal family without having to borrow the power of others. Yang Anjuan's eyes were filled with confidence, and Kong Shang and Ning Shuang looked at each other. They hadn't reached that realm, so naturally they couldn't feel any heaven and earth shackles coming off. Su resigned in the restaurant, ordered some dishes, sat on the most expansive viewing of the high platform, looking at the reflection of the shimmering surface of the lake. A moment cannot help but be in a good mood. Zhao Luer took out her drawing board and drew pictures of the beautiful scenery, and also pampered Su Zhi to compose a poem for her drawing. She was aware of Su Zhi's cultural literacy, which was higher than his military talent. Several of his poems, such as Marching from the Army and The Words of Liang Zhou, were sensational masterpieces of the world. Su Zhi, of course, smiled and refused. He knew himself, how could he do any poetry? It's basically borrowed from the great writers of the past life. On the side, Ao Jing cozily transformed into a green-clothed boy and sat on a bench, enjoying the lake breeze, and all this beauty was broken when the restaurant boy brought over the food. I only saw the yellow-faced teenager's legs trembling, not even bothering to put down the dishes, and urging in a loud voice, "Guest, why are the three of you sitting here? This is a special seat for the Rue Wang mansion." Before Su Zhi could say anything, Ao Jing slammed the table with a bang. "What special seats? We can't have a seat first because their people aren't here? Is the Rue Wang mansion so rude? Do you know what this dragon youngster is? He was used to being bold and arrogant within the demon territory, and was being groomed as the next generation of dragon saints, and his status was even better than his sisters, so that even the Dragon Lord's dragon seat could be stolen. Never heard of it. The viewing seats are exclusive. Guest, lower your voice, lower your voice. If the people from the Qingzhou prefecture hear this, even I will be in bad luck." The boy stomped his feet anxiously, and before he could tell the gist of it, he heard a contemptuous smile from not far away. "Oh, I, Tantai Chang, would like to see what kind of person it is, and I've never seen anyone who doesn't respect my Rue Wanfu in this part of Qingzhou." Chapter 26, You are Su Ru? Panicked Tantai Ching. The clash between Tantai Ching and Ao Jing instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Originally, the crowd was a bit surprised when Su Zhi's trio sat on the high platform, but it was only assumed that they were friends of Lord Tantai. Unexpectedly, these three people were really rash and directly grabbed the host's seat to sit, clashing with Lord Tantai in Qin City? What audacity! The Rue Wang House has a close relationship with the Fountain of Agelessness Sacred Mountain. Even if a high-ranking cabinet official arrives here, they all have to behave with their tails tucked between their legs. These three don't look very old. They're the ones who haven't received any severe beatings. You don't say. That tea-drinking teenager is so handsome. Kong Sheng's face changed slightly in the crowd. Big brother, Dean Su and Tantai Ching have clashed. Ningfrost clanked and drew his longsword. Help! What's the rush? Yang Anjuan glanced at the two men and pushed Ning Shuang's longsword into its scabbard. Tantai Ching is just a dude. How can he be a threat to Dean Su? Besides, if Dean Su can't even solve Tantai Ching, I don't see the need for cooperation. That's also right. Ningfrost and Kong Shang were also concerned. With Su Zhi's strength, even if the old crone behind Tantai Ching was in the cave heaven realm, she would pose little threat to Su Zhi. On the other side, Ao Jing looked at Tantai Ching and said in a cold voice, "You're the Tantai Ching who uses the heads of young children, women and children to make pills? What are you babbling about?" Tantai Ching's face changed. He was smiling at first, wrapping his arms around the revealingly dressed young girl on his side and rubbing her constantly. He didn't expect Ao Jing to directly reveal the biggest secret deep in his heart, and it's still the darkest secret of all. "You dare to spit blood and slander my Rue Wang mansion?" Tantai Chang broke his great defense and rebuked. "It seems like you guys have deliberately come to find trouble with me." Tantai Chang. "Humph, Granny Ching, apprehend them for me and lock them up in the Rue Wang mansion for proper interrogation. That little girl will be put in my mansion and I will interrogate her myself." Tantai Ching pointed at Zhao Luer, greedily glanced at her beauty, and gave a death order. The old crone behind Tantai Ching had originally closed her eyes and concentrated, isolated from everything in the outside world. After hearing Tantai Ching's command, she instantly opened her eyes, and a surge of body exploded from her skinny body. The whole room blushed. Cave realm, the seventh realm under saints, worthy of being the Rue Wang palace. Even a Dao protector is this strong. Many looked on enviously. Seeing this, Ao Jing's eyes did not have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, they were somewhat excited, only to see it rise directly into the air, transforming into a Yinglong that crossed the sky, its scales green and gold, its body sinuous, its dragon's roar resounding through the heavens and earth. Since the moment it appeared, heaven and earth instantly changed color, and thunderous dark clouds appeared in unison. Everyone was startled and looked at the giant dragon in the sky without knowing what to do. The original green-clothed boy had even transformed into a green dragon. "Come on, old woman," Ao Jing growled. It boasted that its bloodline was #1 in the world, and that fighting against the realm was no big deal, and it had long wanted to fight against the human cavernous realm, although he lost to Su Zhi in Fengtian Academy. But it didn't believe that everyone was as demonic as Su Zhi. A demonic dragon of the Dharma phase realm dares to clamor with the old body? The old woman laughed coldly and leapt up, shoulder to shoulder with Ao Jing, facing each other in the lone sky. But the next moment, her face suddenly changed drastically, only to see the space behind her suddenly break open. Ao Jing dodged and crashed into the crone and fell directly into the spatial turbulence. The wind and waves above the Yu River instantly became calm, and the thunderstorm was nowhere to be seen. Su Zhi picked up his teacup and sipped it lightly. Zhao Luer said with some panic beside her, "My lord, can Ao Jing win the fight? That's the 7th realm." Su Ru turned the teacup. In the spatial turbulence, Ao Jing can't lose. He had seen the crone's panel, and there was only one purple phrase, ornate, and being able to step into the cave realm was already the limit of this life. It was difficult to beat Ao Jing even in his heyday, not to mention the fact that she was old and decrepit. Her chi and blood were defeated, and her physical body functions were far inferior to Ao Jing's terrifying dragon body. If not, then King Rui wouldn't be willing to send a cave realm to protect his son. One must know that the cave heaven realm, there, all belong to the top tier of combatants. Time passes by minute. Sweat dripped from Tan Tai Ching's forehead. Somehow he always felt that the person opposite him was too calm. It was as if this was all a setup against him, as if the opposite side had come prepared. Bang! While the entire crowd was talking, the long sky shattered, accompanied by thunder and blood rain, and a green dragon scurried out of space, still holding the old crone's blood-stained head in the air. Ow dash! Ao Jing threw away the crone's head and smashed it right in front of Tan Tai Ching, smashing out a large pit. It looked up to the sky and kept weaving in and out of the thunderclouds. "Master, do not dishonor me." The whole room was silent. Tourists or not, big power disciples or not. At this moment, they were all shocked to look at the white-clothed young man who was drinking tea with a light breeze. A demonic dragon that easily defeated the cave heaven realm was actually a battle pet, addressing a human race as its master? That white boy. What's his origin? I'm afraid the current crown prince doesn't even have this kind of honor. As everyone thought, Tan Tai Ching took several steps backward, his face pale. "You, who exactly are you? What enmity do you have with my Tantai family?" Su Ru turned his head to look at him and smiled warmly. Su rhetoric. Hearing those two words, Tan Tai Ching's face changed violently and dramatically. "You're that great ways extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and hiding tens of thousands of dragon riders to rebel." Su Ru? Tan Tai Ching retreated several steps in fear and fell to the ground, the wind and clouds shifting in his mind. The Rui Wanfu might not be afraid of Su Zhi, but he was just a son of the world. How could he not be afraid of this kind of maniac who could still get away with saying that he had rebelled? Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. I've heard a lot about you. Tan Tai Ching nodded his head, fearing that if Su Zhi was dissatisfied, he would carry him away. "Go back and tell King Rui, oh, and your sister Tan Tai Yi, that a deceased person is visiting just to ask for a statement." Yes, understood. Definitely pass it on. Tan Tai Ching was sweating like a pig. His smile was raw. The same youth in his early 20s. He only felt that Su Zhi was even more majestic than his father. Of course, these were all Tan Tai Ching's mental effects. Su Zhi's aura was internalized and didn't exert half of the pressure on him. And as Tan Tai Ching turned his head to leave, Ao Jing returned to the high platform and reappeared as a young man in green, opening his mouth and spitting. A dragon seal drilled into Tan Tai Ching's heart. Tan Tai Ching stumbled and turned his head in horror. What have you done to me? You kid is brutal. Plant a mark for you to remember. Remember, if you don't dissolve it within 3 days, the dragon mark will explode with a bang. Ao Jing made an exaggerated gesture of explosion and Jie laughed strangely. Tan Tai Ching's lips turned white as he stumbled and flew towards the Qingzhou mansion. The entire audience was in an uproar. All of them were looking at the youth who was as handsome as a heavenly god with unbelievable gazes. He's actually the emperor's son-in-law. That great ruthless man who killed the Long Yuan sword sex patriarch and pulled out a counter flag? The temperament is truly remarkable. Su Zhi ignored the comments of others, still looking at the river view. Eating Meijin, and occasionally flirting with Zhao Luo. Yang Anju installed in place, the light in his eyes exploding. Even a battle pet is so capable. This Dean Su, what exactly is his battle power in person? I heard that the strength he showed in the academy is far from his limit. Kong Shang and Third Lord Ningfrost also had glowing eyes. It's at least the 7th realm, maybe a half-saint. Ningfrost suddenly asked with some excitement. Big brother, which one do you think is stronger or weaker? Su Zhi or that saint son of the fountainhead? The holy son of the fountainhead? Yang Anjuan froze, then his eyes showed deep scorn. 15 years ago, he had the honor of meeting that teenager once, just like today's Su Zhi. The Holy Sun brought the white tiger of the cave heaven realm into Qingzhou and decimated through the cultivators of his peers. Even he, Yang Anjuan, who claimed to be amazingly talented and to have crossed the world, was defeated by his 3 palms. The Holy Sun is a half-saint, and Dean Desu is 10 years old. They are not from the same era and cannot be compared, Yang Anjuan said with a smile, but from the deepest part of his heart, he certainly felt that that saint's son was strong. After all, he hadn't seen Su Zhi make a move. Yet he had actually lost under that person. In his mind, the highs and the lows. Chapter 27 Gossip Formation Diagram, Spirit Cloud Superior Arrival. It's night, on the west side of Yueshi River, near the direction of Qingzhou Prefecture. The lights are bright, and 1,000 cavalrymen are lined up in a solemn manner. A crane-haired old man riding a dragon colt sat at the front of the cavalry, constantly looking at the sky and calculating the hour. He is King Rui, Tantai Xiang. Behind him, besides Tantai Yi and the soulful Tantai Ching, there was also a square-faced youth. Sister, who exactly are we waiting for? Tantai Ching's lips turned white, the aftermath of her shock still fresh. When he returned home, he just wanted to complain, but he was dragged out of the house by Tantai Xiang and brought to the Yu River, saying that he wanted to greet some high-ranking person, waiting for a man to put down a rebellion. Tantai Yi's beauty remained the same as the lake wind blew. Her green silk was slightly blown, revealing a confident smile. Rebellion? Just those few Yakuza from the Tian sect? The square-faced man at Tantai Yi's side laughed. At your command, Xiaoxi, I, Fountainhead, will instantly send 3 peak half-saints to bloodwash any rebel factions in Qingzhou and help you consolidate your power. Tani glanced at the square-faced man. This person's name is Lin Rui, a holy land walker of the Fountain of Youth, but also the 19th generation direct grandson of the Fountain of Youth saint who rode the river to become a land, and he has expressed his love for her many times. But Tanya E's segment is extremely high, knowing the principle that licking a dog is a dog, cannot let them completely eat meat. To put a bacon in front of the slow fishing is the best strategy. It was estimated that the desire to escape was being played very understandably by Tantai. Lin Rui was repeatedly trolled into warping his mouth, and not only did he bring Tanya E into the Fountain of Youth, but he also vowed to be Tanya Yi's guardian ambassador. Lin Rui, Fountainhead is a holy place. You must not meddle in worldly affairs. Otherwise, in the eyes of the royal family, you are no different from the rebels and will be liquidated. Tantai E gave Lin Rui a warning glance. Lin Rui laughed. For E, it doesn't matter if I die. Tantai Ching winced beside him, only to feel that the meal he had eaten in the afternoon was going to be spewed out, and after despising Lin Rui, he finally found a chance to complain. Sis, something's happened to me. I've been set up. Help me. Tantai E frowned. What's wrong with you? In Qin City, who dares to count on you? Hearing the reckoning, Tantai Xiang, who sat at the very front, also listened with a slight side ear. Yes, it's Su Ru. Today in front of Chui Xin building, he, Tantai Ching told the whole story of today's events. Even the words that he colluded with the devil's sect to refine the women and children to enhance their strength did not fall. His face full of bitterness, Tantai Xiang turned his head and backhanded a slap, hitting Tantai Ching and causing him to fall off his horse, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Asshole! Being the son of the world and practicing magic, don't you know that the laws of my way state that all demonic cults are treasonous? Tantai Chung howled. Tantai Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance. Su Zhi is coming for me. Xinger's matter should just be an accident. Good Su Ru. How dare you come to trouble me when you yourself are in trouble? Dad. What now? Tantai Xiang closed his eyes. There's no harm in it. If it was a month ago, I'd still be afraid of this Su Zhi 3 times. But today, he is no longer the Marshal of Fengtian, much less the Emperor's son-in-law, but just a rebel leader. He's no threat to us. Tanya E nodded. In Fengtian Academy, she was still afraid of Su Ru, but in Qin City, she, the Tantai family, was the uncrowned king, and it was useless for anyone to come. Lin Rui laughed beside him. Do you need help from the sacred mountain? No need. Tanya E shook her head. Tantai Ching climbed up from the ground, a bit wretched, but with a radiance in his eyes. He was, after all, the only son of the Tantai family, and no matter how much of a loser he was, his family wouldn't give up on him. Sister, at my heart, I've been planted with a dragon seal, so save me. What dragon seal? Tantai's willow eyebrows rose, and her divine soul condensed into a bundle that pierced into Tantai Ching's heart. Put. Tantai flew out backwards, her face pale. She only felt that she saw the flood dragon domain at Tantai Ching's heart, and Huan's dragon power was unfathomable. What situation? Tantai Jiang was slightly taken aback, and after coming over for a closer inspection, his face changed drastically. This is the Holy Dragon Seal. That Ing Long beside Su Zhi is actually a Holy Dragon bloodline? Holy Dragon? Tantai hesitated slightly, then her face changed drastically. She was aware that Su Zhi had subdued Ao Jing in Fengtian Academy. At that time, Su Zhi was engaged in the spatial turbulence, and no one saw the scene. She thought that the dragon was mediocre, but she didn't expect it to be an extremely powerful Holy Dragon bloodline. So what now? Can father solve it? Tantai looked to Tantai Jiang. Father can't undo it. The Holy Dragon Seal. It takes a cultivator extremely close to the Holy Realm to undo it. Father is still far from it. Tantai Jiang's face sank. Sacred Dragon Seal. There are very few in the Cave Heaven realm that can solve it. Lin Rui looked at Tantai with a hot gaze. But send him back to my fountain, and this seal can be lifted. It's just difficult to bring outsiders into the fountain of youth. Tantai choked slightly, understanding Lin Rui's meaning in her heart. If he wanted to save Tantai Ching, then he had to get closer to him. Lin Rui, sister, save me, save me. Tantai Ching's face was white. He didn't expect that even his father could do nothing. I don't want to die yet. Tantai Jiang sighed deeply, feeling sad for the tiger father and his son, and looked at Tantai with a clear meaning. The Tantai family had only one only son, so he couldn't be easily accounted for. Feeling the pleading eyes cast by Tantai, the smile on Lin Rui's face widened and he was about to speak. The distant sky was suddenly shaken by wind and thunder. The calm river surface lit up with countless 8 trigrams. A golden light soared from a great distance, far beyond the speed of sound, stirring up the waves of the river and moving the colors of heaven and earth. Golden light transportation? A Taoist technique? Lin Rui's gaze shook as he looked at the golden light that arrived in the blink of an eye and transformed into a fairy-like middle-aged Taoist priest. The Taoist priest had a thin face, his temples slightly frosted, wearing a gray robe, holding a duster in his hand, with a light step, and an ethereal temperament like the wind, untainted by the world. Lord Spirit Cloud? Tantai Jiang's face was overjoyed. How could he not know that the person in front of him was his long-awaited honored guest? This is the man who was secretly given the imperial sword by his majesty, and those who stand in his way can be beheaded even by a vassal king. King Rui. Lord Spirit Cloud spoke faintly. Then with a wave of the duster, Tantai Ching's heart suddenly flowed freely, and the entire person's injuries were instantly healed. This is? Tantai Ching was ecstatic and fiercely knelt down to kowtow. Many thanks to the Taoist master for saving me. Tantai and Tantai Jiang were also excited, worthy of being cultivators of the Kyoto Qingfeng Taoist temple. Every move was extraordinary. Raising one's hand to dispel the dragon seal, this is almost a saintly means. I borrowed Windermere to hear your discussion. Lord Spirit Cloud had no sadness or joy. On this trip, I'm here for that Su Ru. Please rest assured, State Minister. Tantai Jiang hesitated slightly. Lord, according to the news I heard from Half Mountain Ridge, this Su Zhi already has the strength to kill Cave Heaven Realm cultivators. Tantai, Tantai Ching, and Lin Rui all shook in unison. At the same early 20s, Su Zhi was actually already able to kill the Cave Heaven Realm, touching the realm of the older generation of geniuses. Beheading the Cave Heaven Realm? Lord Spirit Cloud let out a cold laugh. The gap between the Cave Heaven Realm and the Cave Heaven Realm is even greater than the previous 7 realms combined. On this trip, not only do I want to bring Su Ru's head back to the capital to resume my duties, but I also want to learn from that sage of the Fountain Mountain who discussed the Tao with the sacred tortoise and crossed over to the Holy Realm, so that everyone in the world will know the mysteriousness of my Taoist teachings. Tantai's expression was joyful. If she could behead Su Zhi without borrowing the power of the fountainhead, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome for her. Then please ask Lord Spirit Cloud to move to the royal residence first, and join us tomorrow to go to Yu River to view the river. Good. Chapter 28, Cloud Deer in Cave Heaven. Yu Jiang discussion. The next day, Su Zhi came out of the Chui Xin building. The scenery in front of us was very different. The number of carriers of gold and purple words had increased significantly, and the entire river was rolling in waves, with the momentum of a storm. Master, my dragon seal has been taken. There was hesitation in Ao Jing's eyes as he said to Su Zhi. Taken? Su Zhi froze. Ao Jing's dragon seal, he was naturally clear. Without a little means really can't help. It seems that behind this King Rui, there are still tall people. Su Zhi's gaze looked towards the river in a ghostly manner, as if he wanted to see through the Rui Wang mansion through the Yu River. And at this time, on the Yu River, there were many spirit weapon privateers. On one of the private boats, Yunlu was crossing her long legs in white stockings and looking at the rippling and jagged river view. Unlike the previous days, the beauty of Yunlu, who had crossed into the cave realm, seemed to be more and more moving. Especially her tranquil demeanor and watery demeanor are like an ancient painting in the water town of Jiangnan, which makes people look at her in amazement. Behind her, a group of people knelt in great numbers. Among them, there is no lack of cave heaven realm royal close guards. The head of Li Xian's eyes sizzled, but he did not dare to raise his head, just arching his hand. Princess, today is the feast of the sacred turtle turning over the river, and my subordinates hereby wish Princess a day of enlightenment and crossing over into the sacred realm in advance. Yindir shook his head slightly. The vastness of sainthood. I only realized it after I crossed into the cave heaven. No wonder all saints are mortal underneath them, looking as if they were climbing up to heaven. If I can realize a trace of the sacred Tao, it would be a worthwhile trip. Li Xian nodded. Princess's achievement of cave heaven in her early 20s is rare in ancient times. No one in the Great Way is comparable. Becoming a saint is almost a done deal. Please do not be anxious. Aha. Cloud Deer nodded slightly, not explaining anything more. After crossing into the cave heaven realm, she realized that the so-called Dharma phase realm was all small talk. A genius like Su Zhi, who was a great enemy a few days ago, was no longer in her sights, just waiting for today's matter to be over. I will go to showdown with Su Zhi and completely sever the relationship. Incoming. Near noon, the river was suddenly agitated, and streams of light appeared in the sky, and several high platforms were raised in front of Zuixin Island, which were filled with feasts. That's the Rui Wang mansion's flashy chauffeur. Prince Tantai himself is there. Sect Master Yang of the Xian Tian sect is also here. What a big row to come. It seems that the sacred turtle enlightenment is indeed extraordinary. Did I read it right? The hidden family Chao family is here as well. I heard that this Chao family is the top family that can control the financial pulse of Qingzhou. Is the one at the head the Chao Xin Chao family head who is known as the #1 beauty in Qingzhou? That's the stewards of the Star Ancient sect, the Bijou sect, the Wuji sect, and wow, even the Long Yuan sword sect, which has recently suffered a great change, has come. Every stream of light that showed itself caused a gasp of amazement. Some elders of old and knowledgeable generations kept lamenting. Just the above group of people that an unusual person would never see in their lifetime. This time, the sacred turtle turned over the river, and it was a feast for the eyes and ears for ordinary people. How come there is a young man who has never been seen before, who stands apart from these great powers, and even sits vaguely high? Which family's son? Some sharp-eyed people were staggered when they saw Su Zhi sitting on a high seat. That's the Great Way's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Even he's never heard of him. You're not from the Great Way, are you? Some people who had seen Su Ru yesterday voiced their science. Their faces mocking. What? He's Su extra horse harnessed by the Emperor's side? Indeed, he is as handsome as a heavenly god, not like a mortal. Discussions rose and fell, and Yun Lu's eyes stared in the private boat, constantly glancing towards the woman beside Su Zhi. Seeing that the woman was not Jiang Xiaoxi, but resembled her 7 times, she was a bit puzzled. Who is that woman? She is Zhao Luer, the youngest daughter of the Runan king who was copied. Had nowhere to go and cast her lot with Su Ru. Li Xian bowed. Poof. So that's how it is. Yun Lu's surface was bland, but in his heart, he secretly snickered, and even had a hidden sense of coolness. It seemed to her that Su Zhi was superficially disdainful of herself, even pretending to be spontaneous when she withdrew from the marriage, but secretly she was frantically searching for her replacement. But sadly, she, Yun Lu, is not a replacement for anyone. Even if you are a Dharma phase genius, so what? The one who should not be worthy of my Yunlu is still not worthy. I, Yunlu, have befriended either the holy son of a holy mountain or a direct descendant of a holy land. Which one is not as noble as an immortal? If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on your lack of natural talent. Cloud Deer clasped his elbows, his eyes sharp. Sitting on the high platform, Su Zhi took a sip of the green tea that was abundant in Qingzhou. Suddenly something twisted inside, and he looked toward the big river, but he was calm. Is there anyone who's been talking about me behind my back? Su Zhi turned the teacup and looked at the Tantai family's people with playfulness in his eyes. In Qin City, other than the Tantai family, he couldn't think of any other enemies. Tantai Xiang felt Su Zhi's gaze. He's the king after all, and he's better than a monkey. Regardless of how to spit on Su Zhi behind his back, he did not mention it in the slightest on the surface, and courteously smiled towards Su Zhi. Why didn't you notify me in advance of Mr. Emperor's son-in-law's visit to my Qin City? I'm sorry for the delay in welcoming you. Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile. I am merely entering Qin City as a tourist to view the scenery and collect some debt in the process. Your Highness need not be overly courteous. Oh, Tantai Xiang was slightly surprised, ignoring the word debt, and said mildly, since Mr. Emperor's son-in-law's purpose is to view the scenery before the sacred turtle turns over the river. I have a tradition in Qingzhou, and that is the martial arts fights between the various powers. I still hope that Mr. Emperor's son-in-law will be able to give me some guidance. A martial arts fight on top of the Jiang River. It might be able to attract the attention of the sacred turtle and descend the great Tao. This was a tradition for every event, and Su Zhi had heard about it slightly before. Good. Su Zhi glanced at Tantai Yi and was in no hurry. He had wanted to see the sight of the sacred turtle turning over the river. At this moment, he received a fresh cup of tea brewed by Zhao Luer and looked at the river with an old spirit. Seeing Tantai Xiang also looking towards the river, Xiao Xian on the side couldn't help herself and took the lead. Jun Yangan, 3 days ago, you led a group of people to kill my Chao family's pawnshop, elixir store, and weapon store, and plundered away tens of thousands of spirit stones worth of supplies. What exactly do you want to do? Make it clear in front of the king. The patriarchs of the Star Ancient sect and the Bijou sect also clamored. Not bad. The outer stores managed by our sects have also been robbed of pills. Please, sect leader Yang, make it clear. Yang Anjuan sank his face. He rebelled for real. He wanted to be the master of the people and make a common record of the world. Unlike all the straw bandits, who rebelled against the winds of Su Ru and robbed homes in the name of rebellion. However, it was obvious that the Chao family, the Tantai family, and other forces thought that he, Yang Anjuan, had a very small pattern as well, and was just trying to grab some supplies to arm his forces. The way is unkind. Zhao Wuji removes loyalty and uses treachery, and the Rue Wangfu colludes with the devil sect. It should have been overthrown a long time ago. So what's wrong with me? Shen Tian sect, rising up in obedience to heaven's destiny? Are you guys trying to fight Yon? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yang Anjuan's mouth. He was ranked 3rd on the wind and cloud ranking, and he ranked in the top 3 of the active cave realms in this world. The church is even more powerful with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. As long as it wasn't some old reclusive antiquities coming out, he could run through heaven and earth. Naturally, she wouldn't give face to a young girl like Chao Xian who had inherited the family business. Make trouble if you want. Don't look down on my Chao family. Today, I'll let you know that Qingzhou is not up to you. Shen Tian sect, you rebels, who have taken imperial power in vain, will sooner or later be annihilated by Wei and burned one by one. With a wave of Chao Xian's slender hand, a Jiangnan woman in a lady's robe stepped out behind her and leapt onto the river. At that moment, the woman blended into the river, as if in harmony with nature. Only, upon fixing her eyes, she would realize that the woman was drooping and her face was wrinkled with the signs of age. Su Ru was slightly stunned. Then he lightly laughed. Qingzhou even has this kind of expert. Chao Shu, the Chao clan's Jade Lady Sword. You're still alive? Yang Anjuan's eyes snapped wide open. Chapter 29 Battle of the Half-Saints. Breaking all laws with speed. Chao family Jade Lady Sword. 300 years ago across the way. Set the list of the top 10 of the Wind and Clouds list of the overwhelming figure. By the time the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud rankings were in this class, it was mostly a competition for the perception of the Great Tao. And even if the Qi and Blood were defeated, it couldn't affect too much of the battle power. 100 years ago, the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking. Nowadays, no one could tell exactly what their strength was. So strong. Zhao Luer's eyes were grave, and Ao Jing on the side was eager to try, but was slapped back by Su Zhi. You're no match for them. Watch the show in peace. Don't go up there and embarrass me. Ao Jing snapped. He was just too young. Even if the bloodline was outstanding, it would still require the accumulation of years, and it was not yet a match for these old monsters. The Wind and Cloud list, as the name implies, these people can almost already stir up the wind and clouds of the Great Way. Jun Yangan, come down for a battle and let my old self see just how golden the Wind and Cloud ranking is now. The Jade Maiden sword took out a graceful soft sword, outlining the torrent of the river, elegant to the extreme. Yang Anjuan's face sank. He was quite proud of himself. A Jade Maiden sword whose Qi and blood had decayed 300 years ago. Saying that he would challenge him? As the head of a religion, he prided himself on being on par with even the state pastors, so naturally he couldn't come down in person. Ning Yen, you go on and have a go at this old geezer. He turned back, speaking to a burly, fierce man with messy hair. Yes, prelate. Ning Yan's figure flashed, and a violent sonic boom came from the air. Before the crowd could see clearly, he had already landed steadily on the surface of the river, without causing any splash. Iron Hand Fist Ning Yan? It's rumored that he's as cynical as he is hateful, and has a spontaneous nature. So he's really defected to the Xiantian sect. I heard that his sister is Ningfrost, the third leader of the Xiantian sect. I used to think that it was just a rumor, but today it seems that it shouldn't have run away. This Ning Yan is the 17th character on the Wind and Cloud ranking in the list. You have to know that this Wind and Cloud ranking is only a statistic of past performance, not that it divides the real battle power. This battle, there's something to see. Brother, go for it. The last sentence was Ning Frost waving her fists, cheering Ning Yan on from the high platform. It wasn't just her. The passers-by in the field who supported Ning Yan were in the majority. The Chao family goes around amassing wealth, extracting bones and marrow, and endangering the people. In everyone's mind, it's not much better than that mountain bandits and bandits. Naturally, it's not as popular as the uprising Xiantian sect. Come on. Confronting Ning Yan for a few moments, Xiao Shu seemed to have lost interest, and with a flick of the soft sword in her hand, the cold light exploded, and the sword she sliced through the river like a jade dragon taking off into the air, going straight for Ning Yan. Not moving is already a move amazing. The field instantly wind and clouds change. Countless people's faces changed greatly. Never thought that this 300 years ago Jade Maiden sword can still have such power. In the face of this sword, Ning Yan utilized his entire body's spirit energy and swung his fist to block. But the power of the sword light was far beyond imagination, instantly causing Ning Yan's right hand to break through the skin. His face changed slightly, and before he could completely regain his strength, he saw Xiao Shu stabbing at him with another sword. This sword was soft with rigidity, like a silver snake wrapped around the body, light and swift, with a piercing killing chance in the interweaving of sword shadows. The river was boiling, and Ning Yan's face changed dramatically. His palms couldn't even stop Xiao Shu's sword, being impaled on her body over and over again. Flesh foam was picked out by the swordlight, like picking out bones, and blood was spilled on the Yu River. Break all laws with speed. Although Xiao Shu's attack power wasn't as strong as Ning Yan's, however, with an extremely treacherous swordlight, it struck Ning Yan without any power to fight. All you can do is watch your own blood and flesh fly. On the high platform, the faces of the Xiantian sect and the others were ugly to the extreme. Chao Xian cackled. Sect leader Yang, if you don't come down personally, I'm afraid that by then, this powerful general will be nothing but a skeleton. Or, my Chao family is the most courteous. How about you take out 100,000 spirit stones to compensate my Chao family for their losses, and this matter will end there? Yang Anjuan's face was extremely gloomy, and he didn't speak, staring closely at the form on the field. With his eyes, he could naturally see that this 300-year-old Jade Maiden sword not only sensed the way of the sword, but also the way of judo. It was the combination of the two that created the new Jade Maiden sword, which would be like mercury flowing down the river, crushing her peers. He asked himself, even if he were to go up, facing this soft sword that stabbed at him like a wave of snakes, how much could he fight against it? Many tourists watched the river tumbling like a sea monster in the dust, and were terrified as if they had seen the sky. Inside the private ship, Yunlu's face was slightly white as he watched the sparring match in the arena with a torch-like gaze. She had also advanced to the cave heaven realm, the same realm as the two people in the scene. However, the power of heaven and earth mobilized by the two of them, striking the river and turning it over, was amazingly powerful to the extreme, far more than she was capable of. Especially that seemingly weak Xiao Shu. Every sword thrust was stronger than her full-strength sword, and this kind of sword, Xiao Shu could make 100 swords in a second. It seems that I still have a long way to go. I can't be presumptuous, Yunlu secretly said. Li Shan looked at the two people on the river in shock and muttered out, is this the overwhelming figure of the wind and cloud ranking? Originally, when I watched Su Zhi decapitating the demon, with 100 feet of sword-ons running through the sky and the earth, I already felt that I had reached the peak of cultivation, which was unimaginable, but compared to the several people in front of me, it was much worse. Yunlu snorted slightly at his words and did not speak. Su Zhi was only in the Dharma phase realm, and it would be a fool's errand to try to fight against the wind and cloud ranking supreme figures. On the high platform, Ao Jing's fists were clenched tightly, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the battle between the two in the field. The two people in front of them were both close to saints, especially Xiao Shu. If heaven and earth weren't shackled, then she would definitely have already ascended to the saint realm. Even if he stepped into the cave realm and wanted to catch up with the pace of the two, he would still have to cultivate hard for a while before he could do so. Thinking about this, he gratefully glanced at Su Zhi. If it wasn't for Su Zhi stopping him, he would have gone down just now and humiliated himself. Su Ru sipped a cup of tea with a calm gaze, ignoring Ao Jing. He had known from the moment Xiao Shu had struck that Ning Yan was no match for Xiao Shu. Although the two sides were in the same realm, Xiao Shu's sword technique used softness to overcome hardness, completely overpowering Ning Yan, not to mention that Xiao Shu was still on the path of the Great Tao and had traveled even farther. Sure enough, right after Su Zhi finished drinking a cup of green tea. The field is split between winners and losers. Ning Yan kept on blocking, secretly building up her strength. After resisting 100 swords hard, it finally allowed him to find an opportunity to leap up and flip his palm like a seal. A seal slapped down like a meteor falling into a river, stirring up thousands of tides. Prime seal. If it wasn't for the fact that this piece of Jiang's space was particularly consolidated, with this palm alone, he would have been able to slap out a half-mile of spatial cracks. But that Xiao Shu had hundreds of years of experience, and was more than familiar with battles. When Ning Yan had just gotten away, he had already fallen deep into the bottom of the river like a fish in the deep sea, borrowing the river water as a buffer, and resisting this palm imprint of Ning Yan. Ning Yan's strength was exhausted in the air, and as the turnover of spirit energy stagnated, the river suddenly burst open, and a 1,000-feet-long sword mane erupted from the bottom of the river, stabbing straight up into the heavens. This sword was as bright as the Milky Way hanging upside down, a sword that swept across Ning Yan's neck. Yang Anjuan's face was slightly furious as he stepped on the high platform and swept towards Ning Yan's head. Chapter 30 Taoist Sacred Law. Spirit Cloud Superior. Wow. The river parted, and a green shadow, as fast as lightning, grabbed Ning Yan's head and clapped against Yang Anjuan, both of them exploding back at the same time. Although Yang Anjuan was very fast, he was far away after all and lost his head start. At the moment, Ning Yan was in Xiao Shu's hands, and he threw himself at the mercy of the enemy, neither moving nor staying still. The crowd was horrified beyond belief, not expecting this Xiao Shu to be equal to Yang Anjuan. It was important to know that for a long time. Yang Anjuan was the #1 powerhouse below the Saint Realm in Qingzhou on the surface. Sect Master Yang. My Chao family is a businessman who only looks at profit and has no intention of splitting life and death with the Xin Tian sect. On the high stage, Chao Xian spoke out. If you give my Chao family the compensation, then this matter will be settled. You don't want to fight my ancestral milk and miss the sacred turtle turning the river in the late afternoon, do you? Yang Anjuan's face was green for a while and white for a while. Chao family robbing the rich to help the poor is a big business. Is his strategic materials, if it is lost out, how to implement the great cause of rebellion. But Ning Yan was a great general under him, and his righteous sister's own brother, so it was impossible for him to leave his hand unattended. Okay. Yang Anjuan gritted his teeth, and Xiao Shu revealed a smug smile, tossing Ning Yan's head over. They weren't afraid of Yang Anjuan playing tricks. After all, the slogan of Yang Anjuan's rebellion was justice. The words spoken are the golden rule, never self-destructive. Yang Anjuan carried Ning Yan's head and returned to the high platform, glancing at Su Zhi with a trace of complexity in his eyes. Su Ru understood what he meant. Yang Anjuan was thinking that it was too difficult to rebel. A random person out of the Chao family was about as strong as him, and who knew how much more the royal family could have. If it wasn't for Su Ru coming out of nowhere, I'm afraid that Yang Anjuan wouldn't have dared to raise the flag of his rebellion. Ha 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 ha. Tantai Xiang laughed out loud and looked at Chao Xian. The Chao family has extraordinary strength, and the thunderous means to suppress the rebels should be credited. Chao Xian smiled faintly as Xiao Shu looked around on the river, shocking the entire audience as the winner of this argument seemed to have been born. State Shepherd, since my Chao family has been merited, I have an unforgivable request. This first beauty of Qingzhou smiled politely. What is it? But there's no harm in saying. Tantai Xiang was on a roll and smiled. My Chao family has heard that Qingzhou needs a batch of standardized spirit weapons. I wonder if the Tantai family, can we leave this matter to our Chao family? What did you say? Tantai Xiang looked at Chao Xian incredulously. Formalized spiritual weapons, used to arm soldiers and horses, such as some spell formations, military flags and so on. That's a royal monopoly business. It's profiteering. It's what Wei was founded on. The Chao family wants to take over the business of making spirit weapons in Qingzhou. Do you want to rebel too? Chao Xian, do you know what you're saying? Tantai Xiang shouted angrily. Before Chao Xian could speak, a pike flew over the river. A swish chopped the long table in front of Tantai Xiang, and a table of delicacies leapt up into the sky and fell down in a mess. The entire room fell silent and looked at the high platform. Tantai Xiang stood up violently. He understood in his heart that this group of people felt that the Tantai mansion was weak and could be bullied. It's also true that Su resigned to raise the anti-flag. The royal family just tuned troops to deter. Are not much too much reaction. Folk with different minds are naturally numerous. Chao Xian, do you really think that the state shepherd's mansion is something you can insult at will? Tantai Xiang looked at Chao Xian with a heavy face. Yes, so what? Chao Xian cocked her hands. Does Lord State Shepherd still want to teach my little girl a lesson? People are looking forward to it. Tantai Xiang took a deep breath as Tantai Yi whispered beside her. Father, why don't we ask Lord Spirit Cloud to make a move? It's only a few hours until the sacred turtle comes out anyway. Besides, Su Zhi is also here. Taking his head first is not a wasted trip. Tantai Xiang nodded. That's fine. Let's consider it a favor we owe to Spirit Cloud Superior. After he finished speaking, he probed his hand into his bosom and took out a jade pendant, transmitting a few paragraphs over. Your Majesty, what else is there to discuss? Chao Xian laughed coldly. Her ancestor's milk was originally sleeping, but recently, she suddenly felt the opportunity to become a saint and woke up from her dream. It's just as well that Su Zhi rebelled and Wei was in civil unrest, giving her an opportunity to capitalize on the situation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She didn't deserve to be the head of this Chao family if she would miss out on such a business opportunity. Humph. Chao Xian, defying imperial authority, one of you will not be able to escape today. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Tantai Xiang's mouth as he looked towards the western side of the river. Tantai Yi and Tantai Qing were also holding their elbows and looking to the west, with strong confidence in their eyes. Seeing the Tantai clan's people like this, the Chao clan, the Xian heavenly sect, and the others were all a bit confused. What are you doing? You're still acting like an official at this point? Crazy? Su Zhi was originally a bit puzzled as well, but in the next moment, he suddenly turned his head to look at the river, and there was some clarity in his heart. It looks like the high-ranking person behind the royal palace is here. What? Zhao Luer didn't hear Su Zhi's words and let out a light eep. Then he heard the wind and thunder on the river. Countless 8 trigrams blossomed on the river, and a golden light, like a meteor, scurried from the distant sky. It was like an 18-step hurricane sweeping through, and where the golden light passed, the river waves split into 2, rushing up to the sky against the wind. Spectacular to the extreme. How can it be? Yan Anjuan and Chao Shu's faces changed dramatically. The speed of the visitor was too fast. From the wind and thunder, to the golden light approaching, it was only a blink of an eye before and after. Taoist holy method. Golden light transportation? Chao Shu took 3 steps backward, and saw that the golden light transformed into a fairy-like, middle-aged Taoist priest, who also held a 7-foot-long long sword in his hand. The long sword was as clear as autumn water, with a cloud pattern and dragon and phoenix motifs carved on its surface, symbolizing heaven's order and imperial power. Sacred weapon. The sacred sword of Shangfang. Who are you? How dare you drive this sword out of Kyoto? Yang Anjuan was somewhat appalled. A holy weapon, wherever it is placed, is an existence that suppresses a state? And in the entire Qingzhou, only the state shepherd's mansion has a tower. The visitor was holding a holy weapon longsword, and even if they were half a realm apart, they could still go against the fury and behead them. Not to mention, this middle-aged Taoist priest had also comprehended the Taoist holy method. Golden light escape. Yang Anjuan and Chao Shu had large grains of sweat rolling down their foreheads. Ha 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 ha. Tantai Xiang let out a loud laugh. This argument today is the graveyard for you rebels. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Not to mention that some rebels challenge the royal authority and defy the royal family. Family Master Chao Xian, I've already given you a chance. I didn't think you wouldn't be able to grasp it. Chao Xian was pale and stammered for words. Yang Anjuan took out his own celestial-ranked long stick and stood by as if he were an enemy. Zhao Luer poked Su Zhi's arm. Gongzi, that Tantai Xiang seems to be shading us. Ao Jing, on the other hand, was a bit flustered. Master, let's retreat first. This Taoist priest is a bit odd. His speed is too fast. To kill me is a sword. Su Zhi didn't say anything and looked at the Taoist priest's panel with interest. Lingyun Shangri-La, Realm, Peak Cave Heaven, Purple Golden Word, Mastery of the 5 Thunders. Mastering the thunder spells can increase the power of the thunder spells by 8 times. Purple Golden Words, Dao Body, born close to the Dao, cultivates the Dao, increases speed by 8 times, and is able to cultivate the sacred laws in advance. Purple Golden Phrase, Arrangement. Arranging a formation increases efficiency by 8 times. It's a bit of a pity that it's not a red word. Su Ru shook his head slightly. That's not even who he's looking for. However, with the strength of this Lord Spirit Cloud, holding a holy weapon, crushing the wind and cloud ranking was no problem at all. Chapter 31, A Thunder-Chopping Wind and Cloud. Strong Spirit Cloud. Lord Spirit Cloud is here. Cloud Deer's eyes flashed. This was the capital's supreme master. She naturally knew her, and she had even learned Taoism from her when she was a child. It's just that she's not sensitive to the Tao and didn't go that route. Once he comes, even Su Ru will have to figure out how to escape. Right. Giggle giggle. On the river, Lord Spirit Cloud stroked his beard bashfully. He held the Shangfang sacred sword, the highest position in the field. Even when Su Zhi was still a marshal, he could not beat him. Turning around, looking at Chao Shu, Lord Spirit Cloud said blandly, "You're Chao Shu, who set the top 10 of the wind and cloud ranking 300 years ago? To be able to survive until now, you're somewhat capable." Chao Shu was holding a soft sword, She felt a faint killing intent and frowned. The Taoist sect pursues nature, not being in the world. In order to achieve longevity, is it possible that the Taoist master wants to go on a killing spree for the sake of the world? What is worldly and what is not? When a country is subverted, where is the egg? Traitors to the country. All of ways men can be killed. Lord Spirit Cloud revealed a hint of a sneer as the Shangfang longsword was withdrawn and stood above the tide with his hands folded. I won't bully you either. Holy weapon. I don't use it. You. Xiao Shu's cold face. Everyone was in the cave heaven realm, and she had once stood on top of the wind and cloud ranking. Even if Lord Spirit Cloud was stronger than her, how much stronger could he be? Such contempt is an insult. Come on. Xiao Shu let out a cold cry, and then a tail of long snake phantoms blossomed out from behind her and merged into her long sword. Space shuddered as Xiao Shu's sword speed increased by several points. In just a second's time, she had already struck out 1,000 swords, each of which was directed towards Lord Spirit Cloud's human body's major acupoints. As long as the point is reached, it will tell Lingyun Shangren to stagnate his aura and die a violent death on the spot. The Jade Maiden sword has actually been practiced by you to such an extent, close to a holy method. It's really interesting. Lord Spirit Cloud still had his hands in the air, his face showing admiration. This sword is close to Saint Might. Yang Anjuan stared at Xiao Shu with unblinking eyes. His judgment was correct. Xiao Shu's strength was in between him and his. And when they fought, victory or defeat was only a matter of thought. Die. Xiao Shu finally pointed out a sword, and the long snake let out a hiss. She actually burned her Dharma phase and ordered a shocking strike, striving to cut down Lord Spirit Cloud's life before he could pull out his holy weapon. Ning Yan only had a head left, looking at it from afar, his face pale. Xiao Shu's sword, which he had always thought was fast, now seemed to be no less powerful than his iron palm. Between him and Xiao Shu, the gap was much wider than expected. Can Lord Spirit Cloud block it? Ning Yan looked above that tide, wanting to see how Lord Spirit Cloud would be able to withstand this fatal blow. However, he saw that Lord Spirit Cloud did not dodge. Only when the sword pressed down on him did he take out a green-colored talisman edict from his bosom and tossed it slightly into the air. Ray, come on! Boom! The white heavenly thunderbolt arrived for no apparent reason, separating the heavens and striking above Xiao Shu's flesh with a speed that could not be captured by ordinary people's souls. The pillar of thunder was extremely thick, drowning all the sword momentum, and Xiao Shu stood frozen on the spot. Lord Spirit Cloud stood between a blanket of snow and sighed slightly as he pointed out a finger, pointing it at Xiao Shu's forehead. Xiao Shu's eyes suddenly lost their vigor and her body fell towards the bottom of the river with a loud bang. Obviously her soul had been shattered by a finger. A thunder. A second to kill Xiao Shu. Taoist sacred law. 5 thunder curse. Countless people lost their voices, only to realize that Lord Spirit Cloud had already left the realm of the mundane and stepped into that realm of saints. Lord Spirit Cloud shook his head. Ridiculous. What wind and cloud ranking? What 100 strongest people below the saint realm? It's just a list that way used to fool you Jianghu people. Did he line up the holy mountain? Rank the people from the Holy Land? The Taoists, Buddhists, Confucians, demon race, and devil sect even didn't make the list at all. Listening to the royal list and trying to rebel against the royal family is simply a frog in the well. This world is much bigger than you think. Yang Anjuan, master of the Xian Tian sect, what do you say? Lord Spirit Cloud looked at Yang Anjuan, and as the crowd followed his gaze, they also looked at Yang Anjuan, the reckless leader who had cried out for rebellion. Many have now responded. When Lord Spirit Cloud showed up with the Shangfang Holy Sword, it represented the royal family and wanted to kill all the rebels. Some of the reckless people who had followed Su Ru and Yang Anjuan in shouting out words of rebellion couldn't help but tremble at the moment. The 5 thunders sacred law, invoking the power of heaven and earth. That extremely thick heavenly thunder was as if it had struck them in the sea of consciousness. Even if they survived this time, they had shadows in the future and did not dare to mention the rebellion again. Even Kong Shang and Ning Shuang felt a deep sense of powerlessness and fell softly onto the high platform. Yang Ankuan, do you want to avoid war? Lord Spirit Cloud bellowed softly once again. Is this your bearing as a leader of a force? Yang Anjuan's eyes closed, then snapped open. He palms the wind road. Although he can escape, but a lifetime of fame and foundation will be destroyed. You can't run away. The only way is to fight. With a whoosh sound, Yang Anjuan suddenly disappeared into the field, and when he reappeared, he had already chiseled a stick at Lord Spirit Cloud. Sneak attack. Ahahaha, is this the so-called righteous army? It's full of underhandedness between moves. Lord Spirit Cloud laughed out loud. His right hand pinched the thunder seal, still not pulling out the holy sword, and battled with Yang Anjuan with his bare hands. Both sides in the air electric flash wind movement. One person royal wind, one person driving electricity. Speed of the unusual people's soul cannot see. However, the gazes of many people looking at the Xian Tian sect had changed. To strike is to sneak attack. What kind of self-proclaimed righteous sect is this? If this is true of the Godfather, what about the congregation? If they are allowed to gain power, will it be more hellish than the present-day way in power? Master, why don't we retreat first? I see that Lord Spirit Cloud is here just for you. Ao Jing looked at Lord Spirit Cloud's heroic posture that was like a heavenly god, and his dragon buttocks tightened in fear, knowing how deep the water of the human race was, and he beat a retreat. Yes, my lord, you're still young, and it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. While they're still fighting, let's retreat back to the academy and then make plans. We have tens of thousands of dragon cavalry, and the royal family wouldn't dare to mess around. Zhao Luo also whispered. She was afraid that if she was late, the Spirit Cloud Superior would directly approach Su Zhi, and they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. This trip was nothing more than looking for a small Tantai for trouble. I thought it was a trip, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. It's already too late. Su Zhi put down his teacup and looked towards the field. At this moment, the winner is already divided. Chapter 32, Are you here for me? Although Yang Anjuan had taken advantage of the sneak attack, his strength was after all only in the middle with Xang Shu. Even if he used all his strength and even burned his Dharma phase, it would still be difficult to fight against Lord Spirit Cloud, who was in control of Heavenly Thunder. The fists and sticks fought against each other for no more than 10 seconds before the air suddenly exploded. A white thunderbolt as thick as a heavenly pillar descended from the sky and was held in the hands of Lord Spirit Cloud, as if it were a javelin, and thrown towards Yang Anjuan. Click! The sky all darkened momentarily, and when the crowd looked again, Yang Anjuan had already been electrocuted into a charred blackness and crashed into the Yu River. Yang Anjuan, within 3 days, disband the Xian Tian sect, uproot the rebellious forces within Qingzhou, and bind your own hands to go to the capital to ask for punishment. Otherwise, the ends of the earth and the sea will call your family, all of them, into the river. Still with his arms folded, Lord Spirit Cloud returned to the tide and watched the world's winds and clouds change. Listening to his words, he even left Yang Anjuan alive. After all, he wanted to join the civil service, and Yang Anjuan was a good knock for him. In this age where one could not become a saint, Lord Spirit Cloud had long wanted to enter the world and completely release his desires. The entire room was completely silent, staring blankly at Lord Spirit Cloud, one's own power to suppress the rebellion, lifting his hand and waving it as a huge thunder in the sky. I'm afraid that the state army of Qingzhou is very difficult to resist this kind of cultivator. It's already invincible under a saint, right? Many of the cultivators who were crushed by power felt deep despair. Unless there's a miracle, who can defy royal authority? The Chao family, the Xian Heavenly Sect, and the Star Ancient Sect, which were among the first-class forces in Qingzhou, collapsed onto the high platform as if they were frosted eggplants, their bodies weak and paralyzed. Ha 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 dash Tantai Xiang laughed up to the sky. There is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject in the land. This world, after all, is His Holiness world. Don't you think so? Su's son-in-law. Su's son-in-law. Countless people snapped their heads up and looked at the still breezy Su Zhi. Previously, Yang Anjuan and Chao Xian's rebellions had been suppressed, and they had all forgotten about the root cause of this world's chaos, Su Zhi. By now, Su Zhi still looked like a royal prince on an excursion, eating the snacks on the high platform with an air of unconcern. Could it be that the story of Su Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team revolting is just a setup to draw out the civil forces and kill them all in one fell swoop? Are you crazy? The way Lord Spirit Cloud is looking at Su's son-in-law is full of provocation. It's obviously looking for trouble. Provoke all you want. Does Lord Spirit Cloud really dare to kill Su's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team? He has tens of thousands of dragon riders behind him, which is far too powerful than this Xian Tian sect. You don't say. See Su extra horse harnessed by the side of a team calmly. I'm afraid that behind the Taoist protector's head is not small awe. Countless people were talking about it, and Yun Lu sat in his private boat with his brows furrowed. Li Xian, there are top half-saints in the Fengtian Academy who are capable of harnessing saint weapons? No. Li Xian shook his head. With that kind of cultivator, how could Elder Chen and the few others be afraid of an earth spirit Zhao? Pure nonsense. What does Su Zhi have to rely on? She's still sitting safely on the high platform. Can't you see that girl beside her has her lips white with fear? Do you really think that the identity of the emperor's son-in-law and the son of the Duke of State can shelter him? Or are those tens of thousands of dragon riders nearby? Cloud Deer's eyes flickered with thought. According to her understanding, only the Duke of the State Palace was at the peak of half-saint, but he had already had his chi and blood decayed and hadn't fought in 10 years. At this moment, the imperial city's forbidden guards were estimated to have surrounded the State Duke's mansion, just waiting for Qingzhou to take down Suru, the capital city, to synchronize to take down the Duke of State, and finally recruiting the dragon cavalry to complete the suppression operation. The young man who has had a golden key all his life, and who has been smooth in whatever he has done, will not know that death is at hand. Li Xian bowed. Well, you have a point. There was relaxation in Yun Lu's eyes as he pondered in his mind. Would it be too cheap to let Su Zhi die like this? He's hiding his cultivation to humiliate me. I'm a very vindictive person. How about saving Su Ru and slowly torturing it? Anyway, with the spirit cloud superior in the room, Su Zhi couldn't make any waves. On the tide, thunder surged behind Lord Spirit Cloud as he looked toward Su Zhi. Su, you have nothing to say? Su Zhi got up, ignored Ao Jing and Zhao Luer's almost thirsty retreat thoughts, and walked towards the river step by step. The whole room was shocked. Countless people rubbed their eyes and froze, not seeing the shadow of any Tao protector, any holy beast from behind Su Zhi. It's not, is it? The Emperor's son-in-law is really going to play by himself? Is this betting that Lord Spirit Cloud won't dare to kill him? What a drive! When Tantai saw this, a hint of pleasure appeared in her beautiful eyes. Su Zhi, Su Zhi, if you want my compensation, you'd better think about your own life first. Su Ru walked to the river, locked eyes with Lord Spirit Cloud, and faintly said, Lord Spirit Cloud, are you here for me? Lord Spirit Cloud nodded and took out the holy sword. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, you are an imperial relative, and according to the laws of the Great Way, I cannot behead you without holding this sword, though you and I have no grievances, and I don't want to pull down my face to suppress my juniors, but holy orders are hard to disobey. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, I'm offended, Su Ru said with some curiosity. Won't you tie me up for trial in the capital? Lord Spirit Cloud laughed. Originally it was, but someone informed me that they wanted you dead on the spot. Good thing. Make your move. Su Zhi revealed a hint of a smile. Shoo. As soon as Su Zhi's words fell, Lord Spirit Cloud had already chopped at him with his sword. This sword, nothing forceful, light, just fast as lightning. In Lord Spirit Cloud's opinion, Su Zhi was only in the Dharma phase realm, and he was not in the same class at all, and he could be killed by using some physical force. Not only him, there were already people under the field who lowered their heads, unable to bear to see Su Zhi's head being lorded over. Su rhetoric after all, when a few years of Fengtian martial, perennial suppression of demons, but also the people clear sky, in the folk still have great prestige. Roar, leave someone under the sword. Ao Jing appeared in his true form, running from a distance, and space directly spread out like water waves. He's going to save lives, although he said he was afraid. This dragon had loyalty and would fight to the death even if he knew he would not be defeated. Yun Deer also arrived on top of the private boat, holding a sound-amplifying spell in his hand with a smug smile. She's also going to yell for help. Cloud Deer has the Emperor's waist card in his hand. See the card as see the holy, better than the holy sword. Not afraid of Ling Yun Shangren not to listen to the order. But in the next moment, Ao Jing and Yun Deer's bodies suddenly stopped, and an unbelievable light flashed out of both of their eyes at the same time, only to see Su Zhi, who didn't seem to react in the face of the shocking lightning sword. When that Shangfang holy sword was about to touch his neck, he suddenly raised a leg and stomped away. Boom! The power of a foot was so stone-cold that the space that was as stable as a rock had the slightest wrinkle. Su Zhi kicked in the chest of Ling Yun Shangren. Ling Yun Shangren sprayed blood with a pff sound, and flew backward with a bewildered face, and a big hole appeared in his chest, pierced by a foot. The whole place was abuzz. Countless people directly jumped up, dumbfounded as they looked at the teenager in white on the river. Chapter 33. Are you the only one talking about invincibility? Yang Anjuan has just been picked up from the bottom of the river. Seeing this scene, even if he had traveled the world for decades, at this moment, he was also scared and jumped up. A scorched black body, not even wearing clothes, but he couldn't care less. Trembling, a 20-year-old peak half-saint? He also knew Su Ru in a way. During the years when he was the Grand Marshal of Fengtian, he never went to the front line to cut down the demons, so he was obviously not good at war. Even when rumors spread about the Dharma phase battle power in Fengtian Academy, and even when his second brother and third sister were wildly bragging about Su Zhi, he didn't take it too seriously. How strong can a young man be? Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? But now that he saw it face to face, he could no longer question it in the slightest, and could only sigh that there are talented people in the river and mountain, each leading the wind for hundreds of years. Well, this poem also seems to be made by Su Ru. Tantai Xiang took a few steps back, as if seeing a ghost. What's the situation? Half-saint power? Tanya E was also shocked. Not to mention her, even Lin Rui, the fountainhead sacred groundwalker behind her who had been resting his eyes with them closed and looking down on anyone, also snapped his eyes open at this moment. Tantai Ching was even more needless to say. Su Zhi's kick was as if it was kicking him in the chest, scaring him so much that he couldn't even speak. Xiaoxian's eyes were wide open as she had long since noticed Su Zhi. Originally thought that this young and frivolous emperor's son-in-law was just holding his status and being proud of himself. Never thought that his strength exceeded any expectations. Of course, these people were only shocked. The cloud deer on the private boat. That would be considered shocked. She and Su Zhi were childhood sweethearts and grew up together in the capital. She still didn't know what kind of pissant Su Zhi was? Advancing to the Dharma phase realm was already greatly out of her expectations. Showing the power of a half-saint at this moment was no less than heavenly. How is he stronger than me? I'm only at the cave heaven realm, and he's a half-saint? Wasn't it me who didn't want him? Yunlu kept talking to herself, as if she had lost her heart, and ran back to the private boat in ashes, not daring to let Su Zhi notice her. Otherwise, one must seek revenge on her for withdrawing from the marriage. In the distance, Supreme Spirit Cloud transformed into an essence of light and appeared in the center of the river in a sorry state. He took an elixir and his chest wound recovered extremely quickly, and he looked at Su Zhi with a palpitating heart. I didn't expect that the prince consort was also a half-saint. A 20-year-old half-saint. No wonder he was dashing and confident. Lord Spirit Cloud fixed his figure. His immortal style and crane bones were gone, and the image he had originally portrayed completely disintegrated, and he gave Su Zhi a somewhat vicious look. Since the realms are the same, then Spirit Cloud will go all out. Prince son-in-law, watch and see what is the unrivaled talent under a saint. As the words fell, Lord Spirit Cloud grabbed out a handful of talismans and threw them at the sky. 5 thunders, now, boom, green, purple, white, blue, and gold. 5 types of heavenly thunder intertwined from the sky and poured into the Shangfang holy sword in Lord Spirit Cloud's hand above. The holy sword buzzed as a sword aura spat out, and the space was electrified with the slightest of tremors. Even a hint of sideways electricity could break golden stone, chopping up ordinary magic weapons. Lingyan Shangren was bathed in thunder and lightning. Step by step, he walked towards Su Zhi. The river water evaporated, and in the depths of the river bottom, there was even the faint sound of a turtle. Even the holy turtle that had survived for 10,000 years was startled. Yang Anjuan's face was like heavy water dripping down, and a trace of powerlessness even rose within him. The 5 thunder sword technique. Another holy method. How much is this Lord Spirit Cloud hiding? Truly amazing talent. If not for the limitations of the heavenly Tao, this person would have become a saint. I'm nowhere near as good as him. Yun Lu was on the private boat, gripping the table in front of her with a death grip, her beautiful eyes staring at Su Zhi without blinking. What she could be certain of was that this all-out strike by Lord Spirit Cloud had truly stepped into the realm of the saint realm, and she would be chopped into dust if she even grazed a little bit. Not to mention catching it. Even if Su Zhi had been promoted to half-saint, would he be able to receive this strike? Impossible. Su Zhi was slightly stunned. He stood on the surface of the river and also felt a slight tingle. 5 thunder sword technique. The power is good, but you've practiced it too superficially. It's only the introductory realm. That's just it. Let the people of this world see what holy law is. Great words. 1,000 meters closer to Su Zhi, Lord Spirit Cloud suddenly stopped in his tracks, with a fierce look on his face. His hands flew up and down, and a kind of subtle spell was cast out by him. 5 thunder sword technique. Leaping sword technique. Zip. The spell was injected, and the Shangfang holy sword was as if it had a divine soul, and after circling in the air at an extremely fast speed, it directly swept towards Su Zhi's head, leaving no more than a silky green shadow in the air. He arrived in front of Su Zhi, and his speed was so fast that no one could calculate it anymore. It was the speed of thunder and lightning, and the sword moved like thunder. The faces of all the cave realm cultivators changed. The power of this sword had far exceeded their knowledge. It was clear in their hearts that this was the power of a saint artifact, supplemented by the might of the 5 thunder sword technique. When 2 phases are superimposed, it is never as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Under the saints, who can resist? Yang Anjuan, Tantai Xiang, and the others could even foresee the scene of Su Zhi being beheaded by a sword and his body being electrified into a scorched earth. Duck away. The thoughts of Ningfrost, Zhao Luer, and the other women had just risen. However, he saw that Su Zhi didn't dodge and didn't avoid, and at some point in his hand, he already had a long knife, and chopped at the green silk that was uncatchable by the naked eye. Clang! The Shangfang longsword was chopped out of its original form, trembling in the air as the 5 thunders rippled. You can fight against the holy sword? Lord Spirit Cloud's eyes were bulging out as he watched. This sword, he could cut it out, but he definitely couldn't catch it. Could it be that the long knife in Su Su's hand was also a holy weapon? Even if you have a holy weapon, could it be that you still have holy laws? Lord Spirit Cloud gritted his teeth and plopped down on his knees. His hands pinched the spells frequently. The sky darkened, and countless thunderbolts were induced and poured into the holy sword. Subjected to this wave of added force, The Shangfang holy sword buzzed and rioted, vaguely intending to break free from Su Zhi's blade power. Holy law? What I'm trying to say is that you don't know the law. Su Zhi sighed softly, raised his sword, and slashed again. The thunder was instantly cut off, and the Shangfang holy sword, as if it had been slammed through the air by the ageless mountain, lost its luster and flew backward through the air. The boom slammed on top of Lord Spirit Cloud's physical body, hitting him with a wild spray of essence blood and directly sinking to the bottom of the river. Boom! The aftermath of Su Zhi's slash followed Daoist Spirit Cloud's body and chopped into Jiang. The river rolled backward into the sky, and the blade on directly split the Yu River neatly in two. It is a wonder that the sword will not be extinguished and the river will not flow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The entire crowd looked at the spectacle in front of them in shock as the river turned into rain and hit them, soaking their clothes, but no one noticed. A knife to create a spectacle. No less than 1,000 years ago, the fountainhead saints here to cut the river for the land is enough to go down in history as a big event. This is terrible. They're witnessing history. If it wasn't for the fact that heaven and earth were in order and that becoming a saint would be announced to the world, they even suspected that Su Zhi had already become a saint. And just as they were shocked inside, the wind and clouds suddenly changed over Jiang, and the 4 seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter enveloped them, altering the heavens. Cave heaven manifestation? Spirit Cloud is actually able to do this? It's really half a step into the saint realm. Someone shouted. With a bang, the bruise-covered Lord Spirit Cloud flew out from the bottom of the Yu River, still carrying the Shangfang sacred sword in his hand with the slightest of gaps. At this moment, the Shangfang sacred sword was drawing in the slightest trace of Huakai power to fill the gap, and was even feeding back on the wounds on Lord Spirit Cloud's body. Feeling that trace of power, Lord Spirit Cloud laughed openly. Ha, this sword carries the nation's fortune and cuts down rebels. It is by no means comparable to an ordinary holy weapon. Su extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Su extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. If you want to fight against the will of the state, you are still a bit too young. The power of national fortune? Su Ru nodded slightly. But where there is a country there is a country's luck. That's no surprise. I just don't know. How much of the country's fortune can the current royal family still draw on? Lord Spirit Cloud, how many points of national power can be used? Then how about you receive another blade from Su? Su Zhi raised his right hand, and the sun and moon lit up in unison on the hilt of the blade. Good. Wait. Not good. Lord Spirit Cloud's laughter came to an abrupt end. Because he felt morose fear. This knife of Su Reshi is extraordinary. Chapter 34, Spirit Beheading Cloud. Who's making noise? Run away first. Supreme Spirit Cloud made his decision at the first moment. Golden light surged under his feet and he turned around to flee. Did you escape? A snort came from Su Zhi. A shocking blade intent erupted. The 4 seasons suddenly collapsed, and the sun and moon rose from the river, shining brightly on the earth. Put! A mouthful of golden blood spewed out from Lord Spirit Cloud, his entire face pale to the extreme. Blade intent just shattered my cave? What kind of monster is this? Spirit Cloud's speed suddenly slowed down, flying 1 step down, no longer able to maintain that golden light form. No, this isn't the strength of a half-saint. He's definitely not a half-saint. There's a big change in the heavens and earth. Leave this place and talk about it. Lord Spirit Cloud was completely confused and panicked to the extreme inside. He played all his cards, but he couldn't even escape. So he could only tremblingly take out a Dao talisman and prepare to tear open the space to vanish. The Taishang transportation charm. There are only 2 of them in the entire Qingfeng Taoist temple. It was also right when he had just finished burning the talisman in his hand that Su Zhi's voice came from afar. The first stance of the sun and moon blade technique. The sun and moon appear together. Chop. The crowd only saw Su Zhi's long blade chopping down from afar. 10,000 feet of blade awnings cutting through the river. The sun and the moon in the air seemed to have a consciousness and directly rushed to press down on Lord Lingyun. Originally, the space had opened up and a mysterious force had been drawing on Lord Spirit Cloud's body, but now it was directly shattered into space by this boundless force. No! Lord Spirit Cloud's eyes widened in anger, and he raised the sword of national fortune in order to block it, but heard a blocking sound. The long knife chopped too. The Shangfang holy sword broke into 2. With one of the broken, is the Spirit Cloud Shangren's physical body? Rumble. As the sun and moon crossed over, Lord Spirit Cloud's body was directly crushed into pieces and sunk to the bottom of the river. Hiss! Countless people sucked in a breath of cool air, only to feel their hearts freeze as if they were seeing a miracle. Gazing at it, in front of them, Jiang seemed to be a Taiji diagram, with a big sun on the right, a curved moon on the left, and a long abyss in the center. The river kept pouring into those gaps, but was completely unable to fill the gullies. Is this still a half-saint? In the minds of the crowd, only one question remained. Yun Lu sat in the private boat, staring blankly at Su Zhi, the man who was once going to marry her, but cut her off because she wanted to pursue being strong. Nowadays, his demeanor was far inferior to that of some holy sons and direct descendants of holy lands. How? Cloud Deer hissed inwardly. Li Xian was beside him, and his pupils suddenly turned black as he looked deeply at Su Zhi, but no one noticed. Zhao Luer's mouth was wide open as she stared blankly at the man who was vainly stepping on top of the river, holding a long sword. The great surprise flooded her nerves, causing her mind to briefly blank out, and she could only keep mumbling the word Gongzi. Ao Jing was even smiling. He had never convinced anyone in his life but Su Zhi, and now it seemed that his eyes were absolutely right. Su Ru, Dean Su. Tantai shivered as if in stress and turned around to flee down the high platform. Where to? Lin Rue pulled her back. Run away. I owe him an answer. How can I pay him back? Tantai cried out. All she had in her heart right now was endless chagrin and regret. I really don't know which tendon is wrong, but I thought that Su Zhi was a brother who was easy to bully, and wanted to blackmail some resources over. In retrospect, she wanted to slap herself. It's not good to mess with anyone, but the devil. Tantai Ching was also agitated. Sister, I'll go with you. He hadn't forgotten that the matter of his cultivation of magic power was known to Su Zhi, and with Su Zhi's cynical character, he definitely didn't have a good ending. There's no hurry. You're my fountainheads man. There's a heavenly shield for you. Lin Rue waved his hand, looking at Su Zhi's overwhelming style, but he didn't have half a bit of fear in his eyes. There was no other way. The fountainhead had living saints, and that was his bottom line. Although in the way of the way's existence, the fountain of agelessness did not interfere with the secular world. Who in the world would dare not give the fountain of agelessness face? Fountain of agelessness? Tantai's mind slowed down a little as she remembered that legendary saint. Although Su Zhi is comparing on the river, but think with the saint who rode the river into the land to compare. But it is a lot worse. Seemingly sensing Tantai's gaze, Su Zhi suddenly turned his head to look at him, and then, he took a step in the air towards the high platform. His face was extremely calm. Beheading Lord Spirit Cloud was too simple for him. Not exerting much effort. Only those few purple gold words made him slightly joyful. Tantai. Su Zhi drank softly. Dry. What for? Tantai glanced at Lin Rue on her side and swallowed, stabilizing her mind slightly. The 3-day appointment. Do you still remember? Su Ru faintly said. What else is there to say now? I don't remember this matter. Tantai gritted her teeth and denied it, vaguely threatening. Su Ru, I'm a member of the Fountain of Youth. You can't trouble me without proof. Yes? Su Zhi lowered his eyebrows, took a step forward, and had already reached the front of the high platform in the air. Chao Xian, Yang Anjuan, and the others realized how handsome Su Zhi, who had revealed his true appearance, actually looked after they got closer. I have searched the Great Way, and I cannot find anyone who can match it. The more Lin Rue looked, the more he frowned. He didn't think he was bad looking, or at least could be called handsome, but no matter what angle Su Zhi looked at, there was no flaw whatsoever, and his appearance was simply the most perfect work of art carved by the heavens, especially in front of Tantai. Su Zhi's gesture made him very upset. Lin Rue spoke in a deep voice. This fellow Daoist, are you deaf? Unable to hear that Xiaoxi is from my fountainhead sacred mountain? Su Ru turned his head and looked at Lin Rue. This person had never been looked at squarely by Su Zhi, and had always thought that he was some kind of guard, but he didn't think that he would dare to speak out against him here? How dare an underling speak out? Lin Rue almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. They say that lies don't hurt, the truth is the fastest way to go. In front of Su Zhi, Lin Rue's temperament was indeed like that of a subordinate, which made him more and more irritated. Listen to me. I am the Fountain of Agelessness Holy Mountain Holy Landwalker, Lin Rue. The status is about the same as your Imperial Prince of Wei. Mentioning his identity, Lin Rue's voice was much higher pitched, looking up at the sky with his head held high, standing with his arms folded, and there was even a laxity of clear light on his body. It was the reflected Tao rhythm of the extremely distant Holy Mountain, causing Lin Rue to have an aura far beyond others just by standing there. What? He's a Holy Landwalker of the Fountain of Youth? Sure enough, with the sacred turtle turning over the river, the people from the Fountain of Agelessness will surely be there. I didn't expect that this session of the sacred groundwalking would be so low profile, not revealing their identity until now. People from the sacred mountain stepped in awe. It seems that the Emperor's son-in-law won't be able to turn over any waves, although the sacred mountain gives face to the royal family. But people are really not necessarily afraid of the royal family. Lin Rue's divine soul was not weak, and when he heard the many people of noble status in the arena discussing the fountainhead, he glowed and his expression became more and more calm. Who knows? Su Zhi ignored him and turned his head to look at Tantai. Having lied to me? Su Ru, You never thought you'd have this day? Tantai trembled. Her heart suddenly stopped, as if she was being stared at by some killing god, and she fell to the ground on her butt. Seeing his sweetheart react like this, Lin Rui's anger surged. Directly stopping in front of Tantai, a wasteplate was taken out by him with the words Fountain of Agelessness written on it. Look clearly. Are you trying to ignore my fountain? Ignore a holy place, and challenge the authority of the saints? Lin Rui thought that Su Zhi didn't believe in his identity, and now that he was holding the token, he was as helpful as heaven. Many forces bowed slightly, and some cultivators with low status even directly fell to their knees, mouthing the sacred mountain blesses me with a long life. This is the creedal slogan of the Fountainhead Sacred Mountain, and throughout the way, there are a number of congregations for which incense is offered. The corner of Lin Rui's mouth hooked up. In his opinion, no one in the entire way dared to provoke the authority of the Fountainhead. He held the Fountainhead Holy Land token in his hand, and unless he encountered Zhao Wuji's like my presence royal token, no one would dare to compete with him. However, he did not expect Su Zhi to raise his hand and slap it. Noisy. Chapter 35 Dharma Projection. Sage Appearance. Pop. With a crunching sound, as if a meteorite had crashed, Lin Rui was sent flying by Su Zhi's palm, blood spilling all over the sky, and he directly fell into the bottom of the river. The Fountainhead Holy Metal, which was claimed to be of supreme authority, and was nearly as hard as a heavenly ranked blade, was torn apart by this slap from Su Zhi, and fell on top of the high platform. At the same time, a backhanded palm print on the river, lifelike, blew up a not-so-small hurricane. The whole place is dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at Su Zhi. Shattering the Fountainhead's holy card was tantamount to declaring war with the Holy Mountain. You know, there are saints on the Fountainhead, worthy of being a supreme figure who dares to cry out for rebellion, not even putting the Holy Mountain in his eyes. Isn't the prince consort afraid of the world's enemies? He is also only 20 years old, and is the son of the Duke of State. He grew up with a strong temperament and has never suffered any setbacks, so it is inevitable that he will act wildly. This is a big deal. After angering the Holy Mountain, who can protect the prince consort? This isn't an internal conflict within the royal family anymore. Countless people were shocked beyond words, as Su Zhi's slap directly pierced the heavens and escalated the situation to the level of a saint. No matter how you look at it, Su Zhi is over 8. Ants moving elephants. Difficulty this level. Wow. On the Yu River, a silhouette rushed out, soaked to the skin, with a magic seal cupped in his hand. It was clearly Lin Rui. You dare to make a move on me? Lin Rui trembled as he looked at Su Zhi. Just now, if it wasn't for this Dharma seal in his hand, he would have already died in Su Zhi's hands. Su Ru unexpectedly glanced at Lin Rui. How could a Dharma realm with a purple golden word be able to block one of his slaps and not die? It seems that it was the Dharma seal in his hand that saved his life. So what? Su Ru faintly said. You've got some nerve, being beaten half dead by a palm. Lin Rui was born with a golden key. When did he ever receive such treatment? Immediately, he drank with anger. Today, no matter what your background is, after shattering my Fountain of Agelessness sacred metal and breaking my scapegoat seal, even if Zhao Wuji himself arrives, he won't be able to save your life. I want your entire family to die. He let out a loud roar, and countless people's faces changed in shock. Zhao Wuji was the emperor's name, and it was a great disrespect to shout it out in public. Even if Lin Rui was walking in a holy land, that wasn't enough to qualify. Was this man crazy? Then I'll try to see what you have to offer. A hint of playfulness appeared on Su Zhi's face. Having been a marshal for a few years, he was not someone whose hands were not stained with blood, and was more than aware of the truth that it was necessary to get rid of evil, or else there would be endless consequences. The Holy Mountain blesses me with a long life. Suddenly, Lin Rui sat cross-legged with a solemn face, and the substitute death seal in his hand flickered brightly and darkly. Boom! The edge of the sky suddenly broke open, and a large black and gold entangled handprint came from the sky, spanning 100 miles across the domain and heading straight for Su Zhi's head. This palm was extremely fast, instantly approaching the Yu River, covering a quarter of the river. Even the sunlight could not penetrate. Like the end times, Su Ru let out a light eep and slapped a backhanded palm. Only a rumbling sound was heard as that black and gold palm was directly smashed by Su Zhi, and the scattered power swept in all directions as if it was a sea wave. Some cultivators with slightly less strength couldn't even withstand the aftermath, and were directly brought up in the air, tumbling over. Kind of funny, the entire Yu River seemed to resound with soft chants, and the sound was like a showgirl whispering in her ear. Even if she closed her 5 senses, she could still hear everything. If you're hiding your head, you might as well show yourself. Su crossed his arms and looked toward the scattered black and gold energy. After the energy was dispersed, it didn't even disappear, but instead coalesced in the air, forming a circle of light. As you wish. the light mass slowly disappeared, and a middle-aged man with a blurred face appeared. What made Su Zhi slightly surprised was that the man had 6 fingers on his right hand, which looked rather oozing. As soon as he appeared, the Yu River violently tumbled up. Vaguely came the turtle sound, the sound with a trace of resentment, but also has a lot of expectations. Very complex. Wait, 6 fingers, he is? On the high stage, Yang Anjuan's face changed drastically. He was extremely well read and had read many ancient secret books. One of the remnants of a book called the Millennium Chronicle vaguely mentions that supreme saint who became a saint in Jiang 1,000 years ago, who lifted his hand and crossed the river to form a land, had 6 fingers. Could he be the Fountain Mountain Xian Finger Saint? He even made a personal strike. What's the relationship between that holy land walk and him? Yang Anjuan shouted in his heart, but his face was extremely fervent. A living saint, even for him, this was the first time he had seen one. Beside Chao Xian, an old man in the shape of a withered man suddenly changed his expression drastically, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the blurry silhouette. As he watched, he was shaking like a sieve and was almost about to fall to his knees. Elder Du, what's wrong? Chao Xian was startled. This old man beside her, but her ancestors' milk's close servant, when they were frozen together in the 10,000-year cold river, only recently came out. It's an ancient living fossil that knows so much. Matriarch, that black shadow, he is. Du Lao leaned down and whispered next to Chao Xian's ear. You, what did you say? Instantly, Chao Xian and Du Lao shivered together at the same frequency, both of them twitching as if they had been electrocuted. Little young lady, do not stretch yourself. It is an iron law that saints may not interfere with the world. If the Xian Finger Sage knew that we were the ones who sent out the message, then the Chao family's 1,000-year foundation would be destroyed. While shaking, Du Lao also popularized the stakes. I understand. Chao Xian gulped. In this era where a half-saint was already the pinnacle of power, a saint could be too rare. At least, she was seeing it for the first time. A good noble gentleman, preferring to mess with behemoths. AI. Clarifying the identity of the Black Shadow, Chao Xian glanced at Su Zhi and sighed deeply. In the scene, except for Chao and Yang, everyone else had little reaction. Even Tantai Xiang, Yun Deer and the others didn't realize that the visitor was a Saint Exalt. Truly, saints are too rare for ordinary people to glimpse. When you see me, why don't you worship? High up in the sky, the Black Shadow looked at Su Zhi, and a burst of heavy pressure slammed down. The river sank several meters, and the air nearly froze. Su Zhi sized up the Black Shadow, and that pressure naturally posed no threat to him, as if it was a fresh breeze on his face. The Sage of the Zhen Finger, the Great Way of Projection. Realm, Broken Void Realm. Purple and gold words, unknown. Purple and gold words, unknown. Purple and gold words, unknown. There are only 3 purple gold colored words? Even the saints are not red words? Su Ru frowned. The system had sent him a quest to loot the red words, and so far he didn't have much of a clue. Confronting with this sage, and you still have the time to be distracted? The Xian Finger Sage's face sank as he shrunk his voice into a beam and shot it toward Su Zhi's divine soul. I am Sage Xian Finger of the Fountain of Ageless Sacred Mountain. I am not interested in worldly disputes such as yours. Kneel down and destroy your own Dantian, and I will spare your life. A saint? Don't even dare to show your face. Just a rat. Su Ru shook his head and smiled faintly. Before meeting this Finger Xian Sage, he had expectations of saints. But in reality, it's just a bunch of bullies. It was a far cry from the immortal one he had imagined. Strange. Why would you, an unholy mortal, be unresponsive to my divine soul's probing? Xian Finger's pupil shrunk slightly as he asked in a deep voice. Who are your teachers? Chapter 36, Against the Heavenly Elephant. Summer goes to spring. 4 seasons Emperor Sword. This worldly sainthood is in order. With no turmoil in heaven and earth, each saint had their own number. And basically, everyone knew each other for saints with some fame. Sage Xian Finger wanted to ascertain Su Zhi's origin first, in case he was the shut-in disciple of some powerful person. Then it would really be a great flood to the Dragon King's temple. Old. In the distance, as soon as Lin Rui opened his mouth, he was glared at by the Xian Finger Sage, and the sentence old ancestor shrunk back and changed his mouth. My lord, he's the emperor's son-in-law of the Great Way, the son of the Duke of the State, but he's just a yellow-haired boy in his early 20s, and he has even pulled up the banner of rebellion. He has absolutely no background. What? Pulling out the anti-flag? The Xian Finger Sage laughed directly when he heard it. Only at the stage of the saint did he know how deep that hidden underwater depth of Wei was. Anyone who can pull a counterflag in the open is pretty much nailed to the tombstone already. A little bit of small opportunity and talent, and then you dare not know the heights of heaven. Xian Finger sneered. There's no need for the royal family. I've come to take you and sell you a favor. Seeing Xian Finger pointing out, A pillar of gold and black dazzling light ran through heaven and earth, and the void buzzed open as if it couldn't withstand the enormous pressure. Su Zhi's face was cold. At first he wasn't sure, but now, he could be completely sure. This fountainhead holy mountain cultivates devilish skills. The red and black entangled demonic pillars. That black side is the demonic chi. Now that I think about it, a small prince's son dared to cultivate the devil's power. It was inevitable that there was no shadow of this fountainhead behind it. Almost instantly, that pillar of light had already arrived in front of Su Zhi. Su Zhi raised his hand with a letter and exchanged a finger in the air with Xian finger. Boom! The heavens and earth exploded and the aura tumbled. A chi force erupted, which didn't seem to have much power, but it reversed and chopped away the demonic pillar, hitting Xian finger. How is it possible? Xian finger's face changed in shock as he flew backwards. Although he didn't put out much strength, the power of that one finger was enough to destroy mountains and break the sea. How could he be pointed back by a 20-year-old youth with one finger? Just who are you? Xian finger's face was heavy as he was shocked to realize that Su Zhi's power had already reached the Saint Realm. He thought of some legends that rumored that there were some anomalies that could break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and ascend to the Holy Realm. But that kind of anomaly only occurs in times of great turmoil. Now that there's no war on the four seas and the Emperor is still alive, how could he show up? If he can bypass the heaven and earth sequence to become a saint, I'm absolutely undefeatable. But the legends are nebulous and not to be believed in their entirety. Xian finger stabilized his mind in the air, and this time he wasn't half as careless, stretching out that warm and jade-like right hand. 6 fingers entangled in the air, seemingly stroking the zither, but also like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Between the entangled palms and fingers, an invisible Dao intent boiled. Even some of the small cultivators of the god of transformation in Dharma phase, at this moment, also felt the heaven and earth riots, quite like a mountain rain is about to come. Is there no end to the upper limit of half-saints? Cloud Deer was inside the private ship and was a bit puzzled because she couldn't even see the battle in the sky anymore. That black and gold silhouette's hand-cupped Taoist intent, seemingly reaching straight to heaven and controlling the earth. Incredible. It's hard to imagine what grade of Dharma he's going to use. Li Xian's gaze was grave, his pupils half black and half white, as if there was some kind of presence about to come out through his body. Buzz. In less than 2 blinks of an eye, the Xian finger sage had already pinched out a celestial calendar map in his hand. The chart records barbarism into the future, although it is not really but that will, has made everyone creepy, as if ordinary people were cast into the vacuum of the universe, deeply feel their own smallness. The Tao of Time. Great Avatar this is the town school mastery of the Fountain of Agelessness Holy Mountain. Yin Yang Kai Tai. Seeing this, the old man on Chao Xian's side couldn't hold on any longer and fell to his knees, chanting under his breath that this life was worth it. Open! Xian finger roared, violently tearing the heavenly calendar diagram in his hand, which transformed into 6 clouds of smoke and haze, guarding Su Zhi's 6 directions. In an instant, the smoke and haze closed in and 6 Xian finger saints appeared. They are infancy, adolescence, youth, middle age, old age, and decrepit age. The 3 yin and 3 yang, intermingled, increased their power by a full 6 times. Once upon a time, the Xian finger sage used this move to take on 3 saints without losing. He was confident that even if he was just a great Tao projection now, it was enough to suppress an ordinary saint. This was the Fountainhead Sacred Mountain's reliance as one of the 4 great sacred mountains. Being able to die under my move is enough to make you proud. The 6 Xian finger saints spoke at the same time. As the words fell, the 6 Xian fingers all took a step out and rushed straight towards Su Zhi. The long swords in their hands traced a subtle Dao mark, blocking off any path of retreat for Su Zhi. All 6 attacked at the same time, close to each other. If it were any other powerhouse who had first entered the Saint Realm, I'm afraid that they would be in a bitter battle. But Su Zhi was not. He was a martial saint. All arts were illusions in his eyes, and he could see through them when he looked at them. With just a cursory glance, Su Zhi already understood that the 6 yin and 6 yang in front of him, the yin and yang kai tai that was claimed to be the holy method of time, was actually nothing more than an eyewash, and there were not 6 saints appearing at the same time. The true Xian finger sage's body kept changing amongst the 6, seeking the perfect moment to strike a blow. Swish! The moment, accompanied by the shouts of shock from the entire crowd. The teenager Xian finger stabbed with a sword, aiming straight for Su Zhi's chest. Su Zhi didn't even move, letting that long sword stab at him, and with a backhanded punch, he chiseled into a vacuum. The heavens and earth trembled with a boom. The 6 Xian fingers all had their faces shaken, their figures turning illusory, their eyes showing incredulity as they opened their mouths at the same time. How did you manage to break through my holy law? The 6 Xian fingers disappeared, revealing the saint's true body, and he appeared in the vacuum where he had been blasted away by Su Zhi's punch. At this moment, Xian Finger's chest was sunken, and the great Dao brand was all beaten to the point of disorganization. Could it be that the rumors are true? That there really are people who can break through the heaven and earth blockade and reach the Saint Realm by a different route? This kind of person, once crossed, must be strangled in the cradle, or else there will be endless consequences. Holy Lord help me! As Xian Finger's mind electrified, a mountain roar came from the distant long sky. The heavenly might of the ageless sacred mountain covered it, and Xian Finger's Dharma strength rose by another 3 points. At the same time, a party of arrows broke through the air from the distant sky, and there was a sensin green haze filling the air, and the void was torn and rippled. The Jiang space was extremely sturdy, and to be able to ripple was already extremely impressive. Lin Rui laughed out loud in the middle of the field when he saw the arrows rushing in. He knew clearly that it was the sage lord of the fountainhead showing his power, an ancient saint striking out. Even the royal family would have to raise their nation to fight. Su Zhi must die. There are still experts? Su Zhi looked at the arrow that came through the air with interest, a hint of interest finally appearing in his eyes. This arrow, it's decent. Su Zhi took out the sun and moon long knife. The blade buzzed and the sun and moon on the hilt lit up in unison as he whispered, Chun Lai, come spring. Yu River scenery suddenly changed. Originally affected by the holy turtle, has been to the hot summer Yu River. At this moment suddenly summer to spring. Peach blossom floating down. Vibrant. Fish jumping on the river. A word to change the seasons and reverse the heavenly image? How is this possible? Xian Finger, who was originally still sneering, completely lost his color. The others were not in a sufficient realm to understand the terror of Su Zhi's hand. In an ordinary saint realm, even if one wanted to change the heavens, one would have to follow the laws and use the Dao to influence the Dao field day and night in order to shape a side in full bloom. To be like Su Ru, where words follow the law and the heavens follow the people. He had never heard of it. He's a holy realm. He's an anomaly, a holy realm made from cross-domain shackles. The age of great change is coming. Xian Finger was finally sure, roaring wildly in his mind, itching to get this out in the open. However, he saw that Su Zhi had already swung out a blade and went straight at that arrow. For season's heavenly blade. Spring. Chapter 37 Even saints must kneel. The new life will be seen at the end of the splendor. So I will cast the spring sword with this intention. Su Zhi slashed out, and all the falling petals flew upwards against the wind, condensing into a spring blade 100 feet long in the air, and chopped at the arrow. It's like moisturizing. The green surrounded arrow was directly swallowed by the spring blade, and the spring blade went unabated, directly slashing into that spatial rift, chopping towards the ageless sacred mountain that was 10,000 miles away, only to hear a muffled hum sound. The crack came from the heavy grunt. The space crack instantly closed. Not good. The Holy Lord is not to be defeated. Xian Finger's face turned white with fear, and his figure turned lax, looking about to scatter the great Dao brand and return his consciousness to heaven and earth. Yao! The great Dao condensed, and Su Zhi's figure appeared in front of him, glancing at him faintly and saying, Kneel. A foot stepped on Xian Finger's head, forcing Xian Finger to kneel down under the gazes of countless people. Xian Finger's eyes were shedding tears of blood due to his violent resistance, but Su Zhi's right foot was like a sea-pin, stepping on his head without moving. You dare to insult me. I am a saint. I'm one of the 3 saints of the Fountain of Youth, and when I report back to the Holy Lord and ask for the Holy Mountain, I'll vow to suppress you under the mountain for 500 years. The Xian Finger roared violently, and Su Zhi ignored it. Demon cultivators, and they also presume to have dignity? Your congregation of believers go around refining old and weak women and children. Have you ever thought about today? Now, I'll give you a chance to bring the fountain of agelessness here, and Mr. Su will crush it with a lift of his hand. Dare I? Xian Finger was trembling, but he didn't dare to respond positively to Su Zhi's words and resisted in silence. Dare? Su Zhi spoke another word, like containing the heavenly constitution, directly shattering Xian Finger's Dao heart. Ah. Xian Finger lost his resistance and was crushed by Su Zhi's foot, disappearing over Yu River. Everything returned to calm. The entire room was silent, and everyone was staring blankly at Su Zhi. Although he didn't hear the 2 men's words in the sky, anyone could see that Su Zhi had won the fight, especially Yan Anjuan, Chao Xian, and the others who knew the identity of the Xian Finger sage were like seeing gods and goddesses, and the 2 half-saints, at this moment, were almost about to fall to their knees and become Su Zhi's believers. Phew! Su Zhi walked up to Lin Rui's body, looking down on this scared out of his wits holy landwalker, and was about to point a finger to end his life when he did. The Yu River suddenly rioted, and the river boiled like boiled water, and the water vapor kept surging, forming a tidal wave. What happened? It's the sacred turtle. The hour hasn't arrived yet. Why is the sacred turtle moving? Could it be that Mr. Emperor side by the side of a team is going to behead Lin Rui, causing the holy turtle's displeasure? It's also true that rumor has it that the sage of the Fountain Mountain and the sacred turtle enlightened the Tao together back then and were like brothers, so it makes sense that the sacred turtle would shelter Lin Rui. Many murmurs arose, and Su Zhi turned his head, and indeed saw a giant turtle rising in the middle of the Yu River. The giant tortoise was also carrying a stone monument, which, at first glance, looked slightly similar to the God-Sealing Monument in Kyoto. The giant turtle's body shook and transformed into a human form, resembling the appearance of a thin old man, looking somewhat upright, and walked to the side of Su Zhi. Su Zhi glanced at the giant turtle panel. Big Dipper, cultivation, void-breaking realm, sacred realm, special word, ancient turtle of the heavenly river, flood fey, rare in number, extremely long-lived, red words, precipitation, able to precipitate cultivation in any realm. Cultivation is 5 orders more than normal, and has a deep foundation. Black words, fallen realm, voluntarily ceded the saintly ordinal position, and is now only at the peak of half-saintly power. Red words? Su Zhi's eyes lit up. It seemed that the ultimate goal this time was indeed this sacred turtle. Sacred turtle. Sacred turtle. I'm Lin Rui, the 19th generation direct grandson of ancestor Xianfinger. This man, he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. As if he had caught a savior, Lin Rui rolled and crawled and pounced over, grabbing the Big Dipper's right foot and crying out in pain. You want to stop me? Seeing the Big Dipper's gaze, Su Zhi also spoke calmly. Bang! How do you know that the Big Dipper suddenly lifted his leg and kicked Lin Rui like a dead dog in front of Su Zhi, with a hint of currying favor in his eyes? This person has offended his holiness. Even if he dies a million times, it will still stop him from committing the crime. So how will I stand up for him? Lin Rui was filled with incredulity. Sacred turtle, have you forgotten about my ancestor? Back then, you. Shut up. The Big Dipper raised his hand and snapped, giving Lin Rui a slap. That treacherous person. Don't mention it again. Lin Rui's eyes widened. With his knowledge, although he wasn't sure exactly what had happened, he knew that Su Zhi was a big shot that he absolutely couldn't afford to mess with. The only way for him to go at this moment was to flee. With a sharp turn, Lin Rui jumped from the high platform in a standardized position, in the vain hope of popping out and escaping from the bottom of the river. Su Zhi didn't even look at him, flexing his fingers and pointing away, directly piercing his forehead from the back of his head. The blood-covered corpse fell down the Yu River, provoking a wave of horrified voices as Su Zhi looked towards the Tantai clans group. No! No! Don't kill me! Tantai Qing was the first one to be scared less, his crotch completely wet as he kept kowtowing on the ground, hissing and shrieking. How can you stay when you take human life to cultivate the devil? Su Ru coldly spoke, pointing another finger. Although it was the same force, this Tantai Qing was much worse than Lin Rui. His head directly burst open, spilling blood on Tantai Yi and Tantai Xiang who were on the side. Everyone was dumbfounded. A Holy Land Walker and a prince. Su Zhi killed without considering half of his background, acting wildly to the extreme. Until this moment, no one remembered that Su Zhi had been in charge of the 3 armies and was by no means an easy man to deal with. Su, Dean Su, my daughter doesn't cultivate demons. My daughter is willing to join the academy, willing to become a member of the Dragon Cavalry, to saddle up for the Dean. Whatever the Dean does is fine. Tantai Yi's body trembled, biting her lower lip as she kept hinting at Su Zhi with her eyes. Late. Su Zhi laughed coldly and pointed a finger, sealing Tantai Yi's cultivation and knocking her to the ground, falling into a fainting spell. He had not killed Tantai Yi, not because he was suddenly compassionate and kind, but because he wanted Tantai Yi to help him find out where the Fountainhead Holy Mountain was located. Rumor had it that the entirety of the ageless sacred mountain was a holy artifact that drifted in the 4 seas all year round, making it difficult for even saints to find their address. This Tantai Yi, as a freshman disciple, should have the means to find the mountain gate and help Su Ru to eliminate the roots. Finally, Su Zhi turned his gaze to Tantai Xiang. Tantai Xiang's face changed. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, is this too much? I, Tantai Xiang, am dedicated to the people and have never practiced magic, and Qingzhou is in good order. You can't condemn me. He knew that Su Zhi's heart, perennial leader of the army to eliminate demons, in the folk prestige is extremely strong. Otherwise, it would not be that affect the position of the prince. It is important to know that Wei relies on the fate of the country, and public opinion is the fate of the country. When Zhao Wuji chose his successor, whether he was loved by the people or not was a major factor. As a prince, you really haven't done anything wrong. Su Zhi shook his head. He was a reasonable person. But is it right for you, as a father, to condone your son's cultivation of the devil, sacrificing one living life to another? At those words, Tantai Xiang's face shifted dramatically as he took 3 steps backward, and then suddenly clenched his teeth and crushed his waistplate. In an instant, horns sounded, countless hoofbeats sounded from far to near, The air Dao formation and dragon boats were all over the place. Countless soldiers revealed their loftiness and surrounded Jiang in a group. Tantai Xiang had actually mobilized the power of the entire Qing state, gathering the power of a state in order to fight against Su Zhi. Su Zhi is determined to rebel, and wants to behead King Rui and rise up. Today, I ask all the generals to work together to put this traitor to death. Chapter 38, All Rebels. Hug Su Ru's thighs. There are only 300,000 generals in Qingzhou today. Do you think they can shelter you? Su Zhi looked at Tantai Xiang. Some of the top half-saints, such as Lord Spirit Cloud, were sufficient to take the enemy's head in the midst of this army. Tantai Xiang was standing right in front of him and wanted to blackmail him with this? You just killed me. How many people would have to die or be injured to get out of this siege of 10,000 troops? How much effort would it take? Many of them are also your former subordinates, who have participated in many battles together to cut down demons and fight against them. Are you willing to part with them? Tantai Xiang smiled. So it turned out, he was planning to play the emotional card. What's more, you killed so many generals. Your reputation in the civil society will surely be in tatters, and the royal side won't let you go, and will surely send troops to eliminate you again. When the time comes, the conflict intensifies and is out of control. Why don't you let me go? And from now on Qingzhou, will only look up to the emperor's son-in-law, okay? Su Ru coldly smiled. With you are also worthy of threatening me? Tantai Xiang shook his head and was just about to speak. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Protect the marshal. In the eastern long sky, thousands of white lights swayed, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and the crowd finally saw what that vast sound was. One by one, the generals, holding halberds and great axes, straddled on top of the dragon riders, exuded a huge aura, reaching the celestial realm at the very least. It was clearly Wei's invincible dragon cavalry. A green-clothed woman at the head of the group, holding a long spear, looked at Su Zhi with excitement in her gaze. Qingzhou generals, dare to move and dare to kill. The green-clothed woman droned, and countless giant dragons roared, their aura completely overwhelming the Qingzhou army. Although this dragon cavalry army is only up to 10,000 people, but charging up, the Qingzhou army can't hold back. Not to mention, there are tens of thousands of dragon cavalry army behind them that can be reinforced. It's the dragon riders? What can we do about this? We can't stop the dragon cavalry. If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. Desertion, moreover, is a capital offense. Many Qingzhou generals gritted their teeth and prepared to burn the jade in stone, and fish to death. Phew! The green-clothed woman reached Su Zhi's side and knelt on one knee. Marshal! Su Ru waved his hand. Who told you guys to come over? The woman in green excitedly said. Protecting the marshal is the first creed of the Qingzhou army. 10,000 deaths. None of them should make a move without my order, so as not to cause widespread casualties. Su Zhi's divine soul transmitted a voice, and he was somewhat moved in his heart. The generals of the dragon riders also have children. The pressure on their backs to fight against the royal family can be imagined, and when Su Zhi was in danger, they were righteous, which made it hard for Su Zhi to abandon them. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, you've already killed my son and imprisoned my daughter, so you should be considered out of breath, right? I have never offended you. Tantai Xiang's heart jumped when he saw the dragon cavalry appear. The Qingzhou army faced Su Ru alone, and those who didn't know had no fear, and still dared to fight. But when facing a war machine like the dragon cavalry, I'm afraid I don't even have the courage to fight. Su Zhi's face was expressionless and he just wanted to speak. Suddenly 3 meteors scratched in the distance, and when he fixed his eyes on them, they were the 2 chiefs and deputy chiefs of the Qingzhou army, as well as that Chao family head, Chao Xian. When did the Chao family become so close to the Qingzhou army? The pupils of the Tantai family head shrank as he suddenly had a bad feeling. The Chao family has been deeply cultivated in Qingzhou for many years, doing business in all walks of life, and since your highness has only been in office for a short period of time, you naturally don't understand the Chao family's heritage. Chao Xian smiled faintly. She was known as the first beauty of Qingzhou. Close to her it seemed that her skin was like condensed fat. Her features were exquisite, and her appearance was absolutely beautiful, even with Jiang Xiaoxi, Yun Deer and other women. But sadly, she had a slightly dusty odor that spoiled that beauty. In fact, gravitas is a big plus for any beautiful woman. For example, a pampered damsel in distress, and a city-fumbling Cinderella, both of which are laid out in front of you, are actually good choices. Then what does your Chao family want? Tantai Xiang murmured. It's very simple too. Chao Xian smiled faintly, her pink lips flicking out. My lord's life. As soon as her words fell, the Qingzhou army lord's panther eyes glared, and the 7-inch machete that had long been held behind his back cut through space at once, chopping at Tantai Xiang. At the same time, the lance in the vice military commander's hand also appeared suddenly, stabbing at Tantai Xiang's heart. You dare to rebel? Tantai Xiang was enraged, but he was after all a half-saint and had the ability to be clinical. His figure suddenly stormed back and pounced on Xiaoxian, ready to take her as a hostage. Xiaoxian smiled faintly. The soft sword at her waist was slashed by her inconspicuous stroke, and it was suddenly like that long snake, slicing through the air. Chao family Jade Lady Sword. In this instant, Xiaoxian's strength had actually reached half-saint as well. Snort dash with a soft sound. Tantai Xiang didn't prepare for Xiaoxian and was directly lorded over by this sword. The entire Qingzhou army was dumbfounded. Stand still for a moment. Originally they thought it would be a hard fight. Never in a million years did I think it would turn out like this. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Xiaoxian took Tantai Xiang's head and knelt in front of Su Zhi as soon as she did. Marshal, the Chao family of Qingzhou, would like to share the marshal's worries, even if it means killing the capital. Her eyes burned. Onlookers didn't know Su Zhi's strength, but she clearly understood it due to her deep heritage. What Su Ru chopped? That's a saint of the fountain. Such a young saint. What have they all developed into in the future? She couldn't even think about it. The businessman was bold, and when she found the opportunity, she decided to immediately pike it. All studs. The whole family is tied to the Su family. That is, the huge ship is destroyed. No bones are left. This old. Seeing this, how could Yang Anjuan not realize that Xiaoxian also understood the identity of that great Dao projection from the party? It's already been preempted by the Chao family. But he wasn't slow. Directly dragging Ning Frost and Kong Shang, they knelt in front of Su Zhi. Marshal, the Xin Tian sect is willing to join the Feng Tian Academy and become a member of the Dragon Cavalry. Ning Frost's brain buzzed. Big brother, didn't you say before that you wouldn't work with Mr. Su, saying that his seniority was still shallow? Shut up. Yang Anjuan's face changed drastically, itching to stab this eyeless third sister to death. You obviously even said that you could become a saint as well. Ning Frost spat out her tongue. Su Ru looked over with a bit of amusement, and Yang Anjuan looked embarrassed and said, my sister since childhood sleep like to wet the bed. This grow up also love dream language. Said some strange words. Please Marshal do not blame. Do not blame. You. Ning Frost gritted her teeth. In my Yang Anjuan in the heart. Marshal that is the Mingju Na. Not to mention the four directions. The heart is good. Just say such appearance. Also is 1 in 10,000. Hard to find in the world Na. Yang Anjuan frantically patted his horse's ass, slapping all the vocabulary of his life into it, causing the heads of the Long Yuan sword sect and other powers who were familiar with his temperament to be somewhat bewildered by what they were hearing. This one's been taken over by someone? Alright. Su Ru waved his hand. He looked at the words of a few people. They were all purple gold in color. They could replenish their cultivation and their hearts were not bad, so he naturally had no reason to refuse. Find some time and report to Feng Tian Academy. Good. The two heads of power cheered. By hugging Su Zhi as a thigh, they would no longer be afraid of the Holy Land's exploitation in the future. Great joy. Su Zhi looted a few purple golden words without any trace, turned his head to look at the giant turtle Heavenly Dipper, who had been bowing beside him as if he were a turtle duke, and said with a faint smile, you, a Heavenly River ancient turtle, have never met before. Why are you helping me today? The Big Dipper's eyes erupted with an astonishing radiance as he sniffed. Your Excellency even knows that I am the ancient turtle of the Heavenly River. Chapter 39 Mysteries of Heaven and Earth. Successive breakthroughs. Your Excellency, lend me a hand. Su Ru nodded slightly, and the two of them stepped aside. Before the Big Dipper could speak, Su Zhi was the first to speak. I have heard that you are close to that fountain. Why do you seem to be resentful when you have just seen it? The Big Dipper explained with a bitter smile. The fountain of agelessness sacred mountain, diluted as a holy land, is full of cockroaches and thieves. 1,000 years ago, I assisted that Xianfinger in cultivating immortality, and when I reached the peak of half-saint, I ceded the saint's seat to him, and before I knew it, this teasing got the saint's seat, and he never came to this river again. Su Ru was surprised. You are a saint. Why did you give way to him? I was tricked by him. The Big Dipper gritted his teeth. He said he could sever the shackles of heaven and earth on me and return my freedom. What your Excellency doesn't know is that I am entrenched in the river. Not to gulp down spiritual chi and perceive the sacred way, but to be imprisoned here by heaven and earth, to guard that sage sequence for it. Su Zhi felt as if he had come into contact with the deep secrets of the world and asked after him. Heaven and earth have a will? The Big Dipper spoke without surprise. There may be someone behind heaven and earth's manipulation. 10,000 years ago, when I was first blockaded, a note was affixed to the top of my tortoise armor, stating that you will be returned to freedom only when the anomaly arrives. In the beginning, I didn't know what an aberration was. And Xian Finger's amazing talent made me mistake him for an aberration. And it wasn't until I met Su Sheng today that I realized what an aberration was. Su Zhi's heart stirred. Bypassing the yoke of heaven and earth to become a saint is an anomaly? Not bad. The Big Dipper fell to his knees at once. I still ask Su Sheng to return my freedom. And after this, the old turtle is willing to serve for life and will never defect. Su Zhi thought for a moment. How can I trust you? The old turtle is only at the peak of half-saint nowadays. If there is half a lie, Su Sheng will just chop me up. Yes. Su Zhi raised his hand. And the old turtle was so surprised that it instantly transformed into its original body, carrying that huge stone tablet and looking at Su Zhi with hopeful eyes. Break! Su Zhi held the sun and moon long knife, and a blade she chopped out, without much effort, directly breaking the ancient monument. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook, aura spread, and spirit pigeons flew across the sky like grasshoppers. The Big Dipper got free and kept howling, and the entire Yu River turned over, with many great avenues emerging. The sacred turtle has flipped the river. Quickly, plop down and sense. This year the avenues are especially numerous. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many cultivators saw this and directly plopped down on the ground, sensing the Tao of heaven and earth. Ao Jing, Zhao Luo and the others were like manna. Ecstatic. Even the peak half-saint experts such as Chao Xian and Yang Anjuan had their eyes closed at the moment, not daring to be distracted for a moment. Cloud Deer bit his lower lip in death. She felt that cultivating at this time was like being favored by Su Zhi. But everyone around is practicing. Practice on your own secretly for a while. No one should know. Ding! The spirit turtle's loyalty has reached 80 or more. The host can plunder the words. Do you want to plunder them? Plunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Plundering the red word sediment. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest looting red words. Reward issued. 10,000 years of cultivation. Rewards issued. Triggering the word's highest time storm. Congratulations to the host. The red word precipitation has been transformed into the colorful word water accumulation into an abyss. Accumulating water into an abyss, able to sink infinitely in the same realm. There is no upper limit to one's cultivation. With a loud boom, Su Zhi hung high in the sky with his knees crossed, his cultivation breaking through toward the top without stopping. Void breaking 3rd stage. Void breaking 5th order. Void breaking 7th order. Until the 9th stage of void breaking. It was as if there were transparent chains in the heaven and earth that struck and imprisoned Su Zhi. The more Su Zhi struggled, the more that chain grew. In the end, it was as if a fortress had been forged and pressed down on Su Zhi's head, making him stuck at the 9th stage of void breaking, making it difficult for him to advance an inch. Ding! Dripping water into abyss words activated. The host's cultivation has broken through to the 10th stage of the void breaking realm. As if the faucet opened the valve. Su resigned all the body reserves have a cathartic place. 12 steps to breaking the void. Void breaking 13th step. It was sufficiently elevated to the 15th stage of void breaking before stopping. At this moment, with Su Zhi's power, a single slash would be able to chop a small island in two. A breakthrough? Su Zhi was shocked as he felt his power. At the same time there was some doubt in his mind. What is this heaven and earth locked up in? Even the system doesn't have a way to help me step above the sacred realm? No wonder there has never been a legend above the holy realm. While Su Zhi was still puzzled, the system rang out a new prompt. Ding! Issuing a new quest. Asking the host to chop off the 3 shackle nodes, pull down the ceiling monument in Kyoto, and advance to the Emperor realm. 1/3 of the mission is now complete. Uprooting the ceiling monument in Kyoto? Su Zhi was startled. And before he could think deeply about the reasons behind it, the Big Dipper had already reshaped into human form and stood beside Su Zhi. Su Sheng, you really are that anomaly. He gazed at Su Zhi. Aha! Su Ru nodded. The old turtle has to remind you. The Big Dipper whispered. The foreigner is called a foreigner, and it is the target that the will of heaven and earth will target. So, Su Zhi was careless, but in the next second, the Big Dipper's words made him a little appalled. Heaven and earth will form sons of Qi to intercept the foreigners. This kind of person often has a chance against the heavens, and cultivates extremely fast. Please also pay attention to Su Sheng. If there is a genius who has ventured out, it should be dealt with in a timely manner. A son of fortune, chopping up the anomalies? Su Zhi's pupils shrunk. He was well aware that Jiang Xiaoxi was the daughter of Qi. Will she come to kill herself? Su Zhi's heart sank. If there was someone behind this heaven and earth, then Jiang Xiaoxi would ultimately be the one who would go down the path of killing herself. I just wonder who the guide will be. Is it the spirit in her ring? Or is it someone else? No matter who it is, no one can count me out. Su Zhi's eyes went cold. He felt that the world was a huge vortex, and he was at the very center of the world. And at that moment, Zhao Luo flew over from the other side. Something's wrong? Su Zhi gave her a look. At this time when the Tao was tumbling and the great Tao was manifesting, Zhao Luo was bound to have something important to report if she didn't properly perceive the great Tao. Sure enough, he saw Zhao Luo handing over a piece of paperwork and said, "From the academy, Miss Jiang left a letter saying that she was going out to train and crusade against Princess Yunlu in the north, and left Fengtian Academy." What? Su Ru took the letter. It was from Elder Chen, which recorded Jiang Xiaoxi's farewell. It seems that the gears of fate are starting to turn. Su Zhi thought for a moment. Lu or, have someone go out and follow Xiaoxi, don't let anything happen to her. If anything happens, come back and report me. Yes. Zhao Luo nodded. Big Dipper, why don't you follow me back to Fengtian Academy? Su Ru glanced at Big Dipper. Yes, my lord. Big Dipper bowed. Chapter 40, the next step. Horse stomping on the capital. The sage is panicking. After rejecting the crazy innuendos of Chao Xian, the number one beauty of Qingzhou, Su Zhi took Zhao Luo and Ao Jing and sat on the Big Dipper's back to return to the academy. Ling Yan came to kill him with the sword of the Shangfang holy sword in his hand, and the two sides had made a complete break, leaving only a struggle between you and me. In the following days, Qingzhou was built solidly by Su Ru. The dragon cavalry was directly arranged by him to practice near the academy, drilling day and night. Su Ru also wrote a letter and asked Ao Jing to send a batch of Long over to give the dragon cavalry a new mount. Coupled with the sacred turtle rolling over the great Dao laws day and night, the dragon cavalry as a whole was progressing at an extremely exaggerated rate. The generals had the strength of the 10,000 law realm at the very least. It was one step closer to Su Ru's goal of stomping on the capital. The Qingzhou demon beheading army is also fully submissive, hoarding at the border of Qingzhou, friction with the soldiers and horses of other states and counties from time to time, and both sides do not have too much of a move. Meanwhile, Su Zhi kept probing into the saintly underbelly of the three mountains in four regions as well as the capital. Before, when he first entered the Holy Realm, he hadn't dared to be too jumpy. Now that he has entered the odd 15th step, he has the confidence to break into the capital single-handedly. As for the other side, the system's three major yoke quests, Su Zhi didn't have a clue. The Great Way covers a vast area. The Light of the Saints to fly a thing have to be more than half a month. If you want to carpet search, not 100 years cannot be taken down. For this, Su Zhi could only choose to let it be. And just like that, a year slipped by. Qingzhou strong soldiers and horses, dragon and tiger. The people live and work in peace and happiness. And even the people of other states and counties shouted to Qingzhou transit treacherous words. And as the Qingzhou soldiers and horses have grown, the capital side has also become a bit restless. According to the trail information, there are saints frequenting Liangzhou. Liangzhou is in the northern part of Qingzhou, and it is a necessary route for Qingzhou to enter the capital. On this day, Su Zhi was sipping tea in the courtyard, playing against the Big Dipper. Zhao Luo walked over with a stack of bamboo slips. Your Excellency, urgent information has come from the Liangzhou side. Speak. Miss Xiaoxi has decided to challenge Princess Yunlu at the Liangzhou Poetry Conference on the 7th day of the 9th month. Su Ru frowned. The fact that Jiang Xiaoxi was going to challenge Yunlu was something he had known a long time ago. But why at a cool poetry convention? Thinking back to the last time he went to Liangzhou, it was still 3 years ago when he led the army to suppress a large devil sect called the Obsession Sect in Liangzhou. At that time, the third prince happened to preside over the Liangzhou Poetry Conference. Su Zhi made Liangzhou lyrics at the meeting, a 7-syllable stanza with a cool and mournful tone that shook the entire Confucian world and captured the name of the young poetry immortal. This battle not only forced the third prince to abandon the study of poetry, but also stopped the Liangzhou Poetry Conference for 3 years. I didn't realize that this year it would start up again. This matter isn't too urgent, is it? Why are you so nervous? Su Zhi laughed and glanced at Zhao Luo. As his intelligence officer, what big storms hadn't he seen? How can you panic? Sure enough, he saw Zhao Luo continue. There has indeed been a change of heart. Our people lost Miss Xiaoxi in the Liangzhou territory, and now we don't know where she has gone. Combined with the fact that during this period of time, there are traces of the Fountain of Agelessness, Hearing Wind Pavilion, and other holy mountains and sacred places showing up in Liangzhou, Luo is afraid that something bad might happen to Miss Xiaoxi. Oh, missing? Su Ru played a chess game, putting the Big Dipper on the spot, and smiled. What do you think, old turtle? The Big Dipper laughed. How can such a crude and obvious scheme be concealed from Marshal Su, who has repeatedly made strange moves? This plan, false and real, when the capital cannot sit still. Want to think of an invitation into the jar of the bureau? Su Ru laughed. They didn't want to make a game. It's just a young plot to invite Su to go to Liangzhou for a catch-up. Just don't know who's leading behind the scenes. It's also good to go ahead and collect on some debts that haven't been incurred in a year. Luo, follow me on a trip to Liangzhou. Mr. Su would like to see who. Exactly. Set up this game to invite me. Yes, my lord. Greetings to Sage Su. Big Dipper bowed. He wasn't worried about Su Zhi's safety at all. After several times of consulting, the Big Dipper can conclude that as long as the imperial weapon in the capital does not come out of the mountain, no one in the world can threaten Su Zhi, and that imperial artifact can't get out of the capital, the land of Liangzhou. Su brought Zhao Luer with him, riding in a carriage, leisurely looking at the scenery along the way. This time, he didn't even bring Ao Jing. This silly dragon was called back to the demon clan by her stunningly beautiful dragoness sister, saying that she wanted to participate in some kind of dragon god conference to lay down the clan chief. Although Ao Jing was kind enough to invite him, Su Zhi was generally too lazy to participate in this kind of internal affairs of the tribe, so he declined. My lord, we've arrived at Yang City ahead. It's the territory of the Yuan Yang 7 slaughter sect, and this is where Miss Xiaoxi disappeared. Should we go down and take a look? The Yuan Yang 7 killing sect? What's the relationship with the Yuan Yang 7 killing arrows? Su Zhi recalled the matter of being hunted by the Yuan Yang 7 slaying arrows before he went to Qingzhou. At that time, Kong Shang, Ning Shuang, and the others said that it was the Tai Shi's stance, not realizing that there was such a sect. Zhao Luer laughed. The Yuan Yang 7 Slayers sect's town school mastery is the Yuan Yang 7 Slayers arrow. This clan has a history of thousands of years. When the great master was young, he practiced here, and it was only later that he improved this Yuan Yang 7 killing arrows into a holy method, which became famous in Wei. The corner of Su Ru's mouth hooked up. Oh, it seems that this 7 slaughter faction is closely involved with the imperial court. Let's just go explore this Yang City. Yes, into the city. Yongchang nightlights. The crowd to and fro is not lost in the daytime. There are many coolly dressed dancers shuttled to and fro. The two of them had changed their appearance a little, but their body shape and physique were both excellent, and their walk in Yongchang attracted a lot of stares. And at that moment, Su Zhi suddenly stopped in his tracks. What is it, my lord? Ran into a lesser acquaintance. Su Zhi smiled, pulled Zhao Luer, and instantly leaped over several miles, arriving behind a flustered youth. Chu Jun. Who? The youth shuddered, turned his head and exclaimed, Su, why are you here? You recognize me? Su Zhi also froze. He had changed his appearance and voice. He did not expect to be recognized by Chu Jun in a second. Chu Jun laughed loudly. We were in the capital in the morning at the Yihong building, and in the evening at the Fenjiyuan. And the way you talk, I can recognize it even if it's painted into dust. Also, I cried for days when you left the capital. You'll have to mark this one for me. Besides, how could you not come to something as big as the Red Dust Fairy versus the Cloud Deer Princess? Red Dust Fairy, the beautiful name by which Jiang Xiaoxi broke into the world. Aha! Su Ru helplessly nodded his head. Just like other second generation, when he was young and ridiculous, he didn't do less. Don't talk about me? What are you? A prime minister's son, doing sneaking around in this young city? Chu Jun hemmed and hawed. The schemer enters the game with his body and prays to win half a son of heaven. And I, the great schemer who was there to help you find out the truth about Creek's sister's disappearance. Chapter 41, Disciple of the 7 Slaughter Sect, Violent Aesthetics of Murder. You? The corner of Su Zhi's mouth twitched. How he looked at Chu Jun's lewd appearance. It was a little bit of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Look down on me? Chu Jun had a sharp look. Do you know where Sister Xiaoxi disappeared? Where? Inside the 7 Killers faction. How is that possible? Zhao Luer stared as she listened. The disciples of the Yuan Yang 7 killing sect are mostly killers and have many enemies. The mountain gate has been blocked for 1,000 years and no mortal dust is seen. Even the half-saints have difficulty finding it. How can Miss Xiaoxi find it? That's why I said, it's inside information. Chu Jun pretended to be mysterious. It's about time. Come with me. Later you'll see if I'm telling the truth or not. He followed the flow of people, tapping his toes, and his strength was actually quite impressive. Go along and see. Su Zhi glanced at Zhao Luer, and the two of them instantly disappeared in place. On the other side, a young girl in black and white robes stood looking around the crowd. Chu Jun appeared in front of her. Lianer, I've come for my appointment. June. The young girl known as Lianer looked delighted. Hurry up and go. I managed to escape from the 7 Slaughter sect with great difficulty. If they catch me, we won't be able to see each other again in this life. These two are. Seemingly suddenly noticing the two Su Zhi, Lianer was a bit flustered. Chu Jun laughed. Don't panic. This is Su Zhi, my best brother. The one beside him is his personal maid. Zhao Luer. Zhao Luer lightly clenched her silver teeth. Is it that hard to remember your name? Ah, yes, Zhao Luer. Chu Jun scratched his head. Lu Lianer, meet Mr. Su and Miss Xiao. Lu Lianer slightly owed her body. Zhao Luer gave her a surprised look. Lu Lianer was so tightly closed within the Seven Slaughter sect that she didn't even have much of a reaction to hearing the two words Su Ru. Chu Jun put his arm around Lianer and laughed. Lianer is a member of the Seven Slaughter sect, so she's too well versed in Xiaoxi's sister's affairs. Why don't we go and eat something first? Chat while eating? Eating. Can't be done. Lu Lianer froze, but immediately, she heard Su Zhi's soft eep. Someone's coming. Phew. The wind made a sound in the distance, and a man with a sulky face flew over, and when he saw Lu and Chu embracing each other, he instantly knelt down with both legs. Lianer, senior? Why are you here? Lianer let out a cry of surprise and swept Chu Jun behind her, as if that old mother hen was protecting her calf. The man said with pathos, Lianer, I really didn't expect that you left the Seven Slaughter sect without authorization just to have a private meeting with this kid. He's a 20-year-old casual cultivator, no background or family. A wastrel. What's so good about him that he's worth corrupting the rules of the sect? Lianer took a deep breath and turned around. Senior brother, my mind is made up. Don't say any more. The man laughed miserably and rose with clenched fists. That's just it. You don't treasure even when given the chance. Come on man. Swish swish swish. Instantly, more than a dozen cultivators wearing black robes appeared. Senior sister, I don't mind your past. As long as you go back with me, I can even spare him. The man said miserably. But if you don't come around, then he has to stay here today. Lianer was also enraged and drew her longsword. Li Hao, if you want to kill my June brother, step over my corpse. Stubborn, when I kill him, let's see if you still dare to be so reckless. Li Hao laughed miserably, took a step forward, and when he was still 5 or 6 feet away from Chu Jun, he slapped a palm imprint, only to see that the air seemed to have dented a piece, and that chi energy wrapped with aura, like a cannonball towards Chu Jun. Chu Jun's face sank as he stepped forward, one foot stepping towards Li Hao's palm imprint. But how could he know that Li Hao suddenly let out a strange cry? Lord Deacon, make your move. As soon as the words fell, 2 men with daggers in their hands leaped out of the crowd. Both of their faces were ordinary, belonging to the type that could not be remembered after a glance in the crowd. However, at this moment, the aura on their bodies caused Chu Jun's legs to tremble and his throat to go dry. 2 Dharma Realm killers. It's over. He had just flashed a thought in his mind. Those 2 Dharma Realm assassins had already arrived in front of Chu Jun. With hideous eyes, a dagger stabbed at Chu Jun's heart. Jun. Lianer screamed miserably. Roll. However, he heard Su Zhi drink in a faint voice. His fingers condensed into a sword, and he pointed 2 fingers. 2 red-ons shot out like lasers, instantly skimming over the bodies of the 2 Dharma Realm assassins. The 2 froze, not yet understanding what was happening. The body then suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Afterward, it was fanned away by Su Zhi's sleeve and showered on Li Hao and the others. The whole room was silent. Countless tourists' jaws dropped. Even though Zhao Luer had learned by ear this year and knew that her gongzi was very strong, she couldn't help but feel a bit shocked at this moment. This killing method, too brutal and harsh, completely violent aesthetics. Chapter 42, Sage Clan. Tianyu Ferry. Chu Jun stayed on the spot, foolishly looking at Su Zhi's back. Not, Brother Su, you're really good? He thought of some legends about Su Ru. If those legends are true, then the man in front of him, at the very least, is a top half Saint Ah. Lianer's back was chilled as she watched. She lived in the sect and hardly cared about anything else. She didn't yet have a cognizance of the cultivation level of the young people in the outside world. At this moment, when he saw Su Zhi's bravery, he realized that there was a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man. Boom! Li Hao directly fell to his knees, his eyes showing horror, knowing that he had messed with a big shot. There was no trace of the controlling demeanor of the previous moment. Lianer, Chu Jun, spare my life. It's me who is cheap. It's me who is underhanded. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, okay? With that, he snapped up his cheeks, his hands coming out like the wind, and in an instant his nose was bruised and swollen. Chu Jun's eyes showed pleasure. This world is like this. As long as you have a big fist, anyone in front of you can only prostrate and whisper like a lost dog. Su Ru's life is his goal. Ah, Brother Su. These few people. Chu Jun looked at Su Zhi with inquiring eyes. You decide. Su Zhi was disinterested. His purpose of coming here was to find Jiang Xiaoxi, so naturally he didn't bother with these minions. Yes. Chu Jun laughed harshly, the power in his hands coming to a boil more than usual at any time, and Lu Lianer glanced at her. Jun, Li Hao's identity is not low. What are you afraid of? I'll take you back to the capital after I kill him. How dare he, the 7 Killers sect, come up to the capital to kill me? Chu Jun laughed and rushed towards Li Hao with a single step. However, he saw Li Hao's eyes showing madness, suddenly casting forbidden techniques, and his body was scorched black. The 10 or so people behind him also spat out a mouthful of blood. holding longbows and instantly firing 10 arrows at Chu Jun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Su. Father Su. Righteous father. Save me. Chu Jun screamed miserably as he was beaten and kept retreating. Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile, once again waving his sleeve. Those 10 or so people plus Li Hao were directly beaten into powder by the power of this sleeve, leaving only blood soaring to dozens of feet away. Glancing at Chu Jun, Su Zhi sighed lightly. Alright, find a place. I have some questions to ask this Miss Lianer. Zhao Luo excitedly followed behind Su Zhi. Seeing her own son as if he were an exiled immortal in the dust, killing people invisibly, she was also honored. Even Lianer had a look of admiration in her eyes. Chu Jun smiled sarcastically, took Lianer with him, followed Su Zhi, separated from the crowd, and searched for the best restaurant to be seated. In place, it took a long time before anyone dared to approach. Shocked, looking at the dozens of puddles of blood on the ground, remembering the breezy Su Zhi. A great man is a great man. Inside the restaurant, Su Zhi drank 2 cups of wine in a row. Chu Jun didn't even move his chopsticks, his hands swinging irregularly. And Lianer, both of them, were quite formal. There's no need for that. The feelings of the young will not be tarnished just because I'm strong. Su Zhi shook his head and lost his smile, taking the initiative to pour Chu Jun a drink. The two drank for a while. Chu Jun saw Su Zhi really did not have a frame. Also continued to call brother and brother up. Just words. No longer dare to jest. Sentence ignore the boast. Never go back to the old days. Halfway through the wine, Lian finally spoke for the first time. Su big brother. You are looking for Lianer. Do you want to ask about the Red Dust Fairy? Su Zhi nodded. Rumor has it that she disappeared within the Yuan Yang 7 Killings sect? Lian nodded. Indeed, but I have low cultivation and low seniority, and I only vaguely know that she killed up our 7 Killings sect under the banner of avenging her brother. How it turned out, I'm not quite sure. Avenge your brother's death? Su Ru froze. I think that the arrow that this 7 Killers sect shot at themselves was somehow known by Jiang Xiaoxi, and this niece wanted to avenge herself. Chu Jun, on the other hand, frowned. Too reckless. That's the 7 Slaughter faction. There are saints. How can you just trespass? Something must have happened. Su Zhi swirled his wine cup and said, is the 7 Slaughter faction very strong? Could it be comparable to the Sacred Mountain? In the past year, Su Ridge has done the understanding. Only 3 mountains in 4 regions of the Great Way can be called by the name of saint. As for this 7 Killers sect, it was neither a holy mountain nor a holy land. It was just an assassin sect with not much fame. Chu Jun explained. The 7 Killings sect was the place where the great master studied when he was young, so he was affiliated with the imperial court and not with the people, so naturally he was not ranked in the Holy Land. However, it is not too much inferior to the Holy Land, and not only does it have living saints that, there are even many murderous forbidden formations inside. It definitely belongs to the category of a dragon's den. Lianer also nodded. Ancestor Milk Shi. I have seen it many times since I was a child, traveling like a cloud. The pressure of the mountain. Even the patriarch does not dare to look straight with her. Are there any saints? Su Ru revealed a smile. There's another question. Since this 7 Killings sect, even I can't find it. How did the creek manage to get in? This. Chu Jun and Lianer looked at each other, and Lianer hesitated. According to the information I overheard, it seems that the Red Dust Fairy has a very close relationship with the Flower Moon Listening Pavilion, one of the 4 great sacred grounds, and should have gotten the information from there. The Holy Land, the Court of Flowers, Moon and Hearth? Thinking of Jiang Xiaoxi's identity as the daughter of Heaven's destiny, Su Zhi somewhat understood. This kind of person, with heavenly fortune, wherever he goes, he can pull in help, and when he meets a disaster, he turns it into good fortune. And it's normal to have a few supporting forces. Lianer, can you take me into the 7 Slaughter sect? Su Zhi glanced at Lu Lianer. Lu Lianer's face changed slightly. This, big brother Su. It's not that Lianer doesn't want to. It's just that this method of entering the sect is basically in the hands of the higher-ups, and only a few extremely high-status disciples can break the rules and get hold of it. Chu Jun also nodded and said, Su brother, I know that you are anxious, but this 7 Killings school, to put it bluntly, we cannot turn the wind in waves even if we go in, or to find some other method. Although Su Zhi was extremely courageous just now, in Chu Jun's weak cognition, if Su Zhi was any stronger, then he could only reach the peak of the half-saint realm. Further up, touching that realm of illusion, no matter how open his mind was, he could not fantasize about it. After all, Wei hadn't had a saint for nearly 100 years. Xiaoxi entered the 7 slaughters for me, and now that she has disappeared, how can I ignore her? Su Zhi shook his head, then looked at Lu Lianer. Miss Lianer, if you tell me where to look for someone, I can just go in myself, and you two can go back to the capital on your own. Far away. What kind of words are these? Chu Jun huffed. Brother Su, do you think that I'm greedy for life and afraid of death, and don't dare to accompany you to this dragon's den? Su Ru froze. I'm not. Before he could finish, Chu Jun added, in that case, and without Lian, I'll tell you directly, nowadays, in this Qin city, the only one who can freely enter and exit the Seven Slaughter sect is the Moon Shadow Lightning Tianyu Fairy. Now she is settling in the city lord's mansion. Moon Shadow Gauze, Tiny Fairy? That's a long title. Alright, Brother Su, what I know, I've told you. After Chu Jun finished speaking, his face was a bit panicked as he pulled up Lu Lianer's hand. But I have to warn you, this woman is outrageously scary. I shudder at the mention of her name, especially her almond eyes. She looks at people like they're dogs. It's so perverted. I have a feeling she's crazy for lack of men. I'll go first. You can't go anywhere. Chu Jun was still turning around when, abruptly, a cold voice rang out from the table. Chapter 43, Su Zhi was confused. What is the infiltration of the Supreme Young? Chu Jun turned his head violently and saw Su Zhi looking at him with a smile. On the other side, a woman covered in a white light veil was staring at him with an icy face. This woman was clear and beautiful. Her temperament was like water, and her skin was as white as condensed fat, as if it was flawless glaze. The waist was long and supple, as if it could easily be blown by a wisp of wind, while being full of irresistible suppleness, especially those long legs, round and straight, plump as jade. In Su Zhi's cognizance, only Yun Lu could compete with her. Well, can't spell it yet. Bang. There was no time to appreciate the beauty in front of him. Chu Jun shuddered and fell straight to the ground, breaking his chair. Sis, Willow Lanier cried vaguely. Su Ru glanced at the woman's panel. Tanya Ryu. Realm, Peak Cave Heaven. Red words, 9 in Xin Purple's body. Phrase effect, Deshang both holy body. Not yet unblocked. Need the world's most young thing infiltration. Yin and Yang harmonization. Can be a great success. Purple and gold words, snow shadow. Word effect, born close to ice and snow. Controlling the way of water. Practicing water and ice system Xian Fa. The progress is increased by 8 times. And the power is increased by 3 times. Black words, depressed. Word effect, recently stolen the limelight by the red dust fairy, resulting in jealousy and not in a very good mood. What the world's most young thing seeped into. Su Ru looked at the system panel and was a little dumbfounded. This use of words. It always felt like the damn thing was driving. But he couldn't find proof. As if she didn't see Su Zhi. Lu Tianyu saw him muttering to himself and didn't care. Turning her head to look at Lu Lianer. Lianer, you're really getting more and more bold. Actually sneaking out while the sect is having a martial arts conference. Where's Li Hao? Why haven't we seen anyone else along the way? Lu Lianer's face turned white. Li Hao. Li Hao he. Seeing her acting like this, how could Lu Tianyu not know that Li Hao had been killed? At that moment, the color of his face became even more icy. In that case, all of you follow me back to the Seven Slaughter sect, killing the Elder's heir. Not even I can protect you. Chu Jun revealed a smile that was worse than tears. Mom, no. Sister. Tianyu's sister. You see how I am also your brother-in-law. Can you give a chance? Humph. The state has its own laws and the faction has its own rules. And there is no room for mercy. With a flick of her light veil, Lu Tianyu directly leapt out of the restaurant. She had absolute confidence in herself and wasn't at all afraid that Su Zhi several people would run away. Finished. Finished Brother Su. Finished Caught by this guy. Chu Jun cried and mourned. At this time, he only looked like a 20-year-old, inexperienced youth. Good thing. Su Ru patted him on the shoulder. This saves me from having to look for her. This is still a good thing? This is a white thing. Chu Jun cried and howled to the heavens. On the following day, Su Zhi followed behind Lu Tianyu with a calm face, forming a great contrast with the distraught Chu Jun. The group passed through a spatial formation and arrived at the deep mountains, heading towards the hills. A little bit of guts. Lu Tianyu glanced at Su Zhi in surprise. Su Su was 20 years old in bone age and thought that his cultivation would not be too high, but that fearlessness of everything impressed her a little. Unfortunately, no one can walk out when they come to my Seven Slaughter faction. She shook her head in her mind. A genius. Without growing up, it was no different from a mediocrity. Boldness, when it's not a meal. Su Zhi watched as she lightly swept a glance at herself and quickly skimmed over it again. There was some amusement in his mind. This Lu Tianyu was still able to be calm and collected now. I just don't know how much of her coolness she can still retain when she realizes that she's going to bring about a catastrophe for the clan later. Soon, after entering the Seven Slaughter sect, the guards at the entrance were very sparse. Obviously there was a big event being organized in the sect. When you meet the vice patriarchs and elders later, lower your stance and shrug off the responsibilities if you can. Today, There is the Long Yuan Sword Sect and Star Ancient Sect from Chengzhou, and the Qinglu Sect from Suzhou coming to discuss the Tao. So remember not to offend them. Approaching the location, Lu Tianyu murmured softly, seemingly unintentionally, and her footsteps quickened. Good. Chu Jun's eyes lit up. There seems to be a silver lining. A few people stepped into the discourse square. In a huge field, a few high-ranking people sitting in the clouds were setting up a feast and eating and drinking. In the middle of the field, the disciples of the Long Yuan Sword Sect and the disciples of the Seven Slaughter Sect fought against each other, fighting back and forth. Soon, the victory and defeat. Long Yuan Sword Sect disciples to use a hand of the dragon sword. Out of the sword is like a dragon sound. Hit the 7 killing sect disciples flew backwards. Sijin. The Long Yuan Sword Sect disciple arched his hand. Ha 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 ha. On the high platform, the patriarch of the Long Yuan Sword Sect laughed out loud. His name is Li Zhe. He is the uncle of the former patriarch Li Zhan, and only came to the throne after Li Zhan was decapitated by Su Ru. At this moment, Li Zhe was smiling towards the vice patriarch of the Seven Slaughter faction. Wei Hua, my Long Yuan Sword faction. Its frontal attacking ability is still okay, right? Wei Hua, the vice patriarch of the Seven Slaughter faction, nodded with a smile. My 7 killing sect specializes in assassination, and for frontal assaults, I still need to learn from you great sects. Ha 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 ha. It's really not easy to find you 7 killing sect. If it wasn't for this Liangzhou poetry conference, you guys wouldn't have come out of the mountain nah. Li Zhe laughed. Wei Hua shook his head and lost his smile. It's really because someone is targeting my 7 killing sect and had to come out. Alright, stop chatting. For the next match, let me, the Star Ancient Sect, challenge the 7 Slaughter Sect's high-ranking person. The patriarch of the Star Ancient Sect got up and laughed. Good. Before Wei Hua responded, Lu Tianyu's voice rang out in the middle of the field. Vice Patriarch, Lianer has been retrieved by me, and along with her is the son of the Prime Minister of Great Wei, Chu Jun. Oh, Wei Hua frowned. Seeing Su Zhi and his entourage walking up, he wanted to let them enter the door to be tried, but how did he know that an old crone suddenly stormed up behind him? Chu Jun. Lu Lianer, my grandson Li Hao went to seek you and the others, but at this moment it is the lamp of the divine soul that is shattered. How do you explain? Fixing his eyes, it was Third Elder Xie Xiaoman. Chapter 44, Fighting on the 7 Slayers faction, raising all the enemies. This old woman, how can she be so rude in front of outsiders? Wei Hua cursed in his heart. But Xie Xiaoman was, after all, a member of the 7 Slaughter faction, so he couldn't say anything. Looking towards Lu Tianyu's few people, Wei Hua said in a deep voice, who was Li Hao killed by? Without answering, Lu Tianyu retreated to the side and looked at Chu Jun and Su resigned several people. How Li Hao died? She was actually not sure. Lu Lianer hesitated for a moment before she wanted to give a truthful account, but Chu Jun suddenly blocked her mouth and looked at Wei Hua on the high platform. Li Hao was killed by me. It has nothing to do with them. One person does everything. If you want to find trouble, come to me. Chu Jun. Lu Lianer's eyes widened and Chu Jun shook his head at her. Zhao Luer was a little surprised. Did not expect to look like a hangdog. Chu Jun facing a big event actually have such a bearing. My lord, this Mr. Chu's character is not bad. Zhao Luer whispered. Su Ru nodded. He was not surprised by this result. After all, it's hard to call someone a brother without righteousness. Since you voluntarily admitted it, fine. Then I'll spare you the torture and only take your head to console my grandson's soul in heaven. Xie Xiaoman let out a strange cry and took out a moon-colored longbow. Bending her bow and taking a step, Xie Xiaoman's pale body was actually incredibly agile. Her posture was standard and elegant, and a blood-colored spirit arrow appeared on her bow, shooting at Chu Jun's head from a distance, only to see the void shatter and a black crack spread from Xie Xiaoman's longbow directly to Chu Jun's body. And it was all but a blink of an eye. No! Lu Lianer cried out in grief. Li Zhe was startled. A single elder is able to pierce through a large area of emptiness. The 7 Slaughter sect really does have a terrifying foundation, worthy of being in existence that can be compared to the 3 mountains and 4 lands. This arrow is not only to kill the junior, but it's also to give our Qingzhou sects a downward spiral. That Star Ancient sect's patriarch also nodded his head gravely. Over the past year, Qingzhou has been vaguely hostile to the entire way, and all the forces have a problem with our Qingzhou. So it's only natural that the 7 Slaughter faction doesn't give us a good face. Li Zhe sighed lightly. We only blame ourselves for being weak. If we had Dean Su's strength, who would dare to disrespect us? He hadn't forgotten how arcane and unfathomable Su Zhi's battle over the Yu River was. He had been speculating for a year, and came to the conclusion that if Su Zhi was not a saint, then the gap was not far off. Otherwise, the forces in Qingzhou wouldn't have been so well behaved and all defected. And by this time, the arrow had already forced its way 3 inches into Chu Jun's forehead. A sudden bemused voice rang out. It ends here. Shu dash. From motion to stillness, the arrow was suddenly grabbed by a large hand. Unable to move an inch, the owner of the large hand was dressed in white and threw that arrow gently, stopping in front of Chu Jun. There's an expert? Xia Xiaoman was startled and drew out 2 bloodshed daggers from her waist, instantly falling into the darkness and appearing from Su Zhi's side. The 2 daggers carried a thick aura of blood, one sliding towards Su Zhi's neck, and one sliding towards Su Zhi's heart. Fast, precise, and hard. This old woman does not know how many lives have been stained on her hands, killing people as if by instinct, the first time she came up to take the vitals, and facing this strike that was enough to kill an ordinary half-saint, Su Zhi only gently threw out a punch. In that moment, it was as if time was frozen, leaving only Su Zhi's slow, light punch on top of Xia Xiaoman's right shoulder. Boom! Xia Xiaoman's right shoulder was like being hit by a meteorite. It was directly smashed, and the whole person flew backwards, spilling blood all over the sky. How can it be? Everyone was dumbfounded and could hardly believe it. Su Zhi threw a punch without driving a single trace of heaven and earth laws and spiritual power, as if it was an elderly person working out and playing Tai Chi. It just went slowly, but with just such a punch, a half-saint elder was beaten to a pulp. Lu Tianyu's delicate body trembled and her beautiful eyes widened as she was truly shocked by the punch. I didn't expect Su Zhi, who had been following behind her, to have such strength. Just now on the road, if this punch had hit her by surprise, she was afraid that she would be in a bad way. He brought me to the clan on purpose. Liar. Lu Tianyu understood somewhat and was slightly angry in her heart. Su Zhi stood in the middle of the field, a layer of deep purple light glowing on his fair skin. That was the majestic energy of the mixed elements body refining technique, an imperial technique that Su Zhi didn't have to run. As long as he entered a battle, he would automatically activate it and protect his body on his own. Alchemy. After a long time, Wei Hua slowly uttered these 2 words from his mouth, and the other sect forces looked extremely frenzied. In the Great Way, almost all of them are refining Qi to transform God, and those who become saints by refining their bodies are extremely rare. Similarly, body refiners, under saints, were crushing Qi refiners. To become a half-saint with body cultivation is rare in ancient times. Who are you? Su Ru shook his head. You're not worthy to talk to me yet. Let the saint of your 7 slaughter sect come out to meet me. Arrogant. Wei Hua licked his tongue and raised his hand. The formation in the field was activated, and in a split second, there were 10,000 long arrows drawing their bows, aiming directly at Su Zhi's head. Young man, I don't know what kind of grudge you have to kill on my 7 Killings sect, but my 7 Killings sect has made countless grudges and killed people, yet it can stand for 1,000 years. Don't you have some backhand? No matter how magnificent you are, you will have to drink hate today. Wei Hua smiled coldly and turned his head to look at Lijia's several people. My 7 Killings faction isn't some kind of loner. You, Qingzhou and Shuzhou, if you give me a hand, this rare body refining technique from ancient times will also allow you to rummage through it for a few moments. The 7 Slaughter sect was not good at frontal combat, and the body refiners happened to be very strong in frontal combat. If no one dragged Su Zhi, I'm afraid that the casualties of the 7 Slaughter sect today would not be less. Therefore, Wei Hua threw the olive branch to other forces. He believed that no one could be bland in the face of the body refining technique. Sure enough, that clear false sect master directly fell into the field. He was dressed in a Confucian shirt and holding a servant's sword. At first glance, he thought that he was a woman. Clear false sect. Chao Wushuang, please teach me. Su Ru was non-committal and didn't even look at him. Instead, he cast his gaze between the 10,000 mountains, where he sensed an overwhelming heavenly law. That's the power of a saint. Brother Li, should we go down? Star Ancient Sect's patriarch Xing Ming rubbed his fists. Lija some trance. He looked at the side shadow of Su Zhi. That looked down on the world of the air. Always feel a little like a deceased. Brother Li? Brother Li? Xing Ming shouted a few more times. You go ahead. My Long Yuan sword sect has cultivated swords since ancient times and has little interest in body refining techniques. The more Li Qiol looked, the more he felt panicked and shrugged it off. Xing Ming was surprised, but he didn't bother with Li Zhe. It was good to have one less person to share the treasure. Immediately afterward, he also made a vertical movement of his body and fell into the field like a meteor. Star Ancient Sect. Star Ming. To learn from the best. Only then did Su Zhi withdraw his gaze and look at the few people in front of him. Just as well. I haven't moved my muscles for a year. Let's take a few of you and try your moves. Chapter 45, The Truth. Chopping Wei Hua. Going north to kill the third prince. Dare to belittle us. Chao Wushuan let out a cold snort, and behind him leapt down a dozen clear false sect experts, the lowest of which had the cultivation of the Dharma phase realm, and formed a formation with each other. At that instant, it was as if clear light had fallen from the 9 heavens. and the field was filled with boiling spiritual energy. Su Zhi, on the other hand, didn't wait for them to finish forming their formation. With the point of his foot, the whole person had already jumped up high. The deep purple light flickered and coalesced in the center of his palm as he slapped it down. Boom! As if an ancient god was splitting a mountain. This palm, descending from the sky, directly shook out a huge palm print from the square, penetrating hundreds of meters into the mountain. Countless rubble and dust shook the air, and the field was a blur. With a unanimous scream, that clear false sect, including the sect leader, was directly slapped into pieces by this palm. The blood mist was instantly swallowed by the dust, leaving no trace, and at that moment, Su Zhi's second palm had already slapped out, shooting directly towards the distant mountains. Boom! 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 With 8 or 9 palms in a row, the entire 100,000 mountains of the 7 killing sect were plunged into a huge tremor, and countless killers holding bows and arrows were shaken out of their formations, bleeding to death from their 7 orifices. Xing Ming's eyes widened, and he, who had originally been summoning the stars of the periphery, instantly broke his power, and all his limbs gave out at the same time, retreating towards the back like a dog on its back. What kind of strength is this? Is body alchemy this strong? Wei Hua was also dumbfounded. In just a moment, the killers in the faction were dead and wounded, and after a few more moments of fighting against Su Ru, the 7 killers faction would be destroyed in his hands. Lu Tianyu looked at the figure standing in the air, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This strength, I am afraid that under the saints can be invincible. Who is he in the end? Why hasn't the ancestors' milk made a move yet? And just as her thoughts fell, there was a sudden flashy light in the 100,000 mountains. A cold voice came from afar. Your guests are here. Please forgive the poor hospitality. Please come inside and have a chat. Wei Hua, invite your guest to the mountain. As the words fell, a 7-colored rainbow spread from the mountains. Ancestors' milk. Wei Hua fell to his knees. Su Zhi collected his palm. His face was ancient and unperturbed, and he walked straight towards that long bridge, without the slightest hint of Wei Hua and the others in his eyes. Today, he came to the 7 Slaughters sect for one answer. Zhao Luo hurriedly followed. Wei Hua was sweating profusely. Taking a few elders with him, he trembled with Li Zhe, Xing Ming, and the others as they followed the long bridge and walked over. In the original place, only Chu Jun, Lu Lianer and the others whose heads were in a muddle were left. Brother Su is truly a man of God. Chu Jun, shocked to see the whole scene, swallowed his saliva, once again felt that the former gags together to stroll the red building of the brothers, now become unattainable. Su Zhi was not fast, but that rainbow bridge was like it contained the way of space, and every time he stepped out, he leaped over 1,000 feet. Soon, Su Zhi arrived in front of a large snow-white hall. The great hall was filled with maids in pink clothing going about their business. In the innermost part, a woman with a slim figure and a gorgeous back suddenly turned around with a light sigh. Rhetoric, long time no see. It was rumored in the outside world that you had achieved the Saint realm. Originally I didn't believe it, but today, seeing is believing. I believe it. Su Ru froze, and immediately blurted out, "Are you, Auntie Jing?" The person in front of him was Yun Lu's master and half of his teacher. If it wasn't for her, with Su Zhi's foundation, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to step into the transformation god realm. When she was young, Su Zhi just thought that her strength was unpredictable. Never thought that she would be a saint. Aunt Jing looked at Su Zhi with a complicated face. "Ji heir, I am aware of your recent situation. Delegate you out of the capital. Repent your marriage contract. Even assassinate you and pass the holy decree to toy with you. Given your family's position in the capital, it is indeed extremely embarrassing, and I can understand your resentment. But you and Cloud Deer are childhood sweethearts. 2 children. Aunt Jing asked you, if Yun Lu repents, can you forgive her and continue to be the emperor's son-in-law of this great way?" Su Zhi didn't expect Aunt Jing to ask this kind of question right off the bat. There was a moment of silence. He never intended to let go of those who targeted him. Su Zhi's face was expressionless. "Is this your intention? Or Yun Lu's?" Auntie Jing said. "I mean it." Su Ru coldly said. "This question is meaningless. People like Yun Lu, unless a knife is on her neck, she will not repent. Besides, we're not kids anymore, and we have to live with the consequences of the decisions we make." "Hey," Aunt Jing sighed quietly. "Are you going to stop me?" Suzaku looked at her. "You've grown up. Auntie Jing can't stop you." Aunt Jing shook her head. "Ask whatever you want. I want to know. Where is Jiang Xiaoxi?" Su Ru asked. Auntie Jing glanced at Wei Hua, who was right behind her. Wei Hua saw that Su Zhi actually had a close friendship with his grandmaster's milk, and had long been sweating profusely, and at this moment kneeled down and replied, Is the gentleman asking about the Red Dust Fairy who went up to the Seven Slaughter faction 2 days ago, under the banner of avenging her brother's death? I wonder what relationship the gentleman has with her. He couldn't figure out Su Zhi's identity and was weighing how to answer. Su Zhi sniffed and his face changed, revealing his true appearance as he looked at Wei Hua. You see who I am? Wei Hua looked up, the fat on his face shaking 3 times. Su extra horse harnessed by the side of a team? He was still only in shock, while the two behind him, Li Jie and Xing Ming, were extremely horrified, especially Xing Ming, remembering that he had wanted to turn on Su Zhi just now. He instantly couldn't move his feet as if they were filled with lead, and all of a sudden he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Su St. Greetings, Su Shang. Su Zhi ignored the two and just stared at Wei Hua. Wei Hua finally realized Su Zhi's intention and smiled bitterly. Fairy Red Dust didn't go deeper into my 7 Slaughter faction, but instead brought the saints from the Listening Wind Pavilion to my door and killed 3 of my faction's half-saint elders before leaving. If I'm not mistaken, she should be preparing for the ultimate battle with Princess Yunlu now, which is why she hasn't shown her face. Oh, Su Ru froze. She thought that Jiang Xiaoxi had suffered a loss. She didn't expect this niece's ability to pull backers to be first class. Take the saints and kill the 7 killers sect. This daughter of Providence is really something. After knowing that Jiang Xiaoxi was safe, Su Zhi breathed a sigh of relief, and then his tone instantly turned solemn. One more question. The dead man who went to assassinate me in the first place. Who was it? This. Wei Hua looked at Auntie Jing. Speak. Auntie Jing said calmly. It was the patriarch himself who gave the order. He was invited by the 3rd prince and sent the 13th elder to attack and kill Su extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. But unfortunately it didn't work and he died. Wei Hua got Auntie Jing's permission and shook it all out at once. So, as vice patriarch, did you participate in the decision making? Su Ru glanced at him and took a step closer. Under the pressure of divine soul power, Wei Hua's face was pale and incomparably pale, and he couldn't say anything that he wanted to say in defense. Is there? Su Ru once again took a drink. There is. But, snort, an aura instantly cut across Wei Hua's neck. The blood-stained head was thrown up. After killing Wei Hua, Su Zhi walked towards the outside of the Great Hall. Resignation. Where are you going? Aunt Jing called. Liangzhou Poetry Conference. Kill the 3rd prince. Chapter 46. Harvesting the Imperial Art. Intercepting the Heavenly 7 Slaying Arrows. After leaving the main hall, Su Zhi finally understood why Jiang Xiaoxi had set a duel with Yunlu at the Liangzhou Poetry Conference. I'm sure that in addition to defeating Cloud Deer, she had the heart to kill the 3rd prince. No one can touch you with me. Killing intent boiled in Su Zhi's eyes as he walked towards the square. At the end of the long rainbow were Chu Jun and Lu Lianer. Seeing Su Zhi who revealed her true face, Lu Lianer's eyes were as if she had opened her self-targeting, staring at Su Zhi fiercely, unable to move away. The corner of Chu Jun's mouth twitched as he greeted them. Brother Su. Where to next? Liangzhou Poetry Conference. Su Ru said softly, do you know where it will be held this year? At the top of Tianshan Mountain. Counting the time. It's just right for us to go there now. It's just that Brother Su, with this appearance, you should hide it a bit. You also know that the royal family is not dealing with you right now. So if we just walk in like this in a dignified manner, I'm afraid that we'll startle the snakes and allow the Zhao Hong to escape in advance. Chu Jun rubbed his hands together. Su Zhi's true appearance, not to mention Lu Lianer, even he could not look straight at him when he stood beside Su Zhi. It was just too dazzling. It's too much pressure to stand with such a beautiful man. Well, you're right. Su Zhi nodded and resumed his previous appearance. Going to the poetry conference this time, he not only wanted to kill 3rd Prince Zhao Hong, but he also wanted to uncover all the forces behind him. According to Zhao Luer's intelligence, the power behind this prince who could take over the throne with the crown prince was not simple. Indeed, one should not beat the bushes. Go. Su Ru walked towards the bottom of the mountain. Many eyes in the dark looked at Su Zhi's back, filled with fear. One man, one palm, is going to slaughter the clan in a matter of moments, and even the Grandmaster's milk can't do anything about him. They all had a bold guess about Su Zhi's strength. I'm afraid I have to touch that unspeakable territory. Mr. Su, stay back. And at that moment, a sharp cry came from behind him. Su Zhi paused in his steps and did not turn around. The man quickly caught up, but it was the 7 Killing sect's Grand Elder. When the Vice Patriarch was killed and the Patriarch was not in the clan, he was the spokesperson of the 7 Slaughter sect. Something's wrong? Su Zhi said faintly. Is Mr. Su going to Heaven Mountain? Aha. Su Ru nodded. As far as I know, there are countless mountains in the Heavenly Mountain, whereas the top of the Heavenly Mountain is by no means known to outsiders, and even if it's a saint who wants to search for it, it would take months. Speaking of this, the Grand Elder glanced at Chu Jun and Lu Lianer. The implication is that a few of them will not be able to bring the poetry conference. What does the Grand Elder mean? Su Zhi glanced at the Grand Elder. It's better for me, the 7 Slaughter faction, to take the Duke there? The Grand Elder rubbed his hands together and, I have offended your excellency today, so please give my 7 Slaughter faction a chance to redeem itself. With that, he handed over a storage ring. Su Zhi took a look. It was actually a saint-level technique. Yuan Yang's 7 killing arrows. Somewhat surprised, he glanced at the Grand Elder, who laughed. This is the command of the ancestors' milk, so please do not excuse yourself. Gongzi, the 7 Slaughter faction has absolutely no intention of making an enemy of your excellency. Su Ru thought about it and collected his storage ring. He's grudging. Aunt Jing had taught him, and the 7 killers had already paid a terrible price for striking out on him. Both sides are clear. The culprit, or that third prince. Ding, triggering the word strike. The saint-level battle technique Yuan Yang's 7 killing arrows has been upgraded to the emperor-level archery technique Heaven intercepting 7 killing arrows. Ding, triggering the words of martial saint. The emperor-level archery art of intercepting Heaven's 7 slaying arrows has been cultivated to great completion. Intercepting Heaven's 7 killing arrows, emperor grade born with everything in man. Man has nothing in heaven. Kill 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 kill. As the words rang out, an image emerged in Su Zhi's mind. It was an ancient powerhouse holding a longbow, bending his bow and arrow, his eyes showing hatred. Thousands of miles away, an arrow and a city. Between one day, even slaughtered 749 cities, killing the earth sinking, before giving up. It's an arrow of hate. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Zhi's mouth, exactly like Mr. Su's state of mind at this moment. At the same time, he glanced at the current panel. Host, Suka. Age, 21. Cultivation, 15th level of the Void-Breaking Realm, Sacred Realm. Battle technique, for seasons Heavenly Blade, Emperor Grade. Intercepting Heavenly 7 killing arrows, Emperor Grade. Sun and Moon Blade technique, Saint Grade. Note, less than Holy level omitted. Mind technique, Hybrid Body Refining technique, Imperial technique. Blade, Sun and Moon, Holy Grade, Long Blade. Colored words, water accumulates into an abyss. Red words, bludgeoning, immortality. Purple and gold words, martial saint, holy dragon bloodline. Space travel, takeover, military god. Golden words, 8 faces. Moon servant, prodigy, blade demon. With the unexpected harvest, Su Zhi's mood turned a little better and glanced at the Grand Elder. Take a message for Mr. Su, and thank you Auntie Jing. Only after hearing this did the boulder in the Grand Elder's heart finally fall. In the Great Hall, Su Zhi killed Wei Hua, and the ancestors' milk didn't even dare to say a word, but it scared him, and Su Ru was only in her early 20s, offended such a juvenile pride, if not properly repaired. He 7 killings sect in the future. I am afraid that even sleep is not good. With this in mind, the Grand Elder shouted in a deep voice, Lu Tianyu, come here. Lu Tianyu originally crouched in a corner and hid to draw circles, praying that Su Zhi would quickly leave the 7 killings sect and not look for trouble from her. At this moment, when she heard the Grand Elder's chorus, her delicate body trembled and she almost lost her 3 souls. Master, grandfather, Lu Tianyu walked over, her eyes not daring to look directly at anyone. That high and cold color long gone. You were the one who brought Prince Su up to the 7 Slaughter faction before, so this time, it's also up to you to bring Prince Su to the poetry conference. Stay beside Gongzi in these days. You must not move an inch and be at his beck and call, and must not resist half a word, or else don't blame Grandpa for being unforgiving. The Grand Elder sternly rebuked. Lu Tianyu's eyes were filled with shame. What a heavenly pride she was, bearing a holy body and worshipping a saint as her teacher. In the outside world, not even a princess of a country could be compared to her. If heaven and earth had not been unable to become saints, she would have been one of the first geniuses to become a saint. The men who pursued him could line up from Liangzhou to the capital. I didn't realize that her grandfather would ask her to serve a man. Sensing her resentment, the Grand Elder glared fiercely at Lu Tianyu, then stroked his beard and nodded at Su Zhi. Mr. Su, this granddaughter of mine has excellent talent and even better looks. It's more than suitable to be a personal maid for you, although her nature is a bit cooler, but you do not have to take care of my feelings as an old man. How to beat, how to scold. Ruthless education can be. Lu Tianyu's lips turned white as she listened. Which was a personal maid. It was not too much to say that it was a female slave. His own grandfather? Was he giving himself away as a bargaining chip? In front of this surnamed Su. In the end, what is the person? The background is really through the sky not? Su Ru waved his hand, completely unaware that the 2 grandmasters and granddaughters had already brainstormed so many images, and just faintly said, lead the way. Lu Tianyu stayed still wondering how Su Zhi would deal with himself. Lead the way? Su Ru frowned and Lu Tianyu's feet trembled in reaction. Chapter 47, A Goddess Becomes a Servant? The third prince spurted blood 3 times, flying through the Liangzhou territory in the 7 Slaughter Sect's heavenly boat. Along the way, Lu Tianyu kept leaning towards Zhao Luer's body, fearing that Su Zhi would have an animalistic outburst and do something to her. She believed in human nature, and even saints seldom refused to eat meat that was brought to their lips, not to mention such a fine plate of meat. However, Su Zhi seemed to not notice her appearance at all, and only made her do some small things like serving tea and water. While these little things have been overwhelming for this great lady, they are much better than doing some of the other things. On the 7th day of the 9th month, it was time to go to Tianshan. The heavenly mountain was just as the Grand Elder had said, with rolling hills, hidden between the clouds, and not being able to see the end of it at a glance. Fortunately, Lu Tianyu seemed to be very familiar with this place, and after exchanging tokens with a few disciples at the waist of a mountain, he flew straight towards a mountain peak. The poetry contest has already started. Let's go over there. Lu Tianyu glanced at Su Zhi and quickly lowered her head again, not daring to look directly at him. Aha! Soon, the group arrived at a huge platform at the top of the mountain. In the field, has long been filled with Confucian scholars. Can come here. All are non-rich or noble. Ordinary loose cultivators cannot even find the door. At this moment, in the middle of the platform, an elder in a Confucian robe spoke eloquently. He is. When Lu Tianyu wanted to open her mouth to introduce herself, Su Ru's voice had already sounded. Liangzhou Confucianism and Taoism great. Su Zhi. Su Zhi's reputation was widespread, and as a child, he had taught Su Zhi to read and write, so he naturally recognized him. At this time, Zhao Luer sidled her head. Gongzi, that one over there is the seat of the fountain. Sitting in the main seat is that fountainhead mountain saint's son Yuanjia, who claims to be invincible under saints and undefeated against saints. I didn't expect that even they would be here. Fountainhead? Su Zhi looked sideways. Sure enough, I saw a seat with a handsome young man fanning himself and singing non-stop about wind and elegance. Su Zhi revealed a cold smile, recalling back to the time when he was in Jiang. That sage Xian finger had stepped into the air, strutting his stuff and wanting to kill him, yet even the sage lord had been severely injured by him. After that, he searched for a year without finding the whereabouts of the fountain. I didn't expect to meet here, and this seat on the fountain is extremely close to the grand throne of the third prince. It seems that this fountainhead mountain has entanglements with the third prince. Su Ru smiled faintly. Perhaps it was because of him that the two forces came together, but he doesn't care. Today, if there is a holy entrance, it is just the right time to get it all in one go. Over there is the saint son of the flower moon hearing wind pavilion. Lu Tianyu glanced at Su Ru and pointed to the seat on the other side. The man in this seat had his eyes closed, as if he were an old monk in meditation, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Instead of coming to talk about poetry, I came to discuss the Zen path. Moreover, his seat was far away from the third prince, and the surrounding area was sparsely populated, as if it was another space. It looks like those who support Creek are isolated. Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile. He wasn't surprised. Jiang Xiaoxi was out on her own. That was equivalent to a casual cultivator, naturally not comparable to the royal forces such as the third prince and Cloud Deer. And right at this moment, the third prince on the grand throne, Zhao Hong, suddenly got up and walked over towards the side between the stars. Su Ru stopped walking, his eyes narrowing slightly. Who knows? That Zhao Hong only had Lu Tianyu in his eyes, and directly walked up to her, his eyes showing fervor. Sister Tianyu, didn't you say that our poetry was vulgar, that we couldn't write a masterpiece, and that we didn't bother to show up? If you are here today, are you not here for loan? Lu Tianyu's eyes showed disgust as she gave Zhao Hong a despicable look. Third prince, behave yourself. Zhao Hong laughed out loud. He enjoyed the look of disdain from Tanya Lu. It was as if the whole person was sublimated by a glance from Lu Tianyu. Behind him, Yuanjia and the others were also smiling warmly and unconsciously starting to concave their looks. 10 years ago, Lu Tianyu was famous in Wei, and at that time, I don't know how many heroes fell under her pomegranate skirt. Unfortunately, Lu Tianyu was too cool, making it difficult for many handsome people to have a meal with her. Didn't get to pick this ice rose. It could be said to be the second only regret of that generation of cultivators to become saints. Sister Tianyu, why don't you go to Lone Spot to enjoy the poetry? Today, whether it's poetry or the battle at the top, Lone Spot is an excellent place to watch. Zhao Hong's eyes were filled with sincerity. His love for Tanyu Lu was extremely hot, even to the point of licking. If not, he wouldn't use all of his resources to befriend the Seven Slaughter faction either. It could even be said that he was bent on the Great Throne. That is, He wanted to one day welcome this rose with ice into the capital. But unfortunately, Lu Tianyu only glanced at him faintly, then drew the soft sword at her waist and said in a cold voice, "Third Prince, please return. Tianyu has important matters to attend to and is not available." "You still have this character." Zhao Hong laughed. "What are the important things? Say to the loan. The loan to do for you. Nowadays the loan, make friends with many saints, has long been different from the past. There are few things that can be difficult for an orphan." The color of disgust in Lu Tianyu's eyes deepened. She hated royals like Zhao Hong who took advantage of their background to do whatever they wanted. In particular, Zhao Hong himself was talented in the 10,000 laws realm, and although it was considered rare at this age, it was undoubtedly a little too ordinary in her eyes. "You can't do my things," Lu Tianyu snorted coldly. "May I hear it?" Lu Tianyu hesitated for a moment and stuck the soft sword on the ground. Then he took out the tea leaves and teapot from the storage ring, warmly brewed a pot of tea, and also thoughtfully blew on it and handed it to Su Zhi behind him. "Sir, please have some tea." The whole room was in an uproar. Countless people were stupefied and confused on the spot. Moon Shadow Light Veil Tenyu Fairy as a maid of honor? The scene that only appeared in their dreams was actually staged in front of their eyes. No, 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 this is impossible. Zhao Hong trembled. In his entire life, he didn't know how many resources he had given to Lu Tianyu, but the other party hadn't even shown him a good face. This must be an act, right? Sister Tianyu, you can't do this to me. If you're sick of me, I'll just bother you less in the future. Between Zhao Hong's trembling voice, Lu Tianyu's teacup had already been passed in front of Su Zhi. Su Zhi blandly picked up the teapot, and Zhao Hong's voice came again. "Shut up, you dare to drink. If you dare to drink, exhausting the 5 lakes and the 4 corners of the world, going up to the Yellow Springs and down to the Bijou, I will kill you, I will kill you." Su Zhi gave Zhao Hong an amused look, seeing that his eyes were red and he was obviously deeply in love. But he obviously wouldn't pay any attention to Zhao Hong's threats. He had come here to kill Zhao Hong, but why not be happy if he could torture the latter before killing him? Smooth things. Picking up the teacup, Su Zhi took a sip and his face sank. Too hot. Clunk. The teacup was slammed on the ground, and before the tea spilled, Lu Tianyu hurriedly picked it up and gently blew on it. Aha! Zhao Hong retreated several steps in a row, his face full of madness, staring at Lu Tianyu without blinking. Lu Tianyu's willow brows knitted slightly, her heart extremely displeased with Zhao Hong for offending Su Zhi. "What should I do if I'm angry with myself?" "Zhao Hong, leave quickly." Zhao Hong remained standing in place, trembling. Lu Tianyu grew more and more impatient. "Zhao Hong, I know that you've sent quite a few treasures for the 7 Slaughter sect in recent years, and you've even sent some to me as well, but I haven't used any of those things. Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to return it to you, but now, with the Duke present, these things are out of my hands and should be placed at the Duke's disposal." As the words fell, Lu Tianyu took out a storage ring and handed it to Su Zhi. Su Ru was dumbfounded. This Tianyu Lu is pretty bad. When he opened his storage ring and took a look, there were heavenly spiritual fruits, medicinal herbs, blades, and arts and techniques. Su Zhi took out a bunch of spirit fruits that looked like green tips. "It's the Chui Ling sacred fruit. Chui Ling sacred fruit. Once 100 years. The entire way is only 6 bunches. More for the royal family. Can enhance cultivation." I didn't expect Zhao Hong to give his bunch of holy fruits to Fairy Tianyu. It smells so good. This flavor. Su Zhi looked at the fruit. He also just learned that this green tea is called the Chui Ling sacred fruit, throwing it casually to Tiny Lu. Stripped, Lu Tianyu's glistening white pretty face reddened. Su Zhi didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. It must be known that this Chui Ling sacred fruit has a hard skin and extremely soft inside. Peeling it by hand would inevitably hurt the fruit shape, and the best way to peel it off without damage is to gently bite a gap with your teeth. Zhao Hong stared at Lu Tianyu. His body trembled and he muttered "don't" under his breath. After seeing Lu Tianyu take the chinky into her mouth, this extremely ambitious, flamboyant-born third prince, suddenly going berserk, he lunged towards Su Zhi. "Lone will kill you, Madaka." There was a sound of a sword, but Lu Tianyu's soft sword was already against Zhao Hong's throat, and if it went in half an inch further, his head would fall to the ground. Behind him, Yuanjia and the others were dumbstruck. Lu Tianyu's sword was known for killing and being fast. Even they, at such a close distance, couldn't save Zhao Hong, Tiny's sister. Seeing Lu Tianyu holding a sword in his right hand and holding a chingdi in his left hand, he was ready to skin him. Zhao Hong suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood as long as 3 feet, fell backward violently. Chapter 48 The Opening of the Assembly. Su Ru is a Zun Shang? Third Prince, calm down, calm down. A group of people were holding Zhao Hong, and their hearts were also astonished. That Lu Tianyu, who was once recognized by them as the goddess of a generation, seemed to have really served someone as a maid, and her words and actions were all extremely defensive of that person. I don't believe it. Zhao Hong broke free from the crowd and rushed towards Su Zhi once again. However, he didn't think that Su Zhi just looked at him with a plain glance, and he was like falling into the hell of abyss. His body was cold, and he retreated a few steps. With just this glance, his internal organs shook, and even his dantian was almost ready to burst. That kind of feeling was something that none of the several great inner guards of the Eastern Palace had ever brought to him. This is a saint. This thought flashed through Zhao Hong's mind in an instant, and then some clarity came to him. The other party from the beginning to the end only treat themselves as a mole cricket, in front of him to drink tea peeling fruit, but also just tease the pet general move. Phew. Zhao Hong bowed 45 degrees and straightened his torso under the astonished gaze of the crowd. It was Gu's mistake to have offended more before, so please bear with me more. Your Holiness as well as Servant Lu. Oh, Su Zhi glanced at Zhao Hong in surprise. This kid is really capable of bending and stretching, and is worthy of being a royal son who is qualified enough to compete for the throne. Scram! Su Ru waved his hand, not bothering to say more to him. Since he decided to tear his face off, his target was never just one Zhao Hong. In his eyes, Zhao Hong was already a dead man, just fish bait used to fish out the hidden forces behind him. Lu Tianyu froze, still not knowing why Zhao Hong suddenly had a change of heart and left. What's wrong with this guy? Zhao Hong and Yuan Jia and the others retreated to their high places, their hearts palpitating. Third Highness? Yuan Jia moved closer, killing intent surfacing in his eyes. Since he descended from the fountainhead 10 years ago, he had traveled across the 9 states of the Great Way, and even the royal family had to treat him as a guest. When had he ever suffered such a defeat? This person is not simple. Do not be reckless. Zhao Hong had calmed down. He thought about it a lot. At a point like today, the arrival of a saint represented so many things. It's an enemy, not a friend. Just how many forces has this Jiang Xiaoxi colluded with? He glanced at the distant seats of the listening pavilion, and there was a hidden uneasiness in his heart. It was only after adding his own background and comparing the two that his face lightened up a bit, and that's when it happened. Su Zhi in the center of the field had already finished reciting the 7 fugues of Confucianism and Taoism. Poetry conference, officially begin. Since today is set in a great battle, it is up to all of you to create a few poems on the topic of killing to be immortalized for generations to come. This year, the prize prepared by our Liangzhou is a heavenly ranked magic weapon, the Ru Dao Truthful Words poster. Rudraksh True Words word poster. The crowd's eyes lit up wide. The identity of all the visitors was extraordinary, and someone blurted out, Rudra's True Word poster? Is it a replica of that holy weapon? It's rumored that it contains the 4 true words of fix, kill, vanish, and punish, and holding it in your hand. Even a 1,000-year-old saint can be killed. Even if it's an imitation, it still requires extremely subtle craftsmanship. Half saints who get this patch will see their strength skyrocket by multiples. Don't be so utilitarian. Even if I don't get a heavenly ranked magic treasure, I'm already extremely satisfied with just being immortalized in the poetry conference and being celebrated by 10,000 people. Know that the life of a saint has an end, but the fame of this poetry has no end. Yes, don't you see 3 years ago Su extra horse harnessed by the side of a team of Liangzhou word? Inscribed on the shore of that Shizi lake, with the fermentation of time, more and more hot. So far there are 10,000 households of young girls want to see Su extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and not allowed. Su poetry sage. The whole room was boiling. Even Lu Tianyu's eyes were longing. She was already a great lover of poetry, and she did not come to the poetry conference because she thought that no one in the world could recreate the Liangzhou words. Hearing Lu Tianyu's murmur, Chu Jun, with a strange expression on the side, poked Lu Lianer with his arm and said quietly, Goddess Lu didn't know who my brother Su was all this way? Ha? You didn't tell her? How dare I say that? Your sister's expression stinks like anything. My legs and feet are numb when I approach a 10-foot radius. I'm not afraid to say it. While the expressions of the two were wonderful to the extreme, the poetry contest in the arena had already begun. To use killing as a word is inherently dark and inconsistent with the elegance of Confucianism. Therefore, this year's topic is considered extremely difficult. The crowd thought for half a day did not come up with a poem to post the question. At that moment, the young master of that flower moon hearing wined pavilion let out a light laugh and leapt into the arena, opening his mouth, and listened to my poem. The rivers and mountains are hidden in the mist like a painting, and the dark shadow of the blade enters the sky. Right and wrong, enmity and hatred are all laughed at coldly, and a lonely sword flies in the snow. Words fell. This Tianshan snow, as if by his word's call, actually really became a snow sword in the air-flying turbulence. The sword chi was 100 verticals, and the killing intent was astonishing, charging straight at the third prince. Bold! Yuan Jia's hand hooked, and that snow sword laxed. Heaven and earth are automatic. Not my wish. The young pavilion master was subjected to the snowy winds and his face was not half afraid. Hooking up the big props now. The young pavilion master is so literate. Su Zhi was the first to applaud. The other Confucians and lineages also applauded sparsely. Though the poem was no masterpiece, the literary skill of being able to come up with it in a few moments had far surpassed them. If it wasn't for the presence of the third prince in the way, the applause would have been 100 times more enthusiastic than it was at this moment. Even Zhao Hong was moved. Allowing him to come up with poems that could evoke the great Tao in such a short period of time would be absolutely impossible. Fortunately, he has long known the question in advance to find the director of the Liangzhou Confucian Academy to discuss a masterpiece. Xiaoran, I cherish talent. Why do you have to stick to Jiang Xiaoxi alone? Why don't you join my name and enjoy all the glory and riches in the future? Zhao Hong sighed to young pavilion master Xiaoran. The paths are different. The corner of Xiaoran's mouth revealed a hint of sarcasm. Third Highness, you'll never be aware of how much we at the Listening Wind Pavilion have staked on this. Today, your royal family will lose. Ridiculous. Zhao Hong snorted. Since you don't appreciate it, then I don't have to give you any mercy, and listen to a lone endowment. Speaking of this, Zhao Hong made a leap and jumped into the arena, chanting in a loud voice. The killing machine is like electricity sweeping the dome of the sky, and 10,000 miles of smoke and dust are all red with blood. The war drums and thundering souls will not be extinguished, and the green front will designate the heroes. Yes, Yuan Jia snapped and applauded, and there was thunderous applause in the arena. The invisible Ru Dao in the air transformed into 10,000 miles of blood red, directly dyeing the 100,000 miles of clouds in Tianshan Mountain into smoke and haze. There was even a hidden heaven and earth when she churning between the clouds, but after some hesitation, it didn't fall after all. This poem should be worthy of 10,000 troops, Su Zhi exclaimed. One recitation in front of the formation, and the morale is endless. Xiaoran took 2 steps backward, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had never heard that this third prince Zhao Hong also had great talent. How could he make such a poem today? You cheated? He glared at Zhao Hong. Are all the people of the Listening Wind Pavilion so unable to lose? Zhao Hong laughed coldly. You! Xiaoran was furious. But where can the things of a reader be called plagiarism? He couldn't find half a rebuttal for a moment. Subsequently, the Hearing Wind Pavilion disciples were as if they had lost their parents, and they hung their heads. This first encounter today has resulted in a defeat, which really affects the morale. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hong laughed sardonically, and was about to go get the word post. I'm afraid you don't know that more than 3 years ago, when Lone Fong was young, he was tricked by that Su Ru and took the title of poetry saint. But today, the 3-year period has come and gone, so Lone will reclaim his glory and let the world know that only Lone, the top heavenly pride born in the royal family, is qualified to be called the young poetry sage. Zhao Hong's smile was full of villainy. His mouth was extremely ugly, and he even threw a few victorious glances at Lu Tianyu, but then a soft reprimand came. You fart. Chapter 49 Killing Intent rushes to the clouds. Cloud Deer's remorse. 3 words straight from the heart came. The crowd looked toward the sky. However, it was a gun-wielding young girl dressed in blue, with stunningly beautiful features and an extremely delicate figure, who slowly descended from the sky. It was clearly Jiang Xiaoxi, not seen for a year. Jiang Xiaoxi's appearance is even better than before, especially the airy valley orchid temperament, vaguely transcendent worldly elegance. It's fairy red dust. She's actually arrived already. Today is the day that the Red Dust Fairy initiated the battle contract. She wouldn't miss her appointment. Maybe she had already arrived a long time ago. She just didn't show up. Fairy Red Dust came in anger. Is she going to make a move against Third Highness? The crowd watched in shock as Jiang Xiaoxi walked towards Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong's face sank. Jiang Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Zhao Hong, tell everyone honestly. 3 years ago, at the Shizi Lake, were you beaten out of your ass by a Liangzhou word by Su Ru, and you shut down your pen for 3 years? The others feared Zhao Hong, but Jiang Xiaoxi didn't spoil him and came up to reveal his scars. Jiang Xiaoxi, don't talk nonsense. That day, Su Ru copied a poem from somewhere and humiliated me. It's not enough. Think about it. How could he make that kind of poetry with his literary skills? Thinking of the scene of that day, that was the pain of Zhao Hong's life. And how could he admit it? Sophistry. I won't hide it from you. I have been recuperating for 3 years in order to make an astonishing poem, so that the world will understand that the 4 words of this young poet saint shall be mine, not to mention anything else. Regarding my poem today, if you let Su Ru come, I'll make sure that I beat him so much that he won't be able to lift his head and hold it. If you don't believe me, why don't you let him try? Behind him, Dog Legs chimed in. Not bad, a teenager. How can make Liangzhou words and other amazing masterpieces? Must be to steal the fruit of others. Your Highness is right. If Su Zhi really has that literary talent, why hasn't he seen any new poems in 3 years? I think the 4 words young poet sage should be our third highness. You, damn it. Jiang Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. Zhao Hong, that is. He decided that Su Ru was not there. To use the history book of the years, stigmatize Su Ru. Too hateful. Well, no more words? Let's see. Zhao Hong smiled smugly. Jiang Xiaoxi was not good at talking. How could she be his opponent? But before he could finish his taunting words, an extremely familiar voice suddenly exploded beside his ears. Regarding this kind of limerick, Mr. Su can make 10 million of them with the snap of his fingers. So what's the big deal? As soon as the words fell, everyone's gazes gazed in unison to the edge of the plaza, the corner where the Third Highness had suffered a defeat just now. Who do you think he is when you pick up at this hour? It's Su Ru, Su's son-in-law, right? Yeah, he's the only one who can make the Third Highness suffer and bring him down. Lu Tianyu's eyes were wide and round as she looked at Su Zhi. Wait, what? What did you say? Who are you? However, he saw Su Zhi's face transform. His features were like a knife carving and axe chiseling, handsome and incomparable, belonging to the kind of looks that would appear in his dreams after a glance over. Many Confucian students, including Su Zhi, who taught Su Zhi to read and write, now fell down one after another, with tears in their eyes, calling out greetings to the sage of poetry. Su resigned by virtue of a Liangzhou lyric. It has long since become a belief in their hearts. Su Zhi touched his nose. This is the reason why he does not want to come back to Liangzhou. Also do not want to continue to make poetry. These old men can be scary when they're pedantic. Su Ru? Jiang Xiaoxi was overjoyed. And with a flash, she flung herself into Su Zhi's arms amidst the envious eyes of the crowd. I miss you so much. Jiang Xiaoxi rubbed Su Zhi, feeling the familiar odor, and straightaway felt that the fatigue brought about by a year of hard cultivation had dissipated. Zhao Hong retreated 3 steps in a row, looking at Su Zhi's handsome face that appeared in his dreams night after night, his upper and lower lips frantically fighting. It was his deepest nightmare. He has been planning and plotting in secret for 3 or 4 years, and not only did he not wipe out Su Ru, but he let his reputation spread throughout the entire way. So it's him. He's become profound again. I even felt the aura of a saint in him just now. Could it be that he has really become a saint? How is this possible? I must still be dreaming. This is very similar to a dream I had 4 years ago. Zhao Hong muttered. Only he knew how much weight Su Zhi had in his heart. If I have to use 2 words to describe it, they are horrible. Zhao Hong. At this moment, Su Zhi glanced at Zhao Hong with a smirk. You said just now that Mr. Su couldn't make the poem of the past. Do you dare to repeat this statement? Zhao Hong trembled, sweating like beans fall. But a moment, as if the waterman fished out of the lake, did not dare to stutter half a sentence. The crowd sighed. Who could imagine that the third prince, who was so commanding and unrivaled just now, would be this bad in front of Su Ru? Yuan Jia frowned and stopped Zhao Hong behind him. Su extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side. If you can compose, you should compose a few songs to open everyone's eyes. But do not oppress people with your might. Hearing this, Su Zhi and other Confucians have eyes glowing, like that old bachelor to see not dressed daughter-in-law, almost to jump up to the pilgrimage. But they also knew in their hearts that such amazing works as the Liangzhou lyrics could never be obtained casually. Lu Tianyu and Jiang Xiaoxi had longing in their eyes, and even the married woman Lu Lianer wanted to speak. This palace also wants to hear it. At that exact moment, a phoenix carriage came between the clouds in the distance, and a palace-attired cloud deer stepped out of it, shining brightly. Zhao Yu. After a year, Su Zhi finally saw this first princess again who repented of his engagement and didn't even say a word when he was relegated out of the capital. Only, today, the two have turned against each other. Why doesn't Mr. Su write a poem for my battle with Jiang Xiaoxi? Yun Lu's voice was light and airy, but his eyes carried a hint of mockery. She naturally didn't believe that Su Zhi could improvise that kind of amazing work. Under the anticipation of the crowd, Su Zhi would not shy away from the stage and nodded slightly. Bring a pen and paper. I got it. I got it. Chu Jun happily ran over and lifted up his clothes. Brother Su, write on me. Bang. With a kick, Su Zhi kicked Chu Jun into the mountain wall and couldn't even gouge it down. He then took Jiang Xiaoxi's paper, Lu Tianyu's ink, and after a moment's hesitation, he took Yun Lu's pen and scribbled in the air, with the last stroke falling. Boom! The entire Tianshan mountain was churning with clouds and mist, and countless literary chi descended from the sky, converging in the long sky to form an absolute song. What is the intention of the broken head today? It's hard to start a business with 100 battles. This time, I will go to Quantai to recruit my old troops, and my flags will be 100,000 to cut down the Yanluo. At the moment of the poem's completion, it seemed as if countless ghosts and generals had really appeared from the heavenly mountain. Vast and mighty, To behead the person who lived alone in the high seat. Su poetry sage, worthy of being the leader of the rebels. This one anti-poem. Killing intent rushes to the clouds. Hard to find in ancient times. Su Zhi wept old tears. But in those tears was hidden frankness. It's rather a feeling that you can die in the morning, but you can die in the evening. Xiaoran's legs went limp and he sat down on his knees. His mouth dry and, I'm not as good at this kind of writing as I am. Zhao Hong was even more so. His body was like being electrocuted. Jerking and jerking, and his Dao heart was about to be dried up and broken by Su Zhi. The rumor that Su Zhi's poem was plagiarized from someone else was not broken at this time. Yun Lu bit her lower lip and looked away from Su Zhi. A faint trace of remorse suddenly flashed through her heart. The man in front of him seemed to have exceeded everyone's expectations. That aura, like a saint, like an immortal, stepping all over what saintly sons and great sect walkers were under his feet. And beside him, there are Lu Tianyu, Jiang Xiaoxi, two women on the appearance of the background. Not worse than their own the slightest. Just such a man. Why did he push himself out in the first place? Yun Lu, is one poem enough? There was a faint hint of killing intent in Su Zhi's eyes. I don't know if it was the influence of the heaven intercepting 7 killing arrows or the influence of the poem just now. If that's not enough, I'll give you 10 more songs. Boom! At these words, the whole room rioted. Chapter 50 Battle of Contracts. Metamorphosis. Xiaoxi vs. Cloud Deer. This kind of poem, you can make it again? Yun Lu couldn't believe it, his voice trembling slightly. Why not? Su Zhi put up his pen and wrote again. Su Ziki's cheeks reddened, his 2 fists clenched, only to feel that he could not breathe. In a moment, however, the literary chi in the air once again surged, and another masterpiece surfaced on the top of Tianshan Mountain. When the fall comes on September 8th, 100 flowers will be killed when I blossom. The fragrance of the sky rushes through Chang'an, and the city is filled with golden armor. Boom! The clouds and mist in the air were tossing, and the original ghost generals of that Quan Tai were now transformed into thousands of armies, as if they had already killed the capital, coloring it with the golden color of the victor. Killing intentions, sentence by sentence, not anti-ah. This poem, infecting all beings, is enough to spread for 100 generations. Almost everyone was certain that if any history books survived 10,000 years later, the great way being turned against would be an extremely heavy one. It's not over yet. Su gulped softly and put up his pen to write again. I killed 1 million soldiers in the capital, and the blood on my sword is still fishy. Old monks don't know heroes, they just query their names. Every poem and every line of the poem vented Su Zhi's injustice and resentment over the past year. It is Yun Lu. At this moment are looking a little shocked, cannot help but think back. Is it true that letting him leave the capital was a mistake to the extreme? Countless Confucian scholars were shocked and their scalps went numb. But the legend of Su Zhi was still being written. At this moment, all the doubts about the young poet saint were all broken. The murderous breath makes a formation of clouds at 3 times, and the chilling sound spreads to Diaodo in one night. After the battle, the Jade Dragon has 3 million, and the defeated scales and broken armor are flying all over the sky. The iron drums at the top of the city are still vibrating, and the blood of the golden sword in the box is not yet dry. 10 poems in a row. Poems and poems are not away from killing, shaking the entire top of the Tianshan Mountain, like a bloody sea of devil's grottos, and the patches of even the clouds were turned into blood mist. Su Zhi stood in the mist of blood, as if he was a sole envoy of the Yellow Springs, and he wanted to claim the lives of all the people today. Enough! Yun Lu exclaimed. Su Ru, the royal family is not thin on you. Not only was father and the Duke of State brothers when they were young, but he also raised you as his own flesh and blood. If not, with your cultivation age, how could you be a marshal and how could you be a prince consort? Today you are foddering your troops in Qingzhou, and your sentence is to kill your way up to the Forbidden City and kill the entire clan of my Zhao family. Don't you feel ashamed? Su Ru laughed coldly, the most ruthless emperor's family. Zhao you still dare to hit a rake backwards? Mr. Su has been decapitating demons for this way for 3 years, and has fallen sick, and when he was expelled from the capital by your Zhao family that day, who could have said half a word? Not to mention, your Zhao family has tried to jeopardize my life 3 times. And you've long since exhausted that shred of affection. Yun Lu was shocked. Who has harmed your life 3 times? Don't talk nonsense. Su Ru sneered. Facts speak louder than sophistry. I don't believe that you, the first princess, didn't receive any news at all. Yun Lu gritted his teeth. Su Ru, after all, we've known each other for 20 years, so let all the past misunderstandings end here. I can give you a chance to admit your mistake. If you go back to the capital with me today, then all the accounts are written off. You are still my Great Way's Emperor's son-in-law. Okay? Give me a chance? Are you dreaming your springtime daydreams? Su Zhi froze. Yun Lu's brain was kicked by a donkey. right? Yunlu sighed deeply. Last chance, are you really not going to grasp it? Su Zhi's face was expressionless, no intention. Today, in front of the lives of all the Confucian masters in Liangzhou, I, Su Ru, announce that my marriage contract with you, Zhao Yu, is completely torn up, and we will be strangers from now on. The whole room was horrified. What's the situation? Unheard of. Ha, Princess Hu, the Emperor's son-in-law. You want to repudiate me? Yunlu's eyes were wide and round. In the entire history books, there is no case of a princess being repudiated. Not to mention this first princess whose heart has been higher than the sky since she was a child. Su Su's words were no less than a long knife slashing through Yunlu's heart. Just repudiate you. I'll repudiate you. How about it? Jiang Xiaoxi's face was full of stolen joy, sincerely happy that Su Zhi had made this decision. When Yunlu had put that climbing face on display in front of her that day, she had sworn that she could not allow the marriage contract to be honored. Now, Su resigned himself to look away, which was better than anything else. Jiang Xiaoxi, is it you who is badmouthing me behind my back? Yunlu gritted her teeth and glared at Jiang Xiaoxi. So what if it is? Jiang Xiaoxi took out her lance and coldly rebuked. Zhao Yu, let me tell you, originally, I beat you because I wanted you to not give up on Su Zhi, but today I beat you and want to say that you don't deserve to be Su Zhi's wife. As the words fell, she stepped on her xianyi and went straight for Cloud Deer. Her skin blossomed with a golden arcane light, and the lance in her hand even had a hidden phoenix sound emanating from it. Is it a holy weapon? Su Zhi froze. Jiang Xiaoxi's chi is really not covered. In just a year's time, not only had she broken through to half-saint, she had also taken out a saint weapon lance, which could be considered extremely astonishing. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoxi's panel had also changed a lot compared to before. Name, Jiang Xiaoxi. Realm, Peak Cave Heaven. Red words, Celestial Holy Body. Effect, Bloodline Awakening of Inheritance Sacred Body. The great completion can become a saint in flesh. Ignoring any shackles, the 5 senses increased 8 times. Spirit element increased 10 times. And the speed of extracting heaven and earth aura increased 10 times. Red word, Control of the 5 elements, Avatar. Effect, it is not necessary to comprehend the great Tao to perform the 5 elements' sacred laws, and its power is increased tenfold. Purple and gold words, Epiphany. Effect, occasionally triggers an epiphany. The effect of cultivation is increased by 1,000 times. The duration is extremely short. I've got a good boy. Su Zhi looked blurry-eyed. A year had not seen. Jiang Xiaoxi's growth was too exaggerated. Even he was a little stunned. On the contrary, the opposite side of the young generation's first genius, Yun Lu, only had one red phrase, Zither Immortal, and it was still a phrase to help with cultivation. How can this be a match for Jiang Xiaoxi? Clang! In the field, the exchange began. Yun Deer hands stroking the zither, retreating thousands of feet away, hidden between the clouds, chest with the intention of grief and anger. The sound of the zither is particularly solemn. A few strings plucked down, the aura in the field boiled, and several half-saints formed by the sound, either armed with swords, or guns, surrounded Jiang Xiaoxi in layers. Outside, there were also many blades transformed from sound and rhythm that danced across the air at Jiang Xiaoxi. Even if Jiang Xiaoxi quickly decimated the half-saint soundman in front of him, there were new blades quickly replenished. It seems to be endless. One man can be an army. A sound that forms a formation. A zither cultivator. I didn't realize that in this era, there are still people who can cultivate the way of sound to such a level. Su Zhi stood in the crowd, staggered. Jiang Xiaoxi, you don't know how to do sound. You can't crack my woozy sound. You're bound to lose. Yun Lu's eyes showed sarcasm. In her opinion, Jiang Xiaoxi's seniority was still shallow. Even if she had great luck and her strength soared, it wasn't as powerful as her own years of immersion. One's own cultivation had come up one step at a time. And facing Yun Lu's zither formation, Jiang Xiaoxi's face did not change at all. With a wave of her trusty hand, a long dragon of flame broke through the air. The temperature was extremely terrifying. And straight away, space was burned out with silk cracks. Sacred method, the Xian flame dragon technique? This is an untold secret of our fountain. How could you have learned it? Under the field, Yuan Jiao was dumbfounded. This flame sacred law was extremely difficult to learn, and according to his understanding, in the fountainhead, only the sacred lord would be able to obtain it. How could Jiang Xiaoxi? Humph. How can you all imagine how powerful Auntie is? Jiang Xiaoxi wrinkled her nose, then smiled sweetly towards Su Zhi. Su, am I good? Chapter 51. Suddenly, the 4 saints arrived, and Su Zhi's sacred realm was exposed. Awesome. Su Ru nodded and laughed. At the same time, there was a slight satisfaction in his gaze. Just now, Jiang Xiaoxi's hand cupped the holy law, and a few figures in the dark exposed their breath. and those who could hide their breath in front of him had to be at least in the saint realm. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Honest. In the middle of the field, the divine soul in the ring spoke. Don't be distracted. Dead girl, the battlefield is ever changing. I've taught you all for nothing. Oh, Ginger Creek was a little aggravated. She wasn't usually like this, but she couldn't help it when she saw Su Zhi. The ring sighed slightly. Only she knew how Jiang Xiaoxi had come through this year and how much she had suffered. And the reason she worked so hard was just to make the young man on the stage say great. Go! Jiang Xiaoxi stabilized his mind and threw that fire dragon gently. The fire dragon instantly soared 10,000 feet, even soaring in the air like a real dragon. His mouth spewing dragon flames, the half-saint that was transformed by the sound law. As soon as it touched the dragon flame, it instantly dissolved, without even a hint of resistance. The sound law Dao was peculiar, but what Yun Lu practiced wasn't a holy law after all, and it couldn't yet be compared to Jiang Shaoxi's 5 elements avatar. In the next instant, Jiang Xiaoxi pinched a wind trick, and a transparent rock bird appeared under Jiang Xiaoxi's feet, instantly cutting through the void and arriving in front of Yun Deer. Another holy law. It was just that no one in the room could recognize this wind's sacred law. No good. Yun Lu's face changed drastically. Jiang Shaoxi came too fast. Almost instantly, she couldn't dodge at all. When he was about to be stabbed through the head by Jiang Xiaoxi, stay under the gun. Yuan Jia, who was extremely close to her, leapt in and pointed a finger towards the tip of Jiang Xiaoxi's gun. Who are you to stop me? Jiang Xiaoxi's willow eyebrows rose, and the long spear in her hand suddenly resounded with a loud and clear phoenix sound. At the same time, behind her, a divine phoenix phantom loomed, spewing out heaven-devouring light. Snort! A shot swept by. Yuanjia's fingers left his body and blood flowed. Jiang Xiaoxi turned back and hit. Yuanjia toned like a garbage bag and flew down from the air. Yuanjia landed on the ground and was still about to get up when that young pavilion master Xiaoran took a step on top of him and sneered. People are fighting fairly. You fountain of agelessness should mind your own business. You! Yuanjia shouted angrily as he saw Jiang Xiaoxi turn back to stab Yun Lu again. Elder! Help! Help! Rescue! Just as the tip of Jiang Xiaoxi's gun was about to point at Yun Lu's glistening white cheeks again, there was a sudden whisper from the void. Set! Jiang Xiaoxi suddenly settled down, and the tip of the gun had difficulty piercing into Cloud Deer's body. Fixation? All the people were greatly shocked. Even Lu Tianyu was scared and could not close her mouth. This kind of magical spell, she did not even hear of it, not to mention making it. With her beauty, if she meets someone who knows fixation, she will be finished on the spot. It's not a fixation technique. It's just a time suspension technique. It looks powerful, but in reality, it's not very helpful for a sparring match at the same level of cultivation. Su Ru spoke out to explain, and at that moment, the dome of the sky had broken open, from which a man dressed in Xian clothes emerged. The man had an ordinary face, but the weird thing was that he had 6 fingers on his right hand, and he stepped into the air, clearly in the sight of everyone, but his divine sense could not perceive any abnormality. Saints! It's Sage Xianfinger, a living saint. I didn't expect to see it today. The entire audience was in an uproar, and some of the believers who had faith in the fountainhead directly fell to their knees and mouthed the name of their religion. Finally waiting for you. A smile hung on Su Zhi's face. Jiang Xiaoxi retreated back from the air, her face still not making any waves. Humph. A competition that requires a saint to guard it? Zhao Yu, is this your arrogance? Yun Lu's face was pale and silent. The poems of Su Ru gave her a hard time. Su Ru's letter of repudiation gave her a second hard blow. Ginger Creek's gun gave her a third hard hit. A full 3 heavy blows made the proud princess want to die. Seeing that Yun Deer had 3 souls without 6, Jiang Xiaoxi turned her head to look at Xianfinger, not the least bit afraid, and said, "You're that what's-her-name Xianfinger sage, aren't you? And you're going to block Auntie's fair match? Is this how you speak to a saint?" Xianfinger had no sadness or joy. His eyes lowered. "So what? You'll have to suffer anyway. I hear the Moon Pavilion Master speak to you." At that moment, the void broke open once more, and a man in regular clothes that looked like a bureaucrat strolled out and stood in front of Jiang Xiaoxi. Sage Pinecloud. Another sage. My chow. What's going on today that a holy war is going to break out at the top of this heavenly mountain? My god. A rare event in 1,000 years. What's going on here? How come the saints, who are not seen by the gods and dragons, have suddenly come out of the mountains? Countless people had excited faces. This was a scene they deserved to brag about for the rest of their lives. Song Yun, you're going to make an enemy of me for a little girl? A trace of surprise finally appeared on Xianfinger's face. Fairy Red Dust is the master of our Listening Wind Pavilion. Whoever messes with her is working against our Listening Wind Pavilion. Song Yun's face was flat, and the words he spat out were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, hitting the ears of the crowd. Jiang Xiaoxi was so young that she had become the Lord of the Holy Land. If the saint hadn't said it himself, it would have been hard for them to believe it. Even Su Zhi looked at Jiang Xiaoxi with some surprise. He. Jiang Xiaoxi turned her head and gave Su Zhi a yay comparison. Su Ru, when I say I'll protect you, I'll definitely protect you. I'm awesome. Good. Su Zhi dotingly rubbed her long hair. Xian Finger glanced at Su Zhi, a cold smile on his face. But unfortunately, today you, Song Yun, can't shelter anyone. Oh, try. Song Yun raised his long sword and was about to fight, when suddenly his face changed and he turned his head to look as if he had seen a ghost. In the distant sky, the heavens broke open one after another, and 3 saints, who could not be captured by divine sense, stepped out from the void. The one on the left, wearing a Taoist robe, holding a talisman in his left hand and a broken sword in his right hand, had a godless face. The one in the center, wearing a yellow waistcoat and carrying a sword on his hip, was murderous. The one on the right, wearing a purple lotus robe, carrying a green lotus longsword on his back, the only thing in his eyes was the green sky sword intent. Some Confucians who are well versed in ancient history are horrified. As it were, Tianfeng Jusher of the Qingfeng Taoist Temple, the late emperor's close guard with the sword, the Mad Sword Saint, and the Purple Lotus Saint monarch of the Green Lotus Sacred Platform. These are saints from thousands of years ago. Even Song Yun's face changed greatly. A junior competition. You guys out 4 saints. Is there still heavenly justice? Is there still a king's law? You, of course, aren't good enough for all of us. Xian Finger stepped forward, and the gazes of the 4 saints looked at Su Zhi in unison. But someone can. You say yes? Su Shang, Su Sung? The crowd drifted off. Even Yun Deer, Yuan Jia and the others were stunned. They had thought that Su Zhi was strong, but they definitely hadn't thought that Su Zhi would be a saint. Su Zhi, who had become the center of attention of the whole scene at once, smiled faintly, pulled Jiang Xiaoxi, who was frozen like a corpse, aside, and stepped straight up into the sky. Just the 4 of you? Chapter 52, Battle Saint Realm, seeking a use for the sacred mountain. Just the 4 of you? Su Zhi's face was indifferent as he looked at the 4 saints in front of him. Xian Finger, Heavenly Wind, Purple Lotus, and that forefather's Mad Blade Sage. Several people had a grudge against him in one way or another. The Xian Finger comes from the fountain, the Tianfeng comes from the Qingfeng Taoist Temple, and that Mad Knife Saint is inseparable from the royal family. Which is this Purple Lotus Sacred Monarch? The Green Lotus Holy Land has a beef with Mr. Su? Su Ru glanced at him. Zilian shook her head. No, but Zhao Hong is my nephew, and you're pulling on the anti-flag, which is not acceptable in the world, and it is the will of all people to suppress you. What a great one! Su Zhi laughed, and a long sword emerged in his hand. Just as well, the 4 of you together. Su Shang, I will fight alongside you. Song Yun came to Su Zhi's side, his long sword buzzing. No need. Su Zhi shook his head and took a step forward. Endless pressure erupted from him, coloring his hair a deep purple. There was a wariness in his eyes, and this was the first time he had ever faced off against a true saint. Su Ru, I've come today to avenge Yu Zhang's humiliation of me. At this time, Xian pointed out a voice. His right hand was wearing a brilliant yellow finger cuff, on which a huge pressure erupted, like a sword like a gun. Stern and extraordinary. It's the sacred destruction finger? Xian Finger actually brought out this holy weapon that is tied to his life from the Mountain of Ages. So it seems like it's about to get real. It's that powerful holy weapon that was cast in the 8 Treasures Sacred Mountain for 500 years before it was revealed? Perhaps. It won't be necessary for us to step in. Cheng Lian, Tianfeng, and the others were slightly surprised. Although Xian Finger was not considered old amongst the saints, he had inherited the holy position of the Jiang Old Turtle, making his strength by no means comparable to that of an ordinary holy realm. Not to mention, the sacred extermination finger sleeve in his hand, among the sacred artifacts, also belonged to the top of the offense. Su Zhi, I've carefully studied you after your defeat at Jiang last time. You're only at the beginning of the saint realm, and you're playing at a superb level by virtue of some weird battle techniques and saint artifacts. But today, my honored self has arrived in person, bringing with him the holy weapon, so that you will have no way to retreat. Xian Finger in the hands of the essence of light up. The sky and the earth aura quickly gathered. Even the snow on the sky mountain, where the power of this finger, deterred not dare to float to. Boom! Behind Xian Finger, an emperor's shadow emerged if nothing else. That farther away in the sky, an illusory long river floated, in which the living beings sank and floated. Dynasties changed, and returned to a single moment. The finger became an instant, and even time stood still slightly. Countless people's faces were terrified. The movement of the saint's strike was far more terrifying than they had imagined. It was simply metaphysical to the point of being unimaginable. font size Jiang Xiaoxi, although Yunlu is also stunning, but compared to it, it is not much different from a child playing house. Seeing Xian Finger's hand, even several saints' faces changed slightly. Asterisk 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 silent one finger. Xian Finger even refined this wordless secret code? No wonder he was able to convince that old turtle to move the holy position for him in the age of the last Dharma. This kind of strength is not as good as any of us. Songfeng's face paled behind Su Zhi. He had just wanted to fight with Xian Finger, but as of right now, he didn't seem to be enough to fight. The humiliation of kneeling on that day. I'll tell you to double it today. Xian Finger lowered his eyebrows and lowered his eyes, and in the moment when the finger was formed, it was as if he was transformed into the yellow sky god who controlled time and intimidated all beings. You're a bit overconfident. Su Zhi's face was bland. Xian Finger is strong though. However, his strength nowadays was not what it used to be even back then with Yu Jiang. Slowly extending his right hand, he pointed a finger. The 4 seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter pulsated at Su Zhi's fingertips, as if there was a side of heaven and earth rotating inside, and the void instantly cracked open, and the entire dome of the sky was darkened, with the great Tao shattering the void. Ridiculous. When it comes to finger techniques, my father has yet to lose. Can you still be compared to my silent finger? The Xian Finger snorted, and that 6th finger slowly pressed down, and time was fixed at this moment. Everyone froze in their tracks. That finger was big against the wind, and in the extremely black void, it was like a meteorite smashing down from outside the sky, with a great sense of oppression. Just looking at it gave me a sense of world destruction. On the other hand, Su Zhi's right finger was only blooming with bright light, looking very different from Xian Zhi's silent finger, as if it was an ant trying to shake a tree. Dang! The 2 fingers collided, the heaven and earth trembled, countless snowy mountains collapsed, and many cultivators opened their mouths to spurt out blood and flew backward for several meters, directly falling into a fainting spell. Knock! There was another crunching sound, but it was Su Zhi who pointed out another finger, and the tip of his finger blossomed with light, a touch of dark-colored power pouring into it. What kind of power is this? Xian Finger was horrified. His silent one finger was losing ground in his battle with Su Zhi, and he only felt that there were several holy dragons boiling and roaring under his finger. It was different from him pointing out a finger with the help of a holy method or a holy artifact. Su Zhi's ordinary finger was a fusion of the mixed elements body refining technique and the 4 seasons heavenly blade. These 2 doors are imperial arts. Although Su Zhi was still in a mortal body, this finger pointing out was by no means a match for Xian Finger's silent finger. Scatter! Xian Finger's face changed greatly, and his silent finger was directly pierced through by Su Zhi. He closed his hands in front of himself, shielding his chest. With a crunching sound, the Xian Finger was sent flying for miles by Su Zhi's finger, and finally blocked it by unloading the energy in the air without stopping. In just 1 year, how could you have become so strong? Xian Finger's eyes widened, even though he knew that Su Zhi was a legendary anomaly, and gave him the utmost respect by invoking the holy weapons and forbidden techniques. However, he never thought that Su Zhi was more than 1 step stronger than when he was in Jiang. If your skill stops here, then please ask your fountainhead holy lord to come out. Su Zhi had his hands folded. Originally he did not have a clear understanding of his 15th rank. After this battle, he realized that even Xian Finger, who could be called a wizard in the Saint realm, could not withstand a single finger from his casual hand. Ha 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 ha! Xian Finger suddenly laughed up to the sky. You're a good opponent, Su Ru, but the one thing you should never, ever do is mess with my Xian Finger. Let me show you why I dare to come and challenge you across the shackles of the holy realm. Let me show you why that old turtle gave up the holy throne to me without any complaints. His long hair was flowing, and he looked completely different from before, with madness in his eyes. Holy Lord! Begged the mountain for a moment. Buzz! The fountainhead mountain seemed to materialize in the distance, resembling a mirage in the air, bringing with it monstrous power that poured into Xian Finger. Sacred artifacts also have high and low advantages and disadvantages, and that world-famous fountain is undoubtedly one of the top batch. Ha 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 ha! The world says that I, Xian Finger, am known for my finger techniques, and that a single finger can flatten a mountain and set a river. But what they don't know is that I, Xian Finger, was founded on formations, Yin and Yang Kai Tai, split. With a buzzing sound, the Xian Finger split into 6. Infancy, adolescence, youth, middle age, old age, and decrepit years. The 6 positions of heaven and earth are divided into 3 Yin and 3 Yang. It was different from when his doppelganger made the Yin Yang Kai Tai. At this time, all 6 of Xian Finger's bodies had divine souls within them. Truly one chi transforms Yin and Yang. Chapter 53, Chopping the Xian Finger. All the saints were shocked. Between the heavens and the earth, 6 Xian Fingers whose strength had skyrocketed by 6 times stood on all sides, their postures compelling. Kind of. Su rhetoric moved. Really not appropriate to underestimate the world. This Xian Finger Saint is worthy of a generation of lone talent. No wonder that it first dared to go against the royal ban. Projected into the Yu River. Su Ru, you are the first person to receive this move from me. You should be proud. The 6 Xian fingers stretched out their right hands at the same time, and the 6 fingers kept flicking in the air, laying down spell seals in one heaven and earth node after another. In physiognomy, the 6 fingers represent the supreme heavenly destiny, and those who possess the 6 fingers are born to be proficient in formations. The so-called forming a formation with a single thought was nothing more than child's play for people like them. As the spell seals were struck into the heavens and earth, space suddenly rioted. The countless aura transformations, from a single particle, to an onslaught like a tornado, before and after, was only a thousandth of a blink. 6 fingers underworld Luo formation. Xian Finger shouted. Formation complete. With a soft click, Xian Finger directly crushed the sacred destruction finger in his hand and threw him into the formation. All of a sudden, the 6 giant pillars of the sky hooked heaven and earth, standing between heaven and earth as if they were C-pins. At that moment, the holy realms far away in the 9 states of the Great Way were all feeling something in their hearts, and they all raised their heads in unison, looking towards Liangzhou and above the heavenly mountain. These 6 fingers are soul-breaking, heaven-splitting, phantom shadow, withering, phaseless, and heaven-punishing. It's what I've learned all my life. Originally, it was intended to break the heaven and earth and break free of the cage for this heaven and earth. But at this moment you're here, so let's use it on you first. Xian Finger sprayed blood as he spoke, his chest instantly red all over, but his smile could die through the blue sky. A magnificent ambition that penetrated the heavens. But that's all. Su Zhi shook his head, and with a glance of his right hand, the sun and moon long sword had already leaped into his hand. Sacred Dharma refined to the extreme is still sacred Dharma, and after all, you can't see the higher realms. It's just a shame that you're not running into last year's me. Xian Finger Broken Void Realm 5th stage, at the time of Yu Jiang last year was indeed qualified enough to have a life and death battle with him. But now, Su Zhi has broken free from the shackles. Horizontal breakthrough. Although not as powerful as a direct breakthrough into an emperor, but also by no means a small number of small steps of his Xian Finger can be defeated. What a fanatic! Try it! Xian Finger shouted. The 6 fingers in the field hooked heaven and earth. That soul-breaking finger was the first to bear the brunt. The finger position spread like fire. The first strike was Su Zhi's divine soul. Natsurai. Summer is coming. Su Zhi looked down at the knife and smiled slightly. The void that had been shattered by the 6-finger formation suddenly healed, followed by cloudy clouds, thunder surging, and rain falling like a waterfall. This again? Xian Finger frowned. He had lost to this blade that day. However, he had prepared for it, and after a year of deduction in that mountain, Su Zhi's spring blade should not be able to cut through his 6-finger Yin Luo formation. But how could he know that Su Zhi's strength had long been incomparable? As the raindrops fall harder and harder, the long dragon of aura formed by those 6 fingers was slapped apart by the rain. The light of the golden crow passes through the cloudy sky. It shot on the long sword in Su Zhi's hand, making it golden and radiant. No! What's wrong? Xian Finger was a bit flustered, but he had no way back. He could only fight Su Zhi to the death. Rumble! The 6 giant pillars rose up from the ground, driving all the power, and pressed towards Su Zhi. 1 year of age, promise you 100 years of withering. Withering finger? Give me extinction. Xian Finger went berserk and bellowed, and blood sprang out of all 7 of his orifices. Do you really think you control time? Su Zhi shook slightly and collapsed the time laws around him. With Xian Finger's strength, controlling the power of time was still inferior to a drop of water dew in the ocean of the great Tao. So how could it affect him? In the next instant, he raised his hand and lightly waved it, and the long blade had already chopped towards Xian Finger. For season's heavenly blade, Xiaoxi. The summer rain stirs up 1,000 rivers to leap, and I bring the blazing sun to dazzle 10,000 mountains. As Su Zhi slashed out with his sword, the pouring rainwater seemed to be summoned and flowed backwards, condensing in the sky and transforming into a heavenly sword. Subsequently, the dome of the sky broke open, the blazing sun shone down, and the heavenly sword was golden and yellow. Its light shone on all the mountains as it chopped at those 6 giant pillars in the sky. With a loud rumble, the void shattered in large swathes, and the entire Liangzhou was plunged into a huge tremor as if a plate had shifted sideways. What's going on? Pinewood, who had lived for over 1,000 years, had his jaw dropped and his entire face trembled. The heavenly mountain broke in pieces, and if he hadn't stabilized this piece of mountain pillar under his feet, everyone would have been killed by the aftermath of this wave. Is this still human? Young Pavilion Master Xiao Ran was dumbfounded. It was hard for him to believe that one of the parties in that sparring match in the sky was actually a youth in his 20s. Su Zhi petrified on the spot. More than 10 years ago Su Ru in front of him but a child, turned around, but became a heavenly saint. Cloud Deer had become nearly demented, staring stupidly at the sky. Now she realized how ridiculous and unbearable that give you a chance was, I guess in his eyes. I'm like a frog in a well, screaming towards the bright moon. Thinking about it, Yunlu suddenly howled out, but she knew there was no going back. She lost a chance to ascend to the clouds. With her character, even if you live, you will spend your whole life in remorse, a life that is worse than death. Jiang Xiaoxi stood in the crowd. The delicate, plump figure of the divine spirit stood at her side. The mouths of the two men were strangely alike, both in the shape of an O. They didn't go through that battle in Yuzhong. They weren't in Qingzhou, and they rarely heard the legend of Su Zhi. Originally, he thought that Su Zhi becoming a saint was already outrageous. Juan did not expect that even Xianfinger, who was considered a powerhouse in the saint realm, he could battle. A diamond in the rough, a diamond in the rough, the divine soul murmured. At this moment, she looked at Jiang Xiaoxi with some distress. Both 20 years old, how her disciple pulls his crotch so much. Zhao Hong, on the other hand, was directly scared to the point of urinary incontinence and kept trembling in place. Unlike 3 years ago when Su Zhi had ravaged him with his poem. This time, Su Zhi, who possessed the power to ignore the rules, wanted him dead in the blink of an eye. What kind of existence am I making an enemy of? Not to mention this life. Even if he was reincarnated, he would have to wake up at night and live under the nightmare of Su Zhi forever. What do you guys say? Did Su Zhi win, or was it Xianfinger? Tianfeng, Mad Blade and Zelian stood in the void, looking at each other. All saw the word fear in each other's eyes. How many years have I not seen such a powerful holy war? I think it should be the Xianfinger, melting the holy weapon as the eye of the formation, with one's own blood as the spirit. This Yama finger formation is already extraordinary. I think so. The finger array hooked heaven and earth. That scene just now was enough to exterminate us. I didn't realize that a Xianfinger had gotten out of the way so much more than we did. What do you guys say? If Su Ru wins, how should we conduct ourselves? How can I live with myself? With the fall of these words from Tianfeng, all three saints lost their words as if they had been strangled by the neck. And just as Tianfeng was about to make further deflating remarks, he saw the body of the Violet Lotus Saint Sovereign shaking like a sieve. The former's body instantly turned stiff and slowly turned his head to look. However, he saw a youth grasping Xianfinger's head and standing in the long sky, his robes hunting. The blazing golden sun shone down on him. It set him off as if he were a god in heaven. Chapter 54, All Four Saints Fall. Liquidating Cloud Deer. How did he win? In the middle of the field, Yuanjia shouted miserably. Xianfinger is already the number 2 person in the fountain, so it can be said that it is the platoon of the fountain in the Great Way. Even he had lost so thoroughly, and at the hands of a young man even younger than him. Yuanjia simply couldn't believe it, and only the word absurdity remained inside. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 Greenons rushed to the sky and fled straight to the miles of Heaven Mountain. But the other 5 bodies of that Xianfinger were scared out of their wits and only wanted to detach as soon as possible. Did you escape? Su Zhi casually threw the head in his hand, and with a sweep of the void, 10,000 clouds gathered, forming a long bow, bending the bow and striking the arrow, and there were light arrows surging out from its arrow body. Born with everything in man. Man has nothing in heaven. Kill 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 kill. As Su Zhi softly shouted, the bowstring sounded 7 times, and the light arrow broke the string and directly disappeared into space, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. However, Su Zhi had fused the space shuttle phrase into the heaven intercepting 7 killing arrow, multiplying the arrow's speed, and even without a physical bow and arrow, it could still kill saints for several miles. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions came from the heavenly mountain. As the last vibration rang out, the entire Wei province suddenly had a change in the sky. The aura reversed its flow. The living beings howled. The winds rained down. The grasses and trees were overwhelmed, and the waves tossed. Heavenly weeping. This is a saint falling. The divine soul was at Jiang Xiaoxi's side, her eyes filled with incredulity. She didn't expect a holy fall that hadn't happened in Wei for hundreds of years to happen under Su Ru. I admit I looked away before. Even she, after today's battle, had to lower her lofty head and recognize Su Zhi's power. Qingzhou, Fengtian Academy. The Big Dipper was shrinking its body to act as a mascot in Su Zhi's backyard when an auspiciousness suddenly descended from the sky, and it soared in place, advancing to the holy realm. This is, the Big Dipper's eyes widened. Dean chopped off the Xianfinger? Well, after years of holding back, I've finally returned to the saints once again. Grateful Dean. And at this moment in the heavenly mountain, Su Zhi turned around after killing Xian Finger and looked towards Tianfeng, Mad Blade, and the other Saint Realms, with a faint killing intent in his eyes. The scalps of several Saint Realms were numb. How could they not expect to be liquidated by a young descendant one day? This, Sage Su. Tianfeng Jusher snapped and smiled. His originally straight waist suddenly bent a lot, licking his face. Is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? Lord Spirit Cloud set foot in Xingzhou from the capital to kill me, and you followed suit. Each other has been immortal for a long time, so why the misunderstanding? Su Su finished leisurely. His right hand pinched out a sun and moon palm seal out of thin air, and with a fierce pressure, a round sun several feet long appeared in the sky above the Sky Wind Dweller, and smashed down with a loud bang. Tianfeng Jusher didn't expect Su Zhi to start to move without even a word of reasoning. His hands waved and danced a Taiji yin-yang diagram, wrapping his own body, and that sun and moon palm seal wore down each other's power. Can you block it? Su Zhi fiercely stepped into the sky and leaped down. The dark-colored power of the mixed elements body refining technique converged on the soles of his feet, and then condensed the increase of the holy dragon bloodline, and stepped down with one foot. Ah! Tianfeng Jusher hissed and shouted, but he was completely unable to block the power of Su Zhi's foot, and only by facing Su Zhi directly could he clearly understand what kind of force this young new saint actually possessed. This foot is enough to step through 10,000 mountains. Bang! Tianfeng Jusher's head exploded, and the residue was stepped into the mountain for thousands of miles by Su Zhi, and his headless body knelt on the ground in repentance. It's brutal. Even the Mad Sword Saint, the Violet Lotus Saint Sovereign, and other characters who had long been running the way, could not help but be a bit intimidated at this moment. There were very few like Su Zhi who could step on a sacred realm to death with their physical strength alone. Flee with all your might. You can't fight. The idea flashed through both of their eyes at the same time, and with a single step, they scurried off in opposite directions. They were gambling that Su Zhi couldn't intercept at the same time, so that at least one person could escape with their lives. There was a consensus in the sacred realm that if they avoided battle with all their might, almost no one in the same realm could take them down. That's why it's hard to die in the holy realm. But they still underestimated Su Zhi. Only Su Zhi's figure swayed and fell into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Mad Sword. This void-breaking realm second stage saint was much more unbearable than the two of them. Sky Wind and Xian Finger. Su Zhi used his finger as a sword, directly nudging through his heavenly rank long blade and stabbing it on his forehead. Empty. Space Avatar. There was still shock in the eyes of the Mad Blade, but in the next moment, his body had already fallen down 10,000 meters of heavenly mountain. At this moment, Zilian had only just escaped a few miles, and before he could perform his ancestral Green Lotus escape technique, Su Zhi's figure had already appeared in front of him. Zilian stopped in her tracks, a bitter smile on her face. The entire room fell silent, waiting for this saint's last words. No one would think that he could survive Su Zhi's fists and palms. Su Shang, but please give decency. Zilian seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant, staring blankly at Su Zhi. He got away with it his whole life and didn't want to end up with his soul bursting and dying in past years. Granted. Su Ru nodded. Purple Lotus laughed miserably. A green platform suddenly appeared under his feet. He sat on the green platform, resigned from the holy position. The years attacked, instantly old and rotten, sitting on the spot, the heavens and the earth, weeping even more sorrowfully. Meanwhile there were people who had participated in the heavenly creation, obtaining opportunities and ascending to the holy realm. Su Su landed on the top of the mountain. His footsteps did not stop with the fall of the Saint Realm, and slowly walked towards Zhao Hong in the eyes of the crowd sphere. Click. At this time, the space as a mirror breaks open, but a graceful and noble woman arrives and stays in the stance. Su Zhi's stopped pace looked towards the woman. And Jing, are you still trying to stop me? Master, you're here. Yundir's somewhat hollow voice rang out. According to the original plan, her master should have come earlier. Aunt Jing sighed softly. Su Zhi, Aunt Jing won't stop you. Aunt Jing isn't someone without measure. Zhao Yu, why don't you come over and kneel down and pray for Su Zhi's forgiveness? Kneel him. No, I don't want to. Cloud Deer suddenly responded to the stress, cloaked, shaking his head while backing away. Su Zhi has been inferior to me since I was a child. He dared not go west when I told him to go east. Why should I kneel to him? He once said that he would guard me throughout my life. Does it not count anymore? Could it be that when strength gets stronger, hearts change too? Will? Su Zhi's face turned cold. Up to this point, Yun Lu was still daydreaming about her. It could be said that she was completely living in her own world. Shut up, Zhao Yu. You're not qualified to say such things. Splat. Before Su Zhi could make a move, Aunt Jing threw her palm away. This slap was extremely heavy. with most of the anger in Aunt Jing's heart. Hitting Yunlu screamed in shock, her face swollen like a pig, crawling on the ground prostrate. Master! Master! The Dao heart that had long stood proudly in the clouds collapsed, taking her dantian with it and shattering open. Chapter 55, Another Imperial Decree? The wind has moved and risen to the capital. Oh my god. Yunlu is crazy? Jiang Xiaoxi's eyes widened as she looked at this longtime nemesis and winced in her heart. Princess like a beggar lying on the ground prostrate. Shrill scream. If the cloud dear god's soul awake to learn. Simply more difficult than death. Aunt Jing sighed quietly. She also did not expect that Yunlu's end would be worse than death. If she had known this, she would have just slapped Cloud Deer to death. Or it would have been better to be this ugly. But now is not the time to think about that. Su Ru, Aunt Jing has always supported you, even if you want to set foot in the capital. The Seven Slaughter faction is at your disposal. But Aunt Jing would like to remind you that the Imperial Master of the current dynasty is a great master, and he is able to use the Jingui Imperial artifact in the capital. So if you want to enter the capital, be sure to plan and move afterward. Aunt Jing looked at Su Zhi, her eyes full of determination. Su Zhi, however, looked at this mature beauty with surprise. The Imperial Master was pro-Beijing, while she was pro-Su Ru, betting on both ends. The Seven Slaughter faction would not be liquidated no matter what. This benefactor who had preached to him as a child had not expected to be more astute than he appeared to be, worthy of the name of the person at the helm of the Taoist system for thousands of years. Aunt Jing doesn't have to worry. Tai Shi, the Emperor's weapon, and I have no fear. Su Su had his hands in the air. After beheading Xian Finger and the other sacred realms, he didn't think that there was any power left in the Great Way that could stop him. Just then, too, there was an alarming sound in the air. The holy decree has arrived. Another imperial decree? Su Zhi laughed and turned his head to look. A row of close guards were coy, and the eunuch walking at the very front had much flattery on his face. Looking closely, his wrists were still trembling, which half of the posture that he had when he wanted to surrender Su Ru in Fengtian Academy with his holy authority. See Marshal Su. The eunuch directly knelt on the ground, 3 times more humble than meeting the emperor. What is the eunuch's name? Su Ru glanced at him. Marshal Komi Xiao Chunzi can. The word eunuch really can't be. Can't be. Xiao Chunzi's face was full of currying favor. Taking out the holy decree in his hand, hesitantly said, Marshal, minion, can minion read? Read. Xiao Chunzi took a long breath and was about to get up, but he suddenly felt a mountain-like pressure pressing on his back, preventing him from getting up. Kneel and read, Su Zhi faintly said. It is. Xiao Chunzi's face is full of bitterness. Through the ages, which eunuch kneeling to read the imperial decree? Even the dead king did not do so, and he is considered to have set a historical precedent. But it couldn't be helped. Su Zhi had just finished killing several saints, and the murderous aura on his body was too thick, so he didn't have a single ounce of courage to resist, so he had to recite it in detail. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, I hereby appoint the Grand Marshal of Fengtian, Su Ru, as regent. He led the fiefdoms of Liang, Qing and Su, have the autonomy to rule the river with me and do the same with the people. I hope that you will accept the decree, so that no living souls will be destroyed. Before the decree was read, suddenly blood spurted out, and Koharuko's head was thrown up and fell to the ground. There's no Fengtian Grand Marshal Su Ru here. Who's passing out the old edicts? Su Zhi smiled coldly. His fingertips erupted with blade intent and chopped towards the distant sky. Bang sound. The mirror rupture. But that the royal family's reflective mirror hidden in the side peeping, was Su rhetoric a finger point broken. Afterwards, Su Zhi walked towards Zhao Hong. His pace was light, as if each step was measured with precision. Before even approaching, Zhao Hong became incontinent with fear and fell violently to his knees, constantly kowtowing, tears falling like rain. Brother-in-law. Ah, no, brother Su. Before is loan wrong. Is loan much offense? You see, in the childhood we read together on the sake of spare loan. Loan can assist you to become a big position. It's all because of the crown prince, and my mother's consort. It's their idea to deport you from the capital, to cut your official position, to harm your life. It's all their idea. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Snort. With a stroke of Su Zhi's fingertips, Zhao Hong's head was thrown off and rolled 3 times on the ground, with the same fawning expression on his face. The crown prince, and Princess Xian, I will naturally kill. Incidentally, you're quite the dutiful son. The whole field trembled. Everyone was in danger. The cold expression of Su Ru was simply horrible beyond words, killing people without even blinking. And just then, the sky in the distance suddenly broke open, and that fountainhead's divinity shone in, shining on top of Yuan Jia's body to ferry him across. Saving people? Can you save them? Su Zhi laughed coldly and flicked out a finger. Yuan Jia's body exploded, spilling blood into the air. Only a book of words engraved by spiritual Yuan remained in the air. Heck, it's a battle cry. It was written that the Fountainhead Holy Lord had made an appointment to fight Su Ru at the peak of the battle in 7 days' time. The sacred mountain lord who had stood above all beings for many years, the sacred lord who controlled an absolute holy weapon, finally could not help himself and had to come out to battle Su Zhi. Su Zhi's face was expressionless, since he had decided to rebel and overthrow all the old orders in the world. These so-called 3 mountains and 4 lands were also within the scope of his liquidation. If you're going to be against it completely. Even if this Fountainhead Holy Lord didn't come out, he would still chase him to the ends of the earth and kill him. There is no room for maneuver on either side. Finally, he looked towards Yunlu, who was trembling and fuming on the ground, desolate as a beggar. Want to kill her? Jiang Xiaoxi came forward with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. She's already in more pain than death. She hasn't actually held it against you. It's just that women are naturally more strong, and she's made the decision that all women make. Su Zhi didn't expect Jiang Xiaoxi to plead for Yunlu, and glanced at her. So you would make this kind of decision? Won't. If I can't be with you, I'll die. So not all women are like this. Kill it. Su Ru was disinterested. His eyes had long since lost Yunlu. Whether she was dead or alive, it didn't matter to him. Oh, yeah, do I kill? Jiang Xiaoxi pointed at herself. Of course you kill. Wasn't it you who made a date with her? Su Zhi laughed. Mercy is not for the righteous. And if you can't lay your hands on it, then you'll never grow up in your life. He had realized these truths a long time ago, after many years in the military. Good. Jiang Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. She wanted to grow up and didn't want to be a burden to Su Zhi. Turning around and walking up to Yunlu, looking at this woman who never looked at herself in a condescending manner. Jiang Xiaoxi closed her eyes once and her gun came out like a dragon, piercing through Yunlu's heart. First Princess Yunlu, buried on the top of Tianshan Mountain, died a miserable death. Over there, Su Zhi waved his hand at Zhao Luer. Gongzi. Zhao Luer's eyes turned into love, and Lu Tianyu followed her over next to her, neither walking nor not walking. What are you following me for? Su Zhi glanced at Lu Tianyu. I thought you called me as well. Standing beside Zhao Luer just now, Lu Tianyu didn't even know who Su Zhi was looking for. She was too scared of Su Zhi now, afraid that he would flick his finger and turn her into a retard. And at this time, Su Zhi also accidentally found. Lu Tianyu actually became a saint. Whose holy position did you take? Su Zhi was surprised. Well, when the Violet Lotus Saint ruler sat down, I became a saint. Lu Tianyu was very honest. She knew that times were different nowadays. Even if she was a saint, she couldn't be bossy, much less arrogant in front of Su Zhi. Don't worry, I'll help you when I become a saint. Didn't Ancestor Milk also say that all of us in the 7 Slaughter sect will listen to you? Good thing too. Su Ru nodded and took a look at Lu Tianyu's loyalty. It actually soared to 75. It seems that power under violence is a true saying. As long as you can control the lives of your men, you are not afraid of others rebelling. You go and collect the storage rings on those 4 saints just now. Su Ru gave an order to Lu Tianyu. Those 4 saints were in high positions of power, and their 1,000 years of accumulation could be great. So this kind of booty was something that had to be gotten. Well, good. Lu Tianyu nodded and her figure instantly disappeared in place. What about me? Gongzi. Zhao Luer looked at Su Zhi. Notify the next. The wind is moving. Rise up and enter the capital. Make a slogan. Well, clear the king's side. Yes. Chapter 56, the daughter of heaven's destiny is the one who's taking my path. Ah. As Su Zhi's words fell, Zhao Luer's eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. From the day she was copied out of her family, she had thought all the time that one day she would rise up and enter the capital. Thinking of being able to avenge her departed parents, her entire body was filled with fighting spirit, and she ran to the side, taking out a summoning talisman in her hand, and kept sending out commands from Su Zhi. At this moment, the winds of the Wei dynasty rose up in Qingzhou, and countless elite soldiers rushed out from Fengtian Academy, marching towards the north under the leadership of a holy turtle. And at this time, Su Zhi, who was in Tianshan Mountain, was opening the system panel and looking at it. When Xian Finger appeared just now, he didn't even have time to look at the panel before the 2 sides were already engaged in battle. At the moment, there was a passage written on the panel. Kill Sage Xian Finger. Loot the red phrase Master of Sagittarius. Triggering the storm phrase, Master of Sagittarius has been upgraded to Master of Formation. Effect, knowledgeable of most holy level formations. Can form formations with a single thought in battle, and can also engrave formations for magic weapons and elixirs. A thought to form a formation? Su Zhi thought for a moment, looked at the 100,000 heavenly mountains, and gently waved his right hand. With a shocking roar, the distant mountains, clouds, and light, instantly turned misty. 6 celestial pillars rose up from the ground, inscribed with soul-breaking, heaven-splitting, phantom shadow, wither and glory, phase-less, and heaven-punishing. It was clearly a formation that Su Zhi had created after being inspired by Xianfinger. Only, his formation was even more grandiose and powerful, much more so than the Yen Luo formation triggered by Xianfinger's shattering of the Saint artifact. One should know that a single Saint artifact could increase a Saint's strength by several percent, and it would not be a problem to go 1-on-3. Not to mention the shattering of weapons into formations. It's enough to span unimaginable gaps. At that time, if Su Zhi didn't have the 4 Seasons Emperor sword, even if he was 10 steps higher than Xianfinger, it wouldn't be that simple to take him down. This formation has already taken the shape of an Emperor art. If it were an Emperor-level formation, I'm afraid it would crush ordinary Emperor-level arts. This Xianfinger, it's truly stunning. Su Ru has some feelings. Xianfinger is worthy of being the only genius to become a saint in the Age of the End. If he does not appear, this person will definitely be able to step on the top of the Great Way and laugh at the wind and clouds, as evidenced by the fact that that old turtle was tricked to death. As for the other 3 saints, the ones that dropped were purple gold words, like purple lotuses, clear heart, heavenly winds, 8 trigrams, and mad sword's blade intent. These purple and gold words, it was only the mad sword's blade intent that could make him enter his eyes a little. The others were melted into his cultivation years and replenished into his dantian. These few people in today's era are not considered outstanding, not even the red words. Perhaps it was because the heavenly Tao had not yet been blocked back then, allowing a few of them to fortunately become saints ahead of time and live to this day. Su Ru analyzed it. At this time, Lu Tianyu respectfully walked over and handed over a storage ring. Su Shang, the treasures of the 4 great saints are all inside. Su Ru took it and took stock of it. Inside the holy arts, holy spiritual fruits, spiritual plants have a few. Spirit stone is counted by tons. That is, used for the army expenses are enough. Is that enough to inherit a clan of holy weapons? Not picked up by Su rhetoric. Even the saints who have spanned thousands of years don't have a single one in their hands. And with holy weapons being so rare and powerful, what about that nebulous emperor's weapon in the capital? Su Ru took out a holy spirit implanted throat, full of sweetness, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking. He had the emperor technique and body refinement technique, but he had never seen an emperor artifact, so he thought that this emperor artifact must be exceptionally precious. And hearing Su Zhi's muttering, Aunt Jing smiled wanly. Rumor has it that the imperial artifact has self-awareness, and when fighting against someone, it can break away from the master's control, and truly be like a great emperor approaching the dust, with unparalleled battle prowess. This way imperial family can't rule the country, but they have ruled for thousands of years, and were able to stand in the era of war and chaos 1,000 years ago, and that's because they relied on an imperial artifact left behind by their ancestors. A spell with self-awareness? The light in Su's eyes flickered. A spiritual weapon is born with self-consciousness like a living spirit. It must be blessed with the ability to suppress mountains and rivers. No wonder that the 3 mountains in 4 places, even though there are many holy realm, also do not dare to step into the world half a step. Feelings behind the way have this big killer in the town. Fortunately, Su Zhi was fearless. Now that he had broken through to that nebulous 15th realm, which one was stronger or weaker than the real emperor realm? That would have to be fought to be known. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxi walked up to Su Zhi's side and walked around him several times, seeing him from head to tail and top to bottom, her eyes full of excitement and curiosity. What are you looking at? Su Zhi laughed. I need to look at you a few more times to make sure you're not Su Zhi. You look too strange just now. Jiang Xiaoxi gave a playful laugh and pounced on Su Zhi. Ding! Destiny's daughter's dependence on the host breaks through 100. The word can be plundered. Is it plundered? Looting. Ding! Plundering. The red phrase Tsang Tian sacred body triggers the storming phrase, and the Tsang Tian sacred body has been upgraded to the colorful phrase innate Tsang Tian sacred body. A fact, when heaven and earth first opened and chaos was first established, the innate beings naturally nurtured can become emperors in flesh after years of baptism, ignoring any shackles. The 5 senses are increased tenfold. The spirit element is increased tenfold. The speed of drawing in the aura of heaven and earth is increased tenfold, and the lifespan is raised to 10,000 years. Ding! The red phrase mastery of the 5 elements, avatar, has triggered a violent attack and has been upgraded to the red phrase 5 heavenly emperors, avatar. Effect, without having to comprehend the great Tao, one can perform the 5 elements divine power, which is unpredictable in its power. This Destiny's daughter is the mobile fetch machine. Su Ru had tears in her eyes and looked at Jiang Xiaoxi like she was looking at an inexhaustible spirit mine. There was also an epiphany phrase that Su Ru also plundered, only it didn't storm. Probably because the system didn't feel like it could use such a thing. Also yes, he relies on the system to improve. And there is a martial arts saint word accompanied. Usually the most practice a bit of battle tactics. There is no epiphany on their own does not mean much. Flip down the panel at the moment. Host, Suka. Age, 21. Cultivation, 15th level of the Void-Breaking Realm, Sacred Realm. Battle technique, for seasons Heavenly Blade, Emperor Grade. Intercepting Heavenly 7 Killing Arrows, Emperor Grade. Sun and Moon Blade Technique, Saint Grade. Note, insufficiently holy realms are omitted. Heart Technique, Hybrid Body Refining Technique, Imperial Technique. Blade, Sun and Moon, Holy Grade, Long Blade. Unique words, Bludgeoning. Special word, Martial Sage. Colored words, Accumulating Water into an Abyss. Innate Pale Holy Body. Red words, Immortality and Immortality. 5 square Heavenly Emperors, Avatar. Purple golden words, Holy Dragon Bloodline. Space Shuttle. Takeover. Military God. Sword Intent. Golden words, 8 faces. Moon Servant. Prodigy. Blade Demon. Squeezing his fist. Su Zhi revolved his spirit energy to feel the peculiarities of the innate pale heavenly sacred body. In an instant, Su Zhi's body transformed into a glazed glass. The surface of his body was dustless and dirtless, so white that he could even see the blood chi that tumbled like a dragon in it along with that tough blood vessels. Jiang, Xiaoxi and Lu Tianyu were stunned at the sight. Their divine sense suddenly couldn't capture Su Zhi, as if Su Zhi had mingled with heaven and earth. Especially Lu Tianyu. Her heart was shocked beyond words. She thought she had become a saint, and her divine sense had undergone a qualitative metamorphosis, and no one and nothing in the world could block her exploration. However, she hadn't thought that Su Zhi was still like an exiled immortal, transcending her perceptions. Could it be that he's more than just the saint realm? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Tianyu trembled, lowered that lofty head, put away that originally somewhat jumpy heart, and no longer dared to be disrespectful. Jiang Xiaoxi's ring buzzed with a tremor, and the divine soul leapt out from it, repeatedly surveying Su Zhi and looking at him again and again. Is this an ancient physique? Awakened? She secretly pondered in her heart. Even she was somewhat unable to recognize Su Zhi's origin. And at that moment, Su Zhi suddenly glanced at her and smiled. Seniors? You? The divine soul's pupils shook. You can see me? Chapter 57, Irreconcilable Conflicts. Behind the scenes, the divine soul's eyes were filled with incredulity, much more astonished than just now when Su Zhi stepped into the sky to behead the saint. Her divine soul level was extremely high. By definition, the saints can't see her, and the aura on Su Zhi's body. She could 100% conclude that it was the saint realm. Why did a saint realm have such unimaginable abilities? Jiang Xiaoxi was on the side, and her mouth couldn't stop opening. The whole person was like falling into a dream. The divine soul was a secret she hid in the deepest part of her heart. Even if Su Zhi was the closest person to her, she had never mentioned half a sentence. At this moment, she was suddenly dug out by Su Zhi, which also made her a bit overwhelmed, not knowing how to open her mouth. Talk? The divine soul's figure gradually solidified, and this time, it was Su Zhi's turn to be somewhat surprised. She had originally thought that the divine soul should look like a beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s, but now it was presented to him, but it was the clear face of a 17 or 18-year-old girl, pure as the first snow, quiet as the spring breeze, as if the dust of the world has not been stained. But in great contrast to the unusual young girl, the woman in front of me was extremely eye-catching from the neck down, curvy and rippling, similar to a ripe peach. It appeals to one's primal desires. Two completely different styles come into view, yet they blend together unexpectedly. Even if Su Zhi felt deep down that he was a decent person, his eyes were unconsciously glued to the divine soul at this moment. He was certain that the sexual tension of the woman in front of him exceeded that of everyone he had ever met, including Yun Lu and Lu Tianyu. Jiang Xiaoxi stood beside her as if she were an unopened bud, and although she was also extremely beautiful, she lacked that purest of primal desires. Poof! When the divine soul saw that Su Zhi's eyes lingered on her for far longer than Jiang Xiaoxi's, her nostrils gave a slight snort, and inwardly, she didn't know whether she was happy or angry as she walked straight towards the side. Jiang Xiaoxi followed her. Su Zhi thought about it and followed. The two of them, one soul, moved away from the crowd and came to the edge of a cliff, overlooking the sea of clouds. The divine soul's clear voice spoke. I suppose you had a guess at my existence? Yes, Su Ru answered. Introducing myself, my name is Shu Shenmu, the 1,000-year-old former Flower Moon Hearing Wind Pavilion Master. Lord of the Holy Land? Su Zhi froze for a moment. Then he wondered. That's not right. Although your divine soul's aura is weak, the texture is far above that of the saint realm. How can an ordinary saint realm keep its divine soul intact for 1,000 years in a mortal artifact? You do have some eyesight. Shu Shenmu was first slightly surprised, then thinking of all the divine differences in Su Zhi, she smiled and responded. You were right. I am not in the saint realm. You're in the emperor realm? Shu Shenmu was silent, Su Zhi's heart was shaken. Could it be that there are realms above the Emperor realm? But how is that possible? If that were true, Shumi would have ruled heaven and earth and reigned supreme. So who could have harmed her life? It's not good for you to know too much about me. So if you trust me, we can keep talking. Shu Shenmu stared into Su Zhi's eyes, and Su Zhi didn't hesitate to say, faith. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Shu Shumi had been beside Jiang Xiaoxi for at least 10 years. There were plenty of opportunities to harm him, but instead of doing so, she even came up with a plan for Su Ru several times to save his life. It could be said that without Shu Shenmu, Su Zhi would have long been an unjust soul on the marching road. Count on you guys having a bit of conscience. You didn't take care of you for 10 years for nothing. Shu Shenmu gave another light hum, her voice like a yellow warbler's brittle chirping. She could be wrong about anything, but only about character. This is natural. Su Zhi nodded his head. Who was he afraid of when it came to character? The system certified the word justice. Shu Shenmu smiled and said, well, speaking of business, today the four saints arrived. Beyond my expectations, especially the Fountain Mountain Xian finger put the native holy weapon shattered are going to behead your life. Is even more bizarre. If I'm not mistaken, that land-suppressing talisman seal in Qingzhou was torn up by you, right? Su Zhi's pupils shrunk. Shu Shenmu knew more than he thought. Looking at his expression, Shumi laughed. I know you have a lot of questions you want to ask, and now you can ask me. I have a very important question. Su Ru did have one that he couldn't figure out after a year of thinking about it. If Creek grows up, will she harm my life? Oh, why do you ask? Shumi gave him an odd look, amused in her heart. Letting Jiang Xiaoxi harm Su Zhi? This girl would rather die herself than hurt a hair on Su Zhi's head, right? Jiang Xiaoxi's face turned red beside her, but she was sealed by Su Zhi's words, so she could only stare dryly, her hands dancing and strangling her own neck, looking as if she wanted to die to make it clear. Su Ru knew in her heart that letting her talk would be nothing more than an emotional output. It would not help with the secret behind the curtain, and it would also disrupt her own thinking. Of course it's better to be banned. I heard a legend in Qingzhou that every person who bypasses the yoke of heaven and earth to become a saint is an anomaly, and such an anomaly will be decimated by heaven and earth condensing their qi and generating a heavenly destined son. Jiang Xiaoxi is that heavenly destiny. Upon hearing this, Shu Shenmu's eyes became more and more odd, while his heart was once again shocked beyond measure. Su Zhi went so far as to know the fate of heaven. From this, it could be seen that the chance he had obtained was extremely uncomplicated, and there were still many things in this heaven and earth that she had not explored. Do you know who spread this rumor? Shumi suddenly snorted a laugh. It gave Su Zhi the illusion of a girl next door. Luckily, the ripples in front of her quickly pulled Su Zhi back to reality. It can't be you, can it? Su Zhi's eyes stared. Yes, I passed it on, but it's a little different from the version I first told you. Shumi spread her hands. What I preach is that in the near future, there are saints who have bypassed the shackles of heaven and earth coming down. Terrifyingly extraordinary, and this kind of anomaly will be decimated by the sons of Qi. I've never said the word sainthood before. Moreover, your body carries the aura of the native Dongxian continent. It can't be them. On the contrary, you can become a saint. This point is very amazing. Yeah. Should also have their own secrets, right? Don't worry. This kind of thing you don't say. I won't ask more. I see. Su Ru sighed in relief. He said, if he is such a good son who is loved by the people for his country and beheads the demons, heaven and earth can't wait to instill him with good fortune. So how can he be an aberration? And that Dongxian continent, is it this land under your feet? Su Ru silently memorized this word in his mind and asked, did you just say that there will be outsiders? What is their purpose? Knowing too much is not good for you. Shumi's eyes averted. Still the same statement, avoiding the subject of they. But what I can tell you is that their arrival will be a cataclysmic event, and the chess players of this world are doing battle to deal with it. Chess player? Su Zhi froze. Well, there's also a term called chess player. The Holy Lord of the Fountain, the one in the capital, and me are all chess players. Of course, nowadays, you are also strong enough to be this chess player. So I will tell you that you and all the chess players in this heaven and earth are competitors, born with irreconcilable contradictions. Schumann paused. Especially the sacred lord of the fountainhead. After you tore down the land-suppressing talisman seal of the Qingzhou and took away his long-planned fortune, you are enemies in life and death, and he'll try to do everything he can to wipe you out in exchange for the favor of heaven and earth, especially since you killed his pawn Yuanjia earlier. I can see he can't hold it in anymore. Su Zhi came to a sudden realization. No wonder, when I killed that Xian finger, this fountainhead holy lord had no reaction at all, but when I killed Yuanjia, he gave me a 7-day war document. Ha! The so-called 7-day pact is nothing more than a commonplace agreement of the Jianghu people. I'm from the military. I know that the military is dangerous. We can't give our opponents time to lay out their plans, Tomorrow I'll head to the north of Liangzhou and behead the Fountain Saint Lord. To the north of Liangzhou was the Fountainhead Holy Lord's appointment. Shumi nodded, not saying anything. Su Zhi thought about it and suddenly his body stiffened. Wait, Zhao Yu stepped into the realm of half-saints at the age of 21, far beyond her peers. She is also a pawn? If I'm not mistaken, she was chosen when she was 14, wasn't she? Originally, he and Zhao Yu had a fair relationship and were betrothed at a young age. But after the age of 14, Zhao Yu has changed, becoming overeager and unbeatable. Shu Shenmu hesitated for a moment before nodding again. This day will be a competition between me and the one from the capital. It is your appearance that is unexpected. I'm sorry about your Aomame, getting her involved. Just now I wanted to ask Jiang Xiaoxi to spare her life. But, Su Zhi lost his smile and interrupted her. Zhao Yu's character determines her downfall. The decision to repent was set by her. Avoiding the marriage was done by her. Comparing me to others as worthless was also done by her. You don't have to comfort me. I don't have any regrets. It's just that those who use us as pawns don't seem to be able to say something without paying some painful price. With a clanging sound, Su Zhi's sun and moon long sword was held in his hand as he looked away from the sea of clouds. It was as if it wanted to pass through the stacks of clouds and cut down all the so-called chess players who lived high above the sky and regarded all living beings as chess pieces and heaven and earth as plates. Chapter 58, Lonely Cliff Waterfall. Ascending to heaven and chopping the saints. The killing intent on Su Zhi's body unintentionally penetrated his body, stirring the wind and clouds in front of him to roll and change, finally converging into a word of killing, engraved between the 100,000 heavenly mountains. Shushami's gaze shifted. It was only at this moment that she finally accepted that Su Zhi had become one of the pinnacle powerhouses in this heaven and earth. And this, after just under a year. When she thought about these 10 years or so, Su Zhi had almost always grown up under her shelter. She felt some slight sense of relief in her heart. After all, there was a sense of fulfillment in watching the juniors slowly grow up. Are you leaving now? Watching Su Zhi put away the knife, Shu Shenmu asked softly. Su Ru nodded. Soldiers are precious. After giving the order, enter the wartime state, no half-step delay. Good, Shumi said in a slightly louder voice. You have to be careful. Shin Finger is only a rookie after all, and the streams of heavenly wind and mad blade don't represent the true level of saints. I have to remind you that the sacred lord of the fountain of agelessness and the one in the capital city, who had already ascended to the top of heaven and earth 1,000 years ago, and who had reached the end of the road of saints, possessed means that might be beyond your imagination. The real world is different from theory and full of variables. Being in the same saint realm, what there was between the first and ninth orders was nothing more than a difference in power. Realm power is important though. However, other means of increase such as physique, battle techniques, mind techniques, magic weapons, formations, and so on, were equally important. A sacred body, for example, could increase all aspects by 7 or 8 times, far exceeding the increase of a heavenly ranked physique. Cultivators of the same realm would have a hard time fighting against it no matter what, unless joined by other external forces. Unusual cultivators would be slaughtered by the possessor of the sacred body across the ranks as if they were chopping up melons and vegetables. Jiang Xiaoxi was able to ravage Cloud Deer at will, and the newly awakened Song Tian sacred body definitely contributed to that. Su Zhi glanced at Shu Shenmu in surprise. You don't think I could take them with what I just did? With a slight hesitation, Shumi said. I can't say which is stronger or weaker between you and the Fountain Holy Lord. He is tricky and good at utilizing the power of time. Some of the earth veins and sky veins and spirit veins are involved, and he set the battlefield in the north of Liangzhou, and he must also have had his say. And the one in the capital. To be honest, I don't think much of you. Su Ru froze. He's strong? Shu Shenmu nodded. Originally, I cultivated Xiaoxi and also wanted to win her, but the expectation in my mind was at least 50 years. I was afraid that I couldn't wait for that day. If you really want to defeat her, then first plunder the 8 states' chi and weaken that imperial artifact. Otherwise, under this heaven and earth's augmentation, you will have no chance of survival. An imperial artifact? Su Zhi frowned. He had always heard of the legend of the Emperor's weapon, but he had never seen the item, much less imagined how powerful he was. However, judging from the expression on Shu Diminutive's face, the object that could set the mountains and rivers was definitely not easy to deal with. Well, although Saint and Emperor is a difference of one word, the gap is really too big. Not God's realm. After all, it is to see flowers in the mist, to see the moon in the water, not to touch the origin, and can only borrow the power of heaven and earth. Not to mention that Emperor artifact, even if it is placed amongst the Emperor artifacts, it also belongs to a very powerful existence. Shu Shenmu didn't say too much. She felt that without reaching the Emperor realm, without actually feeling that kind of metaphysics, speaking more, Su Zhi also couldn't understand. Su Ru nodded slightly and said no more, and there was no fear in his heart at all. His strength at this moment was more than one step stronger than when he had chopped out that 4 seasons heavenly blade just now. Xiaoxi, I will bring her back to the Flower Moon Hearing Wind Pavilion. I have left her a holy position Dao. In the next few days it is estimated that she will be able to pass on the inheritance. When it comes to the battle in the capital, we will be there to help you. Shu diminutive glanced at Jiang Xiaoxi and with a final word, return to the ring. And at that moment, the transmission note edict on Su Zhi shook. Came Zhao Luer's excited voice. Marshal Su, the army has been near Su, Liang, Yun, the border of the 3 states, within which the rebels have been in turmoil, ready to meet the king's division at any time, and together they will trample on the capital. Su Ru nodded slightly. Over the past year, he had placed almost all of his generals at the borders of Qingzhou. To go to war would be a matter of a split second. Marshal Su, inbound now? War. Su Ru put away his sword, dotingly rubbed down Jiang Xiaoxi's hair, and without much childish emotion, he leapt down the heavenly mountain in one step. Chu Jun, Zhao Luer, Lu Tianyu, and Lu Lianer were already obediently waiting, and there was a pink and blue intermingled carriage in front of them, which at a glance was Lu Tianyu's traveling magic weapon. This color. Su Ru froze, glanced at the somewhat ashamed Lu Tianyu, and entered the carriage. Lu Tianyu's pretty face reddened. Her heart was in a heavenly battle, frantically brainstorming Su Zhi's thoughts. Into the wagon. Sitting on the pink and soft cushion, Su Zhi looked at Chu Jun. You're going to follow me? Aren't you afraid your father will call you a traitor? Chu Jun rubbed his hands together. Ever since Su Shi knifed the saint, Chu Jun had secretly made a decision to be Su Shi's dog for the rest of his life. It's not like he's a little cutie. This kind of heavenly riches, even those rebel soldiers can grab it. He has no reason to push it out. It doesn't matter. My father is my father and I'm me. The big deal is to give him the decency to do so when he gets to the capital. Brother Su, you won't not give him the decency, will you? Chu Jun made a pitiful gesture. Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile. His father is in the position of prime minister, upright, and in the capital is also with the state duke of a faction. He spent a lot of time in the prime minister's residence when he was young. Naturally, there will not be any liquidation of the intention. Let's talk about it when we enter the capital. The carriage was traveling extremely fast in the air, much faster than the heavenly boat, and it was at least a heavenly ranked magic weapon. It was still the most luxurious cave-type magic weapon among the magic weapons. Soon, it was to the north of Liangzhou. When Su Zhi retreated from his meditative state and saw the scene in front of him, his face suddenly shook. Above that high sky, there was a lonely cliff, and at the top of the lonely cliff, billions of water flowed straight down from the 1,000-foot wall, like the Milky Way hanging upside down. The curtain of water was like a silver train, sounding like thunder, and the mist at the bottom rose to form a watery rainbow across heaven and earth. This is one of the 4 wonders of Wei, the Great Falls of Broken Sky? Zhao Luer's mouth was wide open. The sacred turtle turning the river was a sight to behold, and this heaven-breaking Great Falls was also a sight to behold. Unlike the sacred turtle over the river once in 1,000 years, this broken sky waterfall perennial water roar, but because of its unique pressure, but no one can fly to the island above. Can't even a legend like the Fountain Saint fly up there? Lu Tianyu looked up at the high sky, and her heart was also shocked, although it wasn't her first time here, and she had even stepped into the Saint realm, but after all, she was only entering this realm for the first time, and she was not comparable to that fountainhead Saint Lord since Broken Sky Lonely Island, with its own heavenly might, its momentum across the 9 states, favored by the heavenly sound and earthly movement. The holy realm cannot be leapt. He who can ascend to the lonely island has the power to be as powerful as the heavens. At this moment, a clear voice came, but it was Aunt Jing who had appeared within the carriage at some point. Ancestor's milk. Lu Tianyu was startled and hurriedly stood up, lamenting in his heart that this gap between saints and saints was also too great. She was in control of a heavenly ranked magic weapon, but she hadn't even captured a trace of the ancestor's milk before she broke in. No need to be too polite. Aunt Jing smiled and pointed at the lonely island. Look, that fountain of Li Changsheng is up there, and seeing his face is the first hurdle. Ha! Su Zhi's eyes showed a snicker. This Li Changsheng was still leaning on his old age. What kind of hurdles were set up for him? Hadn't he forgotten when he was chopped out with a muffled grunt by his own blade through the space rift? It seems that some people, who have been invincible for too long, have long been without the slightest fear in their hearts. Just as well. Then this time, I will ascend to the heavens and decapitate the saints, reshaping the order of the world. Chapter 59, 8 Treasures Sacred Mountain. 10 Murderous Illusory Killing Arrows. Ascending to heaven and cutting down the saints to remake the order? They were all saint choppers, chopping heavenly wind and mad blade, but the gap between them and chopping the fountainhead Saint Lord was huge. Aunt Jing's eyes were filled with surprise. More than 10 years ago, when she was preaching Su Zhi in the capital, he was not different from ordinary teenagers, and also loved to laugh and play and bully girls. I didn't expect that in just 10 years, Su Zhi's mind had matured to such an extent that he had the ambition to ask for the world. How could she not be surprised? Auntie Jing wasn't wrong about you in the first place. Su Ru glanced at her. Why do you feel that this sentence sounds so heartfelt? Aunt Jing's face was slightly unnatural, and she looked at the edge of the waterfall with Su Zhi. At the moment, there were different flying spells among the various clouds, either a heavenly boat, or a carriage, or directly an immortal mansion or a cave. Su Zhi slaughtered 4 saints in one day. The fight broke the sky and the earth. The heavenly Tao was moved. The living beings howled, and it spread extremely widely. It was the Mountain Gate children in the depths of some unknown mountain who had heard that there was a sage with the surname Su in the outside world, who was so wild that he wanted to make an appointment to fight with the sage lord of the fountainhead. This day, not only the 3 mountains and 4 lands, but almost all the saints awoke from their seclusion. These people have been bored for close to 1,000 years, and with such a powerful current event, not to mention being in seclusion, or with half a foot in the coffin, it's all about crawling out and taking a look. Therefore, in Su Zhi's divine sense right now, in the distant sky, all the holy light was rushing into the sky, and all the dignified characters had come. It was no wonder that Zhao Luer had searched for a year and couldn't find where Fountainhead was. That's how important circles are. This group of people, it was no longer something that mortals could peer at. Unusual cultivators below the cave heaven realm entering the north of Liangzhou could only see waterfalls spilling down from the clouds. That alone would be enough to shock a mortal family for 100 years. Yikes! Why is there a bald guy walking upwards under the broken skyfalls? At that moment, Lu Tianyu cried out in surprise. It's so ugly. Su Ru, after getting acquainted, this girl tore off the layer of cold mask. Looks like a dull and cute kind. The mind seems to be not as good as Jiang Xiaoxi. Estimated that the people who contacted her in this life can't say 3 words with her. Under the waterfall? There really is. Aunt Jing's beautiful eyes first stared, then relaxed. That's him. He's a regular here. Ancestor Milk. Who is he? Lu Tianyu was like a curious baby. Zhao Luer, Chu Jun, and Lu Lianer also pricked up their ears and listened hard. Stories about saints that leak out a tiny bit are mortal legends. How can you listen to them as close as this? He's the former holy lord of the 8 treasures sacred mountain, and an old immortal with an extremely large number of holy weapons on his body. Auntie Jing replied. Ha! He's the old sage who sent 3 holy artifacts up to the 7 slaughter sect to marry the ancestors' milk? Lu Tianyu was surprised as hell. But didn't you guys break up? You said this old saint likes to cheat. Auntie Jing sniffed and looked at Lu Tianyu angrily, her teeth rubbing together, and she almost couldn't help but use the 7 killing techniques in her hands. Where's the pot calling the kettle black? The corner of Su Zhi's mouth twitched as he listened. These two looked like teenage girls fighting, but he didn't expect that they were saint-level killers, and the confusion was too strong. But that old man under the waterfall is a real treasure. The body was wearing at least 2 pieces of holy armor, one layer stacked on top of the other, although it was a bit ugly. But that protection was certainly nothing to speak of. There was a mirror hanging around his neck, and 3 soft swords were wrapped around his waist, and even the shoes. There was an infinite amount of heaven and earth aura pouring out of them. 8 treasures sacred land? Su Ru stroked his chin and looked at Zhao Luer, seemingly muttering to himself. We don't have a grudge against them, do we? Zhao Luer froze and thought back in detail. That finger cuff of Xian finger seems to have been created by the 8 treasures sacred mountain, and they're at the very least aiding and abetting the enemy. Su Zhi shook his head and lost his smile. What are you thinking? I'm just casually talking about it to see if there is any crossover. I don't mean that. Oh, Zhao Luer spat out her tongue. What is the old undead doing there? Looking at the bald man who was walking upward step by step with a tired face, Lu Tianyu was surprised. Auntie Jing murmured. He wants to set foot on that heaven-breaking solitary island, because Li Changxing once said that as long as he set foot on the island, he would give him 3 days to study the Fountain of Agelessness. That's the fountain. The world's #1 holy weapon, rumored to have the ability to mobilize time, shining brightly in Dongxian. How horrible is it that every inch of the earth can be illuminated by holy light? For the old undead who has been seeking weapons all his life, that is the best beauty in the world. Looking at it from afar is like taking an aphrodisiac. Unable to extricate himself, Aunt Jing finished speaking. A trace of longing flashed in her eyes. Li Changxing's ability to look down on the world from the top of the saints was inseparably related to that fountain of youth. Is that fountain of agelessness a naturally birthed sacred artifact? Su Ru asked. It should be. The highest refiner in our area is the old undead, and he is eager to take a look, so it can be seen that no mortal can refine it. Rumor has it that it is of the same origin as that imperial artifact in the capital. More than that I don't know. Well, Su Ru was said by her teeth. He also saw the fountain several times, but each time is to view its shadow, not see the real body. This time maybe I can get a terrifying holy weapon. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Su Zhi's mouth, and at this time, that 8 treasures holy lord had already ascended more than halfway. All the holy weapons in his body were fully energized, propelling him to keep climbing over. It's getting faster and faster. There was a rise and fall of surprised voices from the layers between the clouds. One must know that there weren't many saints who could walk half the distance of the waterfall at all, and this 8 treasures sacred lord, apparently, still had a lot of strength left. Old man, this feast is not for you today. If you want to board the island, come back another time. Suddenly, with a swoosh, 3/4 of the way up the waterfall, a long arrow leaped across the sky, heading straight for the 8 treasures holy lord. That arrow had a sense in green haze filling the air, and the void rippled. This piece of space was, after all, also extremely sturdy like Jiang. Clang! The mirror around the 8 treasures holy lord's neck suddenly lit up and blocked his head, blossoming with boundless silver light. The arrow struck the mirror, only causing the 8 treasures sacred lord to fall slightly, not directly knocking him off the waterfall. Just this? Su Zhi's eyes narrowed. He could see that arrow. Back in Jiang, it was this person who attacked and killed himself. This is the strength of the Fountain Saint Lord? With this kind of strength, he could have fought back then, let alone now. Isn't Shumami making a big deal out of this? Auntie Jing froze. Ha, the Fountain Saint Lord is this strength, yes, but the one who is looking for you to make a date is Li Changxing. Isn't it the same person? Su Ru was also a bit confused. Of course not. Aunt Jing explained with a smile. You should know that there are 3 saints in the fountainhead. One is Xianfinger. The second is the sacred lord of the Fountain of Agelessness, Lu Jing, and the third is Li Changsheng. Although Li Changsheng no longer has a name within the Fountain of Youth, he is the one who actually controls the Fountain of Youth. Even Xianfinger can't even see him, and ordinary juniors don't even know that there is this person. But to us, he is the true holy lord of the fountain. So that's how it is? Su Zhi nodded his head slightly. No wonder Xianfinger was arrogant and domineering when he was in Jiang, saying that he was absolutely unbeatable against Sacred Mountain. However, when Su resigned and asked him to invite him to a battle on the fountainhead, he didn't dare to stall for half a sentence. Dare him to invite people at all. That's how different the circles are. The only person who intersected with mortals and heard the biggest character was Lu Jing on the surface, not this Li Changsheng who lived high up in the background, pointing out the mountains and rivers. Looks like I'm going to behead more than just a saint today. Su Ru muttered and got up. Just then, that Lu Jing had already pulled up the bowstring. The string vibrated 10 times, and points of light fell down in the air. 10 fierce phantom killing arrows? Aunt Jing let out a cry of surprise. Chapter 60, Strike out and violently beat the ageless holy lord. 10 murderous phantom killing arrows. As soon as Lu Jing struck out, the color of the entire sky turned a little gray and cloudy. Shoo! A point of light suddenly picked up speed and broke through the air, drawing the aura of heaven and earth and transforming into a large Zhu Yao, shaped like an ape with a white head and bare feet. His hands embraced the arrows, just like Gong Gong embracing the Buzhou mountain. From the top of the sky, hanging straight down. Knock! Bang! First there was a muffled sound, followed by an even louder shattering sound. But it was the 8 treasures sacred lord's sacred artifact mirror that was pierced by this arrow and fell out 100 miles away. Lu Jing. The ascent to the lonely island was the result of an appointment between the old man and Li Changsheng, and now that the old man has come to fulfill his appointment, do you have the nerve to interfere with me? The greenwood bough in your hand is still the one that old man struck for you, when Xianfinger first came to 8 Treasure Mountain and begged old man to build a finger cuff. You guys didn't have this attitude. Turning the other cheek? This is a flip-flop? The 8 Treasures Sacred Lord was furious and rebuked out angrily. Old man, I told you, during this time, you are not qualified to board the island, and if you are any more reckless, my bowstring will not give you half a face. Lu Jing was cold. The broken sky waterfall was one of their fountainhead strongholds, built by Li Changxing to be as solid as gold, able to merge the solitary island mighty pressure and the fountainhead mighty pressure into one and attach it to his body. He is a man who guards the isolated island, and it is difficult for 10 saints to break into it. In the past, giving this old man face was coveting his ability to forge weapons and befriending him. And now, the time and situation was different. Even Li Changsheng had to personally make a move to set up the formation. They, Fountainhead, could be said to have been in a slight danger of being subverted. Naturally, they would not give this old man half a good look. Deception. But how could the 8 Treasures Holy Lord know what Lu Jing was thinking? In his opinion, Su Zhi was just a rising star, with little fame in the circle of saints. Even if he could cut down the Xianfinger, How could he possibly climb up to this heaven-breaking waterfall and fight with Li Changsheng? Fountainhead just wants to turn the other cheek. Ah! The 8 treasures Holy Lord's body suddenly skyrocketed by 1,000 feet, looking like a madman. If you guys want to tear up the agreement, then you have to let me take a look at the fountainhead, or else I can't even be happy when I die. He ran towards the sky in a frenzy, and the robe he wore on his body exploded violently. But it was the general effect of that Xianfinger's sacred extermination knuckle, which could shatter in battle and increase a few bodies. How fierce is blowing up a holy weapon? In the beginning, if Su Zhi hadn't come out with the 4 Seasons Heavenly Blade, he wouldn't have been able to take down the Xianfinger in a short period of time. This is evident. In this instant, the 8 treasures Saint Lord's cultivation was pushed to the extreme, vaguely touching the limit of a saint. With a single step, heavenly shackles were floating in the air to suppress his cultivation. Are you crazy? Forcing your way into my fountain? Lu Jing was taken aback. The 8 treasures sacred lord had attempted to go to the island for many years, and had long been mentally unbalanced, and his arrow today was merely an opportunity for the latter to riot. It seems everyone has forgotten how powerful I am. Fountainhead. Seeing that the 8 treasures sacred lord was about to rush a mile below him, Lu Jing suddenly laughed sardonically and spat out teaching words. The holy mountain blesses me with a long life. The fountainhead creed. The words, that gray sky at the end of the long sky. Suddenly emerged a huge golden mountain. More than the golden crow is huge and bright. Like that myth and legend of the holy shore. Light shining through the ages. As the holy light shone, Lu Jing's aura suddenly became much more metaphysical, with a sense of being in the current world and having his soul in the past. 10 murderers. Lu Jing bent his bow and arrow, his eyes showing golden light. Summon the beasts of the past to battle today's enemy. Blockhead. Come. Countless auras converged on the longbow, and even the great Tao was vaguely tugged. Shoo. An arrow came down from high. Even that waterfall current was split in two. The long arrow transformed into a blockhead with a human face and tiger legs. The tail was 8 meters long, and it directly headed towards the 8 treasures sacred lord's head. This arrow was more than 1 step stronger than the Zhu Yao arrow of the party. The 8 treasures sacred lord's eyes widened as he looked at the long sky and waved his hands. He was not good at fighting. Empty power. No means of increase. In the heat of the moment, he even wanted to use his flesh to catch the arrow. There was a shocking boom. The 8 treasures sacred lord was brought down from the air by an arrow and smashed directly towards the ground. Shoo, shoo, shoo. More arrows were shot out by Lu Jing, transforming into one of the mythical 10 fowls in the air. The poor Qi, Chaos, Tao Tai, and Shangliu, like a meteorite falling into the sky, it struck the earth and tumbled, cracking the veins of the earth. This fountainhead holy lord seemed to want to spill all of his recent bottled-up anger on the 8 treasures holy lord. It is also true that he has been running the way for 1,000 years, and he can't even find a person who disobeys him on weekdays. How had it ever occurred to him that he would have to cower at being asked to fight by a young saint in his early 20s? If Li Changsheng hadn't been cautious, he would have taken an arrow and shot it over there long ago, and wouldn't have waited here to guard his home like a door god. The entire room was silent, and the gazes of many saints were filled with fear. The saint weapons used by the 8 treasures saint lord were far beyond their comparison in both strength and quantity, and his realm and Lu Jing are also in between. Both sides should have been able to entangle for several years. Hard to distinguish. But now, with Lu Jing's shot of 10 in a row, the 8 treasures holy lord was directly knocked into the 10,000 miles of earth veins, and although he wasn't killed on the spot, he was still seriously injured and dying. This is enough to show how terrifying that holy mountain high in the sky is. It has far exceeded the scope of a holy weapon. Ancestors' milk. Can you ascend the lonely island? Lu Tianyu was dumbfounded, watching 2 holy battles. One was Su Shu and Xianfinger, and the other was Lu Jing and the 8 treasures sacred lord. For the first time, she wondered if she was actually in the holy realm. How is it that people are so different from each other? Of course I can't. Auntie Jing looked calm. Not to mention me. Of all the saints present, no one has been able to climb the lonely island. If you want to ascend to the lonely island, unless those few people from the ancient battlefield come back, only then will it be possible. Auntie Jing paused when she said this and looked at Su Zhi. Are you confident? If there's pressure, we can pull back and find another location for the date. They won't have such a strong battle power without the added pressure of the heaven-breaking waterfall. Li Changsheng is a man of honor. As long as you mention it, he will definitely oblige. No need. Su Ru got up. He had some vague speculations about the 4 scenes of the Great Way, and he could unveil this today. Just some of the majesty. Can't trap him. With a flash of his figure, Su Zhi's figure had already reached the long sky. The pressure that penetrated his body was like the smell of blood in the deep sea, causing everyone's eyes to focus on him at first. This aura is Peak Saint Realm? Who is he? So young, why have I never seen him before? He's Su Ru. the teenage sage who has been stirring up the heavens recently. I didn't expect him to actually walk out this far in the Saint realm as well. He's only 20 years old. How did he practice? Practicing from his mother's womb isn't enough, I'm afraid. Many people were already surprised when they saw Su Zhi's face. Even though they already had a rough understanding of Su Zhi in their hearts, they still felt a wave of incredulity when they saw his skyrocketing young blood chi. To be known and to meet, those are two completely different concepts. You're that Su Zhi? Lu Jing obviously noticed Su Zhi's appearance as well and snorted. How unfaithful. It's still a few days before the appointed time. There's no need to be in such a hurry to send someone to their death. Is there? Lu Jing suddenly looked startled. This was because Su Zhi's figure had already disappeared from the spot, but he hadn't captured him at all. When he reappeared, he saw that he had already arrived beside Lu Jing, condensed his palm to make a seal, and slapped it on Lu Jing's shoulder, hitting him with a hiss. Then Su Zhi's knee went up, and with lightning speed, it pierced through Lu Jing's abdomen at great speed. Topped by this unrivaled fountain Saint Lord, he shot up into the sky like a cannonball, embedding himself in the isolated island and stirring up a sky of smoke and dust. Last time when you sneaked up on me and you a Jiang, I haven't yet settled the score with you, and this time when we meet, you're barking like a dog. What are you pretending to be? Su Zhi had his hands in the air and his robes were hunting. The whole room froze. Many people haven't even reacted yet. Chapter 61, Frightened Royal Family. Su Zhi continuously broke the air. The field was silent. An old sage who had seen a lot of things turned his head violently to look at Su Zhi and lost his voice under his breath. Was that a space spell just now? Unbelievable. It's still possible to see spatial arts in the current world, or the most bizarre shuttle system arts among them. It's outrageous. In the blink of an eye he broke through miles of ground. What is his flesh made of? How can it withstand the turbulent squeeze? Could it be that he's not incarnated by some ancient ferocious beast? How strong is Su Zhi's physical body? After plundering the innate pale heavenly sacred body, even he wasn't sure. All he knew was that after combining the Tsong Tian sacred body with the mixed elements body refining technique, his physical body was far stronger than when he had broken through and killed the assassins of the Seven Killers sect at the mid-levels. At that time, when he had broken through miles of land to kill people, it had taken a moment's work. Now it only took a blink of an eye, and even a strong person like Lu Jing could not react. It was also the moment Su Zhi punched Lu Jing away. The imperial sacred artifact reflecting sky mirrors suddenly broke through the clouds and emerged in the long sky. Behind the mirror, there were a few crown princes of the royal family, as well as the royal relatives in the capital, mostly some Xiaoxi county lords. So far, 5 states have surrendered without a fight to welcome the king's division, and the whole country is abuzz with excitement. Everyone with the surname Zhao was in danger, as if they were the ones who were the rebels and needed to be suppressed. The prince sat shriveled in his chair, his mouth dry. It's Su Zhi. It's really him. Is he already strong enough to beat up the Fountain Saint Lord? How long has it been? Last year at about this time. It was only just sending him out of the capital. Sure enough, it's Su Zhi. His aura is all different. The person who said this was the second prince. He was dressed in battle armor. His eyes were fierce. Originally in the military training. Do not know the palace fighting. At this moment the country subversion just rushed back to the capital. In the beginning, who, exactly, was it that demoted Su Zhi? And who proposed to withdraw from the marriage? Why don't you let Su Zhi be our brother-in-law? The 3rd imperial brother, the 6th imperial brother, and the 7th imperial sister. They all died, and those who made these decisions have an unshirkable responsibility. At the end of his words, he looked at the crown prince, with killing intent boiling in his eyes. The several other imperial sons and daughters also spoke up as much as they could. Yeah, it's ratty and illogical to make that decision. When Su resigned as a marshal, also known as the emperor's son-in-law, it can be said that our Zhao family's royal family is a pin in the sea, enough to protect our country's prosperity for 500 years. Who the hell ate to drive him away? Damn. It must be Zhao Chen. This private decision-making, really in vain as a prince. I've heard that there were people in Qingzhou who tried to force Su to die under false pretenses and made him start an army. Originally, we are all childhood friends. Why do we have to come to this point? What nonsense. Damn it, how can you say that? Other than Zhao Chen holding the Great Seal of the Eastern Palace, who else can forge an imperial decree? And even eunuch Huang has to listen to him? I don't think Zhao Chen's push and pull is behind us ending up in this perished country today. The crowd spat on the prince. In the past, they would never dare to do so, but now that the country is going to be lost and we are all slaves, who cares if you are the crown prince or not? It's reversed. It's all reversed. The crown prince shouted angrily, slamming the table. Is the country destroyed? Are the soldiers coming to the city? Are you all scared out of your wits by Su Zhi? Our way has stood for 1,000 years. How many rebellions have we gone through in that time? What with the sudden rise of cults, the entry of righteous armies, and the entry of demons into the customs, we are still fine now? Even the Imperial Master hasn't returned. You guys are scared less, Tai Shi? Everyone calmed down a little at the mention of the Taisher. That belongs to the Wei's real sea fixer, the saint on the surface, the legend that everyone grew up listening to. With him there, the crowd had some confidence in their hearts. And at that moment, an untimely sound suddenly rang out. Don't count on the Taisher. The Taisher is guarding the ancient battlefield. Even Father Emperor can't call him back. You and others still expect Su Zhi to be defeated at the bottom of the Fountain of Youth. The crowd turned their heads to look. Only a woman in a long yellow princess dress stepped in from outside the hall. The woman's eyes swept over the faces of several of the world's sons and imperial princes who had just made a move to rebel. Rather coolly, Rapunzel! Rapunzel! A few people bowed their heads slightly. Imperial sister. For his part, Crown Prince Zhao Chan's eyes lit up as he laughed. You can come and give me some ideas. Aren't you and Suli still in love? You know him best. Think of a solution. What old love? What are you babbling about? The eldest princess glared at Zhao Chen. Was I wrong? Zhao Chen froze. At this juncture, let's not play dumb riddles. When the seventh sister withdrew from the marriage, wasn't it you who was behind the fierce ideas and kept picking up the pieces? What else could it be if it wasn't intended to be Su rhetoric? Shut up! The eldest princess shouted in a cold voice. Her cultivation exceeded Zhao Chen's by quite a bit, scaring him and causing him to fall backward with a jolt. The matter of the seventh sister is too wide and extensive. Even father knows little about it, and you are even less worthy of knowing it, so don't pry into it for me. When she finished, she found a chair and sat down, looking intently at the mirror in front of her. In the mirror, the battle to the north of Liangzhou has long been fought again. After all, Lu Jing was a peak saint, and with the dual support of the holy mountain and the waterfall, after being injured by Su Zhi, he gathered some spirit energy and recovered his injuries very quickly. At this realm, as long as one did not injure the Dantian or divine soul, everything else could be described as superficial injuries. Holding a green wooden bow, Lu Jing floated down from the isolated island, coughing slightly. Cough. Spatial arts. Su Zhi. I really dare not imagine what kind of chance you have in you, to be able to raise a young man in the year of 20 weak crowns to such a terrifying battle power. Maybe if I give you another 10, 20 years, no one in the entire eastern Xian will be able to subdue you, but you should never, ever, bang! In between his ramblings, Su Zhi's body disappeared into place again and again, and when he reappeared, he was already holding the long sun and moon sword, leaping above Lu Jing's head and scraping away with a single slash. The blazing sun blossomed in the sky, and a flame saber mark hundreds of feet long swept through the sky, like that phoenix lifting its wings, directly chopping on top of Lu Jing's body. An arm was thrown up, and if Lu Jing hadn't sidestepped at the last moment, what was chopped off would have been half of his body. How is this possible? Breaking through space? It's impossible for your body to be unburdened. It's 1 in 10,000 for a holy weapon to be able to break through space twice. Are you a humanoid holy weapon? Lu Jing finally moved. Su Zhi's strength was really subverting his usual perception. Could you be a holy father of some ancient Dao lineage who froze his body to be resurrected in this world? Lu Jing's mind reeled, but he couldn't guess. No matter what, that Su Zhi was a traveler with a system. He didn't even have the concept in his head, and there was no way to guess. Ha! Suru laughed contemptuously. Breaking through space would indeed burden the physical body, and he, who had originally cultivated the mixed body refining technique, only had the strength to break through space once, but now, he could manage to break through space 7 times in a row. It was even beside the heaven-breaking waterfall where this space was solid. He was able to break through at least 3 times without hurting his body. You have already abandoned your arm and fled from the holy art of the party, so now with this blade, I wonder if you can still catch it. Su Zhi weighed the long sword in his hands, blood rolling through his body, the sound of a dragon's roar faintly coming from him. Lu Jing's face changed drastically as his body kept retreating. Can you still break through space again? Chapter 62, in the midst of battle, talk of sparing? Kill. Can you still break through space? Not to mention Lu Jing, even the other saints in the room were watching with wide eyes. Some old men's eye sockets were deep set and their eyes were filled with blood, and it looked like they had turned on the power of their souls to the extreme and used it to capture Su Zhi's traces. But unfortunately, none of the divine souls could capture Su Zhi's figure. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Just like that, the water spirit blended into the space. Spatial shuttling. This was a divine ability stripped from within the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Not a technique. It only has a purple gold rating because Ao Jing can't utilize 1/millionth of its effectiveness. First of all, Ao Jing's physical body would not be able to carry the extrusion of that spatial turbulence, and at a fast speed. he would die on the spot. Even Su Zhi couldn't say that he had been able to fully utilize the full wonders of spatial shuttling. This divine ability would become more and more treacherous as he became stronger, even leaping up in the rank of words. Whoosh! Su Zhi stepped out of the void, his figure even somewhat transparent, as if at that moment, it had fused perfectly with space. For Season's heavenly blade spring, Su Zhi crossed his sword under Lu Jing's left side and slashed out. Endless spiritual energy was condensed into the shape of a spring flower, forming a 100 feet spring sword in the air. From bottom to top, a sword slashed out. The unforeseeable blade split the waterfall, and a blade scar just spread from Su Zhi's body to Lu Jing's side. The eye was about to split apart this renowned fountainhead holy lord of 1,000 years, and just in the nick of time, Lu Jing's eyes were wide with rage as he suddenly crushed the greenwood bough in his hand, spewing out a mouthful of blood and roaring explosively under his breath. Time delay. The golden light of the fountainhead in the distant sky was so great that time and the entire heaven and earth seemed to have slowed down, and only that blade on was slowly extending in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. Avoid! Lu Jing urged his entire body's spirit energy and shrank in the air at an incredible angle, as if he were a meatball, avoiding the blade. Whoa! The waterfall was chopped off at one corner, and the water flowed down from the sky, and when it encountered the knife marks engraved in the air by Su Zhi, it couldn't even circulate, and could only flow from the side. Time was slowly recovering, and the light from the fountain didn't seem to be as bright anymore, and Lu Jing was covered in sweat, but he couldn't rest in time, and while the flow of time was still slowing down, he leapt up with a vengeance, and another holy weapon longbow appeared in his hand. Only, the might of this Sate artifact longbow was far from the previous greenwood bow, clearly not in the same class and much weaker. Take your life. Lu Jing gritted his teeth. The bow pulled the full moon. The string shook the four directions. The spirit element in his dantian suddenly exploded. He sprayed out a mouthful of black blood. The invisible Dao rules coalesced on the bowstring, and there was even a faint sound of gold and stone coming out. With a thud, the arrow cut through the long hole, and even fell towards Su Zhi like a meteor. It's Lu Jing's forbidden holy technique. Brilliant gold flying feather. He's fighting for his life. Some saints were horrified. The speed of this arrow had surpassed the speed of the divine soul's capture. Even a saint who thought highly of himself and faced this arrow in a strict formation would not dare to say that he would be able to survive. And Su Zhi had just chopped out a blade, and was at a time when the old power had been exhausted and the new power had yet to be born. Coupled with the time-delayed effects of that fountain, he could only avoid his head and let the arrow rush towards his shoulder. Boom! It was like the collision of great stars. The sky shook and the earth moved. The aura rushed up, and the water flow of that heaven-breaking waterfall was all reversed by this arrow. Yes, in the East Palace, everyone jumped up. The crown prince's eyes showed excitement, and even that tranquil elder princess, the corners of her mouth showed a slight smile. The sacred lord of the fountainhead had pressed across the world for 1,000 years, and his name was truly true. Lu Tianyu looked dumbfounded. The power of this arrow. I'm afraid it can blow up a city inhabited by 100,000 people. Su Zhi, he won't be directly blown up, right? Well, Auntie Jing was also a bit stunned. She also didn't anticipate that the Fountainhead Holy Lord was so experienced in battle that he searched for a hint of a chance to counterattack in the midst of a desperate situation, and hit Su Zhi with a single arrow. It's true that Ginger is still hot. I'm not sure if I won, but I think I was seriously injured. Aunt Jing said. She felt that the probability of Su Zhi being able to survive was not high, but she had to leave herself a good way out. She couldn't be hit in the face later. Zhao Luer's beautiful eyes looked tightly at the smoke in the air, where the avenues were all beaten into a fog, and the aura was even more turbid, making it difficult to see what was going on there. However, there was no worry in her heart because that person was Su Zhi. It was the male who had been creating miracles, and it was impossible for him to fall here. Many saints, on the other hand, shook their heads and sighed. They eat the past, more inclined to the original order, for the emergence of Su resignation was not optimistic. At this moment as Morsum cannot hold back their desire to tell. I've said this long ago, this newly promoted Saint Na, no matter how demonic his cultivation is, he doesn't have enough battle experience. You see, as soon as they met, they used up their bottom card and traveled through space 3 times in a row, and if they suffer from this arrow again, it will be hard for the gods and goddesses to save them. Not bad. I thought there was really a new generation that could subvert the pattern. I didn't expect that even that lonely island couldn't climb up and folded, but it's just a flash in the pan in the years. Pathetic and sad. A good show. Not vain. Come on. Prepare to prepare. Let's try to board the island. Even if we can't go to the lonely island, can be subjected to this huge pressure rounds rinse, is also not lost as an excellent opportunity for monasticism. Yes, extremely. Maybe we can even discuss the Tao with the sacred lord of the Fountain of Agelessness. With his current state, a few compliments and a gift of pills, won't this favor be made? In the future, we will be able to walk horizontally in the Great Way. There were old men in alchemy suits stroking their whiskers in admiration. In the air, Lu Jing also revealed a trace of a relaxed smile. This was an arrow that blew up half of his dantian, equivalent to 500 years of hard cultivation, plus some energy from the self-destruction of the greenwood bough, both of which were stacked on top of each other. He was confident that with this arrow, even the holy weapons would be blown through, and even if the cultivator's body was hard, he would be killed on the spot. Ha 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 ha. No one can provoke the right, power, authority of the holy mountain and so on. Lu Jing was just about to put on a hard act for once, but he didn't expect that in the depths of the murky spirit mist, a youth slowly stepped out. The youth's hair was scattered and floated in the air, silky green and purple, and a halo of light flowed ceaselessly on the surface of his body, and at his shoulders, the original clothing had been blown open in large holes, revealing patches of flesh-colored skin. On that skin, there was another white spot visible to the naked eye, and as Lu Jing's eyes focused, the white dot actually slowly dissipated away. You're okay? Frozen in his tracks, Lu Jing stretched out his right hand and wiped his eyes, realizing that he wasn't in a dream, and then pinched his arm and found that it ate and ate and ate and ate. Gradually, his gaze turned appalled. Impossible. Impossible. You actually took the strongest arrow of my life without any damage? What kind of monster are you? Monster. Su Zhi's gaze was flat as he walked slowly, each step crossing 1,000 feet. Nothing is impossible. You're just a frog in the bottom of a well. And even if you cultivate for a long time, you're still limited to your own perceptions and can't look at the true blue sky. In all of Su Zhi's means nowadays, putting aside the 5 heavenly emperors' divine ability that hadn't been used yet, the strongest wasn't the 4 seasons heavenly blade, but rather, it was the physical body that had awakened the innate sung heavenly sacred body. After running the mixed body refining technique in Holy Dragon bloodline at full strength, the degree of hardness was comparable to that of the most pinnacle saint artifacts. Although Lu Jing was strong, his weapon was so poor that he didn't even have a solid arrow, and it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to break Su Ru's defense. As Su Zhi stepped into the sky, Lu Jing had gone limp all over, originally overclocking the dantian. He was already seriously injured, and at this moment, facing Su Zhi, who was able to break through space, he didn't have the slightest desire to resist. Pop! Su Zhi's right hand pinched on Lu Jing's neck, as if it was pinching on the throat of the world. No one could say half a word at this moment. They could only watch dumbfounded as Su Zhi prepared to tear apart the sacred lord of the fountainhead. With a loud boom, the ground broke open, and the 8 treasures sacred lord rushed out in a furious manner, yelling under his breath, Lu Jing, Nima had an egg. I'm going to fight you to the death. Death. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a young man pinching Lu Jing's neck as if he was an adult pinching a chicken with ease and comfort. I should have hurt my brain, right? The 8 treasures sacred lord's eye swooned and he planted himself violently. But no one asked about it, and even the people from the 8 treasures sacred mountain ignored him. Above the long sky, a misty word fell. Little friend Su, your guest is here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Please forgive me. I wonder if you can give the old man a face and let this mischievous disciple go? Su Zhi raised his head. He knew that it was Li Changxing speaking. This true chess executor behind the curtains of Dongshan finally pressed on and opened his mouth. Let go? Su Zhi coldly laughed. In the middle of the battlefield, meeting is a knife and gun, and feuding is a matter of life and death. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. How can we talk about letting go? As the words fell, with a snapping sound, Su Zhi crushed Lu Jing's neck, followed by a fist chiseling out, directly bursting Lu Jing's head, blood waving in the air. A peak saint realm fell, and the heaven and earth howled 10 times more than in the past, and the entire Dongshan continent was in turmoil. The people present, however, were in silence. Chapter 63 Exterminating Realm Starfire Robbery. Su Ru wants to ascend to emperor? In the Eastern Palace, there was silence, and a group of royal children had lost their words. The mirror was cloudy and blurry, seemingly rippled by the fluctuations of the Great Tao and unable to present the battle perfectly. But when Lu Jing's arrow exploded the sky, they were able to see it for real. An arrow that covered more than 10 miles. How terrifying was that? It's nothing short of a spectacle. They originally thought that no matter how strong a cultivator's power was, he would not be able to defeat a country or even a city with one, and would be easily consumed by a state's garrison. But now, they knew that they were wrong. Once a peak saint made a move, it would be a living hell. One person could start a war and kill thousands of people. The eldest princess' beautiful eyes flickered. Although she had expectations in her mind from the beginning, she was still shocked when she actually saw Su Zhi kill Lu Jing unharmed. In her impression, Su Zhi was still just a bratty teenager who didn't love to read and regarded all the world's poetry and books and the art of war as dross. It's a world away when you see me again, the Rapunzel murmured, and at the back, there were already a number of world suns dissimulating, while a fierce roar came from the crown prince. What do you want? Do you want to kill the king to fulfill your loyalty? Look carefully, he's Su Ru. He used to be a marshal. Mercy doesn't govern. He's going to kill his way into the capital. Will he let you go? Even if you guys split me up, it won't help. The Rapunzel turned her head and softly scolded. All of you, calm down. The victory is not yet decided, and Su Zhi has not yet settled the world. Our royal family also has its own cards. Don't grow others' ambition and destroy your own. A sheriff lord gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. Why? Why did you guys have to push him away? Originally, we could have been sheltered by him and be that carefree person in the clouds. Now it's over. It's all over. Everyone will be liquidated and no one will escape. He's only 20. Even if he loses now, what can he do? With his physical body, who can kill him? Let him cultivate for another 10, 20 years, and you and I will be nothing more than a withered grass in a grave. Hearing this county princess's voice, even the crown prince was silent. Yes, they only saw Su Zhi shaking the world, but they completely forgot about his age. In his 20s, he was already this powerful, and in time, who would the world listen to? So there was no need to ask? It won't be. He's as strong as he is. He's still a member of the bureau. The stronger he is, the more he's missed. The Rapunzel murmured, looking at the man in the mirror who slowly stepped into the sky, even if she was as confident as she was. When she said this, she also had a lot less stamina. In the middle of the field, Auntie Jing snapped on her own mouth, turned her head to Zhao Luer, and cheerfully took out a fluttering belt with 3 bottles of pills. Luo, right? Auntie's words just now were unintentional. Auntie has always been the most supportive of resignation. From the capital to Liangzhou, from the age of 10 to today, it's always been unconditional, bottomless and full of favoritism. Zhao Luer took the floating belt. It was actually a peak heavenly ranked magic weapon that could increase her flying speed by 10 times. And those 3 bottles of pills were all superb pills that were half a step short of entering the saint rank. When one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. Even Zhao Luer had a saint realm to flatter. How can this be a good thing? Zhao Luer said while placing the items into her storage ring, then smiled. I only heard Auntie Jing keep praising Gongzi for being awesome. I didn't hear anything else. Good good good. Auntie Jing was happy. Lu Tianyu glanced at Zhao Luer with some envy at this moment. For the first time, she felt how happy a girl was to have a man to shelter her. But she knew that she didn't have this chance. Su Zhi couldn't look at her. Even if she was in the saint realm, she wasn't worthy of Su Zhi. One could only learn from Zhao Luer, and work under him, always in earnest, in order to hope for the slightest chance to be in his mercy. Under the waterfall, the system's beep sounded beside Su Zhi's ears. Ding! Kill the Holy Lord of Fountain Mountain. Lu Jing. Words can be looted. Is it looted? Plunder. The red word arrow intent has been plundered. Triggering a blast. An arrow intent has been upgraded to the red word arrow power. Arrow potential, able to form a piece of potential. The speed of sensing the avenue of arrows is increased by 10 times. The power of using arrow techniques is increased by 10 times. Cultivating arrow-based battle techniques instantly achieves small success and speeds up the speed of achieving large success. The purple and gold word Mind's Eye has been looted. Mind's Eye, range of divine sense increased by 8 times. No arrows in the eyes. Arrows in the heart. The purple and gold word Time Delay has been plundered. Time Delay can slightly suspend the surrounding time. The Holy Realm cannot be affected. Su Zhi looked at the panel and felt that none of the words were useful to him. And the arrow potential also conflicted with his martial saint words. Throw them all in for cultivation time. Su Zhi silently thought in his heart. With a click, similar to a computer trash can emptying, those 3 words had been erased from system space. At the same time, Su Zhi saw that Lu Tianyu had triggered the loyalty prompt, and her words were plundered by the system. Of course, such loyalty words he would not erase. Ding! The red phrase Nining Xian beautiful body has been plundered successfully. The phrase is not compatible with the host's attributes, and has been automatically converted into cultivation time. Ding! The purple gold phrase Snow Shadow has been successfully looted. Straight up melted. Su Zhi didn't even finish reading it and dragged it directly into the trash. He remembered that this Snow Shadow was a water-based phrase, and although it was quick to cultivate, it didn't boost its power very much, and it wasn't a particularly superb phrase. Ding! All melting is complete. The red words are converted to 10 years of cultivation time. The purple and gold words are 3 months. A total of 20 years and 9 months. Congratulations to the host. Cultivation complete. There was a shocking boom. The entire sky of the Dongxian continent changed. Originally, heaven and earth howled. The clouds were blood-colored, and the rain poured down. Now it was raging thunder, heavenly soldiers stepping into the air, and endless stars and flames scurrying across the long sky toward the north of Liangzhou. This is the wrath of God. Skyjacking? Su Zhi was surprised and glanced at the thunderclouds, which seemed to be his great emperor's calamity. Is he going to become an emperor today? Some saints are looking numb, even the pride of the saints cannot hold, with some mortals generally jaw-dropping, looking at Su Zhi's gaze as if looking at the gods. Crouching Nyama Umatba, what is the situation? The realm-extinguishing starfire robbery? A terrifying great tribulation second only to the supreme silence tribulation and the 10,000 ancient sealed heavens tribulation. Isn't this the kind of heavenly calamity that only exists in ancient books? Is the old lineage sleepy or has it come full circle? My mother, what heavenly rule has this Su Zhi violated that the heavenly Tao has to pull him on the road even if it doesn't mind destroying the realm? 99,999 heavenly meteorites turned into blazing fire. Who can withstand this? That imperial weapon in the capital can't carry it either. Right? Top with what? Take your head top ah? Whoever goes up will die. Even above the lonely island, a voice of astonishment was heard. How is that possible? Who can ascend to the throne in this sky? Xuan. Click click click. As his words fell, countless rule chains emerged in the air, forming a fortress and suppressing Su Zhi's head, and countless chains wrapped around Su Zhi's limbs from all directions. When it came to the end, the rule chains became more and more numerous, actually piling up that fortress as grand and large as a heavenly palace. And that boundary-extinguishing starflame robbery also disappeared without a trace at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The words Jishui Chengyuan have taken effect. The host has broken through to the 17th stage of the void-breaking realm. Eventually, heaven and earth fell silent. Su Zhi's strength had once again gone up 2 steps. Although there was no qualitative change, it was still several % stronger than before. Su Zhi clenched his fists. The space was rippling like water waves. Then he glanced towards the lonely island. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. It seems like someone is tripping up. Chapter 64 Battle against Li Changsheng. The heavenly Tao is trapped under the broken sky waterfall. Su Zhi took a step towards the top. I don't know if Su Zhi was so powerful that he wasn't affected, or if Li Changsheng had withdrawn the pressure. Without even frowning, Su Ru had already stepped onto the lonely island. Just climbed to the lonely island. The 4 sides of the scenery suddenly changed. In front of a majestic mountain. Under the mountain, a blood-colored stone road, leading to the top of the mountain. In Su Zhi's impression, this holy artifact, the fountainhead, should be very holy, especially since it had the characteristic of longevity behind it, and it shouldn't reasonably be filled with the color of blood. Kind of. Su Zhi also didn't think about destroying it. He could feel that on this path, there wasn't any threat. That lord of the holy mountain. It seemed that he just wanted to let himself experience something. Step by step, you step up the stone floor. Along the way, first white bones, then surfaced some limbs and broken bones. Walking, both sides of the road is actually paved with the corpses of young and strong. Some of the young and strong still seem to have some consciousness. In the miserable screams, that miserable degree, said that this road is leading to hell. Su Zhi all believe. He remembered something, when he was in the Qin city Jiang, that Tantai Ching practiced the devil's way, using the heads of women and children as a guide to enhance his cultivation. The Tantai clan had been raiding the world for mortal bodies, and he had looked into it, but hadn't been able to find out where that lot had gone. I didn't realize that they would end up here, as if to verify what Su Zhi thought. When Su Zhi was approaching the top of the mountain, both sides of the road were full of women, children and children's heads. There was panic on everyone's face, and there were even some children whose necks were still oozing blood. 1 second they were crying and begging Su Zhi to save their lives, and the next second they were already dead, drained of their blood and qi, and their faces were gray and unrecognizable. Asshole. Su Zhi's anger in his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Before he joined the army in the first place, it was because he had seen all the misery in the world. Demons feeding on people, using the old and weak as a guide, practicing hell. He saw the anger in his heart, and only then resolutely wanted to clear the world, and return a clean land to the human race. Snap! Su Zhi took the last step to the top of the mountain. The scenery passed like flowing water, and when he looked back, there was nothingness. When he looked up, there was only a clearing in front of him, a willow tree, a stone table, and a child in adult garb fiddling with a game of chess. The child had a head full of silver hair and his face was full of wrinkles. When he saw Su Zhi arrive, he smiled brightly. That's not black history, but it's just the way I came. It's been 3,000 years, and I've thought that many people would ascend my fountain mountain, but I never thought that the first person to set foot on this mountain would be a 20-year-old youth. To be honest, your vigor makes the old man envious. Su Zhi looked at him, but his divine soul was locked onto the system panel. Li Changshan. Realm, peak void breaking. Special word, spirit of the quasi-emperor's artifact. Effect, Li Changxing's divine soul was destroyed by the years and should have died of old age. But he made a different approach by abandoning his physical body and locking his own divine soul in the holy weapon, becoming the spirit of the weapon and helping the weapon ascend to the realm of quasi-imperial weapon. Special word, puppet body. Efficacy, refined by Li Changxing for thousands of years and made from countless mortal bodies. It can only carry Li Changxing's divine soul. Red word, reverse time, avatar. Efficacy, sacrifice one's own longevity to summon the river of time, able to peer into the past. After reading it, Su Zhi was a bit stunned. Sitting across from Li Changshang, he was silent for a long time and said, I didn't realize that you were already a dead man. Li Changshang gave him a surprised look. Unbelievable. Seeing through the old immortal with just one glance. It makes one sweat. The old immortal has truly withered away for thousands of years. Su Ru looked at him. Is it meaningful to live like this and still maim countless living beings? It would have been meaningful. Li Changsheng sighed softly. If I could live in a dignified manner, who would want to languish like this? In the end, it's still that I'm too afraid of death. Originally? Su Ru was puzzled. Yes. Li Changsheng laughed. The opportunity for change is in the current world. I have been plotting for 1,000 years, and I almost control all the heavenly Dao nodes. If I can get through in one fell swoop and help heaven get out of the way, I will be favored by heaven and will be able to step into the emperor realm and live again. Help heaven get out of the trap? Su Zhi was shocked. Didn't the heavenly Dao suppress the world and prevent anyone from becoming an emperor? How did he get trapped? Ha 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 ha. Li Changsheng laughed despondently. How could the heavenly Dao not allow someone to become an emperor? The stronger the emperor, the stronger the heavenly Dao. It's two overlapping phases. I'm telling you, Tendo is locked up. The one who wanted to help you become an emperor just now was the heavenly Dao, who drew in the realm destruction tribulation to quench you and help you ascend to that invincible realm. But in the end, as you can see, I moved the willow tree, and that chain has suppressed the entire heaven and earth, including you. Su Ru frowned. Who moved that chain? I don't know, and I don't want to know. None of this makes sense. Li Changsheng got up and, all I know is that you're the one who made me lose hope. It's my chi that you've plundered. You've taken away everything that should have been mine. The heavenly Dao has chosen you now, so the only way I can go is to kill you. Li Changsheng was an extremely selfish person. He could sacrifice everyone in order to live. And in order to live, he could only give his full strength to fight with Su Zhi. But what he didn't know was that even without Su Ru's appearance, his scheming wouldn't have succeeded. And the heavenly Dao would, in the end, still choose Jiang Xiaoxi. He, on the other hand, ends up still being a backdrop and will be a stepping stone on Jiang Xiaoxi's path to success. After figuring out this layer, Su Zhi's gaze suddenly turned somewhat compassionate. You're pitying me? Li Changxing's face sank and, I have risen from the grassroots and struggled for thousands of years. I am fatherless and motherless, and I saw the most of your kind of eyes when I was young. I'm also most annoyed by noble daughters like you who were born with golden keys. I've worked tirelessly to help the heavenly Dao unclog its nodes and open its veins. So who are you to look at me like that? You're the one sitting on the fence. Now, give it back. Li Changsheng reached out and punched Su Zhi's head, and although the fist was small, space was broken open in an instant. This puppet body had been tempered by him for 1,000 years. It had long been indestructible, and he was confident that no one would be able to resist this strike of his at such a close distance. Even if Su Zhi was able to block one of Lu Jing's arrows, with this punch alone, he would be able to stand at the top of Dongxian. Facing this strike, Su Zhi didn't dare to be careless. Squeezing his palm as a seal, the sun and moon appeared in unison between his palms. Being equipped with the words of the martial saint, he had a thorough understanding of the martial arts, and slightly improved the sun and moon blade technique to have the sun and moon palm seal. It wasn't as powerful as using a sword, but it was at least 8 points more powerful. Boom! A fist and a seal touched together, and the space shattered like a spider web. Even in this space that was extremely solid, it could not stop the two people's physical bodies from touching each other. An invisible force spread out directly, as if thunder exploded, spreading out 100 miles, hitting the clouds and mist laxly, and the Taoist sound shocked the sky. The saints who were watching the battle from below shivered in unison and looked towards high heaven in fear. They knew that the battle representing the peak of Dongxian had opened at this moment. Within the capital, even Zhao Wuji was closely watching this battle. This battle could almost determine the rise and fall of the empire. And if Su Ru won, then he would have to raise his country and gamble everything. At this moment, to say that he had no regrets in his heart was absolutely impossible. Chapter 65, No worries if you hide in the mountains? Today, Mr. Su beheads the mountain. After Li Changsheng threw a punch, his expression was no longer half as easygoing, and what replaced it was an endless battle intent. He had risen from the bottom and experienced countless battles in his life, and as soon as he fought, he placed Su Zhi in an extremely high position, and every punch and palm was all out. Boom boom boom. After Su Zhi and Li Changsheng exchanged several palms, with his physical body, he didn't even get the slightest advantage. He knew clearly in his heart that Li Changsheng's puppet body was not a puppet corpse in the traditional sense. He was refined using the edges of the fountainhead, supplemented by many blood and flesh, and could be said to be a quasi-imperial artifact fighting Su Zhi close to the ground. The impact brought about by a casual touch between the two men could crush 10,000 feet of heavenly mountains, and when it landed in the city, the sky would collapse and the earth would fall. Absolutely terrifying. Dang! With a muffled sound, the two men fought close to each other. No one was convinced, and each used the full force of their physical bodies, but no matter how they fought, the two men were evenly matched, and no one was able to repel the other. Compared to the surprise on Su Ru's face, the horror in Li Changsheng's heart could not be described as a wave of waves. One must know that he was not a mortal flesh body, but a quasi-imperial artifact. How many treasures of this level were there in the entire East Xin continent? Even the descendants of some ancient Fae were unable to fight him head-on in a hard physical battle, and would be easily torn apart, blood staining the lonely island. Su Zhi's body, what on earth is it made of? Not playing with you. After the two of them landed another hard blow, Li Changsheng was vaguely in pain and retreated about 1,000 feet, roaring in a high voice. When the words fell, in that fountain, a willow branch floated down, seemingly soft and bladeless, but it was also part of a quasi-imperial artifact, crushing a bunch of holy artifacts. Destroying cities and fortresses was simply no big deal. Take a sword from the old man. Korinai. Li Changshan was holding a willow branch. His temperament completely changed, becoming profound and inscrutable, with some ancient meaning. Across a distance of 1,000 feet, the willow branch in his hand slashed down diagonally, but before he finished his movements, a white mark suddenly surfaced on Su Zhi's shoulder, but that Li Changsheng's sword intent had already chopped to it at some point. The power of time? Su Zhi was slightly startled. Although Li Changsheng's sword intent was not enough to break his defense, it was able to make him unstoppable. This strength was truly horrifying, worthy of being an absolute saint who was able to traverse this stage of the Dongxian continent for 1,000 years. Looks like we can have a sound battle today. A smile appeared on Su Zhi's face. Since the awakening of the system, his cultivation was always crushing the opposite side. No matter who appeared, it wasn't enough to get him fired up. He had long been itching to fight to his heart's content. With a buzzing sound, the holy dragon bloodline was opened by him, and a dragon's roar erupted between the rushing blood. Illusory dragon scales surfaced on Su Zhi's body surface, hardening his physical body by a level. Li Changsheng's willow finger chopped, but it could only make the sound of gold and stone clashing on the body surface. No longer able to leave a white mark. No. Are you still hiding? Li Changsheng finally moved. He never thought that Su Zhi's physical body could be even harder than a quasi-imperial weapon. How much is this guy hiding? Wanna know my full face? Then watch. Su Zhi took out the sun and moon long sword in his hand and dragged it across the ground, borrowing the speed of running to build up his momentum, and in an instant, he crossed over 1,000 feet. At the same time, he thought, 6 giant pillars on the lonely island rose up to the sky, but it was Su Zhi who activated the red word Xiangfa Celestial Master and formed an array with a single thought. The moment the formation was completed, countless heaven and earth spiritual chi converged into the sun and moon long knife in Su Zhi's hand, and the spiritual yuan overflowing from the end of the knife transformed into dots of spring flowers, and in the space turbulence that violently broke through. The beauty of it was just like art. Catch this blade. Named, for season's heavenly blade, spring. At the end of the fragrance to see the new life. Then this intention to cast the spring sword. This time, Su Zhi didn't float his spring in the air, but rather converged within the sun and moon heavenly blade, and the person followed the blade, carrying the rhythm of the first birth of heaven and earth, and chopped out the strongest blade he had so far. Even if it's a quasi-imperial weapon, I'll chop it up for you. Facing this blade, Li Changsheng's face changed drastically. Even his battle spirit shrunk quite a bit. He was a person who was extremely afraid of death. The stronger Su Ru was, the more he wimped out. But at this moment, there was no way for him to escape, and with a gush of bitterness welling up in his heart, he could only stand up his long sword and make a stroke into the void in front of him. After this stroke, his face was as pale as paper. The river of ages was drawn by him, although it was only an illusory projection, and even vaguely about to dissipate. But the bit it represented was simply more terrifying than the heavenly Tao. Whoa! Water gusts. Li Changsheng stood in the tide, as if back to that teenager spirited. The wrinkles on his face disappeared. A head full of silver hair turned black, and his height skyrocketed by 50 centimeters. The river of ages was cut off by him in one stream, from which millions of cranes flew out. soaring through the air and merging into his willow branches. Xian Hong Yi Jian, Li Changsheng popped up from the tide, as if he had killed from the ancient times to the present day. This sword carried the power of the ages, as if it had been precipitated for 10,000 years, and clashed with Su Zhi's chuny blade. Rumble, swords and swords, willow branches are thrown, space is shattered in large swaths, and everywhere you look, there is turbulence, and even the laws of the great Tao have been chopped up, and the heavenly Tao does not dare to peek in at this moment. Li Changsheng's pupils tightened, and he was surprised to find that the immortal Hong sword, which he had condensed his life's strength into a single sword, was actually no match for Su Zhi's chuny blade, and was chopped away by him with a single slash. The blade light fell on his body, chopping into the wood, but no blood flow splattered out. There were no more organs in his body. It was all taut to the extreme flesh and bones. After carrying Su Zhi's slash hard, the fear on Li Changsheng's face increased, and Su Zhi was not surprised but happy. He did not expect that Li Changsheng was so resistant to being punched. Even his word full slash could be carried. Catch me again. Su Zhi's long whistle was like a dragon's roar. The sound shook the 8 wildernesses and 4 fields. His hair was black and purple. His slightly broken white clothes fluttered with the wind, and his eyes were deep purple. Combined with that flawless appearance, it was even more stunning than the Devil Emperor. Just like the mythical god of the myths and legends, all things were afraid of the Devil God. He leapt high into the air once again, and as the dashing rain fell, the golden crow bloomed and melted into the long blade, slashing down again. For Season's heavenly blade, Xiaoxi, the long golden yellow on spanned across heaven and earth, and as Su Zhi slashed down, the long blurred river of ages that had long been blurred directly shattered and disappeared without a trace. That was, after all, just a projection, not a real age-long river, and in the face of this slash from Su Zhi, it would not be able to resist it. No! Li Changsheng stomped on the ground and borrowed the power of time, instantly withdrawing 100 miles, almost retreating to the edge of the lonely island. But the aftermath of Su Zhi's slash was not just 100 miles. It instantly covered Li Changsheng's retreat and chopped above his right shoulder. Hoo! A demonic wind suddenly arose above the long sky, blowing the skin of living beings and exposing their blood and bones. The 10,000 miles of demonic wind condensed in Su Zhi's long blade, the third blade of that 4 seasons heavenly blade, the autumn wind. Eat me again. Su Zhi raised his long sword high and slashed out another slash, facing this seemingly endless attack. Li Changsheng's face was terrified as he transmitted his voice and shouted, Su Ru, I have no intention of making an enemy of you. Can we talk? Talk your ing ass off. Su Zhi roared and fell from the sky. Boom! Li Changsheng's right leg was chopped alive, and before he could react, snowflakes floated in the air again. The fourth blade of the sun and moon heavenly blade, winter snow. This blade, thick and continuous, was like a snowy mountain collapsing, and living beings could not fight against it. But, facing this blade, Li Changsheng no longer dared to get away with it and violently sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood. His face filled with pain. His essence blood, his true life, the proof that he lives on, squirts out more than he can handle. And right after this mouthful of essence blood was sprayed out, the fountainhead that was originally standing still on the lonely island suddenly rose up and landed on Li Changsheng's body. Merging with it, Su Zhi's slash of winter snow chopped at the fountainhead's sacred mountain, but it only cut off half of the mountain, which was insignificant to the 10,000 feet tall Fountainhead Mountain. This is the fountain? You can hide in the mountain and everything will be fine? The seasons rotated in Su Zhi's eyes, the roots of his hair shrugged, and his body was full of inexhaustible strength. Today, Mr. Su will chop the mountain for you. Su Reshi let out a light rebuke, and the wind and clouds in the sky for miles changed, and the rotation of the seasons seemed to be broadcast as if it was a film, affecting the time of the sky. One day the spring flowers are full of flowers, then the dashing rain falls, then the autumn wind, and finally the snow. The might of the 4 seasons was incorporated into Su Zhi's long sword, multiplying its power. That is, it was the complete 4 seasons heavenly blade. Su Zhi chopped out a stunningly stunning slash. Shatter me. Chapter 66 Entering the Ancient Battle? The 5 Heavenly Emperors, Cutting the Great Tao. Shatter me. With a clattering sound, the 4-colored blade shone in the sky, and a blade mark that spanned the long sky seemed to cut the sky to pieces. The fountainhead roared loudly. The golden light flourished. The golden aura that seemed to be able to shine through the ages covered the surface of the mountain, like the golden radiance at dusk and sunset, and hardened itself against this knife of Su Zhi. Rumble. The saber-on chopped into the mountain as if it was like Du opening a mountain. A long-on directly chopped through the fountainhead from it, and that matchless saber-on proceeded to chop on the lonely island. The isolated island instantly split apart. The willow tree, the chessboard, the bamboo house, everything about Li Changsheng was chopped to pieces by this blade. The broken sky waterfall was directly separated by a slash from it. and the mountain water that flowed from nothingness was also broken and cut off. With a crash, Su Zhi's sacred artifact Sun and Moon Blade directly broke and flew away. Originally it had already given birth to a trace of weak consciousness, able to follow its instincts to find its master. But at this moment, with the chopping down of this blade, it also disappeared. It couldn't withstand the full force of Su Zhi's strike. Countless people looked at the long sky in shock. All of them were silent, unable to describe the scenery in front of them with words. Even some old saints who were over 1,000 years old were speechless at the moment. The four scenes of the Great Way, which had existed since the birth of the Dongxin continent and had lasted for an unknown number of thousands of years, had long since become landmarks, but at the moment, they had been artificially destroyed. There was also the Fountainhead Mountain, which was split in two by Su Zhi, which was known as the strongest holy artifact. Is this Su Zhi still in the sacred realm? The corners of several saints' mouths twitched. It was as if Lu Tianyu was looking at Lu Jing. They were now looking at Su Zhi the same way, only feeling that the man in the sky was unattainable. The more they looked at him, the more terrifying he became, and he was not in the same realm as them at all. Li Changshang was beheaded? Aunt Jing stood up fiercely. The light in her beautiful eyes was getting brighter and brighter. She knew that she had made the right bet. Su Zhi's power was no longer something that they could parse by their traditional perceptions. He walked his own path, the invincible path that no one could know. The capital was dead silent, and the entire forbidden city could not be heard. Even the little eunuch who had just entered the palace felt a dark cloud over his head. Some of the Gua masters at the stargazing platform were even more horrified to look up at the sky and realize that the Ziwei Imperial Star could be seen in the daytime, and that the great nation was going to fall. Is it hard to believe that that man in the south can really change the dynasty? Countless people were more or less affected by this slash, while Su Zhi was frowning slightly. This was because he hadn't received any news about Li Changsheng's word plunder, which meant that Li Changsheng was still alive. So hard to kill? Su Ru whispered, and his divine sense was released, but he saw a man floating out of the fountain of youth. The man was graceful, like a Confucian scholar, but his vitality was withered, as if he was going to plant himself among the clouds in the next moment. The man stepped on his xianyi and flew 100 feet away from Su Zhi, with a relieved smile on his face. It was clearly Li Changsheng's original body. Finally, is it still going to come to this? Su Ru, I don't know whether to thank you or hate you. If it wasn't for you, I might have been stuck in the mountains all my life, afraid to take that step, hesitant, confused, lost. The fountain suddenly shrunk and closed in Li Changsheng's hand. With a firm gaze, he seemed to have made some kind of determination, and threw the fountain with great force, and with a clattering sound, as if a heavy object had entered the water. The sight of splashing water surfaced in the void. Su Ru, eternal life invites you. Back to the ancient battle. Back to the ancient battle? Su Zhi has not yet heard. Feel around the light suddenly backward. Only 1,000th of a blink of an instant. That has been shattered. Broken sky waterfall has been restored to the original. And even the water flow is bigger. The sound is brighter. In the distance, countless flying birds and demonic beasts soared in the sky. And the great sun was several times larger than usual. Here, is ancient times? Su Zhi's eyes were shocked. How is it possible? How can a quasi-saintly artifact of the Fountain of Agelessness be able to reverse time and space and go back to ancient times? It's an illusion? Ha 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 ha. Li Changsheng cloaked his head and leaped in the air, his face filled with pain. Surely I can. You're wrong. Su Ru, we didn't return to the ancient times. But, the fountain sealed a period of time in the ancient times, and I released him and diffused him to the present day. Our souls are in the present world, but we are in the past. There are no shackles here, no seals, only release. It's wonderful. This feeling. Li Changsheng floated in the long sky, the power in his body climbing up and up, breaking into the emperor realm in an instant, the great Tao laws adding to his body, and the mighty pressure rushing to the heavens. Emperor realm? There was some surprise on Su Zhi's face. Li Changsheng had brought him too many surprises, refreshing his cognition more than once or twice. Su Ru, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made up my mind to take this path. Now that I'd become an emperor, as a reward, you can die at the hands of an emperor. Ha 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 ha. Li Changsheng's brows were filled with confidence, and he also had the capital for this confidence. With a belt and a finger in his hand, a beam of sword chi that crossed heaven and earth chopped towards Su Zhi like this. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a sword domain emerged in the field, and 10,000 long swords condensed from the great Tao hummed and buzzed, adding on to the beam of sword chi, increasing its power by dozens of times. It was unknown how much stronger than the sword awnings he had chopped out with the willow branch earlier. This is the power of a great emperor, controlling the laws. In every movement, they all act on behalf of heaven. The holy realm cannot be crossed. In the face of this strike, Su Zhi, however, did not have a trace of fear. and silently unleashed the 5-square Heavenly Emperor avatar that he had just gleaned from Jiang Xiaoxi. This divine ability, which meant that one did not need to advance to the Emperor realm in order to utilize the 5 Heavenly Emperors Dao to fight against each other, was an extremely terrifying divine ability. And here's the other interesting thing about this avatar. Each time it was unleashed, it was used in the form of a lottery to select any one of the 5 Heavenly Emperor's divine abilities for a one-time use. And each time it was used, it would be cooled down for 3 days, strong or not. All depends on luck. For example, this time, Su Zhi had drawn the White Emperor's divine ability, a great divine ability called White Blade Heavenly Fraction, only to see Su Zhi stretch out his right hand and point a finger at the heavenly sword that was coming at great speed. Score! Zip! 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 Countless white small swords emerged, cutting that sword light, but the 3,000 avenues of cutting avenues. Nothing cannot be cut. Really, White Emperor himself here. Is the entire East Xin continent can be cut. In just a blink of an eye, that sword light had fallen apart, leaving a spatial turbulence about several miles long in its place. Li Changqing's face changed wildly as he looked at Su Zhi incredulously. How can you move the great Tao? Hasn't your boundary destruction heavenly tribulation been pressed back? How could you be in the Emperor realm? Was I wrong from the start? You're an exalted Emperor? Who the hell are you? I see. You're someone from outside. Your purpose is to destroy Dongxian. Why did you pick me? Li Changqing was scared out of his wits by Su Ru's light-hearted finger. In fact, even Su Ru didn't expect this divine ability to have such battle power. If I had known earlier, I would have cut Li Changqing with one finger. Why would I need to fight with him for half a day? Of course, Su Ru can't guarantee that he can draw out this kind of terrifying killing power of the great divine power every time. Still, it's all about luck whether the move is strong or not. It's over. Su Ru turned his head, his gaze flat, and pointed a distant finger at the frightened Li Changqing. The long sky broke open, and a huge white golden sword as huge as a mountain parted the dome of the sky and plunged down. That ancient field summoned by the fountainhead was torn apart in an instant, revealing the world outside. At this moment, Su Zhi realized that this was the ancient battlefield, but a separate space. What the soul in the current world, body in the ancient times, are just fooling him. This old man who has lived for thousands of years is just capable of blowing awesome. Chapter 67, I will personally beg the Duke of State. This is impossible. An Emperor realm, lost to a saint? As the long sword fell, Li Changqing's mind ended up with only this sentence. He had been looking forward to a day and night just to become an emperor, but he had just stepped into that mysterious realm and hadn't even had a chance to properly settle down before he was directly torn apart by Su Zhi summoning the White Emperor sword. In fact, what Li Changqing didn't know was that his emperor realm was somewhat flimsy. The piece of time and space stored by the fountainhead was at the beginning of this heaven and earth. At that time, many great avenues were being birthed. The sword Dao that Li Changqing drew from in a split second was already tender and could not comprehend much. What's more, he hadn't been baptized by the heavenly tribulation, whether it was the divine soul or the physical body. It was more than a step weaker than a true emperor realm, and being killed by Su Zhi's sword was not a surprise. Outside, the crowd only saw that spacetime and the field suddenly froze, and Su Zhi and Li Changqing had disappeared, leaving only the scaled-down fountain of youth shining brightly. Is the battle not over yet? Someone exclaimed. The ageless sacred mountain is showing its power. This ancient artifact is truly terrifying. It looks like it's entering the mysterious field. Maybe Li Changqing has the upper hand. There was a slightly hesitant analysis from an aged saint, but not even 2 breaths after his words had left his mouth, when the others were just about to nod their heads in agreement, the sound of a pair of scissors shredding paper rang out of nowhere. The crowd stared, but they saw a scene that will never be forgotten. One could only see a 10,000 feet tall white golden giant sword violently tearing through space, plunging into the earth as if it was an ancient divine mountain. With a loud rumble, the divine sword entered the earth like a knife cutting tofu, silky smooth to the extreme, sinking 10,000 feet into the ground in an instant, leaving behind a huge pit with an unseen depth. The crowd gazed at the huge pit, in which many great roads had condensed into small white swords, wreaking havoc and waving, and space was constantly being cut open and repaired. On top of the pit, Su Zhi stood with his arms folded. His eyes were staring at the constantly flickering pocket fountain in front of him. Seeing Su Zhi win, the arena was as if it was boiling, with the saints shrieking in shock. It really came true. Letting him do it, decimating all the holy mountains. This has upended the pattern of Dongxian for 1,000 years. Look at that sword pit. The great Tao is disordered. The saint cannot be approached. It's truly a brand new spectacle in Dongxian. It's even more terrifying than the previous heaven-breaking Great Falls. If this place is passed down for 10,000 years, it will be another secret realm in the eyes of future generations. The heaven-breaking Great Falls dissipated, but with this sword pit, Dongxian isn't really missing a scene. It's just that the power of this sword is really terrifying. Was it chopped by a human? Su Zhi is also too terrifying, right? Still calling Suru? How can you call him that? A sacred mountain with 1,000 years of inheritance is slaughtered at the drop of a hat. From now on, when we see him, we'll have to call him Su Zun. He's not even in the same class as you. Yes, you're right. Su Zun. Ah no, Su Shangzun. A group of saints complimented on the surface, but inwardly, they were constantly twitching. They had stood at the top of Dongxian for 1,000 years, and hadn't been living like human beings wherever they went. At this moment, there was a Zun at the top of their heads that could kill them at any time. So how could their hearts not tremble? East Palace. The prince has long been out of place. He was afraid of a group of out-of-anger Shitsi County lords to tie him up and send him to Liangzhou to atone for his sins. The Rapunzel's fists were clenched, but she was powerless inside. Could the people behind her battle Su Zhi? She wasn't even quite sure now, just felt a cloud hanging over her head, and could see her death even with her eyes raised. In the Forbidden City, Zhao Wuji got up, but was unsteady and fell to the ground, his body trembling and hoarse. Someone for me, someone, your majesty, pass on my word. Go to court. Let the civil and military officials all go to court. By the way, invite the Duke of State here. I have something to say to him. No, it's better for me to ask for it personally. I'll beg for it myself. Many eunuchs face pale, watching the emperor in the past days of joy and anger tug the dragon robe. From the Forbidden City stepped in the air, stumbled and flew away. The so-called traveling ceremonies, the dragon horse and phoenix carriage were all put behind his head at this moment and no longer mentioned. Yay! Win! North of Liangzhou, Zhao Luer cheered, but looking at the expression on her face, it seemed that she had already had the words of celebration ready for a long time. Perhaps in her mind, there was no concept that Su Zhi would lose. Lu Tianyu glanced at her, secretly memorized this test point in her heart, and thought that she still had a lot to learn. Aunt Jing looked at Su Zhi's back, her beautiful eyes filled with complex thoughts such as shock, disbelief, incomprehensibility, and celebration. In her mind, Li Changsheng was different from Lu Jing. The former was the strongest character in this continent, a supreme master who was hidden from the world. Ordinary saints couldn't even hear his name. Even such a person couldn't block Su Zhi's steps, and was directly stepped over in one step. Crushing his feet? Where are his limits? In this world, is there anyone else who can fight Su Zhi? She wasn't sure. She was only clear that Wei, the Great Wei, was going to change its dynasty and be crushed by a 20-year-old. Gotta write a letter to keep elder brother from coming back. She turned her head in the direction of the ancient battlefield. Her senior brother, that is, the Great Wei Imperial Master, that is a person of amazing talent, has never boasted of being invincible. If he knew that Su Zhi wanted to change the dynasty, he would definitely come back to fight regardless of anything. If the Great Master died, the blow to the Seven Slaughter faction would undoubtedly be great. She was going to stop the Master Tai, take advantage of the fact that, right now, there's not a lot of animosity between the two sides. The entire Dongxian continent was thrown into a huge tremor, and even some of the demonic races, devil races, Buddhism, and Taoism in the distant mountains heard the message, and at this moment, Su Zhi, who had caused the sensation, was looking at his system panel. Ding! Progress of unlocking the Heaven and Earth Shackle node, 2/3. Please host chop off the last node and ascend to the Emperor realm. Ding! Beheading Quasi-Emperor Li Changsheng, plundering the special phrase Spirit of Quasi-Emperor's weapon, which is incompatible with the host, and has been converted into cultivation time. Ding! Beheading Quasi-Emperor Li Changsheng, plundering the special phrase Puppet Body, which is incompatible with the host and has been converted into cultivation time. Ding! Beheading Quasi-Emperor Li Changsheng, plundering the red phrase Reversing Time, Avatar, triggering the Blitz word. The top frame blitzes, and the red word Reverse Time has blitzed into the colored word Years. Years, an introductory technique of the Time Avenue, which allows for the initial use of the Time Avenue, such as creating a secret realm for cultivation, speeding up the speed of moves, and so on, can initially see the existence of the long river of years, can go up against the long river and see the past, but never tamper with the past. Note, this art cannot see the future. This is an immortal technique. Use with caution before becoming an immortal. Colored words. Su Ru's eyes lit up, counting the years. He now has 3 colorful words. Aside from Jiang Xiaoxi's Tsung Tian sacred body, all the other words were exploded by these saints guarding the nodes of heaven and earth. Especially Li Changsheng. The system had unexpectedly given him a top-notch blitz, bursting out a Time Avenue technique. Although he hadn't yet realized the Tao of Time, he could already reverse time and tamper with the past by utilizing this phrase, and it could be said that a hint of immortality had tinted his body. As for the system said to become immortal or something, he now does not have this idea. Really want to become immortal, but also to get the life expectancy will be close. See all the prosperity before. He's only 20, and doesn't enjoy it enough to think too deeply about some things. And right at this moment, the sound of breaking wind suddenly came from Su Zhi's ears. Turning his head to look, it was the scenery around that fountain of youth that reversed the flow, its figure faintly dissipating. There's something wrong with this mountain. Li Changsheng is dead. How come it still has consciousness? Su Zhi's eyes narrowed. Now that he was in control of his years, he knew that Fountainhead was trying to utilize the power of time to vanish from this place. Immediately, with a large hand, the flow of time nearly froze, and a mountain full of clueless fountains floated out of the long river of time. Come back you. Chapter 68 Imperial Weapon Everlasting. Su Zhi wanted to kill someone. The right palm that Su Zhi probed out was like that Buddha's five-fingered mountain, pinching the pocket-sized fountain of youth between his fingers, unable to escape for a single moment. Where the 5 fingers covered, even time stood still. The fountainhead mountain trembled, and its weak consciousness actually trembled slightly. A submissive consciousness came out through the mountain and was captured by Su Zhi. Surrendered? Su Ru grabbed the fountain, and the system's voice instantly rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Quasi-Emperor Artifact Fountain of Sacred Mountain. Upon inspection, the fountain was originally the carrier of the Imperial Artifact Kyushu Cauldron, a holy artifact, which later absorbed Li Changsheng's divine soul as its spirit and metamorphosed into a quasi-imperial artifact. Ding! Triggering the blast word. Top blast. Quasi-Emperor Artifact Ageless Sacred Mountain has been upgraded to Emperor Artifact Everlasting. Rumble. The long sky suddenly darkened as countless great Dao laws emerged, then collapsed into turbulence, and eventually turned into chaos, as if a dark cloud had enveloped Su Zhi's head. In the midst of the chaos, the light was strange, and not long after, a green grass fell from the sky like this and smashed on the fountainhead. At the same time, the light flame shot down by the great sun ignited the long sky, and that milky white flame burned the fountainhead mountain. Burning the mountain charred and blackened non-stop and condensing. Countless people's eyes were shocked. Originally, they wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and report the matter of Su Zhi killing all the holy mountains to the clan. But now, the change that appeared in the sky was again keeping their footsteps. What's with the Emperor's calamity again? Is Su Zun going to cross another calamity again? This is too much, isn't it? 2 tribulations in one day? Can the rule shackles lock down Su Zun? It's truly astonishing. It's not Su Zun. It's Fountainhead. The landing point of that green grass was on the Fountain of Agelessness. It's the Fountain of Agelessness that's transiting. I see. This is the everything heaven refining tribulation, using everything in the heavens and earth as material to refine the holy artifacts. Unlike the Emperor's tribulation of living beings, if a magic weapon has to cross the tribulation, not only are there no shackles, heaven and earth will also give rewards. Heavens, is Dongxian going to produce another imperial artifact? The Fountain of Agelessness is going to become an imperial artifact after being subdued by Su Zun? Countless saints were horrified. But the next moment, the sky turned upside down. The entire northern part of Liangzhou was completely reduced to a furnace of heaven and earth, with a strangely high temperature. They were moved out of the north of Liangzhou by the power of an unknown mountain range. No longer could I see half of it. Concerning the Emperor, there was no small matter, and even though they were in the Saint realm, they had no qualifications to pry into it. Ah! At this time, a female voice broke through the sky, but it was Lu Tianyu exclaimed, at this time beside her. A teenager also looked blankly at the north of Liangzhou, the piece of land covering hundreds of miles of high mountains and rivers. The teenager was none other than Su Ru. When the Fountain of Youth crossed over, it actually moved him out as well. At the same time, far away in Yuezhang, Qingzhou, the sun and moon pool that was chopped into by Su Zhi, a broken sword rose up into the sky under the shocked gazes of the tourists, and like a comet, it crashed into the north of Liangzhou, joining the quenching of the fountain. The Shangfang holy sword is here too? That represents the luck of the nation. What the hell is this system? Using the mountains, rivers, and earth as the furnace, and the country's heavenly fortune as the material. Just like that, it refined the weapon? Even if Su Zhi had high expectations of the system, he was stunned at this moment. In the system panel, about the Imperial Artifact Everlasting Ancient that was also just 2 lines. Emperor's Artifact Hungu, promotion in progress, 2%. Stay tuned. Estimated time, 3 days. Su rhetoric? Seeing that Su Zhi was still in deep thought, Lu Tianyu timidly voiced out and pulled him out of the system space. Su Zhi gave her a look. This girl is not bad looking, but she has no eyesight and is not born to be a secretary. If Zhao Luer was beside him, she definitely wouldn't bother him for half a second, and would also carefully clear the surrounding area for him, not allowing anything to annoy him. Are you okay? Lu Tianyu lifted her guts and spoke softly in a caring voice. Her cheeks were slightly red, her hands and feet were disorganized, and she kept ravaging the corners of her clothes. Compared to the cool and noble person she was when she first met Su Zhi that day, she simply did not look like a person. Relax. I don't eat people. I still like your coolness from that day. You keep it up. Seeing this, Su Zhi snickered. Tanya Lu was flabbergasted, but before she could react, Zhao Luo had already flown over from the side, and she cheered when she saw Su Zhi. Gongzi, I knew you were okay. Tiny fountain, tiny heavenly tribulation, take them all. Lu Tianyu's eyes widened like an electric shock on the spot. Although it was the same kind of statement, but from Zhao Luo's mouth, there was an unspeakable confidence, and her twisted care was almost heaven and earth different. This whole pleasing men thing is something you still have to learn from your predecessors. Su Ru was unaware of the celestial and human interactions in Lu Tianyu's mind. For him, each girl has her own different characteristics, each with their own heart on the line, otherwise they are all the same licking dog. He talked about it is not interesting. On the other hand, Su Ru was still quite attached to Lu Tianyu. This was, after all, the youngest saint realm after Xianfinger, and was only one round older than him. Su Zhi, for the immortal cultivation world, a 30-year-old female saint, that was no different from a 15-year-old girl, youthful, not to mention pulling full loyalty to him now. Cultivate and nurture them properly, and they might be a rare female emperor in the history of the Dongxian continent. When she became an emperor, once that word evolved, the reward she could bring to Su Zhi would definitely be quite a lot as well. Su Zhi had even planned to find some supremely young things somewhere and feed them to Lu Tianyu to unlock her 9-inch Xian beautiful body, so that she would give herself proper allegiance. Of course, this was all forethought, and at this moment, Su Zhi looked at Zhao Luo and asked about the main event. It's going to be a few days here. How's it going with the army? Well, it's all shortcuts. 5 states have already fallen under the 9 states, and there are still 3 states that are slightly resisting, and the one that is resisting the most fiercely is our Liang state. Su Zhi was first stunned, then lost his smile. The Liangzhou state minister has the guts to block my way? He remembered the Liangzhou state pastor, which was a hereditary second-generation ancestor, fat, and went out with a gesture similar to the countryside to kill a pig tied to a stick. Once he moves his troops, this bastard should be the first to surrender. How dare he resist? It's not the Liangzhou state shepherd, it's the Green Lotus Holy Land. According to reliable tip-offs, Consort Xian escaped from the palace after the deaths of Zhao Hong and Zhao Yu, returned to her mother's home, the Green Lotus Holy Land, and organized a large number of Holy Land monks to launch an attack on our Qingzhou army. Princess Xian? Is this revenge? A hint of killing intent flashed in Su Zhi's eyes. Princess Zhao Yu of Yunlu and the third Prince Zhao Hong, both of whom were born to consort Xian. This Xianfei, Su Zhi had also seen when he was young and treated him poorly, recognizing that he was born in a Holy Land. He was not a fan of the capital's families, and he was bent on having Yunlu make friends with the major Holy Lands. After Yunlu turned 14, he even treated Su Zhi with cold eyes. Withdrawing from the marriage and assassination, Zhao Hong definitely didn't have that much energy, and even Yunlu himself couldn't do this. With the two of them, how could they call upon that purple lotus saint sovereign to suppress Su Zhi on top of the heavenly mountain? The mastermind behind the scenes is obviously the snake and scorpion poisonous woman who hides in the deep palace and boasts of her superior intelligence. Just in time. There are still a few days left for refining the imperial artifact, so let's first step on this purple lotus sacred land, suppress Liangzhou, and then go north to settle the capital prefecture. I just don't know. What will she look like when she sees this Lady Xian again? A hint of a playful smile passed through Su Zhi's eyes. Lore. Yes. Where are the people of this Green Lotus Holy Land now? 300 miles from here. The Great Liangzhou army is confronting our army. Will your excellency sit in the center of the camp and point the way? Zhao Luo's eyes were filled with stars. She couldn't forget that Su Zhi was sitting in the center of the army, using his troops like a god, and achieving the greatest victory at the smallest cost. Pointing the finger? Su Zhi smiled and, no, this time I want to take the head in the middle of an army. Chapter 69, Trying to make peace when you can't beat them? I propose to kill them all. Capital. In front of the state house, on both sides of the street are all the big inner guards. The ground is covered with colorful carpets. From the end of the long street until the state duke's mansion front door, Zhao Wuji walked in the forefront, his face slightly pale, followed by many princes and ministers. The prime minister, the ministers of the 6 ministries and other high officials are all listed. The people on both sides had long been on their knees, shivering, to greet the imperial chariot. Originally, Zhao Wuji had just flown out of the Forbidden City, and all the senior officials had already heard of the wind, and had come over to advise Zhao Wuji to pay attention to etiquette, and not to lose the majesty of the king of a country. But how could they know Zhao Wuji's urgent feelings? The so-called country will die. No king, no minister, in the near future. Our prisoners, ghosts under the knife but also pay attention to what majesty and etiquette? I repent. Zhao Wuji looked at the two large stone lions in front of the state duke's mansion and his heart went cold. Earlier if he came here, Su Jingtian has long been respectfully waiting in front of the door. Which can be like today. The entire state government is silent. No one to welcome? Especially after seeing the hidden holy might coming from the depths of the state duke's mansion. Zhao Wuji's heart felt even deeper remorse. If not the capital city dragon Qi ring around him, I am afraid that he are in front of the state duke house even dare not breathe. Your Majesty, it's all too late. The Minister of War spoke out in pain. His strength has also reached the peak of the cave heaven. Naturally he can feel that there is a holy prestige coming from the state duke's palace. He had long proposed to take Su Jingtian down as a hostage to force the south to give in. But the emperor, mindful of his old feelings, had been unwilling to do so, and now that he had suffered a backlash, it was normal. I know what you say, but that's not what I regret. Zhao Wuji heaved a sigh, flicked his dragon robe with his right hand, and walked towards the state duke's mansion accompanied by a eunuch. Your Majesty, be careful with everything. The group of ministers trembled and spoke out. The Duke of State has become a saint, and Zhao Wuji is only in the cave heaven realm. When he enters the Duke of State's mansion, his life and death can be controlled by people. There is no harm. I will always trust the state duke. Without looking back, Zhao Wuji stepped into the mansion. Until they entered the welcoming hall, there was still not a single subordinate in the state duke's mansion. Only Su Jingtian poured a pot of wine and waited for Zhao Wuji's arrival. Now that he was a saint and transcended the world, according to the law, he could see the emperor without paying homage. Moreover, the territory that Su Yu has laid down has already exceeded the area of the present-day Wei, so there is even less need for him to be formal about anything. Your Holiness, sit. Su Jingtian poured Zhao Wuji a cup of wine. Zhao Wuji, however, did not take a glass of wine, but just had a sad face. Jingtian, you say that things have come to this point. How should I salvage this affection? Kindred spirits? Su Jingtian shook his head and lost his smile. Your Holiness, your two families and mine no longer have a marriage, and that girl Zhao Yu has returned to dust and earth, so there is not much to talk about in terms of kinship. Zhao Wuji is still miserable. Is it really necessary for the Great Wei to have a civil war that will tear the land apart? Jingtian, as you know, there is the 9 states tripod in Jingzhou. Taking my Jingzhou is an unrealistic fantasy, and conquering on many fronts will only plunge the people of my Wei into fire and water. Su Jingtian sipped his wine and stared at Zhao Wuji. When resignation left the capital, I couldn't speak and was heartbroken. Now that he's waving the flag, do I, an old father, have to douse this fire of his? It needs to be known that a child is too old for his father. Zhao Wuji sighed deeply. Jingtian, are my feelings for resigned son shallow? If it wasn't for my support, could he be engaged to you heir? Could he become the commander of these 3 armies? There are some things that I can't do anything about. It's a direct order from the one in the Deep Palace. Transferring him away from the capital has been the best option. Shut up. Hearing these words, Wu Bing came through the door with an icy face. Talk a good game. Where were you when my son was assassinated? You clearly know that Zhou Xian that keeps targeting resignation, but you don't want to punish your several imperial sons. Indulgent silence is an accomplice to evil. If it weren't for my son's ascension to the Holy Realm, would it be your turn to make a false confession at this moment? I'm afraid we're not burning yellow paper and hanging white silk to honor our dead souls. Hearing this, Su Jingtian instantly fell silent and Zhao Wuji's eyes widened. Are you guys saying that everything was done by Consort Xian? Consort Xian was his most favored noble consort. If not for this, it would be impossible for the 3rd prince to compete with the crown prince for the throne, and Zhao Yu would not have been made the first princess, overriding the eldest princess. Women are wrong for the country. 2 lines of tears flowed down Zhao Wuji's face. Su Jingtian was slightly moved. After Zhao Wuji ascended to the throne, he had never seen this king of a country fluctuating his emotions so much. However, I didn't want to see Wu Bing's voice getting colder and colder, as if it was that 10,000 mile cold river. Why are you pretending to be sympathetic? That purple lotus sage is Xianfei's brother. You are the king of a country, in charge of a country's society. Even my paperwork is full of resignations passed. I don't believe that you can't receive any news. I've heard the recent rumors over at the Eastern Palace. Yes, you're all right. Resignation isn't surname Zhao after all. No, Wu Bing, you listen to me. I really don't. No. Zhao Wuji eagerly redeemed himself. Someone come, call Consort Xian here. Let her explain clearly to both the Duke and Duchess of State face to face. As things stood, Zhao Wuji could only sacrifice this most favored concubine. He is aware of Su Li as a person. Extremely valued affection. As long as the Su Jingtian couple loosen their lips, everything may still have a chance to turn around. At the very least, they can also come to a division of the river. Yes. Outside the hall, the eunuch's voice faded away. But soon, the eunuch folded and returned, his voice becoming much louder. Your Majesty, it's not good. The harem has sent a talismanic message that Consort Xian is no longer in the palace. 2 days ago, she has left the capital. What did you say? Where did she go? Give me a hard check. According to the secret report, Consort Xian may have gone to the Purple Lotus Holy Land in Lianzhou. What? Lianzhou? The Purple Lotus Holy Land? Sins. Isn't this intensifying the conflict and pushing my royal family towards the fire pit? Quickly, send someone to Lianzhou and bring Consort Xian back to me. I will punish her heavily. Zhao Wuji's breath was choked, and he sat on his butt on the bench behind him that was carved with a tiger and painted with a leopard. But he didn't want to exert himself too much, and his butt shattered the bench, and that golden and unparalleled body came into a direct and close contact with the ground. My chair! Su Jingtian, who had been silent, cried out in pain. That chair was a chair that he had asked a famous artist from the capital to build for several years before succeeding, and it was hailed by him as the greatest work of art, and he didn't expect that a buttock would directly sit and shatter. Wu Bing blankly glanced at him, a hint of a smile inadvertently appearing at the corner of her mouth. The fact that Su Jingtian's attention was still on the chair at a time like this was enough to show that he was very satisfied with the current situation and was not under any pressure. Well, what has to be said has been said, and the old feelings that should be broken have been broken. So the next time we meet, we will be enemies. Let's go. Wu Bing pulled Su Jingtian's hand, and a sky bridge shadow flew in from outside the sky, and the two of them stepped onto the sky bridge, their figures gradually becoming illusory. Where are the two of you going? Zhao Wuji's mid-air voice rang out. Of course I'm throwing myself at my son. Do I continue to care about you? Wu Bing's smile was unabated, and she certainly had a big head start. Backed by the floating shadow sacred palace, one of the 3 mountains in 4 places, going in and out of the capital was like a treasure hunt. Back then, Wu Bing and Zhou Xian of the Green Lotus Sacred Stage were known as the second of the 4 flowers of the capital, and there was even a feud between the two. One of them married the Duke of State and the other the Emperor, which was a beautiful story among the upper class at that time. It was only because of the ban that holy places could not enter the world that this matter was not spread. When Qingzhou retreated, in addition to the dragon riders crossing the river, the role played by Wu Bing behind the scenes was also the most important. If Yun Lu was not chosen as a chess piece, that thing appeared. Su Ru could be said to be a heavenly Hu opening, even if there is no cultivation, but also a lifetime of enjoyment. All things do not worry. On the other hand, Su Zhi left from the north of Lianzhou and rode in Lu Tianyu's carriage, speeding through the air, and in just a few hours, he was already sitting in the center of the Qingzhou army's barracks. Tiangang, Yang Anjuan, and Xiao Xian were sitting below him, and Tiangang was reporting on the recent status of the war. And at that moment, Zhao Luo walked in from outside. Marshal, have you found the location of the Purple Lotus Holy Land? Don't let them get the news and vanish in advance. Su Zhi laughed. The East Xian continent was huge. It was really hard to hide a few people. Even the Emperor realm was hard to find. Su Zhi didn't have a sense of those mysterious ways of cause and effect in destiny. Well, our people have already infiltrated the enemy camp. There will be news soon. Joel nodded. There's an urgent matter to report. Say, a few vultures have come outside. People from the Holy Land of the Temple of the Buddha without phases. And they want to see the marshal and persuade him to give up this war in the name of the plight of all living beings. Bald ass? Persuasion for peace? At this time? Su Zhi raised his eyes and faintly said, how can we advise others to be good without their suffering? When these demonic monks first spread the Dharma and confused the people with their evil words, intending to replace the countryside, they did no less bad things than the demons. But now they are playing at the expense of others? The Big Dipper chimed in. I see. They are thinking that they can't beat the marshal, but they don't want their meridians that are rooted in the world to break their roots. This will come to be the fake good guys here. Yang Anjuan laughed coldly. Maybe it's that Xianfei who invited the rescuers. A woman really has no vision. Even invited these people who are spreading their beliefs in the open. But in reality, they are all profiteers to beg for peace. I propose that we should kill them all and sacrifice them to our army flag. Chao Xian, once known as the first beauty of Qingzhou, laughed. If the marshal can't do it, my Chao family can do it for him. It's just that there are a few saints in the temple of the phaseless Buddha that need to be eradicated by the marshal first. Hearing the words of the crowd, Su Zhi pondered for a while, then glanced outside the hall playfully. Also good. Let them in. I'd like to see what they want to say. Chapter 70. Anyone who strikes out in front of me will have to pay. Outside the military formation, Several sacred and solemn monks waited quietly. All the other soldiers didn't dare to approach 10 feet away from him, holding their weapons with a look of fear. It was said that the one they were leading was called Sage Huiguang and was of the Zun sacred realm. If he recites the Buddha's name with his mouth, ordinary generals who get closer will be mesmerized by it, fall into the Buddha's way, and instantly fall back. Only by organizing a military formation can we fight against them. When Huiguang saw the fearful gazes of the generals, he softly chanted Amitabha Buddha with a compassionate and harmless face. He came here, not to make trouble with the unusual general. Rather, he had heard of Su Ru's feat of decapitating the ageless sacred mountain and wanted to come to negotiations. Some years ago, Buddhism compelled a civil uprising, and a bewildering number of people died. At that time, Su Ru led an army to suppress Buddhism, killing heads. The Buddhists also threatened to take Su Zhi's head among the thousands of troops, and the word spread to the capital, which led to the downfall of his marshalship. Huiguang knew in his heart that Su Zhi did not have any favorable feelings towards them, the Buddhists. Now that Su Su had bloodied the fountainhead, the Holy Land no longer had any semblance of condescension to speak of in front of him. The moment Huiguang learned of the news, he wanted to come and dissolve this sinful relationship, and if possible, bring a warning to Su Zhi in the process. He is confident that Buddhism has a lot of leverage with thousands of Buddhists. Su Su was strong, and no one in the phaseless Buddha temple was sure to be his opponent. But Su Ru also has a soft underbelly. He loves his soldiers like a son, and acts with integrity. If you use the dark against the light, you can be sure of winning the negotiation. Soon, a beautiful-looking woman led a few sergeants to come, and although her cultivation was not high, her face did not show half a bit of fear, and she just said faintly, "A few of you, follow me, Amitabha Buddha." Huiguang made a Buddhist salute with his right hand and murmured, following Zhao Luo to the center camp, and at a glance, he saw the young man sitting on the main commander's throne. The young man was handsome and his face was still a bit childish, but Huiguang felt that boundless sense of oppression from the young man. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. After listening to those stories of Su Shi, all of them in the Holy Land felt that there is a god 3 feet above their heads when they mention Su Shi's name, not to mention meeting Su Shi face to face. Even if he is a holy monk, he is not exempt. It's human nature. What's the matter? Open the door and enter the mountain. I don't have that much time for idle chit-chat. Su Zhi sized up Huiguang and glanced at the panel. Seeing that he was only at the beginning of the Saint Realm and the words were nothing special, he lost interest. Feeling Su Zhi's faint killing intent, Huiguang was slightly shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Su Zhi to be unaffected by his Buddha's intent at all. Instead, he still had the heart to kill him. This newly minted Saint Sovereign truly lives up to his name, Amitabha Buddha. Sage Su, I have come on this trip only to want a guarantee from the marshal. What guarantee? Su Ru gave him a look. Our temple of the phaseless Buddha, inherited from the ancient times, is not a native sect of Dongxian. This point should be clear to the Holy Father. We just want to pass on the incense and beg Sage to give us a way out of the phaseless Buddha temple. No way. Su resigned directly refused. He has no good feelings for these demonic monks who confuse the living beings. Since they are not Dongxuan's native sects, it is better to drive away all of them. Holy Father, first do not rush to refuse, and listen to the old lineage. You also know, Buddhism believers are many. If you break the faith, I am afraid that life is difficult to survive. Furthermore, our sect's Buddha master is watching this place, and his Rudra's demon-suppressing palm can also cover a 10-mile radius. Printing down several military formations is not much of a problem, and it's an extremely lethal move. Although we, the phaseless Buddha temple, are not competitive, we are definitely not weak. Your Holiness has reached this realm. What is there to let go of? I also ask that for the sake of the suffering of all sentient beings, Your Holiness let us at the temple of the Buddha of no phases have a chance to live. Bringing generals to order the Holy Father? This is your congregation's plight? Su Ru almost laughed in anger. It was all a grand narrative to say, but deep down it was all selfishness and self-interest. Having once dealt with Buddhism for a year, Su Ru wouldn't be worthy of commanding the 3 armies if he couldn't see clearly the calculations behind them. Are you threatening me? Su Zhi looked at Huiguang with a calm gaze. Nonetheless, I Buddhism mind all living beings, but I also ask the Holy Father to put down the butcher's knife and become on the ground. Thumbs down. Suddenly, there was a flash of exquisite light, and a finger force strong enough to cut through space slashed across Huiguang's neck. Before he could even say the word Buddha, his bare head flew up into the sky, his eyes wide and full of incredulity. Isn't it obvious what he's saying? The Buddha Lord of the phaseless Buddha temple was watching this place, and if Su Zhi made a move, he would directly attack the army. A Buddha Lord striking out against the army would be a devastating blow. Otherwise, Wei wouldn't have enacted a law that saints weren't allowed to interfere with the secular world. Could it be that Su Zhi's reputation for loving soldiers like sons was all a lie? These thoughts flashed through Huiguan's mind while he didn't have time to think deeply, but instead, his face changed dramatically as he begged for mercy. The Holy Father rests his anger. If the conditions are not enough, they can still be negotiated. They can be negotiated. Boom! Su Zhi punched through the air. Space was shattered open. Huiguang's head was directly shattered by a punch. Blood splattered in the camp. Outside the field the sky howled and blood rained down. Yang Anjuan and Chao Xian were shocked in their hearts, not expecting Su Zhi to kill saints so crisply and without any wiggle room. The loyalty in his heart went up a level, and he didn't dare to have even the slightest thought of betrayal. Su Ru's heart was like water, and he poured himself a cup of tea. These Buddhists are only aware of the Dharma and grand narratives, but they do not understand the art of war at all. I do not realize that love of soldiers is not in conflict with the sacrifice of generals. If these Buddhists are allowed to continue their evil ways, the people of Wei will suffer even more. A long pain was better than a short one, and as long as Su Zhi judged that a momentary sacrifice was worth it, then he would make an instantaneous decision. Kill all these high and mighty holy places and give the people a clear sky. Marshal, there are still some demonic monks outside. Look, kill them all. Su Ru whispered. Yes, the Big Dipper's eyes showed a fierce smile. There was still a slightly weaker saint outside. Now was his chance to perform. But who knows, when he had just rubbed his fists and wanted to go out, the sound of waves resounded directly outside the center camp, and a sword light emerged from the shadows, cutting off the heads of a dozen demon monks with a single sword. This includes that saint, but it was Lu Tianyu who had hidden in the shadows early on, waiting for this strike to claim credit. As the most proficient killer, she struck in the dark. These demon monks couldn't carry it at all and had their throats slit by her sword. Dharma-eyed ignorance and delusion of the evil way. And just as all of the demonic monks of the phaseless Buddha temple died out, a Sanskrit sound resounded in the long sky. The generals of both armies heard it, and then they looked up in horror as a palm imprint descended from the sky on the blue as the miles of sky. In the palm seal, the Sanskrit word is written, meaning to suppress. A seal struck down like a millstone wheeling in the sky, covering a 10-mile radius, terrifying and amazing. They knew that saints were strong, but they had never thought that saints were as strong as this. It was simply difficult for millions of people to defeat them. In the Liangzhou army, Zhou San looked at the huge Buddha seal and ran out of the camp in surprise. Originally, when she received the news from the capital, she was ready to retreat. I didn't expect Lord Buddha to take a direct shot at the Qingzhou army. Maybe things have a chance to turn around. But the next moment, her pupils shrunk violently. The figure of a youth suddenly emerged in that long air. The youth pinched his fingers to seal, and the sun and moon appeared, ascending to the sky. There was a shocking rumble. Space shattered. Aura flowed chaotically. An invisible energy radiated out. And the generals who were close to the wind rose up with the wind, tumbling over and spitting out blood. When he looked up again, that young man had already taken a step into the spatial turbulence, looking for the source of that slap. When he was in Yuejiang, facing Lu Jing's arrow that came through the air, Su Zhi still couldn't find his bearings. But now that his saint body had become a great success, he was already able to follow the spatial orientation and find the source. Anyone who tries to make a move in front of him will have to pay. Chapter 71, Carrying a Buddha's Head. Bathing in blood and martial arts. One fist breaks 10,000 laws. Amidst the turbulence, the space was layered and intertwined, reflecting countless strange lights like a shattered mirror. The swirling stream of energy spun wildly, tearing out sharp cracks, the edges of which swallowed everything. In the depths of the void, a big Buddha sat on the end. The surrounding space cracks constantly cut in its body, stirring up the sound of the great bells, but was never able to hurt it in the slightest. Can only let the big Buddha encroach on this place. He was none other than the Buddha Lord of the Temple of the Phaseless Buddha, Bonjour Sacred Buddha. Even after learning that Su Zhi had beheaded Li Changsheng, he still resolutely made his move, not for any other reason, just because in Dongshen, apart from the Emperor's weapon, he is the only one who can survive in the spatial turbulence with his golden body Buddha body. This destined him to be invincible, but at that moment, Bonjour's eyes snapped open, looking incredulously into the distance. There, a young man walked slowly. The man's brows were lowered, his own majesty, walking in the space turbulence as if he were walking leisurely, easy and natural. Your flesh can actually support you walking through spatial turbulence? Prajna was horrified. Even that quasi-imperial artifact fountain of agelessness couldn't do it. How could you, a mortal of flesh, walk here? Su-Ru raised his eyes slightly and laughed. Old Buddha, hiding in the depths of this space, is that the basis on which you dare to strike at me? Su-Ru? Bonjour's heart was filled with fear. Truly speaking in terms of actual combat, he and Li Changsheng were but a matter of seconds, not to mention that there was the fountain of agelessness. Su Zhi could even decapitate the Fountain of Youth, so how could he possibly be a match? Sage Su, old Buddha left Dongxian and will never appear in front of you again. Can you give a way out? Late. Su Ru's smile tightened. You people, you're so used to living a good life that you only understand fear when a knife falls on your neck? When Prajna heard this, he was furious inwardly. He was also the master of the Holy Land. He had been over the millennium. How had he ever been educated by someone writing on his face with a condescending attitude and a compassionate tone of voice? It's never him lecturing others. No one lecturing him. He is the Lord of Buddhism. Immediately, his face sank slightly. Su Xingzuan, not the old diamond boasts. I this golden body Buddha body. Imperial weapons cannot cut into. The great road cannot be broken. Is the heavenly tribulation to hit up? Can only be a star to touch each other? Golden light splattered situation. You don't even have a sacred weapon in your hand, so you may not be able to take down the old man, but if the old man escapes, it will be difficult to escape the scourge of your family and friends' forces. Oh yeah? Su Zhi sneered, stepping forward, his fingers pointing out like arrows, his 7 fingers approaching in front of Bonjour in an instant. The heaven-intercepting 7 killing arrow was an imperial technique with extraordinary power, and even though it had been changed to a finger technique by Su Ru, the killing intent in it had not been reduced in the slightest. This is where the special word martial sage comes in. In a flash, the 7 fingers struck heavily on Bonjour's forehead. Dang, 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 do. There were 7 consecutive muffled sounds, and the last one was the heaven-intercepting 7 killing fingers that passed through Bonjour's forehead, bringing out a series of golden blood. This Lord of Buddhism didn't even have the speed to react before Su Zhi struck through his forehead. However, his golden Buddha body was by no means mortal, and even if his forehead was pierced, he still had the power to fight. Just as he was silently chanting a Buddhist mantra and preparing to counterattack, the flow of time around them suddenly slowed down. In his line of sight, Su Zhi arrived in front of him with near instantaneous speed and sliced through the air with his palm like a sword. With this blade, the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter rotate, supplemented by the colorful word age, which accelerates the speed of this blade by several % out of thin air. It was close to the limit of what Su Zhi's flesh could withstand. With a snort, like a knife cutting butter, Bonjour's golden Buddha body that could support 10,000 years without decaying was broken by Su Zhi's palm. The head was thrown up in the air and was grasped in Su Zhi's hand with a palm, and the golden blood flowed into the depths of space. At this moment, Su Zhi was like a time-traveling demon, carrying a golden Buddha's head, bathing in blood and martial arts. After obtaining the colored word years, even the most peaked saint would not be able to walk more than 2 moves in his hands, and before even a means of counterattacking would come out, his soul would already be lost on the spot. Bonjour's corpse was difficult to wither and was crowded out by space, while a prompt rang out in Su Zhi's system space. Ding! Killed the Buddha master of the Temple of the Buddha of No Phases. Bonjour sacred Buddha. Plundered the red phrase golden body Buddha phase, which conflicts with the colorful phrase innate song heavenly sacred body, and has now been converted into 10 years of cultivation time. Ding! The trigger condition of the colorful phrase water becomes an abyss has been reached, and the host has been promoted to the 18th stage of the void-breaking realm. Killing 1 person to rise 1 rank? Sensing the increase in power, Su Zhi was slightly stunned. Where the end of the martial arts path was, he wasn't sure, but he was clear that as long as he kept plundering words like this, sooner or later, one day, no one in this world would be able to withstand one of his strikes, and even the most arcane avenues wouldn't be able to stop him from breaking all laws with 1 punch. Woohoo! On the battlefield, the generals of the 2 armies blew their horns and confronted each other nervously across the sands. The morale of the Qingzhou army was high. On the contrary, the Liangzhou army was in a dejected mood. Anyone who saw a young man waving his hand was the sun and the moon. Stepping into the spatial turbulence would feel fear. Zhou Xian was shivering in the crowd, her face no longer half surprised. Originally, her idea was not only to avenge her sons and daughters, but also to inhibit Su Zhi's growth. Suzaku developed too quickly, fast enough to scare everyone. It's only been a year since I left the capital. After clearing your mind, Zhou Xian in the shortest possible time, stirring up strife at lightning speed, pressing on the lives of the entire Green Lotus sacred land, he only sought the fastest time to strangle Su Zhi, not allowing him to develop for another moment. But from the message she just got from the capital, it's still too late for everything. The Fountainhead Sacred Mountain, which was on the same level as her backer, the Green Lotus Sacred Land, fell as soon as she said it did, and the talismanic orders sent by Zhao Wuji were mostly filled with urgency and horror, telling her to hurry back to the capital. At her side, a middle-aged man wearing a green robe and carrying a long sword became said in a deep voice, "This son's flesh crosses the void. I'm afraid that the Prajna sacred Buddha won't be able to stop him." so we'd better evacuate first and then try to find another way. Zhao Yan trembled. Senior, we're dead, aren't we? The middle-aged man said. Steady focus, strength doesn't mean everything. As long as he's still a human being, he'll be able to move and reason. I have an idea. Even if I go on a desperate path, I'm sure I can keep the Green Lotus Holy Land alive. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhao Yan's heart slightly relaxed, but at that moment, a sudden roar came from the sky, and the long blue sky, which was as blue as a mirror, once again shattered like a mirror, and a Buddha corpse that was as tall as a mountain peak, drooped down from the depths of space. That Buddha corpse smashed in the crowd. The sky collapsed, really like a meteorite hit. The whole earth plate concave, a large piece, did not reach the celestial realm of the generals. That is, it is difficult to cross this abyss. Immediately afterward, the void broke open, and a young man with loose hair and a handsome appearance, with purple light blossoming around him, carrying a Buddha's head, slowly crossed from the depths of space. That Buddha's head was dripping with golden blood. Each drop of blood was enough to collapse the land, and it still had a look of horror on its face, as if it had seen something extremely horrible before it died. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. Zhao Yan suddenly realized that the right hand of this senior uncle, who was in charge of the Purple Lotus Holy Land and had the Purple Lotus as his honorary name, was actually trembling slightly at this moment. Everything has become figurative. This long lived in the deep palace, bullying, proud, think they can control the world. Xian Guifei, finally understand. She was fighting an extremely scary demon. Chapter 72 Moral Abduction? Just carry it away. Boom! The youth in the sky flung his hand with a letter, and the Buddha's head leaped over 1,000 armies, smashing straight in front of Zhao Yan and Xinglian. A huge crater was smashed out. Su Zhi came across the sky like this, looking down at Zhao Yan without the slightest emotion in front of his eyes, as if he was a hellish soul-snatching messenger who had come to claim his soul. Originally, he couldn't find Zhao Yan, but how powerful was the power of his divine soul? The moment Xinglian looked at him, revealing his emotional fluctuations, he had instantly sensed it, locking the two of them in the midst of the thousands. It's really Su Ru. Looking at that familiar face, Zhao Yan's heart could be said to be shocked beyond words. She was Yun Lu's birth mother and could be said to have watched Su Zhi grow up from a young age. Originally, this person in front of her would be her virtuous son-in-law, but because of her unauthorized decision, not only did she get her own children killed, but now it looked like she was going to take her own life. Elder, he's going to kill someone. Didn't you see that? What about the method you said? Dawn and reason. Quick! Facing Su Zhi's gaze that looked at a dead man, Zhao Yan's heart became even more terrified and tugged on Xinglian's sleeve, her eyes showing thirst. You're going to stop me? Su Zhi's words that seemed to be far above the 9 heavens hung down from the sky, falling in Xinglian's ears like a landslide exploding, and at the same time, an oozing killing chance was conducted. Xinglian believed that the moment he struck out, he would be grilled on the spot by the people in the sky. He probably won't make it 3 moves, not even a chance to escape. This person's strength had already exceeded the limits of a saint. After a quick thought in his mind, Xinglian made a decision right then and there. The method is there. But, Xiaoxi, this time you have to be sacrificed. Xinglian turned her head, somewhat dotingly rubbing Zhao Yan's hair. He liked this master niece the most, and gave very much pampering from childhood, almost raising her as his own daughter. Zhao Yan had also brought him great rewards, and the Green Lotus sacred ground hadn't been short of resources in the past few years. But sadly, it was a matter of life and death, and he couldn't afford to put it off any longer. What do you mean, master? What sacrifice? Zhao Yan's face was filled with horror as she thought of a possibility she had never thought of. Don't, senior, let me beg Su Zhi. He used to call me Ancien. I'm still saved. Don't give up on me. Thumbs down. Xinglian flexed her fingers and a sword pellet struck into Zhao Yan's forehead, instantly shattering her divine soul. A small sigh. All he could do was to let Zhao Yan die as fast as possible and not suffer any unnecessary pain. After confirming that Zhao Yan's soul had been dispersed, Xinglian's 2 eyes fell in tears, closed her eyes and cut off Zhao Yan's neck with 1 finger, and suddenly blood was spilled on the ground. Xinglian grabbed Zhao Yan's hair like Su Zhi grabbing the Buddha's head and slowly stepped into the sky under the gazes of thousands of soldiers. What way? Su Ru's eyes narrowed, a little puzzled. Killing his master's nephew to build up his anger and fight to the death against himself. Desiring to break through in a life-and-death situation and fight a battle against the odds? But Xinglian's strength was far too different from his. Even if he was allowed to break through into a quasi-emperor, or a trickster pseudo-emperor such as Li Changshang, he wouldn't be a match for himself. But, to die like this, it is indeed quite magnificent. A man. Su Ru once read many biographies of iron-blooded generals and emperors. When they were defeated and killed, they chose to slaughter their wives and children to avoid the humiliation of their women. This Qinglian looks as weak as a Confucian. I did not expect to be so ironclad. Much like Su Zhi's thoughts, many cultivators of the Green Lotus Holy Land were infected by the tragic atmosphere in front of them, and tears fell from their eyes, their bodies trembling unceasingly. But who would have thought that when he was hundreds of feet away from Su Zhi, and tens of feet short of his height, Qinglian suddenly threw Zhou Xian's head away, dragging that head with his qi and sending it to Su Zhi's face. At the same time, he knelt long in the air. The defeated General Zi Lian, who killed the demonist Zhou Xian, is willing to surrender to the Qingzhou army. I implore Marshal Su to use Chapter 4 of Title 23 of the military laws as an example and treat the captives well. The whole place was boiling, and all the soldiers were looking at Qinglian with unbelievable gazes. That was a man who had once dominated the Holy Land, located on the clouds of the Great Way, and many people, in their entire lives, might only be able to hear his name in legendary biographies. But now, this legend-level character was kneeling in front of Su Zhi, 2 lines of clear tears falling, humiliated to the extreme. While they were shocked, they also marveled at Su Zhi's power. What does it mean to give up without a fight? That's it. A Buddha's head smashed down, directly crushing Qinglian's battle spirit, causing his legs to go soft and kneel down as if he was boneless. You want to surrender? Su Zhi looked at Qinglian in a condescending manner. The mind snickered. Thought it was an Iron Man. I didn't realize it was a top-notch soft-footed crab. Exactly. Green Lotus choked. His move looked humiliating, but it was well-planned and phallic. He had researched Su Ru's past and studied his published military laws. Su Ru kept mentioning the need to treat prisoners well in the military law. But after all, Qinglian did not understand the art of war, did not go to the battlefield, but only on paper, did not understand that the military law is to restrain his subordinates, and he, as the commander-in-chief, is not subject to the military law. Besides, such a defeated general who didn't hesitate to kill his own relatives, Su Ru didn't dare to want it. Marshal Su, tens of thousands of people from my Green Lotus Sacred Land and hundreds of thousands of people from the Liangzhou army are all watching. If you kill them bitterly, you are afraid of damaging their majesty. Who will dare to surrender in the future? If anyone resists to the end, wouldn't it be a waste of your efforts? If you spare me, the reputation of your love for your captive will be sung by all in the future, and it will be a credit to you. Seeing that Su Ru was unmoved, Qinglian added, Ha, beautiful name? Singing praises? Su Ru laughed lightly. Are you morally abducting me? Just sent away a master of saving suffering, and here comes another wizard of moral abduction. These sacred realm lords are quite individualistic. It's not a bad trip, but unfortunately, he, Su Zhi, is oil and salt, and in the battlefield, iron blood is ruthless. In the past, people had only seen a glimpse of his benevolence in governing the army, but not a glimpse of his ruthlessness. Stretching out his right hand, Su Zhi directly activated the 5-square Heavenly Emperor divine power that had just finished cooling down. He had repeatedly utilized the power of time to tamper with the law, and although the reality of time had not yet reached 3 days, this divine ability had already finished cooling down. This time, he drew the divine ability of the Eastern Green Emperor, a great divine ability called Taishu Qingmu Heavenly Locking Technique. Just by hearing this name, Su Zhi knew that it was a waste to use it on this Green Lotus. Only countless green points of light were seen ravaging the sky. Then the void broke open and a willow grew out of that nothingness, dropping down from that 9 heavens above, breaking open heaven and earth and confining space. It directly penetrated Qinglian's flesh, skewering this sage in the long sky like a meat skewer. At the same time, the surrounding spiritual energy had risen at least 100 times, and countless generals were healing from their old wounds. Born dead but flesh and bones, the Green Emperor palmed the vitality, and it was obvious to the naked eye that this area would later become a healing sanctuary. Instant seconds, man-made wonders. It's like a miracle. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Su Zhi's hand. Not to mention Su resign abuse captives. That is, tonight is to kill all the captives. They do not dare to resist the slightest. Not to mention, Su resign also give them healing. How could any number of generals dare to take on a god or goddess who walk the earth? Ordinary people are inherently susceptible to having their decisions influenced by their beliefs. At this moment, many people had already taken Su Ru as their new faith. Even with hundreds of generations of inheritance, they would still offer incense and the power of faith to Su Zhi, helping him to have long fortune and realize the great Tao with half the effort. It is an invisible lift. Chapter 73 Emperor's Weapon becomes the Siege of Jingzhou and the return of the Imperial Master to the court. After Qinglian died, Su Zhi naturally rose another rank. Afterwards, he had all the people of the 7 Slaughter faction go to the Holy Land of the Green Lotus to kill the rebels, leaving no one behind. He was never a womanizer. This time, Auntie Jing personally took action, and then brought along Lu Tianyu. The 2 women, one killing like snow, the other holding a bow like dark Hui. Both of them were extremely murderous, especially Lu Tianyu. Not to mention the fact that they usually look stupid and foolish. Really want to kill people. That cannot have half a soft hand. Sword out like frost. One person almost killed the Qinglian Holy Land half of the cultivators, and the last saint in the Holy Land, who was dying, was also impaled in the air by the joint efforts of the synergy of the two's melee and distant attacks. At this point, all the forces in Liangzhou were all subordinated. The other 8 states are still resisting. The forces heard that Su resigned so brutal, but only a day or two time. Even slaughtered 2 Holy Land, killed 7 or 8 saints. All know that the Wei dynasty has lost its power. Each wide open the gates of the city. Should be the king's division to enter the customs, since all these soldiers and horses surrendered without any injuries. Therefore, in a short period of time, Su Zhi's soldiers and horses had spread all over the world. Even the demon race and devil race that usually wreaked havoc within the country's borders did not dare to venture out for a while. 2 days later, the soldiers and horses of the 8 states assembled and besieged Jingzhou. And at this time, Su Zhi, after viewing the mighty and spectacular golden statue of the tripod of the 9 states at the Liangzhou State Shepherd's Mansion, came to the north of Liangzhou. The promotion of his imperial artifact Everlasting Ancient had reached its final time. Looking at the strangely hot mountains and rivers in front of him, Su Zhi knew clearly in his heart, as long as the artifact is completed, then he will be invincible and unify the mountains and rivers. Ancient battlefield. In front of a huge gate with chains, there were many tents. There was at least a 10,000-man army stationed here, and all of them were cultivators with notable battle prowess. The leader, that is, the Great Wei Imperial Master, the man who has survived 3 emperors and an unknown number of years, claiming to be the only saint on the bright side of the Great Wei. It's also a legend that even the common people know. On this day, just as the 8 great states sent out troops to surround the capital state, a man arrives. The man's pupils were dark and his eyes were smiling, especially when he looked out and saw that the dragon chi of the Dongxian continent was vaguely collapsing. His joy reached its peak. It all came so easily and quickly. Su Zhi, I really didn't expect it. I thought it would be that Xiaoxi who stabbed this shot. Never thought that it would be you, the man murmured. If Su Zhi was present, he would definitely recognize that the man was Li Xian, who had fled from Fengtian Academy and remained invisible for more than a year. The one that combines special words and unique words into one. Ghost schemer Li Xian. On that day, he had awakened most of his memories when Su Zhi chopped off the Yuejiang chains. Until some time ago, he finally found all the power. Only waiting for the capital city crisis, he can detach the great master. Open the door of this ancient battlefield. Li Xian flipped out a token that read Dragon Dance Phoenix Yuan Order, given by the late emperor. In the entire way, only this token can mobilize the imperial master. He then turned over a small pocket-sized tripod, which was generally the same as the one that Su Ru had seen in the Liangzhou prefectural mansion. This tripod, on the other hand, can invoke the only imperial weapon in the Dongxian continent. You have already captured a trace of the emperor's Dao in the ancient battlefield. With you holding this Kyushu tripod, no one in the entire eastern Xian will be able to defeat you. If you can lure out that woman, of course it's the best. If you can't, you have to help me kill Su Ru. Li Xian licked his upper lip as a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The more stoic a person can be, the more they hold a grudge. He is no exception. He couldn't forget that his memories hadn't awakened yet at that time, and he was humiliated by Su Ru in Fengtian Academy. This kind of revenge, of course he would avenge. After leaving a series of oozing laughter in the long air, Li Xian stomped into the barracks. Not long after, a shocking chi rushed out from the center of the military camp, followed by 10,000 horses treading in the air. This absolute saint, who had been stationed in the ancient battlefield for thousands of years, finally, on this day, returned to the army. 98%, 99%, 100%. Ding! The imperial artifact Henggu has completed its tribulation. Please go to the north of Liangzhou and refine it into your body. North of Liangzhou. The moment the system sounded the prompt, the space in front of him suddenly changed its appearance. Originally as hot as the golden crow, but at the moment it was calm and quiet, leaving only a field of burnt wasteland. Su Zhi flew toward the front, and soon, he saw a big mountain in the middle of the field. The great mountain was extremely condensed, and around it, the power of space and time was vaguely suspended. Myths and legends allude to a day in the sky and a year on the ground. And within this eternal ancient mountain, although it can't do that kind of extreme 365 times increase, but it can also accelerate a 3 to 5 times. This could be considered the first time secret realm in the history of the Dongxian continent, if Su Rhetoric is willing to open it up for people to use. After getting close, Su Zhi exhaled a mouthful of essence and sprayed it on Henggu. In a flash, the mountain hummed and a pocket-sized peak appeared in his sea of consciousness. being used by him like an arm. The Emperor's weapon, Hong Gu, has recognized its owner. Then, a person walked down from the mountain, but it was the appearance of a middle-aged man, and at first glance, there were still 3 points like that Li Changsheng. Master, the middle-aged man fell to his knees. New weapon spirit? Su Ru frowned. I don't like it when you look like this. Change it. The instrumental spirit froze. The spin was changed to a teenager. Su Ru was still displeased. Oh, I see. The spirit of the vessel suddenly realized that it had changed to a stunning beauty with only 3 points covered, shy and hidden by the clouds on its side. Su Ru, what's the point of having an artifact spirit that you can't touch or feel? It wasn't like he was the cell phone-wielding male college student in his last life who could orgasm in the face of a vapid android. Sensing that Su Zhi's displeasure remained, the artifact spirit shivered and turned into a yellow dog, biting its tail and frantically spitting out its tongue towards Su Zhi. Fairly, Su Ru nodded with satisfaction. No matter what, this loyalty was pulled full. From birth to death, no matter if he was poor or rich, strong or weak, he would only be loyal to him alone. Just this kind of instrumental spirit. Hong Ku, can you only maintain the form of this mountain? After determining the form, Su Zhi gave it a somewhat curious look. Follow your heart. Hong Gu only replied with this sentence. And then the mountain condensed to the extreme, gradually shrinking into an incomparably sharp long blade. With just a slight tremor, it had cut through the void. East Xian continent. Who can resist its decapitation? Even that Kyushu tripod, it was a toss-up whether it could block its sharpness. Previously, Su Zhi's long sun and moon sword was like broken copper when compared to it. The sun and moon long knives? It's so uncooked. Su Zhi received the long knife with joyful eyes while glancing at the panel. Host, Suka. Age, 21. Cultivation, 19th stage of the void-breaking realm, sacred realm. Battle technique, for seasons heavenly blade, emperor grade. Intercepting heavenly 7 killing arrows, emperor grade. Sun and moon blade technique, saint grade. Note, insufficiently holy realms are omitted. Mind technique, hybrid body refining technique, imperial technique. Blade, emperor's weapon everlasting. Unique words, bludgeoning. Special word, martial sage. Colored words, accumulation of water into an abyss. Innate pale saintly body. Years of age. Red words, immortal. 5-faceted heavenly emperors, divine powers. And phallic heavenly masters. Purple golden words, holy dragon bloodline. Space shuttle, takeover, military god. Sword intent. Golden words, 8 faces. Moon servant, prodigy, blade demon. Su resigned to look out over the capital. It's time for this overriding dynasty. Completely subversive. Chapter 74, Zhao Wuji. I'm returning your decree. Kyoto, the capital, where hearts were originally scattered, was temporarily stabilized after the Taisha returned to the court in his class. Outside of the capital city, the allied army of the 8 states had arrived, and the saints such as the Big Dipper and Aunt Jing were riding their dragon horses, located in front of 1,000 armies, looking out over the towering walls of the capital city. At this time, the walls of the capital state were covered with rune array veins, and the entire city was under a high degree of martial law, so some of the nobles inside who wanted to speculate were unable to go out. After all, Su Zhi sent his troops too quickly. The 8 states were almost unresisting, and the only one that resisted, Liangzhou, was dispersed by his slap. At that moment, Lu Tianyu leapt up from the back of a white dragon horse and stepped on the air to fly in front of the city wall. Does anyone in the capital dare to fight? She stood in midair, her long hair flying, her gaze cold and stern, overlooking the walls of the capital city, her voice rolling like shocking thunder, carrying an unquestionable pressure that deterred the entire capital city into silence. The atmosphere stagnant as water, not even able to function normally. Humph. Has the 7 Slaughter faction gone rogue this time? In the middle of the city, a voice came out, and the tall city gate slammed wide open, and out stepped an old Taoist in a green robe. It was clearly the master of the Qingfeng Taoist temple, Taoist Master Xang Shu, who often resided in the capital and was commanded by the emperor. Back then, the Qingfeng Taoist temple spirit cloud ran to kill Su Zhi, and was chopped to pieces by Su Zhi, and even the Shangfang sacred sword was chopped into 2 halves. This account, Su Zhi had not yet had time to settle. Who knows, this Qingfeng Taoist temple's pavilion master even jumped out again, doing confrontation with him, and look at his brow, full of confidence, without a little cowardice. Obviously on this war victory grasp is not small. Little doll, you're no match for the old Taoist. Let Sui Jing come. Jinshu held the floating dust and gently raised it. The void Taiji diagram in the air flickered and passed away. Lu Tianyu fell into the formation diagram and struggled for a few breaths before she flew backwards, her eyes full of horror. It wasn't until she actually faced this kind of saint who stood at the pinnacle of the world that she realized how big the gap was. As for Su Ru, Killing this kind of person seemed to be nothing more than a single move. How the hell does he practice? And Jing, also known as Sui Jing, with a wave of her trusty hand, after settling Lu Tianyu down, she soared up, looked at the True Void, and sighed. True Void, where is my senior brother? What kind of status is the Imperial Master? Would he reason with you rebels? When he appears, he will surely shed 3,000 li of blood and kill everyone outside of Jingzhou. Sui Jing, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Leave now, or else even if the Seven Slaughter faction has been deeply favored by the Emperor for generations, you won't be spared from death. Sui Jing trembled. The letter I sent to senior brother, didn't he receive it? It can't be stopped, no matter who it is. Li Changsheng is already dead. Does senior brother want to follow in his footsteps? The dust has settled on this matter. So why are you fighting to resist? It's not the same who is the emperor. We just have to be loyal. Shut up. Jinshu's face sank. Sui Jing, I don't blame the old Tao for not reminding you. Withdraw your troops immediately and return the 8 states. Or else. Or what? A voice suddenly exploded in the sky, and before True Void could raise his head, he saw a long rainbow break through the sky and fly in. Wherever that long rainbow passed, pieces of space collapsed, and in just half a blink of an eye, it spanned 10 miles and swept past True Void's neck. True Void's eyes rounded with rage. His corpse separated, and the duster in his hand was just about to be raised, when the long rainbow went and came back, directly penetrating his heavenly aura, strangling his divine soul, and bringing out a series of blood, penetrating through the gates of the capital city. That capital state city protector formation, which had been set up by a supreme saint and had been indestructible for thousands of years, was struck by this rainbow and fell apart, with countless pieces of debris bursting up into the high sky. When the crowd turned their heads to look, they saw that the long rainbow was an autumn water-like divine sword. The hilt of the sword flickered with a dark red light, and the killing intent on it made people feel like falling into an ice cellar, and their bodies were chilled. The sky suddenly changed color and countless blood rains drifted. A saint died just like that. It wasn't until the sky changed and the heavens cried that people realized that what had died was a peerless figure in the midst of legends. The crowd looked back once again, only to see a young man walking from the sky. He was elegant, neutral and calm. The last second he was still miles away, and with a single dislocation, he had already arrived close to the crowd. With a wave of his hand, the long sword buzzed and leapt up from the ruins, returning to his hand. The visitor was naturally Su Zhi. Killing True Void, he didn't frown half a bit, although he had never met True Void. But in the middle of a war, standing on the wrong side of the faction was the original sin. Marshal! 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 Countless people saw Su Zhi and knelt down, calling out to the heavens. Even in that Beijing state, there are veterans in tears, looking at Su Zhi, slowly kneeling down, calling out Marshal. Countless sons of the world and princes and lords watched as Su Zhi came across the sky. Just like a year ago, the day Su Zhi left the capital in a carriage. On that day, his back was appendaged, and countless people's gazes held regret. And today, he was so spirited that he shocked the capital by instantly beheading a saint that only existed in legends as soon as he appeared. It really is Brother Su. In the past, I only heard about him in the street rumors. I didn't expect that he really became a holy realm. The phoenix bathes in fire, and the true dragon takes off into the clouds. I have long said that Brother Su is not an ordinary person. Sooner or later he will return one day. I still remember the time when I used to study with Brother Su. I didn't expect him to be so powerful that he's like clouds and mud compared to the likes of us. Countless close friends who had old acquaintances with Su Zhi were shocked inside. Hearing is hearing, but the moment you actually see it, the shock comes as too much. For example, your neighbor's classmate went away for a year and came back directly as the head. Anyone cannot help but wonder and feel. At this time, Su Zhi, however, didn't care about the gazes of too many people, but instead looked toward the collapsed city wall and lightly drank. Zhao Wuji, didn't you decree that I should return to the capital? Today, I come back to your will. Chapter 75, Beady-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast. The Imperial Master goes to the capital. Zhao Wuji. Su Su's voice mixed with spirit element and resounded in the capital. Inside the palace, Zhao Wuji kicked at Crown Prince Zhao Chen's body and scolded. Asshole, it's all because of your false transmission of the imperial decree that I am so passive, disgraced in front of the entire capital. And the civil and military officials are thinking of descending over there. Say, are you ashamed to be the crown prince? Pass on my order to revoke Zhao Chen's position as crown prince of the Eastern Palace immediately. Zhao Chen's face was hazy. No matter how much Zhao Wuji hit him or kicked him, he was indifferent, just holding his head and letting himself be beaten and scolded. This is also something that can't be helped. Go out and be seen by Su Zhi. He is a man's head on the ground. Stay in the capital, and still be able to survive. The eldest princess looked at Zhao Wuji's frenzied appearance and was bitter in her heart. A good royal family, just because of a wrong move, even ended up in such a field. In a trance, she looked towards the outside of the hall and seemed to see a young man with long, flowing hair at the end of that long sky. The man was combative, the color of confidence in his eyes. Just one person, the whole of Wei. No, it's trampling the whole world underfoot. How disdainful, how domineering. Father, even the state master is not a match for Suru? Rapunzel asked softly. The state master is refining the tripod of the 9 states and will be out of the gate soon. If he steps in, he will surely succeed. I am angry at the destruction of the country, but I am angry at the unmitigated disaster. A good way Jiangshan fell like this, even if the 9 springs. And how to face the ancestors? Zhao Wuji kept dropping things. Jade seals, Jiangji, ink, paper, and ink, everything he could see. He picked them up and dumped them on Zhao Chen's body. At this moment, how much did he wish that Su Zhi was his real son and not Zhao Chen? Zhao Hong, and other losers? The eldest princess had a miserable heart. In fact, when Yunlu was chosen by the Deep Palace as the successor, she could have continued to marry Su Ru. It was the two of them, she and Zhou Xian, who plotted behind the scenes and decided that Su Ru was not a good son-in-law and drove him out of the capital. There are times when a thing happens that isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision by someone, and behind the scenes, there must be a threat of it. And Zhou Xian, Zhao Hong, and others who had something to do with it, all died. Only she was left to be liquidated too late. What should be said accurately is that Su Zhi doesn't know how much she is involved in this matter yet. Let's hope Taiji wins. All she could do was pray silently in her mind. And at this time, Su Zhi had already landed on the ground, and one person stepped into the capital. Countless people's gazes fell on him, but no one dared to stop him for a moment or even make a sound. The crowd automatically parted a path like waves. Just kidding. A sword-decapitated Taoist master Xang Shu and called Zhao Wuji by his name. In the entire capital, who doesn't know the prestige of the Qingfeng Taoist temple? Even if there were a few latent saints, who could guarantee that they could win against True Void? If it really came out, it would only be one more sword for Su Zhi. He's even stronger than when he was in Liangzhou, especially the sword in his hand. It's wickedly strong and terrifying. Sui Jing looked at Su Zhi's steady back. Her heart was like a big stone hanging in the air, unable to put it down. The stronger Su Su was, the harder it would be for the Imperial Master to survive. She was caught in the middle, the worst of both worlds. In the entire capital, no one dares to stop Su? Su Ru drank softly, but his voice was like heavenly thunder exploding. He could feel the solemn killing intent in the capital. Never the kind of mood to give up resistance. There must be a backhand left. What's more, he hadn't felt the pressure of that imperial artifact, the tripod of the 9 states. As you wish. Roar. Sure enough, as Su Zhi's words fell, a response rang out from the inner city, as well as a light roar from a holy beast. Immediately, a blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was seen coming across the void. It was huge in length, with a body that resembled a small, looming mountain. Around the body fur blue like deep sea, root hair thick as steel needle. In the strong wind flickering, even flashed with a metallic cold luster. Between a pair of bushel-like giant ears whirring and flapping, it set off rolling waves of air, stirring up layers of ripples in the void. The most bizarre thing was the pair of blue eyes, which were like 2 giant green perks, filled with ghostly light. It also carried a middle-aged man with a small tripod in his hand and 3 eyes on his forehead on its back. The man was tall and sturdy, a basalt-colored battle armor tightly wrapped around his body, and his face was tough and cold, as if it was cut by a knife, especially the long hair, which was sandwiched with a few silver threads, and hunted in the wind. It's the Imperial Master, the third prince's master, and also the sage's master. Ah, he's even back? No wonder the capital has been unusually stable lately, with no more princely clamor. Is that a turquoise-eyed golden-eyed beast on his hip? Legend has it that it's a beast that tears a true dragon with its hands, and a single beast can destroy a city or tear apart a saint-level Dao. Too strong. Such pressure. Not too weak. Golden Crow. The great master has also gone to the apex of saints, right? With the golden-eyed beast at his feet and the tripod of the 9 states in his hand, it's hard to tell if he'll win or lose this battle. Nice. The crowd raised an uproar. The great master after all. Too long ago, even the saints only heard the legend of the great master, did not really see this person out. At this moment, one person and one beast were both shaking the ancient world with their might, plus a Zhengui imperial artifact. It was the 8 states' allied forces behind Siyu that had instantly changed their faces at this moment. Not to mention the others. If that blue-eyed golden-eyed beast really wanted to mess up, they would have to at least kill or injure half of them in order to be able to bring it down. The Taisher, worthy of being the pillar of the town. Why do you want to overthrow the Great Way when you are a native of the Great Way? The Taisher looked at Su Ru. There has been some injustice since. Su Zhi's face was fearless, and the Emperor's sword in his hand, which was transformed by the Eternal Ancient, easily resisted the pressure of the tripod of the 9 states, leaving him undisturbed for half a second. You also have an Emperor weapon? The Celestial Master was a bit stunned. When did the Dongxian continent have 2 Imperial artifacts? Could he be an outsider? But he was fearless. So what if it's an Imperial artifact? It's the same Imperial artifact, and it's not up to you to resist the 9 states tripod deterring a country's fortune. Come and fight. Chapter 76, the 9 tripods appear. It was dark in way. Come and fight. The Taisher let out a cry, and the turquoise-eyed golden-eyed beast under his crotch let out a long roar. And just like this, it smashed towards Su Zhi as if a star had fallen. Boom! A huge crater was smashed out directly in the middle of the capital. Countless amounts of dust flew up, and the king's city guards urgently evacuated the masses, making sure to minimize the losses of this battle. When 2 peak saints fought, even the saint realm did not dare to come too close, let alone these people who only have the foundation of chi refining, or some loose cultivators. For them, today is about as close to extinction as it gets, equivalent to a nuclear arms war in Blue Star. With a whistling sound came from the distance, and Su Zhi's figure folded the void and floated to the outside of the capital. Compared to the Imperial Master, he was actually more unwilling to hurt the people of the capital. He had lived here for nearly 16 years. Anymore he had feelings. Come out and fight. As soon as Su Zhi's words fell, a golden beam of light flashed from the city, sweeping across like a laser, and in an instant, it ran through the sky and tore through space. Rumble. Countless Qingzhou army routed. This glance of swept face to face. At least there must be more than 1,000 people were penetrated. Horror unspeakable. Su Zhi was resolute and undaunted. He chiseled out with his fist, catching the beam of light with his flesh, and with a loud boom, a mushroom cloud rose towards the air. This strike gathered countless spiritual elements and Tao rules, forming a shocking explosion. Hit! Someone uttered a voice of surprise, and another person was seen leaping at great speed from the capital. The visitor held a halberd and rushed into the broken void. The sound of gold and stone collision rang out. The sun and the moon shined together. 1 day and 1 month rose towards the air next to the mushroom cloud, and immediately, the seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter changed, and a crack several miles long chopped out of the void, cutting a giant abyss outside the capital. Ah, pain in the ass. The Taisher leapt out of the void, a slash mark slowly healing at his shoulder, his face full of appreciation. It's been 1,000 years, and I finally get to meet a strong person who is on par with me. This is a blessing for my Dongxian. I'm sorry I wasn't in the capital a year earlier, otherwise I would have protected you and blessed the way. You talk too much. In the void, another arrow shot out, penetrating through the sky, and Su Zhi's figure followed the arrow, chiseling down with a fist, striking at the Taisher's head. Good coming. Taisher was not surprised but delighted. Ignoring the arrow, he chopped at Su Zhi's heart with a halberd. This style was actually a desperate move to lose both lives. According to the idea in the mind of the Great Master, Su Zhi is new to the world, must love the feather, can't bear to be injured. This halberd can make Su Zhi throw a mouse and consciously retreat. But who knows? Su Zhi doesn't care. Also looks like a desperate man. Want to die with the Imperial Master. Are you crazy? It was only when he came close that the Taiji burst into disbelief. Warfare is psychological. At this kind of juncture. Instead, it was he himself who had nourished himself for 1,000 years and shriveled up a bit, blocking with his halberd horizontally, and being punched away by Su Zhi. The arrow penetrated his shoulder. The whole room was in an uproar. Twice. A short blink of an eye. The Taisher had already been injured twice under Su Ru. Your battle experience is actually so rich. I have underestimated you. Taisher pulled out his arrow, which melted into Tao and disappeared into the air. You don't know me. Su Zhi was indifferent. He wasn't betting on a psychological battle with the Elder Master, but rather, he had confidence in his mixed elements body refining technique as well as his innate song heavenly sacred body. He was certain that even in a situation where he was going to die together, he would have at most a small crack in his body. And Taisher, taking a close punch to the head from him and following it up with some stalking techniques, wouldn't end well. It's a pity that Wei has lost a pillar. My heart is very sorry. The Taisher once again sighed. Introduce myself. My name is Fu Tiangue, and I have been in charge of this Wei Taisher for 3,000 years. In the past, I could only walk the vessel on behalf of the country, and today, I'm able to control the imperial artifact myself. Do you understand this wonderfulness? Su Ru listened to the Taisher's ramblings, not understanding the meaning of his words, and frowned. Are you stalling for time? The scheming is also quite over the top. Unfortunately, Fu Tiangue let out a long whistle. The hands of the tripod of the 9 states with the wind all of a sudden become huge. Dong sound stands on the ground, blooming with light. Only today did Su Zhi see what this Dongxian's only imperial artifact actually looked like. The tripod wall is thick and heavy. Visible cloud pattern scrolling, wrapped in auspicious gas, seems to be floating away from the tripod. Ding belly casting engraved with the mountains and rivers of the 9 states of the abbreviation of the scene, the rolling peaks, rivers and streams, mountains and streams, but also embellished with the city, the village model. The moment the tripod of the 9 states incarnated, the entire sky of Wei suddenly turned dull. Stars twinkle among them. The Dongxian continent was divided into 9 states, and at this moment, in each state county, there was a tripod shooting blue beams of light towards the air. Then the stars of the heavens transformed into 8 giant blue tripods and mapped down. The 9 tripods were arranged in the position of 9 palaces, and the light around them reflected and intermingled with each other, outlining mysterious light patterns in the air. Between the flow of the halo, there was a hidden dragon's chi mingling among them. The air around them seemed to freeze, and time slowed down its flow. Su Zhi stood in the Ding's encirclement, his eyes slightly narrowed. This is the Wei's town weapon. If you want to overthrow Wei, you must first defeat this tripod. Chapter 77 Imperial weapons engage in battle. Fighting into the River of Ages. Whoa! Countless people fell to their knees and looked at the giant tripod in the air, shocked from the depths of their hearts. It was from memories latent in the bloodline. It's been passed down from generation to generation. Generation to generation. Once this tripod came out, whoever it was would have to submit immediately. These are the words that keep echoing in the subconscious. Even Su Zhi was palpitating inwardly. In this life, he was born in this land, and naturally, he would also be oppressed from the tripod of the 9 states. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Honggu manifested, and with a slight swing, smoothed out his heart palpitations. As a fellow imperial artifact, it felt very dissatisfied with the strength of the tripod of the 9 states, and it vaguely trembled as pieces of the void collapsed. It leaped into the air and confronted the tripod of the 9 states, and a wang sound suddenly rang in the ears of countless people. Everyone was bewildered. This level of sparring. Where did the dog come from? Only Su Zhi knew that he had changed Honggu's artifact spirit into a yellow dog, and it had instantly brought it in, and all battles with people were preempted with a dog's bark. On the other side, the 9 tripods that had been provoked by Honggu trembled at the same time, seemingly unhappy with Honggu's provocation. In Fu Tiangui's shocked gaze, that Zhou tripod suddenly broke away from his control and flew up out of thin air on the earth, smashing over towards Su Zhi. He had only controlled the rune mark to be able to utilize the tripod of the 9 states, not refined it, so the artifact spirit of the tripod of the 9 states could act on its own without sparing him at all. On the other hand, on Su Zhi's side, Honggu was only able to send a realization towards Su Zhi to ask for battle. Go on. Su crossed his arms and nodded his head slightly. The quality of Honggu after being refined by the system was definitely already above the 9-state tripod. He still had faith in the system. It was also the instant Su Zhi's words fell. The void suddenly transformed into a chaotic state. An illusory river of years poured from the distant sky. It was stronger and clearer than the river of ages that Li Changsheng had once summoned. By the long river wash, the tripod of the 9 states originally extremely fast crash, but now is stagnant in mid-air, and even vaguely have the tendency to go backward. At the same time, spots of rust surfaced on his tripod, as if millions of years had passed on it. Of course, this was an illusion, just Honggu mapping over a scene from the future. But even so, it caused a great shock to the artifact spirit of the tripod of the 9 states. There was a loud boom and the void shattered. Eternity floated in the long river, and against the river, it instantly became millions of times larger, becoming a great mountain that ran through the clouds. It slammed down on the Kyushu tripod, bringing it sinking into the long river. The 2 imperial artifacts directly hit the unknown note of time. Not fighting in this world. This was also intentional by Honggu. This artifact spirit's intelligence was definitely not low. Seeing that Su Zhi still had feelings for the people of the capital, and didn't want to hurt too many innocents. Otherwise, if the 2 imperial artifacts were to clash hard, I'm afraid that the entire capital city would have to collapse, and half of the capital state would have to be beaten into a plain. Although the Saint Realm and the Emperor Realm only have a difference of 1 order, but with the official position in general, the difference of 1 order can crush countless people. The difference in destructive power caused between the 2 was much greater than what some Saint Realms had imagined. In the middle of the field, the only sound left in his ears was the sound of the waves of the long river, and Fu Tianji's face changed once again. He never expected that the imperial sword in Su Zhi's hand would transform into a 10,000-foot mountain, and the might was extremely terrifying, capable of mobilizing the river of ages, pressing down on the tripod of the 9 states. It struck into that mysterious and treacherous long river without even a splash. The JoJo tripod won't be unbeatable, will it? This thought flashed through Fu Tianjie's mind for no reason, but he didn't have time to think about this matter. In the distance, Su Zhi had already walked with an indifferent face, his eyes filled with killing intent. Seeing the situation, Sui Jing sighed quietly. She knows that Su Zhi will not be a targetless, is an extremely cautious person, can come to the capital, must be well prepared for everything, enough to crush the momentum will come. Which of the battles he was involved in was he wounded? All of them hit the sky and the ground. The opposite side of the east a piece of the west a piece, but he even rubbed the skin are rare, at best, leaving a few white spots on the body. A handstroke is gone. Got to collect the body for my senior brother. At this moment, she would definitely not be a womanizer and go up to intercede for Fu Tianjie. She knew that Su resigned from the army. Dare to intercede for the opposite side. Is cruelty to their own soldiers? In a moment will be branded as a rebel. Along with Fu Tiangue together with the head to the ground. On the issue of right and wrong, Su Ru definitely did not have any room for mercy to speak. Rather, it was Lu Tianyu who was a little moved, and was quieted by Sui Jing's fierce glare, and could only turn her head to the side, not enduring to look. At this moment, it seemed that everyone felt that Fu Tianjie had become a hero in his twilight. Except, of course, for the elite soldiers Fu Tianjie brought back from the ancient battlefield. Their confidence in Fu Tianjie was the same as the Qingzhou army's confidence in Su Ru. Both of them didn't have imperial weapons, and the imperial master was an old saint. How can you lose? Fu Tianjie also sensed this atmosphere and looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. 1,000 years, since I stepped all over the 3 mountains and 4 lands with 1 man, 1 halberd, and 1 beast 1,000 years ago, defeating Li Changshang, the demon race true dragon, and other peak saint realms with 3 halberds, and even giving the saints of the 3 mountains and 4 lands the ban of not being allowed to enter the world. No one has been able to force me to use my full strength. Are you trying to show off your feats? Su Ru sneered. No, I just want to tell you that you can't win when you're in the same saint realm. Fu Tianjie stepped into the sky and rose up, looking like a madman, laughing wildly and wantonly. The vertical eye on his forehead gathered countless rules of the great Tao and shone brightly, as if he wanted to open up the sky and the earth. Let me show you the divine ability that I can suppress Dongxian, the true pupil of empty destruction. Avatar. The crowd was horrified, looking at the Taisher who was located in the long sky, his vertical eyes gulping heavenly awnings. His heart trembled and he was unable to look directly at him. There were strong and weak divine abilities, and the Taisher's divine ability, which was skillfully close to immortality, was clearly one of the extremely powerful ones. Su Zhi, however, was resolute and undaunted, and his mind switched to the 5 heavenly emperors, extracting a new divine ability from the 5 heavenly emperors. Another white emperor avatar? After reading the introduction of that divine ability, Su Zhi revealed a hint of surprise.